A desperate cry tears through the battlefield, echoing from a man whose face is smeared with blood, his eyes filled with raw panic. From the shadows, monstrous beings with blazing scarlet eyes charge forward, their movements swift and merciless, their presence suffocating. The ground shakes as they advance, and the civilians scatter in sheer terror, fleeing in every direction. Screams blend into chaos as fear consumes the entire city. Then, without warning, a thunderous explosion rips through the center of the battlefield. The blast flings bodies aside and sends shockwaves that ripple through the chaos, throwing the battleground into complete disarray. Through the smoke, a warrior emerges. His eyes glow crimson, radiating unstoppable fury. With sword in hand, he launches himself into the horde, each strike unleashing devastating bursts of energy that hurl the creatures back with tremendous force. The clash intensifies, sparks and blinding light erupting with every collision, the battlefield trembling beneath their ferocity. When the dust begins to settle, the warrior drives his sword into the ground, using it to hold himself upright. His voice carries one final remark, acknowledging that this strength is indeed worthy of a knight of hell. His body begins to dissolve in radiant light, fading from existence. The truth is revealed. This fallen hero is none other than the Empire's mightiest swordsman, Oz. Across from where he stood, his monstrous foe stirs. The Death Knight, cloaked in ominous black armor, rises despite the crushing blow it had endured. Cracks spread across its helmet until the mask shatters and falls away, exposing blazing red eyes that refuse to yield. But in that instant, a shocking transformation occurs. The Death Knight regains human form. His eyes widen in disbelief as he gazes upon the devastation around him. Flames devouring the battlefield, the Empire's banners reduced to ash, nothing left but ruin. As silence lingers, slow claps echo across the wasteland. A new figure steps forward, savoring the destruction with twisted delight. With chilling words, he proclaims that vengeance, when left to ripen, is all the sweeter. Standing tall, he announces the fulfillment of a vow made 1,000 years ago, his long-awaited revenge at last complete. And then the veil lifts. The true identity of this terrifying being is revealed. Archlich Dorgo steps forward, his skeletal frame cloaked in dread, crimson eyes burning like fire. Before him stands Emperor Helios, who erupts in rage, his voice booming with fury at the merciless slaughter of his people. But Dorgo only smiles coldly, mocking the Emperor's words as if they were nothing more than a pleasant curse. With biting sarcasm, he declares that the time for talk is over. It is now time for his coronation. Helios, battered yet unyielding, roars back in defiance. He refuses to accept the idea that someone like Dorgo could ever be crowned king. But Dorgo, undeterred, proclaims his triumph with pride. He boasts of uniting the continent for the first time in history and claims the title of emperor as his rightful reward. The emperor's strength falters, his body sinking to his knees in defeat and despair. Dorgo turns away from him, his attention shifting to his loyal commanders. With chilling satisfaction, he praises the Demon Kings and the Death Knight for their tireless efforts, crediting their devotion for the victory he now claims. He then commands the royal crown to be brought forth for his coronation. His followers obey, carrying the crown with solemn reverence. Among them, the Death Knight steps forward, holding the symbol of power with unwavering loyalty. Dorgo looks at him with satisfaction, showering him with praise and gratitude, questioning aloud how he could ever properly repay such devotion. But the Death Knight offers no response. His silence is heavy, his hesitation palpable. Dorgo's tone shifts. Mockery cuts through his words as he declares that such a question is absurd, for the Death Knight is nothing more than a slave. He sneers that serving him is already the greatest reward. The Death Knight extends the crown forward. But before Dorgo can take it, the jewel of sovereignty is suddenly torn apart, violently shattered by the Death Knight's blade. Gasps echo among the Lich's followers, their faces frozen in shock. Dorgo staggers back, his hands flaring with burning crimson light as he summons a barrier around himself. His demon kings immediately spring into action, hurling themselves forward to shield him from the unexpected betrayal. Yet Dorgo himself is left rattled, wounded by the sudden strike. He glares at the Death Knight, disbelief flooding his voice. He demands to know what this means, insisting he never gave such an order. But before he can finish, the Death Knight finally speaks, his voice heavy, filled with fury. Finally, he says, now standing firm, his eyes blazing, the Death Knight declares that he is no longer bound, no longer a pawn, no longer a slave. For the first time, he moves by his own will, his body and his destiny alone. Dorgo reels back in disbelief, his voice trembling with outrage as he demands to know how the Death Knight can still speak. He is certain, absolutely certain, that he erased his will long ago. But the Death Knight answers coldly. His will was never destroyed, only shackled, buried deep within, forced into silence. He explains that he has been imprisoned inside his own body all this time, condemned to watch helplessly, unable to act, as Dorgo used him like a puppet. Desperate to regain control, Dorgo softens his tone, calling the Death Knight his greatest creation. With false generosity, he says he will allow him to vent his anger, for today only. At his command, the Demon Kings surge forward, unleashing a ferocious, coordinated assault meant to break the Knight's defiance. But their efforts are crushed instantly. The Death Knight meets their charge head-on, his power erupting in a cataclysmic wave that tears through the battlefield. A single strike unleashes an explosion so devastating that every one of the Demon Kings is blasted away at once. The display leaves Dorgo shaken to his core, his prized champions obliterated in a heartbeat. Cornered, the Lich chants a darker, more terrible incantation. The ground splits open, and from it rises a vast legion of undead and phantom soldiers. The air fills with the stench of decay as this army of abominations surges toward the Death Knight in a frenzied, chaotic charge. Yet the Knight does not flinch. He stands unmoving, his gaze unwavering, his voice cutting through the chaos with absolute authority. With a single command, he orders the undead to stop. Instantly, the horde freezes in place, bound by a will stronger than Dorgo's own. Then, with chilling resolve, he issues one more order, self-destruction. The army obeys without hesitation. One after another, the undead and demons ignite in suicidal detonations, their bodies exploding in a cataclysmic chain reaction. The battlefield is engulfed in fire and ruin, the blast tearing apart everything around Dorgo. The Lich stares in horror, shaken to his bones. Fear grips him as he whispers to himself, questioning whether he has birthed something far worse than he ever intended, a being whose power could rival even the Overlord. Attempting to calm the storm, he speaks with forced reason, telling the Knight he understands his anger, claiming he too would feel the same if their roles were reversed. But within, Dorgo clings to reassurance. Even if this body is destroyed, he can always escape, his soul ready to slip into another vessel and start anew. But the Death Knight's reply cuts through his hidden thoughts like a blade. He declares that through every endless moment of his long, torturous captivity, he has devoted himself to one single purpose, plotting the perfect way to kill Dorgo. The Death Knight begins to draw in an immense surge of energy, his entire being radiating with overwhelming force. His voice rings out with cold certainty. He has forged a technique meant for one purpose alone, to tear apart Dorgo's soul and annihilate him forever. Terror grips Dorgo. He refuses to believe it possible, yet the weight of the impending strike presses down on him with undeniable reality. Panic takes hold, and he chooses to flee, racing across the battlefield in a desperate attempt to escape. But the Death Knight closes the distance with ease. From above, he descends with a crushing blow that splits the sky itself, the sheer impact shaking the heavens. For a heartbeat, silence falls. Dorgo trembles, clinging to denial. He forces out mocking laughter, declaring the strike nothing but an illusion. Then the truth hits. His voice twists into a scream of agony as the Death Knight's strike pierces through him. His body is hurled upward, wrapped in a swirling vortex of dark energy before plummeting back down. The moment he strikes the ground, his form detonates in a violent eruption, the battlefield trembling under the devastation. From the ruins, what remains of Dorgo's shattered head crashes against the earth. The Death Knight steps forward, expression unchanging, and delivers his final words, ordering him to go to hell. Then, with merciless resolve, he crushes what remains of Dorgo's skull beneath his foot, erasing him completely. From a distance, Emperor Helios stares in disbelief, his voice barely finding the words to ask what has just unfolded before his eyes. The Death Knight staggers, dropping to his knees, drained from the battle. In a heavy silence, he whispers that it is finally over. Yet within that quiet, he knows one last task remains. He longs for a final chance to see the people he lost, even if only in death. The need to apologize burns in him, to atone for the countless sins he committed while bound in Dorgo's chains. Memories flash, the image of lifting an innocent soul upon his blade, their body helpless in his grip. The weight of those horrors drives tears from his eyes, his whispered apologies carried into the emptiness around him. At last, he raises his sword one final time. With unwavering resolve, he drives the blade into his own chest, ending his life as the only atonement he can offer. A gentle voice drifts into his ears, calling his name, Damien. Startled, he recognizes it instantly. It's his sister Louise. Before him, she appears, youthful and radiant, smiling softly as she asks why he is lying in such a place. For the first time in what feels like forever, peace washes over him. But confusion lingers. How could she look so young? He stares, astonished, and finally asks aloud. She only laughs, her voice light and teasing. She wonders if he's trying to flatter her, so she'll defend him when their father scolds him. Then she urges him to come home quickly before the rain falls. Damien blinks, and suddenly he is standing before his family home. His sister runs toward the door, her figure so vividly alive that he can hardly believe it. His heart races as a chilling thought strikes him. He remembers destroying the palace with his own hands. How could it be here now? He looks down at his hands in shock, his mind unraveling. Was everything that happened under Dorgo's control the dream, or is this vision before him the illusion? The doubt gnaws at him until he resolves to test it. He picks up a simple wooden stick from the ground and walks toward a massive rock. Fixing his focus entirely on it, he charges forward with all his strength. The impact lands with a sharp boom, a small shockwave rippling outward. The stick snaps and implodes instantly against the stone. Damien freezes, wide-eyed, staring in disbelief. He holds his position, breath steady, refusing to move. Slowly, a crooked smile spreads across his face, and he mutters in disbelief that this is insane. At that very moment, the rock splinters at the point of impact. A second later, it explodes outward with a deafening force. Damien bursts into laughter, at first quiet, almost nervous, then building into uncontrollable, hysterical laughter. The sound echoes through the falling rain as his mind struggles to comprehend the power now coursing through him. At last, he collapses to the ground, his body trembling, breath ragged, fists clenched. He sits there in the storm, consumed by pain, shock, and the unbearable weight of a reality he cannot yet understand. At that moment, Damien became certain it was no dream. Every moment, every memory, all of it is real. A deep smile spreads across his rain-soaked face as he declares to himself that he has truly returned to the past. Memories flood him. He recalls the reckless boy he once was, a constant source of trouble, his family often calling him crazy. He remembers his father's furious voice, scolding him harshly after being thrown out of a public gathering for causing a scene, shaming their name. He recalls his brother's outrage after he struck the son of Lion Bloom March, sparking a scandal that dragged their family into disgrace. He sees the image of his sister, Louise, helplessly crying as she is taken away, her future ruined because of his foolishness. His mind shifts to the sight of his mother weeping bitterly, asking why he mortgaged their lands and borrowed recklessly, plunging them deeper into ruin. The memories cut deeper. How he squandered every last shred of the family's wealth until his father, at last, cast him out with finality, forbidding him to ever return. That day of exile burns brightest in his memory. His sister Louise ran to him, pressing money into his hand, begging him to be happy despite everything. She smiled at him with such deep affection, whispering only 2 words that pierced his heart: "Be happy." Overwhelmed with guilt, Damien had snatched the money from her hand, pushed her away, and walked off quickly, too ashamed to face her love. For the first time in his life, he felt the crushing weight of true guilt and shame. Back in the present, sitting in the lush green fields, Damien lowers his gaze, lost in thought. How could he ever turn to the past? His mind drifts back to the final moments of his former life, when he resolved to apologize to his family before death claimed him. He never expected to be granted another chance. Tilting his head toward the heavens, he wonders if this miracle has been gifted by the divine. Then he notices something strange in his hand, startling him. The sight makes him question the reality of his situation even further. He sits in silence, reflecting. His thoughts wander back to the struggles of his youth, how he could never properly wield combat techniques, no matter how he tried. One technique in particular surfaces in his mind: the shattering wave. He can almost see it, its immense power, its devastating force, the sheer destructive might it carried. The image of it burns vividly in his thoughts, a reminder of a skill he had once longed to master. Damien mutters to himself about a technique he's mastered, one that magnifies the force behind a strike, turning it into raw destructive power. He recalls a battle from the past, when a knight once used it so fiercely it was called the Wall Breaker. Damien reminds himself that he gained this very skill after killing that knight. Just then, a voice calls out from the distance. "Young master." Damien turns calmly toward the sound. A servant rushes toward him from the house, breathing hard but hurrying with purpose. Damien studies him for a moment, trying to recall his name. Victor? Was it Victor? Victor, he asks aloud, uncertain. The servant stiffens, quickly confirming the name. He says Lady Louise is asking for Damien immediately, surprised to find him still outside. Nervously, the servant adds that the head of the family is furious. Damien pauses. Did I do something wrong? The servant freezes at the question, staring at him in disbelief. What? You don't know what you did? Damien's confusion only deepens. He truly doesn't remember. But then, a thunderous voice roars from inside the house. "You scoundrel! It's the Viscount of House Haxon, his father." Damien steps inside, only to be greeted by a sudden strike aimed at him. He moves swiftly, dodging with precision, and his father stumbles, falling heavily to the floor. Shock flashes across the Viscount's face at his son's effortless skill. From the ground, he snarls, "You really are insane." Rising to his feet, his fury grows. He bellows that Damien has been thrown out of a tavern for starting a massive brawl, dragging shame upon their family name. His mother and sister rush in, trying desperately to restrain him, urging him to calm down. Damien watches silently as the scene unfolds. He remembers this moment. This is the past, one he has returned to once again. His mother pleads, "Do you truly mean to kill your own son?" His sister holds onto their father tightly, begging him to stop. And in the middle of the chaos, Damien lowers his gaze, feeling utterly defeated. Yet as he looks at them, his father, Paul Osborne Haxon, his mother, Marilda Haxon, and his sister, Louise Haxon, he takes in a moment with unexpected clarity. The family stares back, stunned by his expression, and at last, the Viscount forces himself to calm down. As the family's eyes fix on him, Damien stays still, lost in a quiet wave of remorse. "I've missed this," he thinks, holding on to the moment. Overwhelmed, his eyes begin to well, and tears silently slip down his face. His family looks at him baffled. His sister stares in disbelief. Are you crying? His mother's voice softens with sorrow. Perhaps it's all become too much for him. The silence is broken by his father's harsh tone. Enough. What excuse have you prepared this time? Speak. But Damien lifts his head, his voice steady and clear. I have no excuses. His father freezes, thrown off guard. No excuses? He stares at him as if he's hearing the impossible. You? The one who always hides behind pathetic justifications. Damien meets his gaze firmly. I stain the honor of House Haxon with my recklessness. I will not deny it. I accept full responsibility. Suspicion flashes across his father's face. Try to escape punishment, are you? Don't think I'll let you off that easily. But instead of retreating, Damien bows respectfully. I'll take care of it. His father blinks, stunned, struggling to grasp the meaning of those words. Damien straightens, then turns toward the door. I will resolve this myself. Once it's done, I'll return for the punishment I deserve. At the threshold, he glances back, confidence flickering in his eyes. I'll come back to accept whatever sentence you decide, Father. With that, a calm smile crosses his face, and he walks away. The house falls into silence. His family remains frozen, unable to comprehend the sudden change. His father mutters under his breath, bewildered. Did the boy take a blow to the head? Soon after, Damien arrives at the bustling heart of the commercial city, a sprawling maze of towering buildings and familiar landmarks, alive with noise and movement. Victor walks at his side, though unease is written all over him. Finally, Victor speaks. Young master, this is the place. But are you truly going in? They say it's backed by a criminal syndicate. If something goes wrong, his voice trembles with fear. Damien glances at him calmly. If you're afraid, return home. But Victor clenches his fists, refusing. No, I'll stay by your side. Damien turns to him with a quiet smile. Don't worry, I only intend to offer a polite apology. Nothing more will happen. Damien reassures Victor with a quiet promise. I'll resolve everything this time. With steady steps, he moves toward his destination, hoping for a smooth outcome. Yet, as he walks, his thoughts drift back to the mystery of his return. Why am I back in this time? Whether by fate or divine will, Damien resolves not to squander the chance. He swears he will never again bring harm or disgrace to his family. Every mistake of the past, he vows to correct them all, one by one. As he passes through the crowded streets, two rough-looking men notice him. Their eyes widen in recognition. One sneers, "So, you dare show your face here again?" Damien studies their faces, struggling to recall. Something about them is familiar. Still, his voice is calm. I've only come to offer the owner a sincere apology for the trouble I caused before. For a moment, both men freeze, caught off guard by his composed tone. Then laughter erupts. One smirks, "I'll pass your apology to the boss." The other eyes him carefully, surprised by his unexpected composure. You're the eldest son of that shameful house, aren't you? Ha! I expected a reckless fool. But you seem different. Their mocking turns sharper, crueler. But your sister, now that's another story. They exchange vile remarks, speaking of her in ways that drip with indecency. One of them suddenly grabs Damien by the face, pressing hard, and sneers. If you want forgiveness, offer us your pretty sister. That would be enough. A cold fury burns within Damien. The man's smirk falters as a sudden shift overtakes the air. In one smooth motion, Damien snatches the knife from his hand. Holding it with effortless calm, he waves it lightly, his voice steady. I thought this would end quickly, but it seems I overestimated myself. The second man bursts forward with a roar, raising his weapon to strike. But before he can land the blow, a flash of motion cuts the air. An explosive strike severs his hand clean off. The man stumbles back, staring blankly as blood spills from the wound. His severed hand hits the ground with a heavy thud. Shock locks his body, his mind unable to grasp what just happened. Damien holds his ground, unwavering, while dread begins to crawl across the faces of the men before him. With a voice as cold as steel, he tells them, "Since you're so eager, I'll show you what it means to face the eldest son of House Haxon. From the shadows, Victor watches in horror. His hands tremble and tears well in his eyes. How? How is this the same young master who swore he'd resolve things peacefully? The man whose hand was severed finally catches up to reality, his screams ripping through the air and drawing a crowd. Onlookers gather quickly, some whispering with excitement, others smirking at the spectacle. Let's go watch. It looks like a good fight. No, best not get involved. I'm not about to get caught up in that mess, another replies. Victor stays hidden, clutching his chest, his fear for Damien growing heavier with every passing second. In the open street, Damien stands calmly as the uninjured man points a blade at him. His partner writhes on the ground, wailing in agony. Do you even know who we are? The man snarls. Damien's reply is calm, almost dismissive. I don't care who you are. If you're going to strike, then strike. But the man doesn't let it go. He raises his voice, fury lacing every word. We're with the Black Snake, an organization no one in this city dares provoke without paying the price. The name hits Damien, unlocking old memories in a flood. He remembers the Black Snake's grip over the city, how they ruled the streets with fear and violence. He remembers them, the same men who once beat him down mercilessly, mocking and humiliating him over a simple protest at one of their establishments. He remembers the pain, the helplessness, the shame of being forced to bow his head in defeat. But this time, things are different. A shadow crosses Damien's face as he smiles. Dark, chilling, filled with certainty. An apology, huh? No, you are the ones who owe me one. The gangster snarls, raising his weapon. Don't think I'll hold back just because you're some pampered noble. This time, I'll cut you down for good. The man charges forward, unleashing all his strength as he swings his weapon down. Damien stands poised, waiting. With effortless precision, he slips past the strike, moving so swiftly that the gangster can't comprehend what just happened. Before the man can recover, Damien hooks his foot forward, catching the thug's step and sending him stumbling. The gangster's balance breaks completely, his body pitching forward, until his face slams into the hard ground with a sickening thud. The crowd flinches. The man groans, coughing violently, writhing in pain. Damien walks toward him slowly, his calm presence more terrifying than any shout. Even if I killed every last member of your Black Snake, he says coldly, it still wouldn't be enough to satisfy my rage. He raises the weapon high, ready to bring it down on the man's skull. But at the final moment, his grip falters. For the sake of his family, he restrains himself. Instead, he delivers a brutal, crushing strike that doesn't kill, but leaves the man broken, crippled beyond recovery. Now both thugs lie sprawled across the ground, moaning in agony, unable to move. From the edge of the street, another voice rings out, furious. Who the hell is this guy? A fresh group of Black Snake enforcers appear, led by a figure radiating menace. The leader steps forward, eyeing Damien carefully. You're strong, too strong to be wandering alone. Tell me, what organization do you belong to? Damien's answer is calm, unwavering. I belong to no faction. I came here to apologize. But after all this, his eyes narrow. It's your boss who owes me the apology. Laughter erupts from the gang. The leader's expression hardens. Enough lies. If you won't come quietly, we'll drag you instead. Attack. At his command, the enforcers rush Damien with blinding speed. Fatigue already weighs on Damien's body, his breath shallow from the earlier fights. But he steels himself, inhaling deeply, his resolve unshaken. His stance tightens. His eyes sharpen. Then he moves. Swift, precise, devastating. Each motion cuts down an opponent. His strikes land like thunder, one after another, until screams of pain and disbelief echo through the street. Men drop around him, clutching shattered limbs, their eyes wide with terror at the force they can't match. Their leader watches, frozen, unable to comprehend how his men are falling so easily. Yet beneath his calm exterior, Damien feels it, the weight of exhaustion pressing hard. Even this short battle has already left him breathless. Damien fixes his gaze on the gang leader and asks coolly, "Do you still want to continue?" To his surprise, the man steps back, trembling, his bravado collapsing. Please forgive me. Spare me," he stammers, his body shaking with fear. But Damien doesn't grant mercy so easily. With a sudden burst of speed, he lunges forward. The leader's eyes go wide with terror, and he turns on his heel, fleeing in panic, screaming as he scrambles to escape. His desperate cries echo through the street as Damien's footsteps thunder close behind him. When the leader dares to glance back, he sees Damien almost at his neck. Crack! A sickening sound of breaking bones fills the air. Inside the tavern, the mood is still light, patrons drinking, chatting, laughing. But the noise outside cuts through the chatter, pulling their attention. Silence falls as they strain to listen. Then the doors burst open. The gang leader stumbles inside, wild-eyed and trembling. But it's clear he's not moving on his own. A blade is pressed against his throat, forcing him forward. The crowd's eyes widen as Damien steps in behind him, calm, composed, holding the knife steady. With a cold voice, he releases the man and lets him collapse to the ground. "You should have listened when I was being nice." The tavern falls into utter silence. Every eye fixes on Damien. For a moment, the entire room seems frozen. Then chaos erupts. Screams echo as guests bolt from their seats, shouting in terror. "A killer! Run!" Chairs topple, mugs shatter, and people rush for the exits in a frenzy. When the chaos subsides, Damien remains in the center of the room, steady and unshaken. He believes he's already overcome the worst of it. But then, a new voice cuts through the noise. "What is the meaning of this?" From above, a man descends the stairs. The tavern owner, Anderson Home, his expression twisted with fury and disbelief. His eyes immediately darted to the fallen gang members littering the floor, his face contorting in anger. Damien looks up at him, calm and confident. "Your guards are no longer a problem. I handled them." Anderson's face darkens, rage mixing with shock. His men, members of the Black Serpent Gang, defeated so easily? Impossible. "Who are you?" he demands, voice thundering. "Who dares cause this kind of trouble in my establishment?" Damien straightens and answers with pride. "Damien Haxon, eldest son of House Haxon." Anderson's expression shifts instantly, his fury giving way to surprise. A noble, a Haxon, standing in his tavern. Damien raises his voice just enough to carry across the tavern. "I didn't come here to stir chaos. I came for an apology. From you, the owner." Anderson blinks, baffled. "An apology?" Damien steps forward, his tone sharp and unwavering. "In the past, this place robbed its guests with outrageous prices. And when I protested, your men beat me down, left me humiliated in the streets. That incident branded me as a drunken fool in this city, a disgrace that has haunted me ever since." For a moment, his mind drifts back. He remembers that bitter day when his father cast him out, tired of his reckless reputation. The weight of his family's shame presses heavily against him even now. Damien's voice hardens. "That single night cost my family dearly. And you dare laugh." Anderson does laugh, mocking, dripping with scorn. "So this is it? You've come to mourn your lost honor? How pitiful." His eyes gleam cruelly as he adds, "But tell me, does House Haxon even have honor left to lose?" The words cut deep. Anderson presses further, sneering. "I will never apologize. Instead, you'll pay for the damage you've caused today." Damien doesn't argue. Instead, a quiet, unsettling smile spreads across his face. Had he simply apologized, I may have spared him. But now, the air shifts. Damien takes a single step forward, so sharp, so decisive, that Anderson flinches, frozen in place. The energy around Damien spikes. His body lowers in emotion, speed coiling like a spring about to unleash. "Then you'll pay dearly for every word you've spoken," Damien says, his eyes flashing with a deadly glint. Knife in hand, he surges forward, a storm of intent aimed directly at Anderson. But before he can close the distance, clang, a sudden blur cuts across his path. Steel collides with steel, releasing a violent shockwave that blasts through the tavern. The aura is overwhelming, bright, and oppressive, sending Damien crashing backward to the floor. For the first time, his confidence falters as he looks up, stunned by the sheer force. Standing before Anderson is a figure clad in armor, radiating power. Anderson exhales in visible relief, his voice almost reverent. "Lord Ted, thank the heavens you arrived." Damien pushes himself up, eyes narrowing in disbelief. "A knight? Here." The realization strikes hard. Why would someone like him be working in a place like this? The knight steps forward, fully revealed at last. His armor gleams under the tavern's dim light, refined and imposing, his face hidden in shadow, amplifying the suffocating dread that spreads through the room. A narration cuts in, describing the order of knights, their ranks, their power. From mere trainees to apprentice knights, and finally to official knights, beings beyond the grasp of ordinary men. Unlike others, official knights command aura with ease, wielding strength so great they can shatter mountains with a single strike or cleave fortress walls as though they were parchment. They are transcendents, walking calamities in human form. Anderson laughs with smug pride, his voice dripping arrogance. "Do you see now? This man before you, he's a true knight. Lord Ted himself." Ted raises his weapon slowly, aura beginning to surge around him. Power radiates from his body, coiling and snapping like lightning, as he prepares to unleash a strike meant to end the fight in a single blow. Damien's eyes narrow. He recognizes the technique instantly. That move, he mutters under his breath. The aura gathering around Ted is terrifying, majestic, and overwhelming. Damien knows he cannot simply dodge. He must respond in kind. Planting his feet firmly, he steels himself, calling forth a technique of his own. And then, memories rush back. He recalls a day in his past when he encountered the infamous Phantom Assassin, a killer spoken of only in whispers. Damien watches in his mind's eye as the assassin slaughters a knight without hesitation, his blade moving faster than death itself. The assassin's voice echoes in memory, mocking the fallen. "You don't even know who Dorgo is. If I really followed his plan and killed every last human, there'd be no fun left in this world." After cutting down his victim, the Phantom Assassin turns, pointing his blade at the Death Knight standing before him. His tone is sharp, amused. "That's why I'm telling you. Shut your mouth and leave. Unless you want to join him." But the Death Knight refuses to move, his stance firm, weapon steady. Unyielding, the assassin smiles, eyes gleaming. "Still standing? Then you've chosen death." He lifts his blade with eerie grace. "You asked for it, so I'll show you my secret technique." His voice turns chilling, almost playful. The human body is made mostly of water. In that instant, he perceives every drop of water within the Death Knight's body. To his vision, the knight's figure shifts into a fluid form, and with his hidden technique, he cuts straight through. Ted then gathers every ounce of strength, channeling his energy and aura into a single decisive strike, determined to bring the fight to an end. Damien immediately grasps the nature of the attack. Whispering under his breath, he recognizes the technique. Ted releases a secret art, majestic, overwhelming, and terrifying in its power, drawing upon immense energy. Faced with this, Damien steadies himself, preparing his own counter, intent on meeting force with force. At that moment, fragments of the past surge in Damien's mind. The scene shifts back to Ted, his face mirroring the assassin's final expression. Shocked, shaken, stammering a desperate no. The seasoned knight crumbles to the ground, unmoving. The sight leaves everyone frozen in horror. It is then Damien fully understands. Every battle he has ever fought has ended the same way. No matter who stands against him, their fate is sealed. For his power is unique, the ability to absorb the strength of his enemies and wield it as his own. The tavern owner trembles uncontrollably, retreating in terror after witnessing the overwhelming display. Fear spreads across his face as he realizes just how deep a danger he has brought upon himself. In desperation, he drops to his knees, bowing repeatedly, begging forgiveness for insulting the Haxon family name. With a shaking voice, he offers a fortune as compensation, pleading to know if it will suffice. Damien accepts without hesitation. Though his true aim was the apology, he certainly has no reason to turn down money. Calmly, he issues an order for all wealth and valuables in the tavern to be collected, his tone carrying absolute authority that no one dares question. Victor, the servant, peeks in cautiously, his voice trembling as he quickly answers Damien's command with a nervous, "Yes, sir." As he takes in the aftermath of what just occurred, disbelief runs through his mind. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, he would never have believed it possible. He marvels in silence, wondering where and when Damien had mastered swordsmanship to such a terrifying level. The tavern owner, still shaken, bids them farewell with forced politeness, gesturing nervously as if hoping to appease them until they are safely gone. On their way out, Victor can't contain his excitement, blurting out that it's the first time in his life he has ever seen so much gold and treasure. Behind them, the tavern owner remains quiet, his face twisted in fury. Inwardly, he swears he will reclaim every last coin and turn to the Black Serpent's boss for help. But before he can linger too long on his thoughts, a sudden strike sends him reeling. The room erupts in panic as he clutches his bleeding ear, screaming in pain. Damien steps forward, his presence heavy with threat, and warns him clearly, "Deliver this message to the Black Serpent gang. If they dare target his family again, he will never forgive them." Writhing on the ground, the tavern owner spits curses through the pain, vowing revenge with hate boiling in his chest. Meanwhile, Damien and Victor leave calmly, the weight of gold and valuables in hand, walking beneath the glow of the evening sunset. As they depart, Damien reflects quietly. He knows well that his actions cannot erase the failures of his past. But in this second chance at life, he swears never again to let his family down. Turning to Victor with a faint smile, he tells him to head home. Victor beams and answers with heartfelt loyalty, "Yes, young master." Elsewhere, the scene shifts to a lavish mansion bearing the name Lion Bloom March. Inside, a young man speaks gently to his brother, asking if he's ever heard the saying, "Love always comes with pain." His brother stares back in confusion, mocking him lightly, asking if he's heading off to a duel with such a dramatic expression. But the young man only smiles mysteriously and replies that he isn't seeking a duel. He's on a quest to find love. At that moment, Damien and Victor finally arrive back at the Haxenbear estate. Damien stretches with ease, remarking to Victor that he hasn't slept so deeply in a very long time. Victor quietly admits to himself, with a trace of envy, how Damien can rest so soundly while he spent the entire night awake, haunted by worries from the day before. Damien lets out a soft chuckle, admitting that things didn't exactly go as planned. Still, in the end, they walked away with a generous reward. More importantly, he says with firm confidence, word of what happened will spread quickly, and soon, no one will dare to look down on House Haxon again. Victor nods, his perception of Damien shifting. For the first time, he recognizes a sharpness in Damien's mind, a clear awareness he had never noticed before. Yet concern lingers. He voices his unease about the Black Serpent gang, reminding Damien that they left behind a wounded trainee knight and several gang members in dire condition. Damien, however, brushes it off with absolute confidence. No matter how daring the gang may be, they wouldn't recklessly challenge a noble family. And if they ever do, he vows he will deal with them himself. Victor can't help but admire his master's combat skill and finally asks, with burning curiosity, where and when Damien learned such extraordinary techniques. Damien responds with a nervous smile, hesitating before saying he only trained occasionally whenever he found the chance. But before the moment lingers, their exchange is cut short by a thunderous voice shouting Damien's name. His father storms into view, face burning with fury as he rushes toward him, demanding to know where he has been all day. grabbing Damien by the shoulders. His father's anger mixes with anxiety, pressing him for answers. Has he caused even more trouble? Damien meets him with calm confidence, smiling as he reassures him. Just as he promised, he has already settled the problem. Then he gestures to Victor to reveal what they brought back. Victor obediently opens the bag, and the glittering piles of gold and treasures spill into sight. Both parents cry out in shock. Our money. Damien explains smoothly. He returned to the tavern where the incident began and cleared the misunderstanding. The error had been in the billing, and as compensation, the tavern owner handed over the treasure. His father, though staring in amazement, silently doubts whether such a tale could be real. But his mother quickly counters, saying there's no other explanation. Where else would so much treasure come from? Damien, still smiling with confidence, tells his father that if he doubts the story, he should ask Victor, who was at his side the entire time. Turning toward Victor, he urges him once more to confirm his words. Victor pauses, caught in hesitation, before stammering out confirmation. His words seal the story in Damien's parents' minds, leaving them fully convinced. Admiration fills the room, praise flowing toward Damien. Yet in Victor's heart, a quiet thought lingers. Damien can't seem to utter even a single sentence without bending the truth. The realization leaves him both impressed and bewildered. Outside, in the calm of the open air, Damien exhales deeply, relief washing over him. With the matter settled in his favor, he darts into the forest, sprinting with all his strength to test the limits of his body. The rush doesn't last long. Soon he slows, lungs burning, his body weighed down by exhaustion. Catching his breath, Damien reflects on his current weakness. This body isn't strong enough. It won't carry him to the goals he's set. Yet, instead of despair, he breaks into a smile, reaching into his cloak to pull out a small vial. He calls himself fortunate for obtaining such a treasure. His mind drifts back to when he first asked the tavern owner about it. At the time, curiosity led him to question its contents. The man explained that inside was a special tonic crafted by the Dan School of Alchemy, a potion capable of greatly enhancing stamina and energy. Damien had pressed further, puzzled by the name. The tavern owner told him the school was a renowned group dedicated to creating tonics and alchemical elixirs. The memory resurfaces. He had indeed heard of them before. Their reputation stretches far. Their creations so prized they are traded for gemstones by weight. With that thought, relief sweeps over him again. This vial is no ordinary find. It's a rare and priceless gift. Without hesitation, Damien drinks it down. A sharp breath escapes him as a vibrant aura bursts forth, surging through his body. Power spreads within him, filling every fiber with renewed strength. In that moment, his resolve hardens. If he wants true power, he must first build his stamina. To regain the might he once held in his past life, especially to face Dorgo, this is the path he must take. The image of Dorgo rises in his memory, the terrifying face etched into his mind. Damien knows with certainty that the undead army will return to this world in only a few years. And so, he swears to himself, he will obtain the strength needed to kill Dorgo once and for all. Damien exhales slowly, his resolve firm. Only by regaining that level of strength will he truly be able to protect his family's happiness. With determination burning in his chest, he launches forward, sprinting ahead with power in every stride. His vow echoes within him. This time, Dorgo, I will kill you for sure. Far away, under the pale light of the moon, a hidden fortress comes into view, the secret base of the Black Serpent Gang. Within its dark halls, their leader sits at a table, eating carelessly, his voice cold as he speaks. The one who failed, he declares, is worthless now. They have lost one of their best men, and that is the end of it. The members murmur regret over Ted's state, suggesting he should at least receive medical treatment. But their leader, Cedric Walker, cuts them off with a chilling command. Ignore him and throw him away. He is no longer of value. One of the men hesitates, his voice uncertain as he questions whether Cedric is sure. But Cedric's tone sharpens, ruthless and final. Ted is nothing but a broken tool. They can always buy another with money. Just then, a stir of movement breaks the room's tension. Ted begins to rise, struggling against his broken state. Gasps ripple through the gang. Cedric narrows his eyes before letting out a mocking laugh. So, he still has enough strength to crawl. With a cruel grin, Cedric taunts him further, saying he'll offer another chance, accept medical treatment, and he might rehire him. But Ted spits back in fury, shouting that he doesn't need Cedric's pity. He charges forward, moving with desperate speed. Yet mid-lunge, his body freezes, suspended in an eerie and unnatural stillness. A sinister aura of shadow unfurls behind him, wrapping the air in dread. Shock floods Ted's face as he cries out in confusion. Then, with brutal force, the dark energy slams into him, his screams echoing through the hall. Out of the shadows, a cloaked figure steps into view. He turns to Cedric, his voice calm but laced with menace, and asks if this display of power is enough for a first demonstration. Cedric's lips curl into a satisfied smile. Of course, he answers coldly. Now, show me what else you're capable of. Ted thrashes helplessly, shouting in rage, demanding to be released. But the cloaked man begins to chant in a language alien and arcane. Each word deepens the dread in the air, and Ted's panic surges, his body trembling against the growing tide of dark power. A terrifying surge of dark energy whirls violently around Ted, forcing a blood-curdling scream from his throat. He thrashes in terror, unable to comprehend what's happening. From within the swirling aura, monstrous forms begin to emerge, shadows with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp fangs. Their presence drives Ted to the edge of madness as he begs desperately for mercy. The darkness only grows denser, wrapping around him until it swallows him whole. His cries echo as the aura tears into him piece by piece. A blinding eruption of dark energy shakes the room, shredding his body apart. One by one, his limbs are consumed by the abyss, until only a single leg remains, dropping heavily to the ground with a sickening thud. The last remnant lands at Cedric's feet. Disgust flashes across his face as he covers his nose, muttering that the sight is revolting. The cloaked man, calm and detached, turns to him and asks if this demonstration is satisfactory. Cedric nods, but adds coldly that next time, it should be cleaner. With a chilling smile, the cloaked figure inquires about his next assignment. Cedric leans forward, a sinister grin spreading as he explains. A certain noble has crossed the Black Serpents, harming their organization. He wants revenge, but carried out indirectly. The greater the damage, the higher the reward. He slides over an advance payment. The cloaked man accepts it without hesitation, bowing his head slightly in thanks. His smile deepens, sharp and unsettling, as he assures Cedric that the task will be done, and he can be relied on fully. Elsewhere, Damien continues pushing his body through relentless training. Sweat pours, muscles ache, but his will doesn't falter. The tonic's effects are undeniable. His stamina has already improved dramatically in a short span. Even so, unease gnaws at him. Days have passed in eerie silence. He expected the Black Serpents to strike back swiftly, yet nothing has come. That quiet feels wrong. A sudden shift behind him snaps him alert. His instincts flare, and he spins sharply, muttering under his breath, just as I thought. Without hesitation, he launches forward at full speed, cursing the Black Serpent bastards as he slams a crushing strike into the figure hidden in the bushes. A pained cry bursts from the shadows. Damien suddenly stiffens, his eyes widening as he recognizes the face of the one he struck. He mutters in shock. Sitting on the ground before him is none other than his younger brother, Abel Haxon. Abel looks up at him, startled, and calls out softly, "Big brother." Still shaken, Abel steadies himself with a wince, then lets out a short laugh. "You've gotten stronger since the last time I saw you. For a second, I thought you almost broke my neck." Damien freezes at those words, a haunting memory flashing in his mind. Abel's body lying motionless in the past. The weight of it leaves him silent. After a moment, he extends his hand toward Abel, his voice steady but apologetic. I didn't mean to. That wasn't on purpose. Abel stares at the offered hand, hesitant. His expression hardens as he finally speaks. Father said you went to the tavern to settle things peacefully. But then we heard a fight broke out. People were injured. Tell me, Damien, you're not the one who caused it, are you? You wouldn't lie to the family, would you? Without flinching, Damien replies with calm certainty. No, I was the one who did it. Abel's temper flares. Liar. You expect me to believe that? Did you hire someone else to fight for you? You've never been the type to handle battles yourself. He points accusingly at Damien, his voice sharp. Stop bringing shame to this family. I'm always the one cleaning up after you. Instead of reacting with anger, Damien places a hand gently on Abel's head, his tone soft. Abel, you've always been the one who puts the family above everything. But listen to me, there's nothing to fear. I promise, nothing bad will happen again. Just as his words settle, a desperate voice cuts through the air. Young masters, a servant comes running, breathless and frantic. There's a serious problem. Both brothers exchange startled glances before hurrying back to the house. Tension grips them as Damien pushes the door open and steps inside, Abel right behind him, his unease written all over him. The moment Damien enters, his father's voice rings out, heavy with anger. Damien! And then, from deeper within the room, another voice, steady and calm, speaks. So you finally come. Erwin Lionbloom is in the room with a sly smile, turning to Damien's father as though nothing is amiss. I was just explaining what happened at the party, he says smoothly. Forgive me for arriving unannounced. Damien's eyes narrow. This again. I've lived through this scene before. He recognizes him instantly, Erwin. His memory flashes back to that night in his previous life, every detail vivid. Without holding back, Damien roars. What the hell did you just say? Erwin raises his hands as if to defend himself. Wait, I didn't mean to insult anyone. But Damien doesn't let up. Don't act innocent. You mocked me, and you try to harass my sister. Erwin smirks, feigning confusion. You must be mistaken. Maybe you were drunk? I don't recall anything like that. He then leans in close, voice low and taunting. And what if I had done it? With a cruel smile, he goads Damien further. If I said it outright, what exactly could you do about it? Rage boils over. Damien remembers how, in his past life, he always restrained himself in moments like this. But this time, he doesn't hesitate. His fist smashes into Erwin's face, the blow landing with devastating force. Erwin crashes to the floor, blood pouring as he groans in pain. Yet Damien quickly realizes something. Erwin is no weakling. He's a trained knight, but he didn't even try to block the strike. He wanted this to happen. Erwin slowly gets up, clutching his face but wearing a twisted smirk. Then, without shame, he plays his next card. Actually, he says boldly, I must confess, I admire Louise deeply. That's why I'd like your blessing, Viscount, to marry her. He settles onto the sofa as though nothing just happened, his voice calm and deliberate. Yes, I wish to marry Louise. I ask for your approval. The room falls into stunned silence. Everyone stares at him, speechless with shock. Damien clenches his fists, knowing all too well this is the exact scheme Erwin had used before, turning violence into leverage to blackmail their family. With feigned humility, Erwin adds, let's just consider tonight a misunderstanding, if you agree to the marriage. But Louise's father's response is immediate and unwavering. Impossible. It will never happen. Erwin's smile falters into a cold glare. Then tell me, how much can the Haxon family endure the wrath of mine? Someone must take responsibility for insulting me. His voice turns harsh, leaving only two options. Either pay the price, or give me Louise. Inside, Louise's father weighs the reality. The Lilley-Bloom family holds enormous power in the kingdom. Yet no matter how dangerous it is, he knows one thing. He cannot hand his daughter over to a man as vile as Erwin. At that moment, Louise steps quietly into the room. With a steady gaze, she looks around and, to everyone's shock, calmly declares that she will accept the marriage proposal. The room erupts in disbelief. Her father shouts in defiance. Abel freezes in fury and demands she take back her words, while Damien can only watch in sorrow, silently calling out to her in his heart. Louise meets their reactions with a gentle smile, reassuring them that it's fine. She will follow Sir Erwin. But Damien, seeing through that forced smile, feels the crushing weight of regret. Once again, because of him, his sister is being dragged into despair. Meanwhile, Erwin secretly basks in triumph, convinced he has finally cornered them. With smug satisfaction, he praises Louise's decision and strides forward, announcing that he will soon send an official request and discuss the details with the family. Just then, Damien blocks his path, his sharp gaze radiating murderous intent. Erwin, unfazed, sneers confidently, certain that Damien is still as weak as before. He pats Damien on the shoulder, mocking him with a poisonous grin. "Well then, should I start calling you brother-in-law now?" he jeers. Inwardly, he curses Damien, certain that this worthless man will once again ruin his sister's life. Damien doesn't respond, his silence heavy with rage. He mutters something under his breath, too quiet for anyone to catch. Louise notices the storm rising within her brother and calls out to him softly, trying to calm him down. But Erwin, ignorant and arrogant, presses on with his taunts, leaning in with a smirk, demanding Damien repeat what he just said. That was the final spark. In a flash of fury, Damien's fist connects with Erwin's face, the impact so fierce that Erwin is sent flying, blood pouring from his nose like a burst dam. For once, his vile mouth is shut. Inside, Damien chastises himself. He shouldn't have let Erwin provoke him, not when his family and sister's peace was at stake. But as Erwin crashes to the ground and Louise covers her mouth in alarm, Damien stares down coldly at the fallen man. "No, you bastard," he mutters. And in that moment, he accepts it fully. There's no holding back anymore. His mind flashes back to that moment when he stormed out, consumed by raw, unrestrained emotion. After hearing from a servant that the carriage carrying Louise and Erwin had arrived, Damien rushed with urgency, his heart pounding at the thought of finally seeing his sister again after so long. He sprinted toward the door, full of anticipation, until a chilling scream from inside froze him in his tracks. The door creaked open, and what he saw made his blood run cold. Erwin was yanking Louise by the hair, her cries of pain echoing through the room. As Oven scolded her harshly for forcing him to bring her back, Erwin stepped closer, spitting venomous insults, degrading her and mocking her family. Louise crumpled to the floor under his torment, and Erwin towered over her with a twisted grin. "Ah, dear Louise," he muttered darkly, raising his fist with the cruel promise of a lesson she would never forget. Damien stood frozen, paralyzed by helplessness as guilt consumed him. He collapsed to his knees, his mind screaming that all of this was his fault, that his choices had dragged his sister into this nightmare. But as Erwin prepared to strike, something snapped inside him. Rage burned in Damien's eyes, his guilt igniting into fury. Clenching his fist, he roared no. The room fell into stunned silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at Damien's audacity. Erwin's guards instantly drew their swords, shouting furiously, "Don't tell us you dare to lay a hand on our young lord." Their blades pointed at him, their outrage filling the air. But Erwin, wiping the blood calmly from his face, rose with a mocking smile as though unfazed. Sword in hand, he sneered, "Twice, you dared to strike my face twice." His voice dripped with malice as he leaned in closer, taunting, "Tell me, brother-in-law, is it a death wish you carry?" The guards rushed forward, desperate to restrain the chaos, attempting to calm their enraged master. But Erwin shoved their concern aside, shouting furiously for them to step back. His eyes burned with vengeance. He would deal with Damien himself. When the guard stepped forward, bowing slightly, "Allow me to deal with this insolent fool," he offered. But Erwin brushed him off, unwilling to share the stage. With a sudden surge of power, his aura burst forth. shoving the guards back as he ordered them to stand down. His eyes locked on Damien, his voice cold and firm. This was his fight. Abel and Louise stood frozen, alarm coursing through them as the confrontation grew sharper. Erwin raised his sword, advancing slowly, his glare unwavering. "Tell me," he asked with venom, "how do you plan to resolve this?" Louise's heart tightened. She knew Erwin had no intention of letting her brother escape unscathed. Fear overwhelmed her, and she cried out desperately, "Please stop." Her voice trembled with terror, certain something dreadful would happen if the clash went on. But Damien stepped forward, shielding her with his arm, standing tall with unshakable resolve. He turned to her with a gentle smile, his tone calm and steady. "Don't worry," he reassured. "I'll take care of this." Deep inside, he wished with all his being that she would never have to sacrifice herself again. Turning back toward Erwin, Damien declared boldly, "Let's settle this with a duel." Erwin blinked, startled. "A duel?" he repeated in disbelief. Damien nodded calmly. "If you defeat me, I'll accept your terms. But if I win, this ends here, once and for all." Erwin scoffed, objecting. "That hardly benefits me. Louise already agreed to marry me." Damien's lips curled into a taunting smile. "Why change the subject? Unless you're afraid of losing." The mockery hit its mark. Rage flared in Erwin's eyes as his thoughts boiled. That arrogant wretch. He dared strike my face, and now he talks down to me. I've been waiting for this chance. His grip tightened on his sword. "I'll crush him completely and then take Louise for myself." With malice burning, Erwin raised his blade high. "Very well. I accept your challenge." Word of the duel spread quickly, and soon a crowd gathered in the estate's courtyard to witness the clash between Damien and Erwin. Faces were tense with anticipation. Damien's mother trembled with worry, clutching her hands. "Should we stop this?" she whispered nervously. But his father, though clearly uneasy, shook his head. "No, look at him. Damien's confidence means he has something planned." All that remained was hope. Some prayed for a miracle, but Abel did not. Unlike his father, he knew miracles wouldn't decide this fight. As Erwin readied himself with razor-sharp focus, Abel could only conclude that Damien stood no chance. Erwin was a trained knight, brimming with confidence, his blade glinting as he showcased his mastery. Across from him, Damien stood unarmed. Erwin smirked mockingly. "How do you plan to fight without a weapon?" But Damien answered with calm certainty, pulling out a small dining fork. "No need to worry." He twirled it lightly in his hand, a confident grin spreading across his face. "This is more than enough." The crowd gasped in disbelief. "A fork?" Erwin burst into laughter, openly ridiculing him. "What's wrong? Has fear made you lose your mind?" Without hesitation, Erwin lunged, moving with the deadly speed of a knight. His sword cut through the air, his voice echoing, "I won't hold back." But Damien's figure shifted effortlessly, slipping past the strike as if it were nothing. Erwin's eyes widened in shock. Snarling with frustration, he gathered his strength and unleashed a devastating move from the lion's roar combat style. His aura surged, taking the form of a massive, glowing lion that roared across the courtyard, tearing apart the stone ground and filling the air with dust and debris. When the smoke cleared, Damien stood untouched, calm, unharmed, his fork still in hand. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Erwin's guards stared in disbelief, whispering to themselves, "How is he still standing? How can he withstand the lion's roar without even a blade?" Even Erwin felt a flicker of unease. None of his strikes had connected. Every swing dodged with impossible precision. Damien's lips curved into a subtle smile. Inside, he acknowledged the truth. His relentless training had paid off. He now fully grasped the fighting style of the Lion Bloom family. Memories stirred. Memories of his previous life, when he had once battled Michael Lion Bloom, Erwin's elder brother. Compared to Michael's refined skill, Erwin's technique was riddled with weaknesses. Erwin roared in fury, hurling another colossal wave of aura at Damien, daring him to avoid this one. The sheer force radiating from it was undeniable, far stronger than anything before. Damien's eyes narrowed. This one, Evading it with just a fork may not be possible. He exhaled sharply, making his choice. Then I'll use it, the hero's same technique. The collision of Damien's power against Erwin's unleashed a massive blast, shaking the dueling ground with violent force. Louise and Abel watched in dread, their nerves wound tight as the fight unfolded before them. In a moment that stunned everyone, Erwin's sword clashed against Damien's fork. The sound rang sharp through the courtyard, and Erwin froze in disbelief. With flawless precision, Damien twisted the fork, redirecting Erwin's blade exactly where he wanted it. Then, with a subtle shift, he unleashed a hidden technique, one known only to him. Secret move, countless thunder, shadow revelation. His body shot forward like lightning. Goodbye, he whispered in his heart, striking with blinding speed. The fork's pronged edge pressed firmly against Erwin's neck, locking him in place. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Erwin's eyes went wide with terror, unable to process how he had been bested by a simple dining fork. Even Abel, Louise, and Damien's parents could hardly believe what they were witnessing. Oven stumbled backward in horror as the realization sank in. The fork was poised at his young master's throat. Overcome by panic, he fell to the ground, crying out in humiliation. Damien stood tall, his expression calm, yet unyielding. Inside, his rage still burned, but he forced it down. For his family's sake, he would not go so far as to kill Erwin. Instead, he looked down at the fallen knight and spoke firmly, his voice steady. It's clear now I've won. Do you have any complaints? He stepped closer, his words carrying absolute authority. As I said before, you'll leave this place. Now, Erwin, pale and trembling, had no choice but to retreat. Later, the family gathered around the dining table. The air was heavy, no one daring to speak too much. When the meal ended, Damien rose quietly. I'll be resuming my training, he said simply, leaving the table in silence. His mother's eyes followed him with worry. Turning to her husband, she asked softly, Aren't you going to speak with him about yesterday? Abel cut in first, rambling in disbelief, his voice almost frantic. He spoke endlessly about how much Damien had changed, how different he was now from the brother they once knew. His mother leaned toward their father, whispering nervously. Abel seems shaken too. Please, you should ask Damien. But the father ended it at once. Enough. Don't press him. He'll speak when he's ready. His tone was final, and the room fell into silence again. The mother glanced at her husband with gentle affection, trying to offer him comfort, urging him to stay strong through these troubled times. Yet inside, the father wrestled with his own thoughts. He was curious, deeply so, but something inside warned him not to ask. Damien was his son, the one he loved dearly, yet now, he found him frightening. Elsewhere, Damien knelt alone in the hallway, fastening heavy sandbags around his legs, preparing for training. The silence broke when Louise's voice called out clearly. She hurried toward him, and Damien turned, waiting patiently for her words. Louise offered a gentle smile. I'm relieved you haven't left yet. I wanted to speak with you about yesterday. Before she could say more, Damien lowered his head slightly. He remembered. He owed her an apology. I'm sorry, he said sincerely. I acted too rashly. I may have embarrassed you. But Louise quickly shook her head, interrupting him. No, that's not true. Don't blame yourself. Stepping closer, she looked at him with warmth. Thank you for everything you did for me. She admitted quietly that when she agreed to follow Erwin, she had been terrified. Deep down, she had never wanted to go. Hearing this, Damien felt his chest tighten. I knew it, he thought. Her words confirmed what he had already sensed, and in that instant, he understood how much his actions had meant to her. Louise's memories of the confrontation came rushing back. How Damien had stood up against Erwin, how he had protected her. With a heartfelt smile, she looked at him again and said with sincerity, Truly, thank you. Damien was silent for a moment before his lips curved into a smile. No, he replied softly. I should be the one thanking you. I've always been grateful to you. Louise blinked in surprise, touched by his words. As Damien turned to leave, she quickly stopped him. Wait, I have something important to give you. From behind her, she revealed a sword, distinctive, carefully kept. Handing it over with a gentle smile, she explained, "This is the only sword Father set aside, especially for you. He asked me to give it to you, so you could use it in your training." Her tone softened as she continued, "Even if he doesn't always show it. Father loves you. He values you deeply. He wanted you to know that." Then, straightening her voice in mock seriousness, mimicking their father's stern tone, she added, "And as heir to the Viscount, you are never to use a fork instead of sword again." Damien gripped the sword firmly, raising it high with pride. The weight in his hands was more than steel. It was a symbol of trust, a gift carrying his father's acknowledgement. His chest swelled with confidence, honored by the blade now in his possession. Elsewhere, his father suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose in confusion. A chill ran down his spine, and he shivered, muttering to himself, puzzled by the strange sensation. Outside the manor, the air began to shift. A dark, ominous energy seeped silently through the night, creeping closer to the estate. The guards stationed at the gate were lax, leaning on their spears in boredom, unaware of the danger inching toward them. One of them frowned suddenly. The air, it felt strange, heavy. But before he could act, his eyelids grew unbearably heavy. Both guards slumped to the ground as a dense, shadowy fog rolled over them, plunging them into a deep, unnatural sleep. The dark energy slithered forward, pushing open the gate with eerie ease. From within its swirling mass, a figure emerged, stepping across the threshold. Cloaked in shadow, he advanced silently toward the manor. Inside, the household slept peacefully, oblivious. The sinister figure moved like a phantom, his presence undetected, until he reached Louise's room. She lay asleep, breathing softly, defenseless. The man's face emerged from the gloom, twisted with a wicked smile. Well, he murmured, staring at her. "I came here on other business for the Black Serpent Gang, but finding you here is an unexpected bonus." He reached out a hand, fingers stretching toward her, intent on harm. "Hey!" The word cut through the silence like a blade. The man spun around in shock. At the doorway stood Damien, calm and steady, his gaze fixed on the intruder. "What are you doing here?" Damien asked evenly, his tone almost casual. Then, with a faint smirk, he added, "I sense something strange tonight. Tell me, would there happen to be a stranger lurking around here?" The shadowed figure stiffened. Impossible, he thought, panic-stirring. "My spell should have forced everyone into sleep. How is he awake?" With a furious snarl, he raised his hand and hurled a surge of dark magic straight at Damien. But Damien slipped aside with effortless grace, the spell shattering against the wall. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. "Who the hell are you?" he shouted. Damien's reply was calm, unshaken. "That's the question you should be asking yourself." "This is my home," Damien said firmly, his voice steady. "So tell me, who are you, and what exactly do you plan to do to my sister?" The intruder's smirk faded into irritation. From the hallway, anxious voices echoed, guards approaching, calling out after hearing noise near Louise's room. The sound made the man grimace. Troublesome. He realized that if they saw him here, it would complicate everything. Without hesitation, he wove dark magic and dissolved into shadow. His body slipped out the window, vanishing into the night with impossible speed. All that remained was the trace of his sinister energy clinging to the air like smoke. Damien rushed to the window, scanning the darkness. Did I lose him? But just as he leaned forward, a pulse of eerie, unsettling energy rippled past him, making his skin crawl. Outside the manor, unease spread like a silent wave. Stable hands murmured in confusion as they discovered a dreadful sight. The prized horse lay dead. Shocked, they stumbled over each other, muttering in distress. How? It was perfectly fine yesterday. Fear gripped them. How would the Viscount react to such a loss? Damien appeared among them, calm and composed. "This isn't misfortune," he declared clearly, drawing their startled eyes. "And I've not come to blame you. Step back for now. I'll handle this." The servants quickly obeyed, moving aside as Damien crouched by the fallen horse. His eyes sharpened, tracing the faint residue clinging to the body. He placed a hand gently on its side, feeling the lingering pulse of energy. His thoughts tightened. The same power. It was identical to what he had sensed from the intruder last night. A terrifying aura, steeped in malice. There was no mistake. This was black magic. Damien straightened, certainty settling heavy in his chest. The man he had faced was no ordinary enemy. He was a dark sorcerer. And as the rest of the Haxon family slept peacefully, unaware of the danger pressing closer around them, Damien felt the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. Their safety rested on him. The trail of shadowy energy slithered away from the stables, retreating swiftly through the night. Its path wound deep into the forest near the estate, leading to a concealed cave. Inside, the dark sorcerer muttered to himself, satisfied with his night's work. He chuckled, mocking the leader of the Black Serpent Gang. Fools so easy to deceive. They thought I'd prepared some curse for them, when in truth it was nothing but scraps. He laughed bitterly, yet pride gleamed in his eyes. With the supplies he had secured, he wouldn't need to gather more for quite some time. Still, resentment gnawed at him. To think he had been reduced to such petty tasks, scraping together coin, hiding in the shadows, hunted endlessly by the organization. For now, he would remain in hiding. It was the only way. But just as he prepared to leave, a voice drifted through the cave. Calm, steady, yet sharp as a blade. What a foul stench. Smells like an old man rotting away in here, living alone without even knowing how to air out his home. The sorcerer froze, his eyes widening. Slowly, he turned, and there stood Damien, poised and unshaken, his voice cutting through the gloom. Damien smiled faintly. Yes, I am Damien, eldest son of Viscount Haxon, the same one you met last night. The sorcerer stepped back in disbelief, his thoughts racing. How'd he find me here? As though reading his mind, Damien tilted his head and smirked. I followed the stench you left behind. Not hard, really. The sorcerer narrowed his eyes, masking his unease with words. So, you're the one who dared face the Black Serpent Gang. I see now. You're not just some reckless fool. Damien's smile deepened, calm and mocking. Good thing I was cautious. Tell me, are you the one the Black Serpents hired? The sorcerer straightened, admitting without hesitation, yes. They wanted me to bring pain upon your family, to make the Haxons suffer. Damien's tone turned cold, his voice laced with disdain. Pathetic, to sell yourself to such filth. You've taken on their mission, and for that, you'll die here. The dark mage stiffened, his guard snapping up as he shouted in disbelief. What did you just say? Rage twisted his features, and his aura flared violently. So bold, I'll enjoy capturing you. I'll break you, make you my pet. Yes, you'll keep me entertained for a long, long time. Damien gripped his sword, his stance firm and unshaken. His voice was calm, but his words cut deep. I swore I wouldn't kill in this life. But for scum like you, his eyes narrowed with venom. I'll make an exception. His expression hardened, pure menace flickering across his face. I despise your kind. Dark sorcerers who toy with lives as though they're nothing. The sorcerer faltered, startled that Damien had seen through him so easily. Still, his lips curled into a cruel grin. You know, ordinary boy, I can see that much. His fury surged, and with a roar he unleashed a massive wave of black energy, its destructive force shaking the cavern walls. You can't escape me. You'll die here. But Damien was already moving. He surged forward, slipping past the attack with fluid, unshakable speed. The sorcerer's eyes widened as his target closed the gap far faster than expected. Steel rang out. Damien's blade came crashing down with tremendous force, striking directly. The sorcerer staggered, his body jolting under the impact, groaning as he struggled to block. He stumbled back, pain etched across his face, only for his wounds to knit together almost instantly, dark energy twisting through his flesh. Damien froze briefly, recognition flashing in his mind. That regeneration, it's the same as what I saw at the palace. The sorcerer's lips curled into a wicked smile. Surprised? Your little strike did nothing. You can't kill me that easily. Damien's grip tightened on his sword. His glare sharpened. Then I'll cut you apart, piece by piece, until nothing's left but dust. With renewed fury, he charged again, his sword carving through the air in a relentless storm. Each strike landed, forcing the sorcerer back, his body battered under the onslaught. Yet the dark mage only laughed through the pain, retreating a step with a mocking grin. Interesting, he hissed, his voice dripping with amusement. Your skill is impressive, but still, not enough to defeat me. The sorcerer suddenly stilled, his tone dropping to a low, sinister whisper. From the moment you stepped in here, you were already a dead man. Damien's eyes narrowed, but then shock struck him. Glowing marks flared to life around the cave. Countless magical traps, each radiating an oppressive, terrifying aura, encircled him on all sides. The sorcerer smirked with cruel satisfaction. These wards were prepared long ago, in case the organization ever came after me. And now, you've walked straight into them. Damien's grip tightened on his sword. He understood instantly. These weren't ordinary traps. The sheer pressure pouring from them told him how lethal they truly were. The dark sorcerer raised his hand, his voice echoing with malice. You'll regret ever crossing me. To challenge someone of my rank in a world of dark magic was the last mistake you'll ever make. Darkness gathered, swirling into a torrent of decay. The sorcerer unleashed his most powerful spell, his words dripping with cruelty. Die slowly. Die in agony, boy, as your body rots away. Black energy surged toward Damien, filling the cave with a crushing, suffocating weight. The air quaked with danger. Yet Damien's eyes burned with defiance. He steadied himself, every nerve focused, refusing to yield. The sorcerer cackled as the spell consumed its target. Arrogant child, you've rushed headlong into your own death. The more damage I cause, the more the Black Serpent Gang will pay me. And now, with you gone, I'll return to claim that girl. But just as he turned, a voice cut through the gloom. Decay magic, huh? Damien's tone was sharp, mocking. That's the spell you used. The sorcerer froze. His head whipped around, and his smile vanished. Damien stood tall, unbroken, his blade still at his side. Impossible, the mage muttered. How are you still standing? How do you even know about decay magic? Damien only smiled faintly, a quiet, unreadable expression. Who knows? Inside, though, realization struck him like lightning. So it's still here, that power. The authority I thought I had lost when I returned to this time. A memory flooded his mind, an image so vivid it made his chest tighten. The towering, dreadful figure of Dorgo. His voice echoed like a curse in Damien's soul. Beloved Knight of Death. The weight of the title returned to him, along with the knowledge of the power he still carried, the authority of the rulers. And with that, Damien understood. The battle before him was far more dangerous than he had first believed. Damien kneels before the figure in his memory, listening as the sorcerer speaks of giving him a powerful body and unmatched magic. But the sorcerer warns, such gifts alone are not enough. He continues, declaring that he has granted Damien an additional force, one meant to shape him into the ultimate weapon, the purest embodiment of darkness. In that memory, Dorgu pours overwhelming power into him, determined to mold Damien into the deadliest creation possible. A sinister laugh escapes the sorcerer, proud of the result of his ritual. Suddenly, waves of black energy erupt around them, immense and unstoppable, surging forth like a divine storm. Standing tall, the sorcerer boasts that this strength comes directly from the gods themselves. He releases the energy with his full focus, determined to see the ritual through. The air trembles as the black energy spreads, devouring everything in its path. Dorgu gazes at the force with madness, realizing the scale of destruction he has unleashed. The power seeps violently into Damien's body, racking him with unbearable pain. He screams as the torrent of energy crashes into him, tearing through his being. The darkness bursts outward, shaking the world as Damien becomes the vessel of this fearsome might. The sorcerer shouts with twisted delight, claiming his desire has finally been fulfilled. His eyes glimmer with manic joy as he confirms that the nightmare power he long sought is now in his grasp. Around Damien, the dreadful energy takes form, cloaking him in an awe-inspiring presence. Staring at his own body, Damien marvels at this force, wondering how it still lingers with him even after traveling back through time. Just then, a sudden strike of massive energy tears through the scene, raising the tension to its peak. With flawless speed, Damien evades the crushing blow, dodging the attack hurled at him by the very sorcerer who had empowered him. Shocked, the sorcerer demands to know how Damien survived his magic. But Damien answers coolly, almost mocking, saying, "Doesn't everyone have a hidden trump card ready for a moment like this?" It's then that Damien recalls something crucial. The sorcerer had once said he was a high-ranking member of the Yolan group. Memories flash in Damien's mind. He recalls the Yolan group, a clandestine organization notorious for its mastery of assassination and forbidden dark arts. With that knowledge, he realizes the sorcerer before him isn't just skilled. He is an expert whose power is far beyond ordinary. The sorcerer, radiating overwhelming energy, narrows his gaze. He begins to suspect Damien harbors a hidden weapon, something dangerous enough to turn the tide against him. If the fight drags on, he knows it will only grow riskier. He must finish this now. Slowly, he raises his hand and reveals a gleaming bracelet. He admits it was meant to be used against the church itself, but circumstances have forced him to bring it out here. As his words fade, the bracelet ignites with a radiant green glow, energy rushing up his arm and flooding his body. A surge of magic erupts from him, shaking the ground as his form shifts, confidence returning to his stance. The bracelet pulses violently, and from it pours an immense wave of dark power that takes on a monstrous form. Damien can only watch, astonished at the sheer magnitude of what's being unleashed. It becomes clear to him, this is no ordinary trinket. The bracelet is an artifact crafted to contain and mask unfathomable magical reserves. And now, those reserves are fully unleashed. The sorcerer grins with absolute certainty, his voice thundering as he declares this power to be unstoppable. With fury, he hurls his deadliest spell at Damien, roaring for him to be consumed by hellfire and perish. The attack crashes forward, an eruption so violent it tears the land apart, leaving behind a gaping crater smothered in dark energy. The sorcerer stands tall, convinced the battle has ended in his favor. A wicked smirk stretches across his face as he proclaims Damien is now trapped within the inferno, condemned to burn for eternity. But then, a voice cuts through the darkness. Calm, steady, unshaken. Damien's voice. He tells the sorcerer that he is gravely mistaken. Out of the shadows, Damien emerges, his body enveloped in a mysterious aura that radiates authority. The air trembles as this energy spreads, swallowing every trace of dark magic and erasing it completely. Damien speaks with unshakable confidence. The authority of greed, he declares, is not a mere shield against magic. It is a force that devours all dark energy entirely. The sorcerer's confidence shatters as he stares in disbelief. Panic rises within him. He cannot comprehend the ability before his eyes, nor how Damien has come to wield such terrifying power. Damien answers the sorcerer with a mocking tone, saying it doesn't matter, and he can think of it as nothing more than superior equipment. His expression hardens as he readies himself, frustrated by the cruel irony of it all, forced to wield the power of the one he despises most. Yet, against this enemy, he has no choice. To win, he must draw on the strength of the Knight of Death. The sorcerer's eyes widen when he sees what Damien is preparing. A surge of energy forms around Damien's sword, an aura blade. It is a skill known only to the most seasoned sword masters. Fear flashes across the sorcerer's face as the realization sinks in. In shock, he stammers, begging Damien to stop. But Damien does not slow down. He charges forward without hesitation, pouring everything into his strike. With devastating force, he unleashes his secret technique, Soul Severance. The strike lands, erupting with explosive force. The ground shatters, and the battlefield is consumed in destruction. As the dust clears, Damien stands tall, his sword glowing with the power of his aura. The victory is his. The sorcerer lies buried beneath rubble, coughing violently as he struggles to cling to life. Damien walks closer, calm and composed. Pointing his sword at the fallen sorcerer, he tells him coldly that if he speaks before he dies, his suffering will be eased. Then, in a firm and threatening voice, Damien demands the location of the Black Serpent Gang's hideout. The scene shifts to the next morning. A carriage rolls smoothly into the heart of Trade City, the air peaceful and quiet. Inside, Victor, Damien's ever-loyal servant, looks at his master with both curiosity and unease. He asks what Damien intends to do at the city's landmark once more. Damien simply smiles, his answer quiet but sharp. If Victor is to follow him, he should do so without asking unnecessary questions. Victor feels a chill, unsettled. His master's expression may be calm, but the book in his hands radiates an ominous aura. Unable to contain his curiosity, Victor asks what it is that Damien is reading so intently. Damien closes the book slightly, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. His reply is simple. It's a very special book. Damien reveals to Victor that the book in his hands is one of dark magic, taken as spoils from the mage he defeated the previous night. Victor's face tightens with anxiety. He admits that while his knowledge is limited, he knows enough. Dark magic tomes are perilous, and to even obtain one is nearly impossible. Before he can continue, Victor suddenly stiffens. His nose catches a foul, unsettling stench drifting through the air. He glances around with alarm, his expression betraying both surprise and unease as he wonders what could be causing such a disturbing smell. Damien breaks the silence, announcing that they have reached their destination. Stepping out of the carriage, he carries with him a sealed sack. His voice is sharp and commanding as he tells Victor there is something of great importance he must do. He then places the sack into Victor's hands. Victor, uneasy, asks what is inside. Damien answers without hesitation, his tone calm and unshaken, a human head. Victor freezes, horrified. He stares at the sack, his voice trembling as he insists such a thing cannot be real. But when he dares to check, his worst fear is confirmed. Overcome by shock and terror, Victor screams and flings the sack away, unable to bear it. Damien quickly retrieves it, his demeanor unchanged. He urges Victor to compose himself, reminding him they are in a public space with many eyes upon them. He promises that explanations will come later, but right now, a task must be completed. He presses the sack back into Victor's hands, instructing him to deliver it to the location he had mentioned before. Meanwhile, Damien walks on, soon arriving at the headquarters of the Black Serpent Gang. The massive building towers in the heart of the city, its prominence impossible to miss. Damien remarks with biting sarcasm on their choice, mocking how bold they are to establish such a base in the open. As he approaches, he takes note of the luxurious appearance of the place, commenting dryly on how comfortable the gang must be living. His bold approach immediately draws the attention of the guards posted outside. They glare at him, demanding to know who dares walk up so confidently to their base. Damien answers clearly, his tone calm and unwavering. I am Damien Haxon of the Viscount Haxon family. One of the guards bursts into laughter, mocking the name. He sneers, saying Haxon sounds more like pig's feet, and ridicules Damien for introducing himself so formally. But before the laughter continues, another guard stiffens. His eyes narrow as fragments of memory return, something their gang leader had warned them about. Damien smiles with unwavering confidence, remarking that it seems they already know who he is. He tells the guards plainly that he has urgent business with their leader and orders them to step aside. To his surprise, the guards move back immediately, granting him passage without the slightest resistance. But instead of letting him enter freely, one of them raises a signal flare and fires it into the sky. The bright streak bursts above the headquarters, a warning to everyone inside that an intruder has arrived. Damien tilts his head upward, calmly watching the flare as it burns in the air, fully aware of the storm it is about to summon. A smirk spreads across one of the guards' faces as he taunts Damien, admitting he never intended to let him pass so easily. Within moments, gang members flood the area, rushing toward Damien from all directions. Damien narrows his eyes, his expression turning cold and serious. He demands to know what they've just done. The mocking guard laughs, calling it nothing more than a welcoming gift from their boss. Surrounded by enemies on all sides, Damien stands tall and fearless. His voice cuts through the tension as he warns them. They will regret this. Elsewhere within the city, Governor Sebastian Baker sits comfortably at a banquet, raising a toast as he thanks Cedric, leader of the Black Serpent Gang, for his hospitality. Laughter fills the room, and the atmosphere is relaxed. Sir Robert, a knight of the city guard, leans back with flushed cheeks, calling for more wine as he drinks without restraint. The governor, all smiles, addresses his guests warmly. He says he is glad to see them enjoying themselves and hopes they will visit more often. Turning to Cedric, he praises the gang, declaring his confidence that the Black Serpents can easily manage the city's operations. He adds that it would please him greatly if they took control of the entire entertainment district. With assurance, he promises to silence any opposition with his authority. Sir Robert, drunk and stumbling over his words, gazes at Cedric and apologizes clumsily, saying he wishes there was more he could do for him. Cedric, wearing his ever-polite mask, addresses him respectfully as Sir Robert. He assures him that his service in protecting the city is more than enough. With a deceptive smile, Cedric flatters him further, acknowledging how difficult it is to maintain order in a city as vast as Landwork. He insists that Robert has always been modest and that there is no need to belittle himself. Robert's face reddens even more at the praise, clearly flattered. He leans closer, telling Cedric that if the gang ever needs anything, he only has to ask, and Robert will do everything he can. All the while, Cedric's manner remains polite and gracious, but behind his calm expression, his thoughts are cold and filled with disdain. His courteous words mask nothing but contempt for the men at his table. Inside the hall, Cedric hides his scheming thoughts behind a mask of courtesy. But within himself, he reveals his true intentions. Once the Black Serpent Gang seizes total control of the city, everyone will fall under his rule. His expression twists into something dark and deranged as he whispers in his mind that, sooner or later, they will all bow before him. The moment is shattered when a man bursts through the doors, shouting in panic, "Boss!" The sudden interruption startles everyone present. Cedric's eyes flare with anger at the disruption, demanding to know what has caused such chaos. The man bows his head, apologizing quickly, but Cedric doesn't wait. He strides out of the hall, ordering the man to explain without delay. In a hushed and uneasy voice, the man delivers the message, and Cedric's eyes narrow in shock when he hears the name Damien Haxon. His disbelief is plain on his face. Fury boils within him. What had the Dark Sorcerer been doing all this time? Still, Cedric finds some comfort in knowing he had already prepared his men for this very possibility. Forcing his expression calm, he tells the messenger to leave, assuring him there is no need for worry. Damien, he claims, has already dug his own grave. Meanwhile, outside, Damien is surrounded on every side by the gang. They believe him trapped, convinced he has walked straight into his own death. But Damien doesn't hesitate. He pulls out a vial, drinks it in one swift motion, and shatters it to the ground. Power bursts from him as his energy surges, his entire body bracing for battle. His eyes ignite with a brilliant glow, his movements becoming impossibly fast. In a flash, he tears into the mob. His strikes are precise and devastating, cutting through the gang with ferocity. Each blow sends enemies flying aside, his confidence unshaken as he dominates the field with sheer strength. And then, As the chaos rages, a cloaked figure emerges, shrouded in dark robes. The stranger steps forward with calm certainty. In a steady voice, the figure declares, "There is no need to worry." He has someone to rely on at this moment. Back inside, Cedric's face drains of color. Horror grips him as he senses the shift. He rushes to the balcony, expecting some minor disturbance, perhaps a nuisance easily handled. But what greets his eyes leaves him frozen. Below, his men lie scattered across the ground, writhing and groaning in pain. At the center, Damien stands tall, untouched, his presence commanding the battlefield. Cedric stares, disbelief etched deep into his features. His voice trembles with suspicion as he turns to one of his men, demanding to know, was that young man truly Damien Haxon? The man answers with a nervous certainty, and Cedric is left stunned. He remembers the rumors about Damien, supposedly a worthless heir with no talent or strength. But now, panic sets in as he wonders if the dark sorcerer he sent has actually been defeated by Damien. Realizing the danger, Cedric hurries back inside, desperate to call for reinforcements. Meanwhile, Damien notices something unusual, instantly putting him on guard. He quickly realizes the object heading his way is charged with magic. Before he can react further, 3 of Cedric's men appear on the rooftop, wielding a massive enchanted weapon. They declare their challenge, aiming to crush him under its devastating power. A blazing torrent erupts from their weapon, flames consuming everything in its path before erupting into a violent explosion. Yet, when the smoke clears, Damien is still standing, unscathed, his sword raised firmly against the inferno. One of the gang members scoffs, mocking Damien for thinking a single sword could withstand such a massive fire strike. But Damien steps forward without hesitation, activating a secret technique known as infinite insight. The flames swirl back unnaturally, rebounding at terrifying speed toward their casters. Horror flashes across the men's faces as their own attack surges back upon them, detonating in a thunderous blast that tears apart much of the sight. When the flames die down, Damien remains tall and resolute, scanning the destruction with a sharp, almost mocking glance. With cold determination, he mutters that it's time to expose Cedric, the Black Serpent Gang's leader. Just as he moves, a sinister energy presses down from above, forcing Damien to turn sharply. A towering figure crashes down with brutal force, driving a crushing blow at him. Damien evades swiftly, retreating a safe distance before locking eyes on his new opponent. The man radiates an overwhelming aura, so dense it stings against Damien's skin. In a deep, taunting voice, the stranger finally speaks, saying he has been curious to find out who dared stir up such chaos. As the dust settles, Damien quickly realizes the man before him isn't just any opponent. He's an official knight, skilled and dangerous, making the battle ahead far more serious. Suddenly, the city's armored soldiers flood the area, closing in on Damien with weapons drawn. From among them, a furious voice cuts through the tension. Sebastian steps forward, pointing at Damien and hurling accusations. He declares himself Sebastian Baker, governor of the city, and announces that he will personally punish Damien for causing chaos. But Damien remains composed, replying coolly, "Why would you punish me?" feigning ignorance of the charges. Sebastian, provoked by Damien's calm tone, unleashes a tirade. He accuses Damien of attacking Cedric, a supposedly respected businessman, and of endangering innocent lives. Watching from the shadows, Cedric smirks with delight as Sebastian brands Damien's actions as unforgivable crimes. Damien, however, turns his gaze towards Cedric, the very leader of the Black Serpent Gang. With a mocking smile, he taunts him, saying he has finally tracked him down. He adds that their conversation should begin with a punch. Then, with cutting sarcasm, Damien remarks that he had suspected ties between the gang and city officials, but he hadn't expected those ties to be so fragile. The fact that Cedric is being paraded as an honest merchant only deepens his mockery. Sebastian explodes with rage, shouting that if Damien begs for forgiveness now, his punishment might be less severe. Damien dismisses the threat without hesitation, replying that asking for forgiveness only makes sense if one is guilty. That single remark drives the governor past the point of control. Turning sharply to the knight beside him, he orders, "Sir Robert, I tried to reason with him because of his youth. But since he refuses, he has no one to blame for what follows." Sir Robert steps forward, weapon raised high, preparing for combat. Standing firm, Damien shows no sign of fear. Robert, puzzled by his unwavering stance, declares himself the knight protector of the city and demands Damien lay down his sword and surrender immediately. Yet Damien remains calm and unyielding. Robert studies him, wondering whether this young man is incredibly brave or just reckless. But Damien answers with complete certainty. He isn't foolish, only confident in himself. That bold response only fuels Robert's interest in facing him head-on. Robert charges at Damien with explosive speed, his massive weapon tearing through the air. Damien manages to dodge, but the strike smashes into the ground, leaving the earth cracked and broken beneath them. The sheer force makes Damien instantly aware of Robert's overwhelming strength, something he had expected, yet now feels firsthand. Before Damien can fully recover, Robert closes in again, his fist surging forward with devastating power. Damien sees it, but it's already too late to escape. He raises his arm to block, bracing for the impact. The punch lands, and the force alone sends him flying, the shockwave rippling across the battlefield. Though hurled backward, Damien twists midair, refusing to crash down carelessly. He steadies himself, landing on one knee and one foot. A sharp pain shoots through him as he glances at his arm, now strained and battered from blocking the strike. He mutters to himself that even while trying to deflect, Robert's attack still broke through, leaving him concerned about how long he can endure against such raw power. The battle rages on. Suddenly, Robert unleashes a strike at frightening speed, catching Damien off guard. The blow barely misses, leaving Damien shaken at just how close it came. Robert sneers, mocking him, asking what's distracting him so much that he could be blindsided in the middle of combat. Damien grits his teeth, realizing his opponent is not only brutally strong, but also fast enough to push him to his limits. Just as Robert prepares to press the attack further, another figure steps in. A flash of strength sends Robert's weapon flying as the newcomer blocks his strike and counters with force that shakes the field. Cedric and his men stare in disbelief, their smug expressions twisting into dread. Fear ripples through them as they realize the tide of battle has shifted. Robert freezes, stunned that someone else has entered the fight. He roars furiously, demanding to know who dares interfere. At that moment, a radiant presence fills the area. A paladin steps forward, her energy blazing with holy power, her confidence unshakable. Robert's eyes widen in shock, his voice trembling as he questions why a knight of the church would appear here of all places. Behind him, Damien hears a familiar voice call out, "Young master." Turning, he sees Victor racing toward him. Damien smirks and asks why he took so long to arrive. Overjoyed, Victor shouts as he runs closer, announcing again and again with uncontainable excitement, "I've arrived, young master. I'm here." Cedric's composure shatters the moment he sees the paladin step onto the battlefield. The presence of a church knight, accompanied by attendants, fills him with dread. If the church has uncovered his dealings with the dark sorcerer, the consequences will be disastrous. Meanwhile, Victor rushes to Damien's side, asking with genuine concern if he is all right. Damien, keeping his sarcasm sharp, replies that of course he isn't. He nearly turned into a skeleton waiting for Victor to show up. Turning his eyes toward the paladin, Damien realizes everything is unfolding exactly as he intended. Her presence guarantees the situation will bend in his favor. Victor's face lights up with unrestrained excitement. Beaming, he declares that while he may not excel at everything, he's unmatched when it comes to completing missions swiftly. Hours earlier, beneath a calm, clear sky, a large church stood in quiet solemnity. unaware that it was about to become the stage for a crucial turn of events. Inside, rows of figures in gray cloaks knelt in devout prayer, while a shadowy presence lingered silently behind them. Among them, a young paladin prayed with steady focus, until a sudden sensation made her pause and glance cautiously over her shoulder. The church doors burst open as Victor stumbled in, breathing heavily from his desperate run. Struggling for breath, he hesitantly asked if this was the sacred branch of the church. The paladin answered calmly, confirming it was, before inquiring what business had brought him there. Still catching his breath, Victor hurriedly explained that he carried something of great importance, entrusted to him by his young master. He added, with nervous urgency, that the evidence he held proved someone in the city was working with a dark sorcerer. The paladin's calm expression faltered, shifting to alarm. Her eyes widened in shock as Victor revealed more. Evidence tied to dark magic was no trivial matter. With urgency, she demanded to see the notebook he carried, already expecting danger within its pages. As soon as she held it, her suspicions were confirmed. The notebook gave off a faint but undeniable trace of dark energy. Her concern deepened further when her eyes caught sight of a sinister symbol scrawled on its cover. Before Victor could react, the paladin snatched the bag from his hands in one swift motion. With no hesitation, she reached inside, eager to uncover the truth. Victor froze in horror as she pulled out something far beyond his expectations. The severed head of the dark mage the church had long been hunting. The moment the paladin confirms the severed head, her expression hardens with fury. She declares that at last she has uncovered one of the leaders of Yulan Agito. Her anger burns, but so does her resolve. Rising to her feet, she demands to know who brought this evidence to the church. Not long after, she arrives at the battlefield, her gaze locking directly onto Damien. With a commanding voice, she asks if he is truly Damien Haxon. Damien calmly affirms his identity, standing tall beside Victor as he waits for her response. The paladin informs him that the church has received the evidence he provided. From this moment forward, she states, the matter will be handled directly by the church. Damien immediately assures her that he has no intention of interfering with the duties of the church. Whatever course of action they decide upon, especially regarding Cedric and Sebastian, he gives his full consent. Grateful for his cooperation, the paladin bows slightly, expressing her thanks with politeness. At that moment, Damien and Victor both understand that everything is proceeding exactly according to their plan. With the paladin's presence, their victory is all but sealed. The Holy Church is revered by the people as a symbol of mercy and kindness. But when it comes to dealing with heretics and demons, the Church's hand is unflinching and severe. Among its ranks, none embody this power more than the paladins, elite knights who carry out the sacred task of judgment. Damien feels a wave of relief. He now has the paladins standing at his side. With a strong, unwavering voice, the paladin addresses the soldiers and the citizens gathered around. She announces that the church has received undeniable proof that someone within the city has been collaborating with a dark sorcerer. The crowd erupts into anxious whispers, shocked at the revelation, each wondering who could be guilty of such treachery. With solemn disgust, the paladin declares that the church will take direct control over the city's governance until the traitors are identified and punished. Sebastian, visibly unsettled, raises his voice in protest. He argues that as governor, the city should remain under his authority. But the paladin cuts him off without hesitation, standing firmly before him and the gathered crowd. She declares that cleansing the land of heresy is not simply a task, but a divine command. Her words carry absolute authority. She reminds all present that the church's mandate transcends that of the kingdom itself. And without giving Sebastian room to argue further, she interrupts him sharply, making it clear, this is not the time for debate. It is the time to hold the guilty accountable. The paladin stands tall, her voice cutting through the chaos as she declares that Governor Sebastian and his royal soldiers are among the primary suspects. Murmurs of shock ripple through the crowd. unrest spreading like wildfire. But she does not stop there. Turning her gaze sharply, she points directly at Cedric, accusing him of harboring and aiding a dark sorcerer within the city. Then, once again, she turns to Sebastian, stating plainly that his open support of Cedric places him under suspicion as well. Sebastian's face twists in disbelief as he raises his voice, demanding if Cedric truly allied himself with a sorcerer. Cedric snaps back defensively, denying it outright and calling the accusations nothing but baseless slander. But the paladin remains unmoved. With calm certainty, she tells him he can deny all he likes, then reveals the decisive blow. The church already holds undeniable evidence. She lifts a small notebook into view, announcing that its contents detail Cedric's dealings with the sorcerer, complete with supplier names and meeting locations. At the sight of the book, Cedric's face drains of color. Quietly, he curses the dark sorcerer, furious that he had been foolish enough to record everything. Desperate, he tries to salvage the moment, pleading with those around him that he is innocent, insisting it is all a misunderstanding that can still be resolved peacefully. The paladin offers him no chance. With a commanding tone, she orders the soldiers to seize all those involved without exception. Her words ignite action instantly. Cries ring out as Cedric, Sebastian, and their allies are dragged away by force, some thrashing wildly in resistance, others begging in vain. Damien watches silently from the background. As Sebastian is escorted past, his eyes lock onto Damien's. Suspicion gnaws at him. Could all of this have been orchestrated from the very beginning? A cold panic grips him as the realization sinks in. Falling into the hands of the church may mean he never leaves alive. Meanwhile, Cedric, pulled along roughly by soldiers, leans toward Robert with a grim warning. He tells him the church will not stop at simple arrest. They will pile on charges until his execution is guaranteed, trial or not. Just then, a voice cuts through the air, calling Robert's name with force. The knight freezes, silent for a moment. Then, with a roar, he unleashes his power. His body erupts in a majestic blue aura as he gathers his strength. With blazing resolve, Robert declares he will not be captured so easily. If the church wants him, they will have to fight, because he will resist until the very end. Cedric bursts into laughter from where he's restrained, convinced that the chaos has finally begun. Yet Damien remains unmoving, watching with a cold, measured gaze. Robert lifts his enormous sword high and slams it into the ground with devastating force. The knight before him does not budge, her stance firm, not a step back taken. Robert's eyes widen in disbelief. How could she withstand such power without flinching? In the blink of an eye, she strikes back. Her blow is so swift, Robert cannot even react before his defenses are torn apart completely. Cedric's smug laughter dies instantly, his mouth hanging open in shock, while Damien watches silently, the faintest smile tugging at his lips. The knight raises her hand, blue flames igniting and dancing across her arm. Her voice echoes with divine authority as she declares that anyone who dares stand against the will of the Lord will find nothing but annihilation. A deep wound cuts across Robert's body, and his towering form collapses violently to the ground. She stands over him, her sacred aura burning brilliantly, a pillar of unwavering resolve. The crowd around her is struck silent, awed and terrified all at once. Her voice rings out again, commanding the battlefield. She announces that punishment will be carried out here and now, swift, merciless, and absolute. Rank, title, or power mean nothing in the face of divine law. She makes it clear, this is the Lord's judgment, and no mercy will be extended to those who have fallen into corruption. Cedric lies bound, his body slumped in humiliation, everything he built reduced to ruins. Outside, Sebastian thrashes wildly, screaming and cursing as knights drag him away, demanding his release in a frenzy of desperation. From a distance, Damien and Victor watch, their smiles quiet but telling. They remark that this broken man before them is truly the leader of the Black Serpent Gang. though nothing about his current appearance suggests danger. But Cedric is seething, his rage boiling over. His eyes blaze as he stares at Damien, consumed with fury at the undeniable truth. All of this downfall is because of him. Damien, however, turns calmly to the Holy Knight, offering his gratitude. He tells her that thanks to her intervention, the mission has advanced and concluded exactly as planned. As his eyes linger on her, he discerns something profound in the purity of her energy. He realizes she is no ordinary knight. She is a member of the fabled Azure Flame Division. Damien's mind drifts briefly to the legacy of the Azure Flame Division, one of the 5 most feared units of the Church. Their name alone evokes terror. Known for their ruthless efficiency, they are infamous for purging heresy without hesitation, even when suspicion is faint. Their reputation is written in blood. The knight fixes her gaze on Damien, calling his name with firm composure. She praises him for striking down one of the senior officers of the Yolan organization. Damien answers without arrogance, simply stating that he only did what he felt was right. The knight shakes her head slightly, telling him his actions are far greater than he admits. Because of what he has done, she adds, he will not be held accountable for the events that unfolded in the city today. Damien lets a quiet smile slip across his face, pretending not to understand her meaning. But the knight is not deceived. She speaks plainly. She knows he deliberately drew the Church into this affair, using their presence as a cover for his assault, and that every move he made was deliberate. Damien offers a polite apology if his plan has caused her trouble, explaining that he only acted this way because a dark sorcerer had threatened his family. The knight's eyes widen at that. Her steady demeanor falters, concern flashing across her face as the weight of his words sinks in. After a moment of contemplation, she declares that under such circumstances, Damien will face no punishment whatsoever. More than that, she adds, the bounty placed on the dark sorcerer's head will be awarded to him in full. Damien blinks in surprise. He hadn't even been aware that such a bounty existed. He asks how much it is, and the knight replies without hesitation, 1,000 gold. Victor nearly bursts with excitement. Wide-eyed, he exclaims that such a fortune could buy a small castle. He can hardly contain his joy, but Damien remains thoughtful. His heart isn't set on gold. What he wants from the Church lies elsewhere. With a small smile, he asks the paladin if it would be possible to request something other than the bounty. Victor, meanwhile, fumes inwardly. After all the wealth the young master has burned through already, now he dares to refuse 1,000 gold? The thought alone leaves him seething. The knight presses him, asking what he truly seeks. Damien replies without hesitation. He wants the mana cultivation technique used by the Church's knights. The request startles her. Someone who had managed to defeat a dark sorcerer shouldn't be asking for something so basic, or so she thought. Inwardly, Damien recalls that battle. He knows it wasn't his own strength that won the day, but divine intervention. Such fortune wouldn't repeat itself against future enemies. Miracles aren't something he can rely on. The only path forward is to sharpen his own power through proper training. The crude mana technique he picked up back when he was just a mercenary has carried him far, but it can't take him beyond a beginner's limits. That's why he needs something real, an advanced method worthy of his growth. Hearing this, the Holy Knight studies him closely. The fact that he has come this far using only the most basic techniques astonishes her. She focuses on his aura and immediately notices his body already holds far more energy than most his age. Clearly, his gift isn't only in strength, but in sheer determination as well. Then, instead of answering his request, she offers something else entirely, something greater. With a calm smile, she stretches out her hand and presents him with an opportunity few could even dream of, the chance to become a holy knight. The air stills. Damien meets her gaze in silence, his expression steady. Beside him, Victor stiffens in shock, unable to believe what he's seeing. Yet Damien breaks the silence with a firm refusal. He steps back, rejecting her offer outright. Victor is left speechless. He leans in, whispering urgently, demanding to know why his master would turn down such an honor after triumphing over a foe so powerful. The knight's expression hardens as she explains. A holy knight is more than just a title. It's a sacred duty, the authority to strike down evil in the name of divine justice. Such a role is rarely bestowed and never easily earned. Damien listens but remains unsettled. Deep inside, he knows the truth. He refuses to live bound to the church like an obedient hound. But that truth can't be spoken aloud. So, he steadies himself, clears his throat, and delivers a solemn excuse, disguising his rejection as humility. With a formal stance, he tells her that he is unworthy, that he does not yet deserve the love of God. Damien continues his act, saying that for now, he only wishes to wander the world, following the traces of the divine as a simple devotee. To him, the life feels flawless. He imagines himself appearing saintly. Yet Victor, watching from the side, wonders in disbelief if his master truly thinks such a flimsy excuse could possibly fool anyone a second time. The knight lowers her head slightly, lost in thought at his words. Then, with sudden delight, she clasps Damien's hands and declares with joy that what he said is sacred. She seems deeply moved, while Damien internally wonders if his gamble has truly worked this time. Keeping her promise, the knight tells him she will provide a mana cultivation technique instead of money. With a gentle smile, she adds that if he ever reconsiders, she will gladly welcome him. Before parting, she makes a small personal request. Damien agrees with a smile, hiding his quiet apology to himself, swearing he won't let such a troublesome situation repeat. Only then does she realize they haven't formally introduced themselves. She gives her name, Agnes, top disciple of the Azure Flame Brigade. Damien is startled to learn her status, but quickly masks it with a smile, saying it's an honor to meet her. He then politely asks for her leave, explaining he has something personal to handle. Agnes consents, though curiosity lingers in her voice as she asks what it is he intends to do. Nearby, Cedric turns with unease, his movements hesitant and his nerves on edge. When his eyes meet Damien's stern gaze, panic twists into rage. He bursts out in fury, hurling insults while shouting at the top of his lungs. Damien doesn't flinch. He steps forward and drives a solid punch into Cedric's gut. The blow knocks Cedric to the ground, his body curling in pain. Damien looks down with a mocking smile, remarking that Cedric's thick fat probably cushioned his bones. Without hesitation, he strikes again, this time slamming his fist into Cedric's face. The sheer force sends Cedric flying, crashing into the dirt, left groaning and powerless. With that, Damien exhales deeply, ending the assault. He presses a hand to his chest, a look of satisfaction washing over him. Victor steps closer, speaking quietly, almost hesitant, and asks if this is truly the end. Damien gives a short reply, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Calmly, he affirms it's over. Meanwhile, at the Leon Bloom estate, chaos erupts. Marquis Holland storms inside, panic written all over him as he calls for his son. He finds Erwin locked away in his room, trembling and cowering in fear. The moment Erwin sees his father, his panic deepens. Holland seizes his son by the shoulders, torn between anger and shock, demanding to know what has happened to leave him in such a pitiful state. Through ragged breaths and a quivering voice, Erwin stammers out his explanation. Someone tried to kill him. He shakes violently as he speaks, forcing out the words. That his attacker didn't use a knife but a fork. Holland stares in disbelief at the absurdity of it. His temper explodes. He roars at one of the guards, demanding a full account. The guard falters, hesitant to answer, until Holland's furious shout forces the truth out. The guard finally blurts it clearly. The attacker was Damien Haxon, son of Viscount Haxon. The words ignite Holland's fury. In a fit of rage, he hurls a vase across the room, shattering it into pieces against the floor. His voice shakes with wrath as he curses Damien, denouncing him for daring to harm his son with such underhanded methods. Enraged beyond control, he orders messengers to be sent immediately to the Haxon estate. His command is clear. Damien must be dragged before him like a beast. The next morning, tension hangs over the Haxon estate. At the entrance, Agnes steps forward and introduces herself as a paladin of the church, with two knights standing firmly behind her. Damien's parents appear, uneasy but respectful, greeting her with strained politeness. The Viscount feels the weight of unease pressing down on him, well aware of the chaos his son has stirred inside and outside their household. He tries to ease the moment, explaining that Damien had mentioned Agnes would be staying with them for some time. Agnes confirms this, stating that her presence is tied to an official investigation into heresy, and she requests the family's full cooperation. Hesitant, the Viscount admits that their home is modest and may not have a room fitting for her status. Agnes responds with kindness, offering him a symbolic gift from the church as a sign of appreciation for their hospitality. Grateful yet burdened, the Viscount accepts, the weight of the situation settling even heavier upon him. Agnes expresses her gratitude once more, thanking the Viscount for allowing the investigation to be conducted within their estate. Damien, however, looks a little uneasy. He admits he hadn't expected her duties to involve staying inside their home. With a gentle tone, Agnes asks Damien if she may look into something beyond her official mission. Curious, Damien asks what matter she means. Smiling, she tells him it's something personal, concerning him directly. At that moment, both his parents freeze in shock. Misunderstanding completely, they glance at each other proudly, certain this is about a romantic affair. His father even flashes him a thumbs up. Mortified, Damien leans toward his father and whispers that it isn't at all what they think. Agnes then presents him with two books. She explains that these are the mana cultivation techniques he had requested, both carefully chosen for him. Damien, stunned, asks aloud why there are two books when he had only asked for one. Agnes clarifies, the first contains a sword technique, the second a cultivation method. She tells him that giving him only one wouldn't have been enough, so she included both. The titles are revealed, Destructive Sword Technique and Destructive Energy Technique. Agnes explains that obtaining them wasn't simple. She faced strong resistance within the church before managing to bring them. Damien acknowledges her effort with sincere words of appreciation, recognizing the lengths she went to on his behalf. Agnes then admits something more. She had to invoke her teacher's authority to make it possible. When she described Damien to her master, he declared that Damien was exactly the kind of chosen one the church needed. Reaching out again, Agnes takes his hands and softly asks if, after this, he would reconsider becoming a paladin. But Damien gently pulls away, apologizing. Agnes only smiles, assuring him she won't press the matter further. She reminds him that he has complete freedom, and if he ever changes his mind, she will welcome him. After she departs, Damien's face tightens with unease, tension weighing heavily over him. Damien stands tense, his thoughts sharpening into clarity. Now he understands. Agnes is no ordinary knight of faith. She's a true fanatic, her obsession with the church evident in everything she does. Far away, in a secluded forest, the mouth of a hidden cave yawns open, shadowed and ominous. Within its depths, two cloaked figures stand in quiet conversation. One addresses the other as senior and voices his unease. Something doesn't feel right, he says. He points out the strangeness of recent events, questioning how Agito, one of the Yolan organization's leaders, could be taken down so easily. Agito may not have been the strongest in combat, but even so, the idea of him falling to a minor country noble seems absurd. His companion nods, admitting the same doubts. Still, he notes that Agnes herself has offered no comment on the matter. The first insists they should at least bring it up once, but the other advises focusing on their investigation for now. Before the debate can continue, Agnes suddenly steps into the cave, her voice steady and commanding. She assures them both that Damien Haxon is someone they can trust completely. Startled by her sudden appearance, the two men fall silent, listening closely as she speaks with conviction. She acknowledges their doubts, but insists that Damien has never once lied to them. One of the men pushes back, still unable to comprehend how Damien could have possibly killed Agito? Agnes raises her brows at the question, almost surprised, and reminds them she has already explained it. According to her, Damien simply evaded Agito's strike before ending him with a clean cut to the throat. Her voice carries into a flashback. Agnes recalls her own skepticism when she first heard the tale from Damien's servant. Rather than intervening, she chose to wait and see, keeping a close eye on the city. What she witnessed silenced her doubts. She saw Damien facing hordes of enemies alone, walking away untouched, cutting them all down without so much as a mark on him. Even more shocking, she recounts, he stood his ground against a fireball spell, blocking it entirely and emerging unharmed. The two men stare, dumbfounded. They whisper among themselves, wondering if such defense is even possible. Agnes answers firmly that it is. A true sword master, she explains, is said to be able to deflect anything, even spells. While Damien is not a sword master, his ability, she stresses, is undeniable. His talent is far beyond ordinary, and it cannot be overlooked. Agnes shifts the discussion back to her true purpose. She explains that while she is indeed tracking the Yulan organization, she also intends to bring Damien before her teacher. She urges the two men to set aside their doubts and stay focused on the investigation at hand. Convinced by her conviction, they nod, moved by her words, and return to their work within the cave. The scene changes. Hooves thunder steadily across a dirt road, kicking up dust as a group of knights ride in formation beneath the banner of House Lionbloom. Their advance is precise, confident, a military display of discipline. Among them, a young trainee named Alpus throws up his hands in excitement, declaring they've finally arrived. Another knight comments on a strange odor drifting in the air, and their companion Lavender jokes, saying it must be the scent of picnics, something peasants would understand, but not them. Their chatter is cut short when the leading knight snaps at them to keep quiet, grumbling as he asks if anyone has perfume to mask the unpleasant smell. The man at the front, Garrick of House Lionbloom, is revealed. His face is stern, hardened, filled with resolve. As the company halts before the Haxon estate, Garrick narrows his eyes and asks if this is truly the home of Viscount Haxon. A knight confirms, and Garrick presses further, inquiring about their mission from the Marquis. The knight responds clearly. It is to capture Damien Haxon. Garrick's lips curl into a cold line. With a firm, chilling voice, he declares that capturing Damien will be simple, but that alone will not erase the humiliation dealt to young Erwin and the Lionbloom family. At that moment, an old man slowly approaches the group, leaning heavily on his cane. Garrick watches him silently, eyes sharp, unmoving. One of the knights sneers, barking rudely at him, "Hey, old man." Startled, the elder turns, his face pale with fear. He stammers out a question, asking who they are. The knight's towering figures cast threatening shadows over him as one demands to know if he is a resident of the Haxon estate. Trembling, the old man admits he is and asks why they want to know. Without warning, one of the knights strikes him violently, slamming his head to the ground. Garrick's voice follows, filled with seething anger. He scorns the man, shouting how dare a mere villager under a viscount's rule fail to bow before the emblem of House Lionbloom. Garrick warns that showing disrespect to the Lionbloom family is a grave offense that demands severe punishment. Turning to his knights, Lavender and Alpus, he calls their names, and both answer swiftly with absolute respect. A sly grin forms on Garrick's face as he tells them he has a plan in mind. His gaze shifts toward the Viscount's mansion, and he declares that when they arrive, they'll drag Damien Hashin out themselves. Victor's expression turns to pure shock, unable to believe what he's hearing. Garrick's voice hardens as he adds that anyone daring to resist will be cut down without hesitation. Meanwhile, in another place, 3 cloaked figures are leaving the cave they had just searched. One of them voices disappointment, frustrated that the collapse prevented them from gaining the information they sought. Still, she acknowledges their effort, saying their work has been sufficient. Suddenly, one of the knights halts, sensing something unusual. The group turns their eyes toward Damien, who sits in silence, fully absorbed in his training. A vivid blue aura surrounds him, pulsing with energy as he cultivates mana through a technique he has only recently acquired. Agnes's eyes widen as she watches, unable to believe what she's seeing. Inwardly, she recalls that the technique she entrusted to Damien was meant to push him to his absolute limits. Yet, what unfolds before her leaves her astonished. His progress is far greater than she expected in such a short span. After a while, Damien becomes aware of their presence, noticing the admiration written all over their faces. He turns to Agnes and asks if their investigation is finished. She replies, hesitantly, that it is. Then, addressing him directly, she remarks on the progress he seems to have made. Damien answers with a smile, humbly saying it's only a little. His eyes then settle on the book he's been using in his training, and his thoughts turn inward. The paladin hadn't lied. The book was indeed difficult to obtain. Yet to him, sword techniques mean nothing. After all, in his past life, he had already mastered the sword to its peak. Damien reflects that while sword techniques no longer matter to him, this cultivation method is invaluable. The destructive energy technique was crafted to balance the immense mana drain of the destructive sword style. Because of that, it gathers mana faster than most methods and even absorbs energy from the outside. Standing in silence before Paladin Agnes, Damien meets her gaze. Neither of them speaks, their eyes locked in an intense stillness. Realizing how awkward the moment has become, Damien finally breaks it, remarking that it's already late and dinner should be ready. He suggests they head back together. But in that very instant, a surge of bloodlust washes over him from the direction of the estate. His expression sharpens, and he tells Agnes that vermin have arrived. Confused, Agnes asks what he means. Damien quickly apologizes, saying he has urgent business to handle, and urges her to follow at her own pace. Without another word, he bursts forward at blinding speed, leaving Agnes and her knight frozen in shock. Agnes watches him vanish in the distance, unable to believe how fast he moved. The knight beside her voices the same disbelief, stunned by Damien's raw speed. Agnes wonders quietly how he can achieve such movement with so little mana expenditure. Could he truly be controlling it with that much precision? As she ponders, another thought creeps in. Just how high is the ceiling of his abilities? Meanwhile, at the Haxon residence, chaos has already erupted. A knight from House Lion Bloom strikes Victor with devastating force, sending him crashing to the ground. The attacker stands tall and smug, arrogance radiating from his posture as Victor lies battered at his feet. The knight bellows furiously, stomping on Victor again and again. He calls him a filthy dog and demands to know how he dares defy him. Ordering Victor to obey, he commands him to drag Damien Hashin out of the house immediately. Despite the pain, Victor shouts back with defiance, refusing outright, and crying out that these knights only wish to harm his young master, Damien. One of the servants, desperate, yells for help, calling for Viscount Paul Haxon and pointing him toward the brutal scene. The Viscount rushes over, his voice booming as he orders everyone to stop at once. He arrives before the knights, his face etched with both anger and worry, and immediately kneels beside Victor, pulling the wounded man into his arms. With fury, he demands to know how they dare attack a mere civilian in such a cruel way. But Garrick steps forward, his tone like ice, declaring that their actions are nothing compared to the insult House Lionbloom has endured. Then, fixing his gaze directly on the Viscount, Garrick delivers his demand. Hand over Damien Hashin, as ordered by Marquis Lionbloom. If they surrender the boy peacefully, he says, their land will remain untouched. Inside, the Viscount seethes, outraged at the savage and dishonorable methods employed by the Blum family. Garrick, however, sneers, thinking to himself that his promise of safety is nothing but a ruse. If Damien were surrendered, he would burn the estate to ashes regardless. Paul Haxon rises with resolve, his voice unyielding. He declares that no matter the threat, he will never hand over his son. Garrick narrows his eyes and asks darkly if the Viscount is certain of that choice. Without hesitation, Paul answers that he is. Snarling, Garrick gives the command for his men to tear down everything until Damien shows himself. The Viscount roars in outrage, screaming at them to stop, panic mixing with the fury in his eyes. But then, before anyone can move further, a sudden shadow streaks across the ground. Something, or rather someone, is approaching at blinding speed. The knights freeze, startled by the overwhelming presence. Garrick spins around, sensing the power closing in fast, and mutters to himself in confusion. Within moments, Damien steps forward calmly. Garrick turns, his rage boiling over, and demands to know who dares stand before him. But then, as his eyes lock on the figure, Garrick falters, shock freezing him in place. The realization of who has arrived leaves him utterly stunned. Garrick stands frozen in place, his body refusing to move as he stares at Damien, who remains firm and unshaken before him. Damien immediately kneels beside his father, asking with genuine concern if he's unharmed. The Viscount assures him he's fine, but his voice carries worry as he points out Victor's condition. Turning his gaze to Victor, Damien's expression hardens, his seriousness clear as he takes in the sight of his injured servant. Then, addressing the knights, his voice turns cold and sharp. He tells them they don't even realize how fortunate they are. If Victor hadn't been strong enough to endure that assault, he might have been killed on the spot. And if that had happened, Damien would have beaten them to death without a second thought. Garrick answers with mockery, scoffing that Damien is nothing more than the Viscount's worthless son. He accuses him of arrogance, claiming his victory over Erwin was nothing but a cheap trick. Damien lets out a sarcastic smirk and repeats the words slowly. A cheap trick, making it clear just how little he cares for Garrick's taunts. Snapping, Garrick orders his knights to shatter Damien's legs and force him to kneel before him. The knights surge forward to obey, but Damien doesn't panic. He moves calmly, almost effortlessly. With precise timing, he sidesteps one knight's attack and mutters to himself that this is the perfect moment to test the mana technique he's just mastered. In an instant, he seizes the knight's arm with crushing strength and follows with a devastating punch infused with energy. The knight howls in agony. Before another can even react, Damien launches a counterattack at blinding speed, driving a fierce kick into the knight's body. The impact sends him flying across the ground, unconscious before he even lands. Garrick's eyes flicker with surprise at Damien's overwhelming strength, but he pushes forward regardless. Meanwhile, Victor, barely conscious, opens his eyes and glances at Damien. His voice is weak and strained as he asks after his young master's condition. Damien quickly looks his way, his tone filled with concern, asking if he's all right. Despite his injuries, Victor forces a faint smile and raises his thumb, reassuring Damien that he's still holding on. Damien allows a quiet smile to form as he looks ahead, his thoughts confirming what he already knew. Victor is truly remarkable. Garrick stepped closer, now standing directly in front of Damien. For the first time, doubt creeps into his mind as he questions whether Erwin's defeat had really been nothing more than a so-called cheap trick. Garrick's eyes fall on his fallen knight, disbelief clear in his voice as he mutters that he cannot understand how someone like Damien, labeled a failure, could wield such skill in combat. Damien meets his words with an icy tone, replying that Garrick doesn't need to know the answer. A sly smile creeps across Garrick's face. He suddenly claims he has figured it out. Pointing straight at Damien, he declares with absolute confidence that the man before him is not the real Damien. Both Victor and the Viscount show visible confusion, while Damien himself narrows his eyes, baffled by Garrick's irrational outburst. Garrick's voice rises, shouting accusations. He calls Damien an imposter, a fraud planted only to defeat Erwin and disgrace House Lionbloom. His rant grows louder, insisting this is a scheme fueled by those who despise the Marquis, a conspiracy meant solely to bring shame to their name. He brands Damien a substitute and vows that he will pay dearly for daring to insult his house. Damien thinks to himself with contempt that Garrick is even more foolish than he imagined, utterly hopeless. One night, still sprawled on the ground, makes the decision to feign unconsciousness, desperate to avoid being dragged back into the fight. Meanwhile, the Viscount, still seated on the ground, calls out with resolve, urging his son to prevail. Garrick tightens his grip on his sword, preparing to face Damien head-on. Damien doesn't move, standing firm and composed, his eyes locked on his opponent. As Garrick glares at him with burning intensity, he convinces himself that while Damien has been lucky until now, this will be his end. With a step forward, Garrick resolves to finish at the moment Damien is in range. Like a thunderclap, he launches forward, his mind set on ending the fight in an instant, certain he will cut Damien in half with a single devastating strike. His sword slashes forward at full speed, only to be met by Damien's blade. The clash rings out as Damien blocks with ease, barely strained by the force. A confident smile crosses his lips as he confirms what he suspected. House Lionbloom has finally sent a true knight against him. Garrick grits his teeth and charges again, unleashing his full strength in another ferocious attack. Yet Damien remains calm, unflinching, waiting with complete composure as the knight barrels toward him. Garrick's eyes widen in disbelief as Damien effortlessly parries his powerful strike. Enraged, he roars and swings down with even greater force, daring Damien to block again. But Damien stops the attack with ease, his voice calm and sharp as he remarks that Garrick is simply too slow. Garrick's face twists in shock, unable to grasp the speed and strength Damien suddenly displays. Before he can react further, Damien steps forward and declares that it's his turn to attack. In a blur, he moves with lightning speed and lands a crushing blow that makes Garrick cry out in pain. Garrick reels backward, stunned that he never even saw the strike coming. Without hesitation, Damien follows up with a brutal kick, slamming directly into Garrick and sending him crashing violently to the ground. Garrick groans, completely unable to defend against the assault. Standing tall, Damien tells him coldly that the attack is repayment for what he did to Victor. Struggling, Garrick drags himself up, his body shaking with anger and humiliation. He lets out a furious scream and charges again, vowing to tear Damien apart. But Damien remains collected, quietly announcing that it's time to use his secret technique. Garrick unleashes his own trump card, shouting the name of his technique, Great Lion's Rapid Blade, as the sword blurs in a rush of overwhelming strikes. The ground shakes with his fury, yet Damien brushes it aside, his tone cold and dismissive, calling it nothing but meaningless noise. With almost effortless control, he deflects Garrick's furious blows and shatters the knight's blade into fragments. Garrick's eyes go wide in despair as his weapon breaks. Before he can recover, Damien strikes with blinding speed, his sword piercing into Garrick's shoulder. In an instant, Garrick's right arm is severed, his scream of agony echoing through the air as he collapses violently to the ground. The Viscount stares in stunned silence, unable to believe what he has just witnessed. Victor, despite his injuries, shouts in triumph, thrusting his fist high and declaring Damien the victor. Damien turns his gaze back to Garrick, his expression sharp and filled with killing intent. Garrick writhes on the ground, clutching at his wound, cursing in pain and groaning that he needs pressure to stop the bleeding. The sharp tip of a sword hovers inches from Garrick's face, making him tremble with terror. His composure shatters, and he begins begging frantically for mercy. He insists he doesn't even know who Damien truly is, pleading desperately for forgiveness. Damien answers coldly, his voice cutting like steel. He repeats firmly that he is Damien Haxon and calls Garrick a fool. Looking down at him with disdain, Damien says that if Garrick truly wanted to beg, he should have done so long ago. Now it's far too late. His tone grows sharper as he accuses Garrick of daring to harm his family, of humiliating his servant by further disfiguring his already battered face. And now, after all of that, Damien asks mockingly if Garrick still thinks he can beg for mercy. Garrick stares up in shock at Damien's merciless words. His pleas grow even more pitiful, his voice cracking as he begs again and again for forgiveness. But Damien's eyes remain cold. He tells him bluntly that he still doesn't even know who he should be apologizing to. The sound of footsteps echoes across the courtyard, making Garrick stiffen in dread. To his horror, Victor appears, battered but still standing, alongside Viscount Paul Haxon. Both surround him with intimidating stares, pressing Garrick into panic. Victor wastes no time, unleashing his rage with more blows, while even the Viscount joins in to deliver his own measure of justice. Soon, Garrick is reduced to the ground alongside his surviving knights, each one battered, broken, and drowning in fear. Victor turns to Damien, asking if he should strike Garrick a few more times. But Damien raises a hand and orders him to stop, remarking that if they continued, Garrick might not survive. Instead, Damien adds with dark humor that cutting off one of Garrick's limbs could be another option, words that make Garrick quake in horror. The Viscount steps forward, placing a firm hand on his son's shoulder, his voice steady. He tells Damien that what he has done is already more than enough. Garrick collapses, his pride shattered, groveling on the ground as he begs for his life. His voice is hoarse as he repeatedly apologizes to both Damien and the Viscount. But Paul Haxon rejects his words with fury, shouting that an apology can never erase what has been done. If Damien hadn't possessed such overwhelming strength, their home would have been destroyed and his son dragged away like a prisoner to the Blum estate. Crushed, Garrick lowers himself until his forehead presses against the dirt, begging again for mercy and pardon. The Viscount looks down at the pathetic figure, silent and unreadable, lost in thought. Finally, he turns his gaze toward Damien, his expression asking the unspoken question, what should be done with him now? Standing quietly behind his father, Damien keeps his composure while his thoughts race. He admits to himself that he never intended to kill Garrick. If he were to slay the Knights of House Lion Bloom here, it would drag relations with the Marquis to their worst possible state. Damien knows he could fight them all alone if he had to, but he cannot ignore the consequences that would fall on his family. Still, letting them walk away unscathed doesn't sit right with him either. He knows too well they would only come back seeking revenge, leaving him caught in a difficult dilemma. Just then, a familiar voice cuts through the tension. Agnes calls his name firmly, drawing his attention at once. Turning, Damien sees her approaching in a rush. Relief sweeps over him. Her presence could be the very key he needs to resolve this situation. He explains what has transpired, and Agnes listens with understanding. Then, with a calm smile, she tells him she knows exactly how to solve this. She steps closer, speaking with gratitude. Thanks to the Viscount and his family, she says they have succeeded for the first time in defeating one of the leaders of the Yulan organization. Damien's eyes widen at her words, surprised by the weight of her statement. Agnes then declares that with such cooperation, the Haxon family will now be recognized as an official partner of the church. Behind them, Victor turns to the Viscount, his voice trembling with hope as he asks if this means their family might finally escape their looming crisis. Both father and servant show renewed light in their eyes. Damien seizes the moment, stepping closer to Agnes and politely asking if he may request her help with something further. Internally, he smiles. This is precisely what he had aimed for all along, securing the protection of the church. Agnes, caught off guard by his sudden closeness, flusters slightly and takes a step back with an apologetic gesture. Turning back toward the defeated knights, Damien's expression hardens. He speaks clearly, asking if they have understood the words just spoken. That House Haxon now stands under the church's protection. Garrick, trembling and pale, mutters that Damien himself should go tell Marquis Lion Bloom that truth. But Damien doesn't stop there. His voice is cold and steady as he warns them that if House Lion Bloom dares to use force again, they will face the wrath of the church itself. Then, with unshakable firmness, he orders them to leave at once. The knights scramble to their feet in a panic, bowing their heads and nervously thanking Damien for sparing them as they flee the estate in fear. Victor scoffs at them, mocking how they ran away in fear like frightened dogs. But before he can continue, Damien's father cuts in reminding everyone that their troubles are far from over despite the retreat. The Viscount wastes no time and insists they hold a formal discussion on their next move. Soon after, the family assembles in the manor's conference room, where Viscount Hacken officially begins the meeting. Louise is the first to speak, making it clear that the agenda is how to handle the growing conflict with House Leon Blum. Abel, confused, asks why they should even bother when they're already under the church's protection. Louise quickly corrects him, explaining that the church won't step in to directly resolve such disputes. Viscount Paul Haxon supports her point, stressing that the church never meddles in feuds between noble families, and that House Leon Blum's influence isn't just military, it's overwhelming. He warns that they could easily crush smaller houses like theirs if they wished. Agnes then outlines their choices: either pay reparations or find protection by allying with a stronger noble house. But before anyone can settle on that, she interrupts with another possibility. With excitement, Agnes reveals her proposal. Damien should become a holy knight of the church. The room falls silent at her unexpected suggestion, broken only when Damien refuses outright. Viscount Paul immediately declares the matter closed, saying it cannot be forced if Damien does not agree. But Abel leaps to his feet, shouting at his father in frustration. When asked what he wants, Abel explodes, furious that his father dismissed the idea so easily. He demands to know why they aren't considering it seriously, since it could resolve all their troubles at once. Abel then sneers at Damien, mocking him and laughing that all he needs to do is accept becoming a holy knight. But just as his laughter echoes through the hall, Abel freezes. An overwhelming, terrifying energy rises behind him, making him whip around in shock. The Viscount calmly reminds him they have guests and orders him to show proper respect. Abel sits back down with a dissatisfied grunt, joining the rest of the family at the table. Damien's father then addresses the room, admitting that Abel is right. Damien's actions did spark this conflict with the Mars family. But he firmly adds that the fault does not rest on Damien alone. Damien's mother keeps the discussion moving, explaining that the Mars family's second son had always set his sights on Louise. Even if Damien hadn't stood up to him, that man would never have backed down easily. Viscount Hacken then adds that Damien actually protected his sister from that man's schemes, something even he, as her father, had been powerless to do. Turning to his son, the Viscount calls Damien's name in a calm and steady tone. Damien immediately responds with respect. Yes, father, waiting to hear what comes next. To his surprise, his father commends him, saying he did well today. He praises Damien for not tolerating the insult against their family and for standing up for them as he should. Hearing these words, Damien is caught off guard. He had never realized his father saw his actions in that light. Collecting himself, he replies that he only did what he believed was necessary. His father reassures him, promising that from this point on, he will personally take charge of the situation. Damien tries to argue against it, but his father silences him, insisting that he allow him this chance to act as a proper father, if only once. Just then, a servant rushes into the room, bowing and apologizing as he addresses the Viscount. He reports that someone from the ducal house of Gold Pixie has arrived and wishes to see him. Shocked, the Viscount asks why anyone from such a house would come to them. The envoy steps forward nervously and explains the reason. It concerns Damien. He had borrowed money and used the Viscount's wheat fields as collateral, and the deadline for repayment has already passed. Damien's heart sinks, anxiety washing over him. He berates himself inwardly, wondering if the fields have already been taken. He freezes as his father suddenly calls his name in a furious tone. Moments ago, he was praised, but now the Viscount's anger erupts, raging that Damien is always causing problems. His furious voice booms through the manor, calling Damien a damn brat, loud enough for those outside to hear. The envoy then removes his hat, greeting Damien directly with a polite smile. "Ah, Sir Damien," he says, "a good day to you." Damien stares at the man, trying to place his face. Slowly, the memory comes back. Olin Dinosaur, the West Branch manager of Dash and Cash, greets him with a calm smile, saying it's been some time since their last meeting and reminding him that today is the repayment date they agreed upon. As Olin speaks, Damien recalls how he was persuaded into this mess. He remembers how Olin convinced him to put up the family's land as collateral, assuring him that it was the only way to borrow a larger sum. He had said it was nothing but a formality, that there was no risk at all, even laughing as he claimed, "How could someone like me ever take land from a noble like you?" Every word had been carefully chosen, every assurance dripping with false sincerity. Damien clenches his teeth, cursing his past self with a twisted smile, wondering why he ever handed over the deed in the first place. Shoving those thoughts aside, he asks bluntly how much he owes. With a mocking grin, Olin answers. The borrowed amount was 200 gold coins, but with interest, it now stands at 300. Damien freezes, shocked by the number. He can't even recall why he borrowed so much, only that his family could never hope to gather that kind of money. A wave of dread washes over him as he imagines them cast out, their lives destroyed by this crushing debt. Olin explains coldly that if the payment isn't made today, the collateral will be seized. The land will officially belong to House Gold Pixie. Enraged, Damien demands to know why Olin had promised the collateral was just a formality. But Olin only smirks, telling him he doesn't really have a choice. The order from House Gold Pixie is absolute. All debts must be collected, whether from nobles or commoners. Pressing further, Olin warns Damien to hand over the money if he understands what's at stake, though he clearly suspects he doesn't have it. Looking Damien straight in the eye, he asks if he can pay. Damien answers evenly, admitting he hasn't been able to raise the amount. Feigning sympathy, Olin smiles cunningly and says he understands perfectly. Then, without shame, he drops into a sofa, lounging arrogantly as though he owned the place, his eyes full of disdain for Damien who stands before him. With mockery in his voice, he remarks that Damien never should have borrowed money he couldn't repay. Then, with a smirk, he snaps his fingers. His guards move instantly at the signal. "Since you can't pay," Olin sneers, "I'll have to use the method I know best to collect." The two guards step up behind Damien, their heavy presence pressing down on him, clearly meant to intimidate. Olin Dinosaur, watching it all unfold, admits inwardly that he had never expected Damien to pay back the debt. That was never the real goal. What he truly craves is the sight of arrogant nobles brought low, begging before him. The thought excites him, and he can't help but wonder what kind of expression Damien will make now, cornered and facing danger. Just imagining it sends chills down his spine. Meanwhile, in another part of the estate, the rest of the family waits anxiously. The Viscount paces aimlessly, consumed with worry, while Abel stands in the corner, deep in thought. Damien's mother urges her husband to sit down and rest, warning that his stress might cause him to collapse. Louise echoes her, asking Abel to calm himself and take a seat as well. But the Viscount only grows more agitated. He refuses to sit, demanding how he possibly can when their family teeters on the brink of collapse. Abel raises his voice too, agreeing with his father, shouting that there's no way they can remain calm with disaster looming over them. Damien's mother, however, tells them both to settle down and place their trust in Damien. She reminds them that he has always found a way through every crisis. The Viscount shakes his head anxiously, insisting that Damien's survival so far has only been thanks to his combat abilities. But this, he emphasizes, is different. Combat and negotiation are worlds apart. Just then, a thunderous crash echoes through the manor. The family turns in shock. Back in the room, Damien stands over the fallen body of one of the guards, leaving Olin completely stunned. Damien, his voice laced with sarcasm, remarks that his father will surely scold him harshly for resorting to violence. The remaining guard, enraged, charges at Damien with his weapon raised high. But Damien moves with blinding speed, blocking the attack in an instant. He seizes the guard by the face, his grip so crushing that the man screams in agony. Lifting him effortlessly, Damien remarks coldly that when a guard dares to raise a weapon against a noble, defending oneself is only natural. A chilling smile spreads across Damien's face as he stands before the envoy, who sits frozen in shock. The envoy lets out a panicked scream, scrambling backward on the sofa in a desperate attempt to escape. Damien moves toward him slowly and silently, his calm steps only heightening the envoy's terror. When Damien finally speaks, his voice is steady. He tells the envoy to get on his knees. Terrified, the envoy obeys instantly without hesitation. Damien then explains that he cannot repay the debt in coin, causing the envoy to shift nervously. But Damien doesn't stop there. He adds that he intends to repay the debt in another way. With a bright smile that contrasts the menace in his tone, Damien asks if it's acceptable to settle the debt through something other than money. The envoy, rattled and confused by Damien's unpredictable demeanor, quickly agrees, desperate to avoid further confrontation. The next morning, the sky above the manor is clear, signaling the start of a new chapter. Inside, Abel speaks to his father, his voice heavy with sorrow. Concerned, his father asks what troubles him. Abel explains bitterly that justice has once again fallen to violence, and it eats away at him. Meanwhile, Damien's mother and sister offer him words of caution as he prepares to leave. Damien reassures them with confidence, promising he will return safely and telling them not to worry. Abel suddenly bursts out in protest, frustrated, but his father immediately scolds him, telling him to stop spouting nonsense and instead encourage his brother on his long journey. Inwardly, the Viscount admits he has no real choice but to go along with this plan, even if he remains unsure whether it will truly succeed. Agnes then steps forward to speak with Damien. Calmly, she apologizes for their parting. Damien thanks her for all the help she has given, but she insists she only did what was right. She explains that her investigation is nearly complete and that she will return to her post the following day. Before leaving, she wishes Damien a safe journey. He returns her farewell with a gentle smile. Before parting, Agnes adds that if he ever changes his mind about joining them, he should let her know. But Damien's reply is firm. He will not waver in his decision. Finally, Damien asks Victor if his luggage is ready. Victor confirms it is, and Damien boards the travel carriage. Settling into the spacious interior, he comments on its comfort, only to be caught off guard when he notices the envoy from House Gold Pixie already seated inside. The envoy, wearing a polite expression, explains that he is there to ensure Damien's comfort throughout the long journey. Damien smiles calmly in return and replies that such thoughtfulness is much appreciated. Damien leans back in the carriage and casually requests a luxurious crab meal for lunch, leaving the envoy blinking in confusion at such an odd demand. Turning to Victor, seated beside him, Damien calls his name. "Yes, young master." Victor responds eagerly, his voice full of energy. Without hesitation, he raises his voice, announcing with excitement the official start of their journey. The horses burst forward, the carriage picking up speed as Damien sits with unwavering determination. Looking ahead, he declares firmly that their destination is the ducal estate of House Gold Pixie. When they arrive, the grandeur of the mansion leaves Damien silently impressed. Standing before the enormous estate with Victor and the envoy at his side, he admits inwardly that the Gold Pixie residence truly lives up to its reputation. With a faint smile, Damien thanks the envoy, saying he won't forget that things have gone smoothly thanks to his help. The envoy replies stiffly, stating that the Duke has already been informed of Damien's arrival and that he may enter immediately. Once back inside the carriage, however, the envoy sulks, stewing over his misfortune. He curses Damien in his thoughts, blaming him for dragging him out of his comfortable life and into this mess. Quietly, he hopes everything goes smoothly and that he won't end up dead, though deep down, a darker wish lingers. Before entering the mansion, Damien turns to Victor with a smile, assuring him that he will return soon. "Yes, young master." Victor answers with his usual enthusiasm. Inside, Damien is greeted with suspicion. Someone asks if he is truly Damien Haxon. Soon after, Duke Adam Gold Pixie himself steps forward, studying him and asking directly if he is indeed the son of House Haxon he's heard so much about. Damien responds politely, thanking the Duke for acknowledging him, though inwardly he mutters to himself that all nobles are the same. Still, He keeps his anger contained, reminding himself that he came here for a single purpose. The Duke then mentions that someone named Dmitri informed him Damien was seeking an audience and asks why. Damien answers calmly. He had borrowed money from the Duke's loan office, and the repayment deadline has already passed. Is that so? The Duke asks, intrigued. Then that makes you my customer. Damien nods and explains that while he does not currently have the funds, he wishes to repay the debt in a different way. Curious, the Duke leans in and asks what he means. Damien's answer is simple yet bold. Rather than money, he declares he will defeat House Leon Blum, and that victory will serve as full repayment of the debt he owes. The Duke and his men are caught off guard by Damien's sudden declaration. But instead of anger, the Duke breaks into laughter, remarking that the boy must have already caught wind of the latest news. Sir Jael Heimlich nods in agreement, saying it does seem that way. Damien, however, grows thoughtful. In truth, everyone in the Apple Kingdom has heard the rumor, the discovery of a vast gold mine along the border. Now, two noble houses, Lion Bloom and Gold Pixie, are locked in a fierce struggle for control. Their dispute has already spilled into duels among lower-ranking knights, each fight a step toward determining the mine's ownership. But Damien knows how this will unfold. In his mind, the outcome is clear. House Lion Bloom will claim victory, and their influence will spread like wildfire. Meanwhile, House Gold Pixie's strength will begin to fade. Still, Damien sees opportunity. If he can tip the scales in Duke Adam Gold Pixie's favor and secure his victory, not only will he repay his debt, but he'll also gain leverage over House Lion Bloom, achieving both goals in one stroke. The Duke leans forward, intrigued, and asks if Damien truly has the courage to take on the powerful Lion Bloom family and crush one of their main forces. Damien answers with a calm smile, saying that such a possibility isn't far-fetched at all. The Duke admits he's been struggling to find a suitable knight for the duel. Without hesitation, Damien steps forward, declaring himself the best candidate. No knight of low rank, he says, can hope to match Lion Bloom's eldest son, except him. Raising an eyebrow, the Duke presses further. Does Damien truly believe he can defeat Michael Lion Bloom, a man famed for his mastery in duels? Damien's confidence doesn't waver. He replies that he knows Michael's abilities all too well, but he will never lose to him. At that moment, Knight Ernst Hovitz cuts in, warning the Duke not to take Damien's words at face value. Rumors, he says, are often blown out of proportion. Ernst goes on to remind them that Lady Chelsea is still out seeking a knight worthy of facing Michael Lion Bloom, and she is bound to return soon. Hovitz speaks up, assuring the Duke that Lady Chelsea will return soon, and that she will no doubt find a duelist of exceptional skill. His confidence is echoed by Hovitz and the other knights, who smile with certainty as the Duke nods in agreement. Damien quickly realizes what's happening. Hovitz is deliberately trying to block his path, and in Damien's mind, the man is nothing more than a useless obstacle, like a bone gnawed hollow by a ghoul. The Duke leans back at his desk, musing aloud, uncertain how to proceed in such a situation. Damien immediately senses the test hidden in the Duke's words. This is not a matter of talk alone. He must prove himself through action. With steady conviction, Damien declares that everyone here is making a mistake. Turning directly to Hovitz, he says if the Duke truly wishes to win the duel, then he has no choice but to choose him. No other knight can stand against their opponent. Hovitz bristles with anger at Damien's bold claim, demanding if he even knows whom Lady Chelsea is bringing back as a challenger. Damien, calm as ever, offers a chilling proposal. If Hovitz doubts him, he is welcome to try striking him once, if he can. The hall falls silent as Hovitz's face twists with fury and disbelief at Damien's audacity. Unable to hold back, Hovitz demands permission to test Damien directly. The Duke, intrigued by the rising tension, grants it without hesitation. The atmosphere grows charged, excitement thickening the air as the stage is set. Soon, Damien and Hovitz stand across from one another on the dueling grounds. From the side, Victor watches with shock and unease, whispering to himself in disbelief at what the young master has gotten himself into. Damien, however, brushes it off, saying this is simply how things turned out, with no planning on his part. Victor grows increasingly anxious as he witnesses the knights surrounding the field, their auras flaring violently. A suffocating pressure fills the air, and Duke Goldpixie issues a crisp command for Hovitz to begin at once. Hovitz accepts with calm determination, stepping forward with a sneer. He addresses Damien mockingly, promising that if he begs now, perhaps he might consider sparing him. Damien responds with nothing but a lazy yawn, coldly telling Hovitz to hurry up before he falls asleep. The remark strikes Hovitz like a slap, sending him into a rage. With clenched fists, Hovitz channels his aura into his weapon, forcing it to the point where the energy envelopes his entire body. A violent shockwave bursts outward, rattling the ground. Fixing his glare on Damien, he confirms one last time. So, it's the ultimate attack you wanted, right? Damien remains calm, though inside he briefly wonders if he may have pushed Hubbets a little too far. With a furious roar, Hubbets charges at Damien, vowing to shatter his face with a single strike. He lunges forward at full speed, his weapon aimed straight for the kill. Damien watches closely, unfazed by the pressure pressing down on him. To him, this is nothing more than what one would expect from a mid-tier knight. If he can read the aim of the strike, dodging or deflecting it won't be too difficult. And then he sees it. The spear is locked on the center of his chest. As Hubbets thrusts forward with all his strength, Damien meets the blow head-on, catching it with the flat of his sword. The impact is immense. Cracks spread across Damien's blade as it strains under the force of the strike. A sinister grin spreads across Hubbets' face. Inwardly, he mocks Damien as a fool for walking straight into his trap. He laughs with wild delight as blood bursts from Damien's chest and the young man collapses. Gasps erupt. Both Victor and Duke Goldpixie cry out in shock, horrified by the sudden wound. But then, against all expectations, Damien surges forward with blinding speed. The movement leaves the onlookers frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief. Hubbets' expression twists in confusion and fear. Had Damien truly taken that strike and endured it? From the Duke's side, one of his knights leans in as Goldpixie calls him protector, waiting to hear his command. But before anything more can be said, Damien steps forward, points directly at the Duke, and declares with steady confidence. The position of the Duke's representative now belongs to him. Victor rushes over, calling out desperately, "Young master!" He embraces Damien tightly, trembling with relief. Damien blinks in surprise at the sudden gesture and gently asks if Victor is all right. But Victor clings to him, demanding to know how he survived such a deadly blow unscathed. Damien only smiles, calm and unwavering. He reminds Victor that he already said he would not be harmed. The Duke approaches, his expression shifting from doubt to admiration. He admits that at first, he wasn't entirely convinced of Damien's abilities. But now, after witnessing this display, he has no more doubts. Smiling, he declares that Damien is indeed a valuable asset. Standing tall before his knights, Duke Goldpixie raises his voice and makes it official. Before all his guards, he proclaims that Damien Haxon has proven himself beyond question. From this moment forward, as promised, he will serve as the Duke's appointed representative. Hubbets, visibly shaken, tries to object. But, Your Grace, he begins, only to be cut off sharply. The Duke's voice hardens with irritation as he orders him to stop immediately, warning that he won't allow his good mood to be spoiled. The rebuke leaves Hubbets pale and trembling. Bowing his head, he mutters that he understands and will raise no further objections. Damien stands calmly, unfazed by the tension, while Hubbets clenches his fists in silent frustration. Deep down, he is certain his strike had connected. Damien turns to him with a composed gaze, reminding him that he is being scolded by the Duke. His voice remains steady as he tells Hubbets his skills aren't bad, but he chose the wrong opponent. With quiet assurance, Damien adds that he has already surpassed the level of a mid-tier knight and grown even stronger. Inwardly, Damien reflects on his own words. It's important to reveal this level of strength, especially since the duel is restricted to mid-tier nobles. He admits to himself that without channeling mana at that crucial instant, the situation could have been far more dangerous. The Duke steps closer, studying Damien in silence, his eyes sharp with thought. He can see the strain hidden beneath Damien's calm exterior, the internal injuries that cannot be ignored. Without warning, the Duke draws out a peculiar ring, catching Damien off guard. A flicker of curiosity passes through him. Could this be a magical storage item? From the ring, the Duke produces a small, ornate box and hands it directly to Damien. He tells him it is a personal gift. When Damien opens it, waves of magical energy spill into the air. Inside lie several small, glowing spheres, the balance orbs. The Duke explains their purpose. Knights often use them during training, but they are just as effective for restoring internal injuries. Damien accepts the box with quiet gratitude, thanking the Duke for such a valuable gift. The Duke smiles, assuring him that from this day forward, he will be counting on him. Damien responds with a confident smile of his own, promising he will give his all. The next morning, sunlight pours across the gold pixie estate, its walls gleaming in the brightness of day. Damien walks slowly through the courtyard, pressing a hand against his chest. He is surprised to find that his wounds have nearly vanished overnight. The orb's power is undeniable. Looking around, he notices the estate's impressive training facilities and resolves to make full use of them in the days ahead. Just then, a voice calls out to him. "Are you Damien Haxon?" Damien turns to face the speaker, replying calmly that he is indeed. Then, with steady eyes, he asks the man to reveal his identity. The man introduces himself as Pavel Burand, proudly presenting the two knights at his side as his trusted comrades. Stepping forward with energy, Pavel declares that they too will be taking part in the upcoming duel. Damien blinks in mild surprise at their sudden arrival and asks if they are also participants. Pavel answers with a sharp, challenging tone, "Yes, they are." He goes on to say that Damien is fortunate they had been away on external training yesterday. Otherwise, the duel wouldn't have fallen to him, but to them instead. With confidence, Pavel warns Damien that this contest with House Lion Bloom is far too important for the Duke's family to leave in unworthy hands. He tells Damien not to get in the way with his weak skills, making it clear that if he understands the gravity of the situation, he should step aside and let them train. Damien quietly shifts aside, choosing not to argue. Inside, however, he feels a spark of interest, eager to see just how the Duke's knights perform. Without hesitation, one of the knights launches a powerful move, calling out the technique by name, the high rise of the bird. His voice rings with energy as he charges his opponent. At the same moment, another knight mirrors him with equal force, raising the intensity of their duel. One of them shouts boldly, declaring this will be his victory in their 98th match. But his opponent fires back with a mocking reply, demanding to know who decided such an outcome. The clash intensifies. One knight is struck hard, stumbling back in visible pain. But before the rhythm can settle, Pavel himself bursts forward, unleashing immense strength in a swift, decisive strike. His opponent reels in shock, unable to comprehend the sudden blow. And yet, instead of faltering, the knight steadies himself. With a faint smile of disbelief, he acknowledges Pavel's strength and remarks that such precision is exactly what one would expect from him. He admits Pavel had already read his move and even managed to block it with nothing but his forehead. The match winds down, and Pavel suggests they call it a draw, recognizing the clear progress his opponent has shown. His words are met with respect as the other knight bows his head, saying he has learned much from the sparring. But the training floor doesn't stay still for long. A towering knight steps forward, eyes burning with excitement. With booming enthusiasm, he demands to face Pavel next, unable to contain his eagerness for a duel. In the background, two other knights exchange serious words about the upcoming battle with House Lion Bloom. If they continue to train with this level of intensity, they agree the results will surely be promising. The knight nods firmly, declaring with pride that together they will defeat House Lion Bloom and bring glory to the Duke's family. Fired up, the three knights lift their swords high and shout in unison, their voices echoing with passion. All for one, and one for all. Their display of unity and determination leaves the air charged with their excitement for the coming battle. From a distance, Damien and Victor watch in silence. Victor, clearly puzzled, glances at Damien and whispers, asking why he is standing there without saying a word, and who exactly these overly spirited knights are. Damien, his voice low and edged with disappointment, replies that it looks as if the duel is already lost. Victor stiffens in shock, his eyes wide as he quickly presses for an explanation. Damien answers calmly, almost matter-of-factly. He simply doesn't believe those knights, despite their enthusiasm, have the strength to secure victory. Just then, Duke Gold Pixie appears, laughing heartily. He praises the knights for their spirited energy, though he teases them lightly about how far they've let their excitement carry them. Turning to the towering knight beside him, the Duke encourages him to speak his thoughts openly. The large knight doesn't hesitate. He bluntly replies that he doesn't care about such displays at all. The scene fades into a memory of the previous night. Damien had spoken respectfully to the Duke, apologizing as he declined his offer of training together. He explained that he preferred to train alone. The Duke only laughed, saying Damien was truly an intriguing person, especially after refusing the guidance of the veteran knight Heinrich. Curious, the Duke asked Heinrich's opinion of Damien. The knight responded without hesitation. Damien was remarkable. Few could summon a magical barrier in an instant to deflect a fatal strike, and Damien had done just that. Later that night, seated at his great desk, Duke Gold Pixie turned to another of his knights. He asked plainly what he expected of the upcoming duel and whether victory over House Lion Bloom was realistic. The knight, cautious in tone, admitted he could not give a certain answer. He explained that the duel would pit 3 participants from each side against one another, with victory granted to whichever side claimed 2 wins out of 3. Even if Damien performed outstandingly, he said, it would not guarantee overall triumph. The Duke leaned back, nodding in agreement. He acknowledged that Damien's strength alone would not decide everything. The rest of their knights would also have to deliver. He then inquired about the progress of training under the mid-tier knight Vincenzo. In response, another knight spoke with firm confidence, assuring the Duke that in that regard, there was nothing to worry about. Outside, Damien stood quietly, lost in thought over a troublesome situation he hadn't anticipated. Watching the knights spar, he muttered that aside from their foolishness, their condition was pitiful. With skills that poor, defeat was inevitable. He sighed, hesitated for a moment, then decided there was no avoiding it. He'd have to step in and give them some proper training. His voice rang out clearly, calling to the 3 knights. You 3 over there. Startled by the sudden address, they turned to him. Damien smiled faintly and challenged them to a sparring match. Half Berman smirked, amused by Damien's nerve. Bold words, especially after you've seen what we can do. Damien's reply carried unwavering confidence. He accepted their challenge, but added that he would fight all 3 of them at once. The knights froze, taken aback by the audacity of such a declaration. Pavel erupted in anger, shouting how a fool like Damien dared to challenge them all together. Damien advanced calmly, his tone sharp. True, dueling 3 knights at once may go against chivalric rules, but those rules don't apply to stray dogs. Furious, the 3 knights lunged at him in unison, cursing him as they struck with everything they had. Yet Damien remained perfectly still, calm as a statue. Then, in an instant, the world flipped upside down for one of them. Pavel hit the ground, completely bewildered, unable to grasp what had just happened. Moments later, he and his comrades all found themselves sprawled on the ground, dazed and speechless. When Pavel slowly opened his eyes, Damien's voice reached him, calm and cutting. So, you're finally awake. Looking up in shock, Pavel saw Damien standing over him, mocking that he was still just as weak as ever. Then Damien's tone grew cold. Cause another scene like this, and what you see next will be far worse. Stunned, Pavel struggled as fragmented memories pieced themselves together. Damien, utterly composed, delivered his final words. This wasn't an incident. It was simply the lesson I meant to give the Duke's knights. Pavel's memories began to return piece by piece. He remembered how he and his comrades had rushed Damien together, only to be overwhelmed in an instant. The image was vivid, Damien brushing aside their attacks with almost no effort, knocking them down one after another. Pavel recalled the sharp blow to his face that had sent him crashing to the ground, consciousness slipping away as he was hurled through the air. Now, standing in shock, Pavel could hardly believe it. Could Damien really have defeated all 3 of them so effortlessly? Behind him, his comrades were pale and broken in spirit, but Pavel himself was consumed by a deeper fear. He stared at Damien, his thoughts trembling. What kind of monster is this man? Not a single sign of fatigue marked Damien's face or body. Damien's voice cut through the silence as he looked at them steadily. Tell me, who's in charge of your training? Still kneeling and shaken, Pavel stammered that their instructor was a mid-ranked knight named Sebastian Vincenzo. Damien repeated the name slowly, disbelief flashing across his tone. Sebastian Vincenzo? He trained you. When Pavel gave a hesitant nod, Damien's composure darkened with irritation. He questioned seriously whether Vincenzo had truly been responsible for molding them into knights, so poorly prepared as they were. With a heavy sigh, Damien admitted he would gladly order Vincenzo to stop, if that were possible, but starting unnecessary conflict wasn't his intent. Instead, he gave the three of them a direct order. Once they finished their sessions with Vincenzo each day, they were to report straight to the courtyard for training with him personally. Pavel wavered, fear gnawing at him. What if they ended up injured under Damien's instruction? What would Vincenzo do when he saw them battered? But Damien silenced that worry with calm certainty. You don't need to be concerned. No matter how many blows you take, you won't walk away with so much as a scratch. Shaken, Pavel looked down at himself, inspecting his body in disbelief. Damien had struck him directly, yet not a single bruise or wound remained. His confusion deepened. Damien stepped closer, his expression cold as he explained, "That's because I learned long ago how to strike in a professional, precise way." His thoughts drifted to old memories of a man known across the continent as the personal corrector. This man traveled from place to place, disciplining criminals, breaking them down, and reshaping their behavior. His method was brutal in its simplicity. He would beat a criminal for a full hour straight. If that didn't change their ways, he'd double the time, sometimes extending the punishment far beyond that. But over time, Damien recalled, the corrector began to feel pity. He saw countless criminals crushed beneath his fists, enduring relentless beatings, and yet he didn't want his punishments to destroy their lives completely. So he searched for a way to continue striking them, mercilessly, endlessly, without putting their bodies in mortal danger. In time, that wandering corrector perfected a technique so refined it earned the name Pretend Death Kill, an advanced style that inflicted crushing pain while leaving no mark behind. Damien admitted to himself that this was exactly what he had just used on the three knights. Turning back to them, he spoke firmly. Now you should clearly understand how weak you really are. Shame washed over Pavel as he lowered his head, reluctantly confessing that Damien was right. They were as weak as he said. Damien's lips curved into a sharp, sarcastic smile. Don't despair too much. You still have 1 full month before the duel. In that short time, I'll reshape you, from useless insects into, at the very least, useful ones. The three knights froze, stunned by Damien's words, staring at him in disbelief. Before the silence could settle, a clear voice called out for Damien, announcing his arrival. Damien turned his head, eyes narrowing slightly as a servant hurried toward him. For a moment, he wondered silently. Was this truly the Marquis's man? The servant bowed quickly, explaining that the Marquis had summoned him at once. Damien asked calmly why the summons had come now. The servant's reply was sharp and to the point. Princess Chelsea had just returned. Inside the palace, Princess Chelsea Gold Pixie made her entrance. Her steps carried regal authority, her presence undeniable as she officially declared her return. Approaching the Duke, she bowed gracefully. "Father, it has been a long time. I have finally returned from my mission." Hubbards's face lit with joy at the sight of his daughter. The Duke responded warmly, remarking that it had been a full month since she departed. He asked if she had succeeded in finding a knight worthy to compete. With confidence, Chelsea turned to the side. "I have indeed found him." Stepping forward came a knight whose very aura radiated ferocity. Introducing himself in a thunderous voice, he declared, "I am Guillermo Blackwing, the wild beast." His imposing presence filled the hall. Murmurs rippled through the gathered knights as recognition spread. They whispered of his reputation, recalling his bloody role in the conflicts of the Eclairin kingdom. He had cut down countless knights of lower rank, carving his fame through massacre. His notoriety stretched far, and among knights of his standing, none could rival him. Duke Gold Pixie turned his attention to Guillermo, stating that he had already heard much about him. Guillermo replied with pride, confirming that his name had even spread as far as the Apple Kingdom. Stepping forward, Princess Chelsea addressed her father directly. She declared that Sir Guillermo Blackwing had sworn loyalty to her and had promised to stand in the upcoming duel. With a confident smile, she proclaimed that Guillermo would have no trouble dealing with Michael Lionbloom when the time came. Whispers stirred among the knights nearby. They muttered that based on reputation alone, Guillermo clearly outmatched Michael Lionbloom. Michael, after all, was still in the process of growing, while Guillermo was already a hardened veteran. The Duke acknowledged the point, calling it good news, though he admitted with a sigh that the situation was giving him something of a headache. Puzzled, Princess Chelsea asked what he meant by that. The Duke answered calmly. He had not yet introduced the one who would represent him in the duel. Both Chelsea and Guillermo turned their eyes toward the doorway as the Duke announced the name clearly, Damien Haxon. Chelsea's gaze immediately sharpened, filled with hostility as she glared at Damien. Turning to her father in shock, she demanded an explanation, reminding him that she had asked him to wait for her return. The Duke acknowledged this was true, but reminded her firmly that he had never promised he would wait. Chelsea pressed further, insisting that even now he could still change his representative if he wished. Her father replied that the decision remained his own. Frustration flared in Chelsea's voice as she protested that she had never even heard the name Damien Haxon before. Why? She asked angrily. Would he choose an unknown knight over someone as proven and obvious as Sir Guillermo Blackwing? Guillermo's lips curved into a satisfied smile at Chelsea's words, clearly enjoying the comparison. Damien noticed Guillermo's stare and wondered inwardly if this was the man he had been waiting to face. Duke Goldpixie then explained his choice. While Sir Guillermo's reputation was indeed impressive, Damien Haxon had already shown extraordinary skill by successfully blocking Headstrike. Chelsea let out a short, frustrated sigh. Father, you always have such fine excuses to dismiss my own judgment. Chelsea pressed on, accusing her father of constantly contradicting himself, his words and his actions never aligning, especially when it came to her and her mother. The Duke cut her off harshly, warning her to mind her tongue before their guests. Startled, Chelsea stopped mid-sentence and quickly bowed her head, apologizing. She claimed her exhaustion from travel had clouded her judgment and that she wasn't speaking in her right state of mind. From a distance, Damien observed the heated exchange. Quietly, he thought to himself that the rift between father and daughter was far deeper than it appeared on the surface. The Duke ended the matter with authority, declaring that the decision about changing the representative would be made only after consulting the other officials. He ordered Chelsea to stop quarreling and leave the chamber immediately. Just then, laughter rang out, loud, unrestrained, and unsettling. It was Guillermo. His sudden hysteria drew confused stares from everyone present. He turned to the Duke, dismissing the formalities. There's no need for debate. We're men. The strongest should represent you. Chelsea's expression shifted to alarm at his words, while the knight beside the Duke sneered in open disgust at Guillermo's rudeness. But Guillermo didn't stop. His eyes locked on Damien as he asked directly, "Don't you agree? Shouldn't the strongest one be chosen?" To make his challenge unmistakable, he added bluntly, "You and I should fight. The winner becomes the representative." Chelsea stood abruptly, shouting at him in agitation. "What are you doing? I told you to remain calm and avoid reckless actions." Yet Duke Gold Pixie interrupted her with calm composure. What he said isn't entirely wrong. Chelsea's frustration boiled over, her face darkening at her father's words. The Duke then turned his gaze to Damien. "And what do you think?" Damien remained silent for a moment, considering. He recognized instantly. This was another test from the Duke. If he wanted to settle the matter, he would have to show his strength. Still, he reasoned inwardly that a full fight wasn't necessary. A display of power without true battle would be enough. With that thought, Damien approached Guillermo and extended his hand. "Let's settle this with a test of strength. It's the quickest way to resolve things." Guillermo smirked mockingly. "Careful. If your arm gets dislocated, don't blame me." Damien's reply came with a cold smile. "If that happens, I'll simply dislocate your shoulder in return." The remark hit Guillermo like a slap, his face twisting in fury. He clenched his teeth, seething with outrage. In the next instant, Guillermo lunged forward with full force, seizing Damien's hand in a crushing grip. But Damien moved effortlessly, slipping past Guillermo's grip and twisting his arm with a sudden precision that caught him completely off guard. In an instant, Guillermo's body was lifted from the ground, flipping through the air before crashing violently against the floor. The entire hall fell into stunned silence, eyes wide at what they had just witnessed. Senior Knight Heinrich stood frozen for a moment, visibly astonished. Inwardly, he noted that Damien Hashin's performance had been nothing short of flawless. He began analyzing aloud, explaining how Guillermo had attempted to seize Damien's hand, only for Damien to redirect that strength against him, throwing him down with perfect execution. The Duke nodded in agreement, adding that Damien's technique showed not only raw strength, but also refined skill beyond expectation. Furious, Guillermo glared at Damien, his pride burning. How dare he humiliate me like this? Damien remained calm, a faint smile on his face. You're stronger than I thought. Honestly, I had only intended to dislocate your shoulder. The mocking remark sent Guillermo into a frenzy. He let out a furious scream, raising his weapon high, his body trembling with rage. Without hesitation, he charged forward, his voice cracking with madness. I'll crush your skull with one strike. Chelsea's panic cry broke through the chaos. Sir Guillermo, stop. Right now. But Guillermo ignored her completely, his fury blinding him. Just as his attack was about to fall, a commanding voice thundered through the chamber. Enough! Senior Knight Heinrich stepped forward, his presence suffocating. His tone was razor-sharp as he leveled his glare at Guillermo. You dare draw a weapon in the Duke's presence? Do you have a death wish? A terrifying aura erupted from Heinrich, his fury radiating like a crushing weight. Damien's eyes widened slightly, stunned. Inwardly, he admitted this was the true power of a high-ranking knight. But for Chelsea's sake, Heinrich forced himself to hold back. His voice dropped, low and cold. I'll overlook this once. But if anything like this happens again, there will be no second chance. Breathing hard, Guillermo lowered his weapon, beads of sweat forming as the reality of Heinrich's warning sank in. His face was tight with tension, his pride fractured but not forgotten. The Duke broke the silence with a calm clap of his hands, brushing off the chaos as though it were nothing more than a minor interruption. A small disturbance, nothing to concern ourselves with. He then announced decisively that Damien would remain the duchy's official representative in the duel. But Hubbets immediately interjected, his voice heavy with frustration. He argued that what had just taken place was hardly fair at all. Hubbets defends his stance, pointing out that Sir Guillermo Blackwing has yet to recover from the exhaustion of travel, giving Damien a clear advantage. But Knight Vincenzo cuts in, arguing that since Sir Guillermo usually fights with weapons, it's unfair to measure his true ability while unarmed. Princess Chelsea quickly agrees with Vincenzo, insisting that the only fair way to judge their skills is through an official duel. Duke Gold Pixie, however, loses his patience and orders his daughter to stop pressing the issue. She refuses to back down, speaking even more, which only fuels the Duke's irritation. His temper finally snaps. He slams the table and shouts at her to quit flaunting her incompetence. Chelsea, mortified and ashamed, quietly admits she has acted out of line. The sight of her humiliation enrages Hubbets, but before the tension grows worse, Damien raises his hand to address the Duke. Smiling, he politely asks if he may speak. When granted permission, Damien shocks everyone by requesting to accept Lady Chelsea's proposal for a duel, leaving even Chelsea speechless. The Duke, taken aback, stares in silence, weighing Damien's words. Once the meeting concludes, Victor questions Damien's decision. He doesn't understand why Damien agreed to the duel when there was no real need. Damien only replies that every action has its reason. As they walk, Damien notices the workshop the Duke had mentioned before. Victor confirms it is the very place. Damien recalls the Duke explaining earlier that his sword was broken in the duel against Hubbets, and so he had ordered a special blade to be forged by the duchy's finest blacksmith. Damien reflects that while most would settle for a simple training sword, the one commissioned by the Duke is far from ordinary, something rare even within the duchy itself. Inside the workshop, a blacksmith greets them, already informed of their arrival, and invites them in to see the weapon prepared. Damien is immediately struck by the sheer number of finely crafted arms within the forge, remarking on their quality to Victor. Then his eyes fall upon a single, unique blade displayed among the rest. His thoughts sharpen. Could this be the sword crafted especially for him? The blacksmith notices Damien's gaze fixed on the unusual blade and asks if he's interested, noting that its design is unlike any other. He then shares its story, saying the knight who ordered it had promised to give it a name before vanishing without a trace. Damien quietly suggests it must have been a specially commissioned blade, which shocks the blacksmith, who wonders how Damien could know such a thing. In his thoughts, Damien recognizes its resemblance to a weapon once wielded by the infamous evil sword master. Deciding firmly, he declares he will take this sword. The blacksmith, startled, reminds him of the rare and peculiar materials used to forge it, but Damien is unfazed. Inwardly, he acknowledges that this blade surpasses ordinary rare swords. It carries the power to amplify magic. He then asks if it already has a name. The blacksmith recalls that the knight intended to call it the sword of 1,000 miles. Standing before the blade, Damien repeats the name aloud, claiming it as his own. The blacksmith respectfully asks if he has truly found a weapon to his liking, but Damien only studies the sword in his hand with keen interest. At that moment, a young maid enters the workshop. With graceful politeness, she introduces herself as Rebecca, a servant of Princess Chelsea. She informs Damien that she has come to escort him, as the princess wishes to meet him in person. Damien replies coolly that he doesn't see much reason to meet her. Rebecca, however, smiles softly and hints that things may not be as simple as he thinks. She explains that the princess likely has her own intentions and persuades him that it would be wiser to agree. After a brief silence, Damien nods and agrees to follow. Rebecca leads him through the palace halls and gardens, speaking as they walk. She tells him that their destination is a restaurant overseen personally by Princess Chelsea, an exclusive place reserved only for nobles. Today, however, the entire venue has been cleared for Damien alone. As they approach, Rebecca points toward the elegant restaurant and informs him that the princess is already waiting inside. Damien nods quietly to Rebecca, telling her he understands and will head inside at once. Standing before the restaurant's doors, he pauses, wondering what kind of proposal Princess Chelsea intends to put before him. Just then, a peculiar scent drifts out from within, sharp and distinct enough to catch his attention. As he steps inside, Princess Chelsea greets him smoothly, remarking that he's a little late. Seated at the table, she gestures for him to join her quickly. With a faint, knowing smile, she addresses him by his full name, Damien Haxon. Confident and unwavering, Damien wastes no time. He asks her directly why she summoned him here in secret. Chelsea remains composed, suggesting they speak over dinner, which will be served soon. Damien dismisses the idea, saying he has no interest in idle talk, and demands she state her purpose immediately. Accepting his bluntness, Chelsea gets straight to the point. She tells him she has only one request, that he step down as House Gold Pixie's representative in the upcoming duel. Damien asks if she doubts Sir Guillermo's ability. Calmly, she tells him not to misunderstand. With his axe in hand, Sir Guillermo could easily overwhelm someone like Damien. Her true concern, she explains, is preserving their full strength for the duel against the Marquis. She doesn't want needless risks or even minor injuries from an unnecessary clash. That's why she wants Damien to withdraw. She goes further, promising that if he agrees, she will give him whatever he desires in return. Damien looks at her and asks what reason he should have to yield to such a demand. Chelsea answers with a confident smile, saying nobles like him, poor nobles, always have predictable desires, wealth, reputation, things of that nature. But Damien meets her words with a cold stare. Inwardly, he calls her arrogant for judging so carelessly. Then aloud, he asks whether she really believes he couldn't gain far more from the Duke himself. Princess Chelsea answers smoothly, saying that while it may seem that way now, he should think more carefully. With a sly smile, she leans in slightly and asks if it wouldn't be wiser to side with the future Duke. As she says this, her eyes flicker toward the hourglass set beside her, watching the last grains of sand trickle down. The aroma she had prepared earlier is nearly at full effect. Her tone suddenly sharpens into command as she tells Damien that, if he has understood her well, he should go immediately to her father and declare his resignation as House Gold Pixie's official representative. The moment the final grain of sand falls, a sinister aura spills from Chelsea, filling the room with suffocating tension. She orders him again, go tell him you'll step down. The air grows heavy in silence. Damien sits motionless, eyes lowered as though already caught under her spell. But then, he lifts his head with clarity and firmly rejects her demand. Chelsea freezes in shock, her composure shattered. She cries out in disbelief, insisting that this isn't how things were supposed to unfold. Damien only smiles faintly, understanding why her voice now trembles with frustration, because her charm fragrance has failed. Inwardly, he recalls what he knows from his past life. Charm fragrance, a powerful form of dark magic that manipulates the will, clouding judgment with false allure. To most, it's irresistible. Anyone exposed for even an hour would be reduced to a mindless servant. But he knew the moment he stepped into the room what she had prepared. What Chelsea doesn't know is that his authority of greed absorbed the spell entirely, leaving him untouched. While she sits stunned, Damien asks her directly what she means by claiming this isn't how it's supposed to go. Enraged, Chelsea demands to know why he would refuse her when she had promised him everything he could possibly want. Damien, calm and unwavering, replies that he has no need for anything she can offer. What he truly seeks, he says, is something far beyond her reach. Chelsea reels at Damien's words, shouting furiously, demanding to know what he means. What could he possibly want? Damien answers softly, almost with a smile, that what he truly desires is nothing more than his family's happiness. Chelsea freezes, thrown off completely by his response. Her voice trembles with confusion as she presses him again, asking what he means by that. But Damien doesn't bother to explain further. Instead, he calmly turns to leave, telling her to make sure Sir Guillermo Blackwing is well prepared for the duel ahead. Her expression hardens instantly, her voice dropping into a chilling tone. She warns Damien that he seems to value his family far too much. Then, her words twist into a threat. If he refuses to step down, she will have the entire Hashin household destroyed. She promises to send her forces to grind his family underfoot without mercy. Before she can finish, Damien suddenly surges forward at frightening speed. His hand clamps around her throat, forcing her to the ground in an instant. Chelsea collapses, paralyzed by the crushing force, screaming in both pain and rage. She shrieks at him, demanding how he dares lay a hand on her. Damien says nothing. His fury burns silently as he tightens his grip, her cries echoing through the chamber as she chokes and writhes beneath him. The commotion draws her knights rushing in, their voices filled with alarm as they call out for their princess. Horrified, they roar at Damien, demanding he release her immediately. One knight leaps forward, desperate to save her, but Damien moves like a phantom. With terrifying speed, he counters, striking them down one after another before they can even comprehend his movements. Each attempt to reach him is met with effortless evasion and swift retaliation. In moments, the knights lie scattered, shaken and defeated, staring in shock at the overwhelming power Damien just displayed. Cold and unrelenting, Damien glares down at them, the air heavy with his murderous intent. He tells the knights flatly that the cuts to their ears are shallow. If they apply potion now, they will survive. Before leaving, he turns his gaze back to the princess. Calling her by her full name, Chelsea Goldpixie, his voice cuts like ice. He tells her that as much as he longs to slit her throat right then and there, he'll refrain. Because for her, death would be far too merciful a punishment. As Damien turns to leave, his voice cuts through the silence one last time. He tells Chelsea to await the punishment she truly deserves. With a slight turn of his head, he flashes a chilling smile, an unspoken warning of the grim future closing in on her. Chelsea trembles where she sits, fear etched plainly across her face at his words. Just then, Rebecca bursts into the room, her eyes widening in shock at the scene before her. She rushes to Chelsea's side, asking anxiously if she's all right. But Chelsea, consumed by fury, clenches her teeth and vows that she will kill Damien Haxon without fail. Her rage erupts into a scream as she calls for someone named Mustang. At once, Mustang appears, loudly announcing his arrival. Chelsea immediately lashes out at him, demanding why the enchanted perfume failed against Damien. Mustang hesitates, clearly unsettled, and admits he doesn't know the exact reason. He explains that some people are naturally resistant to dark magic. Chelsea's rage only intensifies. She strikes him hard, calling him a fool, and he cries out in pain. Then, her tone turns sharp as she demands to know where Sir Guillermo Blackwing is. Mustang, trembling, explains that Sir Guillermo went to a tavern to drink, trying to calm his anger over the day's events. Chelsea erupts again, screaming furiously at the thought of him wasting time in a tavern with such a crucial duel ahead. By the next day, her fury hasn't cooled. She storms up to Mustang, screaming in his face, demanding if he's truly certain that Sir Guillermo can defeat Damien Haxon. Mustang, regaining some composure, responds with confidence. He assures her that Sir Guillermo is their strongest knight, unmatched in skill and mastery of dark magic. He urges her to be patient, promising that victory will soon bring the ducal estate firmly under her control. But Chelsea's glare is unrelenting. With venom in her voice, she threatens him, saying if he fails to deliver, he will be the first to die. Pale and shaken, Mustang stammers nervously, repeating that he understands and will not forget her words. High above, Damien observes the chaos below with a calm, unwavering gaze, his focus sharp as ever. The blacksmith's shop glows faintly against the night, its forge long cooled but still alive with dim light. Inside, Victor lies sprawled across the floor, fast asleep with weapons scattered around him, clutching them as though they were pillows. His soft snores echo through the quiet room, entirely unbothered by the world. Damien, however, remains awake, seated with the new sword resting across his knees. With a flick of his finger, he taps the blade and murmurs a single name, Yulon. The sword resonates in response, releasing a strange wave of sound. The reaction sharpens Damien's thoughts. His eyes narrow as he recalls an old and dangerous memory, the Yulon organization. Dark mages. He curses them bitterly under his breath, his suspicion now certain. Princess Chelsea Goldpixie must be tied to them. The energy he sensed from Gaiam before was without doubt the same dark magic. Testing the blade again, Damien flicks it once more, and a heavier wave ripples through the room. He strikes harder this time, sending out a burst so powerful that nearby structures tremble, debris scattering into the air. A loose shard of stone smacks Victor on the head, yet he continues snoring peacefully, utterly unaware. A grin spreads across Damien's face, amused at the irony. He muses that instead of wasting time explaining everything to the Duke, simply showing him would be far quicker. With a touch of self-satisfaction, he mutters that the idea is nothing short of brilliant. The night slips quietly into morning. At dawn, Guillermo strides onto the sparring grounds, his armor clanking with each heavy step. He paces back and forth, working himself up with guttural roars, a display both to steal his resolve and to intimidate the spectators. The crowd murmurs among themselves, recognizing him instantly. That's Guillermo. Their voices carry a mixture of awe and unease as they comment on his massive frame and the sheer force he radiates. Whispers spread, each one adding to his fearsome reputation. Then someone turns to Pabel, asking directly who he believes will win the duel. Pabel hesitates, conflicted, his face revealing his unease. After a long pause, he finally speaks. If one were to weigh only the reputations of the two knights, then Guillermo Blackwing would almost certainly be the victor. A low-ranked knight, standing near Pabel, lights up at his words, his voice trembling with excitement as he blurts out whether this means they'll finally be freed from the grip of that demon-like Damien Hashin. His tone is drenched in resentment, the result of all the humiliation Damien had inflicted upon them in the past 2 days. The bitter remark sends a chill down the spine of another knight beside him, who shudders as memories of their sparring session flood back. Damien's merciless beating, the way he seemed to savor every strike. Pell, too, remembers it vividly, the helplessness of that one-sided fight. He admits he longs to see Damien lose, but with a heavy sigh, he confesses he simply can't imagine it happening. Just then, Damien steps onto the sparring grounds. His energy is electric, his movements alive as he stretches with enthusiasm, a glaring contrast to the grim and nervous knights around him. From the sidelines, Victor cheers loudly, urging him to win. Hitz watches Damien's bold entrance with contempt, his face twisted with disdain and confusion, unable to comprehend how he can walk in so fearlessly. Now, the duelists stand face to face. Damien versus Guillermo. The crowd falls silent, the tension pressing down like a weight. Guillermo is the first to speak, arrogance dripping from his voice. He sneers that he's surprised Damien didn't run away. Damien dismisses the jab with ease, asking instead what nonsense Guillermo is muttering. Then, with casual observation, he remarks on Guillermo's shoulder, suggesting he must not have slept well since it looks stiff. Guillermo scoffs at the comment, telling Damien to keep up his little act of calmness while he still can. At that moment, Duke Goldpixie arrives, taking his seat with authority. He notes lightly that it seems he is the last to arrive. Wasting no time, he announces that, as promised, whoever wins today will take on the role of official representative. Before signaling the start, his voice grows firm as he adds a pointed remark. He expects everyone to accept the outcome without complaint. His eyes fixed deliberately on Chelsea. She meets his gaze with a smug smile, dismissing his warning with a scoff. Inside, she mocks him, convinced this victory already belongs to Guillermo. She thinks to herself that her father should enjoy this moment while it lasts, because soon, Sir Guillermo will secure triumph. Then, to begin the duel, the Duke raises a small white cloth, tossing it high into the air. His voice rings out clearly. With that signal, let the duel begin. Sir Guillermo is the first to make a move, pulling out a pair of axes, while Damien still has his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, leaving it unsheathed. Guillermo twirls both weapons with ease as he advances, his steps steady, his confidence clear. He calls out Damien's name, warning him that accepting this duel was a fatal mistake. Damien doesn't move an inch. Guillermo grips his axes tightly and declares that he'll show Damien why people call him the wild beast. He lowers his stance, ready to charge like a bull. Mana surges around his body. In the blink of an eye, he rockets forward with terrifying speed. His axe comes down, the strike just a breath away from Damien's head. Yet Damien stays perfectly calm. Just before the blow lands, he finally draws his sword, swinging it with a subtle motion, exactly like the night before. From the blade erupts a distinct wave of sound, surging outward to intercept Guillermo's strike. Guillermo's eyes widen, startled. He instantly pulls back, narrowly avoiding a direct hit, but the force of the wave still drives him back further than where he started. Shocked and catching his breath, he demands, "What the hell was that just now?" The display leaves everyone stunned. Not just Guillermo, but also Chelsea and her maid. Even the Duke looks unsettled, murmuring that it's a most unusual technique. His knight, however, seems to recognize it, his expression tightening. Humiliation burns through Guillermo. His face twists with rage as he roars, hurling curses at Damien and calling him a bastard knight. He demands to know what kind of sorcery this is. Damien answers with silence. Instead, he unleashes another wave from his blade, followed by more in quick succession, sending a barrage toward Guillermo. But Guillermo refuses to back down. Consumed by fury, he charges headlong into the oncoming strikes, unwilling to retreat. The waves slam into him, tearing into his body and drawing blood. He stumbles, breathing hard, pain cutting deep. He steadies himself, managing to mutter, "You," in a low, strained voice. But before he can finish, Damien fires off another wave. Bam! It crashes straight into Guillermo's face. Before Guillermo can even lift his head, another strike smashes straight into his face. Bam! He reels under the blow, his nose pouring blood, his body sluggish and unable to properly respond. Damien finally eases his assault, giving him a brief moment to breathe. Guillermo spits, wipes his bloodied mouth, and glares up at Damien. Through clenched teeth, he snarls, calling him a little bastard. In response, Damien raises his sword high, flooding it with mana until it radiates an overwhelming force. His voice cuts through the silence. He's done wasting time. Pointing the blade downward, he drives it into the ground with devastating power. Bam! A massive shockwave erupts from the strike, far stronger than before, and surges directly into Guillermo. The impact is brutal. His body convulses as the dark mana within him is ripped away, leaving him writhing in agony. A scream tears out his throat, raw and piercing. The spectators are frozen, their minds spinning. None of them can make sense of what they're witnessing. Shock and disbelief ripple across every face. Chelsea, her maid, the Duke, even a knight beside him. Guillermo clutches at himself, his stomach twisting violently. A vile sound escapes his throat, the unmistakable warning of what's to come. That happens. He vomits. A thick, revolting stream of black sludge pours from his mouth. It keeps coming, a sickening torrent that refuses to stop. Damien stands firm, unflinching, watching every second. The Duke, visibly shaken, demands to know what is happening to Guillermo. His knight narrows his eyes, muttering that it might be exactly what he suspects. Chelsea, however, is overwhelmed, her thoughts spiraling as she mutters in disbelief that such a thing can't be real. Still, the vomiting doesn't end. It stretches on painfully long. Guillermo's body shudders with torment, smoke beginning to rise from his skin. His hand shrivels before their eyes, the flesh withering as though being drained away. Damien finally steps forward, closing the distance between them. Standing tall over Guillermo, he allows a faint smile. His words cut cold. At last, Guillermo's true form has been revealed. Guillermo makes one last desperate attempt to fight back, but it's pitiful. His voice breaks, nothing more than the weak whimper of a dying animal, before his body collapses completely. His strength gone, his muscles wasted away, he lies crumpled on the ground, utterly defeated. Damien stands tall over the fallen man, his voice cutting through the silence as he calls Guillermo what he truly is, a fake knight. His words echo, heavy and undeniable. The crowd stiffens, a collective gasp breaking the air. A fake knight? The accusation strikes like a hammer. All eyes widen, disbelief written across every face. Even the three gold-ranked pixie knights and Victor stare in shock, unable to process what they're witnessing. With practiced composure, Damien flourishes his blade before sliding it back into its sheath. His voice is steady, resolute as he confirms once more, Guillermo is no knight. He explains that Guillermo has been bolstering his body with dark magic, a disgraceful trick that makes him nothing more than a fraud. Damien dismisses him with a simple wave, as though the matter is beneath him. Guillermo, laid bare before all, trembles weakly on the ground. His strength is gone, his body shaking in pitiful defeat. Around him, unease spreads among the Duke's vassals. Whispers stir, dark magic. Fear mixes with denial. One man scoffs, unable to accept it, while Het can only stare blankly, lost in confusion. Chelsea's maid, unlike the rest, betrays no reaction. Her face remains perfectly still, unreadable, as she watches silently. The murmurs swell. Panic seeps into their voices. If word of this reached the church, disaster would follow. Someone insists they must first uncover Guillermo's true identity. Nods of agreement follow quickly, their hushed plotting barely contained. In the midst of this, Chelsea's maid quietly slips away, moving unnoticed toward the exit while the others remain distracted. The Duke, however, seethes. His rage coils tighter with every moment as the scene unravels before him. His eyes darken, his composure fraying, until finally he bursts out, his voice trembling with fury. Damien, did you already know Guillermo's true identity? Damien bows his head slightly, answering with calm respect. Yes. He apologizes for keeping it hidden, but makes it clear that his silence was deliberate. The reason I didn't speak sooner, he explains evenly, was because I wanted to discover who is truly behind all this. To learn who could allow something like this to happen inside your very house. The Duke's stomach twists, a sickening weight settling in as his face pales. His voice shakes as he presses further. The perpetrators? Damien's gaze sharpens, turning grave. Yes, he confirms. Then, without hesitation, he delivers the revelation. Dark mages have infiltrated the Duke's household, and to unmask the one truly responsible. Damien drops a bombshell. The one tied to this dark magic, Damien declares without hesitation, is none other than your daughter, Lady Chelsea. The revelation crashes down like thunder. Chelsea's eyes go wide, her face frozen in disbelief as her name hangs heavy in the air. Cornered, she bursts out in panic, her voice sharp and desperate. Father, it's not me. I didn't know anything about this. But the Duke only buries his face in his hands. His shoulders slump, the weight of disappointment pressing down on him. His voice trembles as he speaks, torn between denial and fury. I can't deny it, not when I look closely. He admits softly, I don't want to believe it. Yet his anger swells past the point of restraint. His eyes harden as he lifts his head, glaring at Chelsea. How dare you bring such filth into my house? His voice booms, cutting through the chaos. Don't just stand there. He thrusts a hand toward Chelsea, his order absolute. Lock her and all involved in the prison. Find out who they truly are. Chelsea cries out in desperation. Father, I swear I've been wronged. But her pleas fall on deaf ears. Soldiers move swiftly, seizing Guillermo's weakened body and surrounding Chelsea. They urge her to submit peacefully. Panic overtakes her. She clenches her teeth, realizing that capture would mean ruin, that every hidden truth would spill out. In a frantic gamble, she snaps at her loyal men. What are you doing? Protect me. Without hesitation, her soldiers raise their blades, shouting in unison, Yes, my lady. They strike at the Duke's guards, recklessly attempting to shield her. The Duke watches this pitiful display and exhales heavily, his disappointment cutting deeper than anger. At last, his voice turns cold. Sir Jael. At the command, his official knight steps forward. The Duke's tone is final. Apprehend Chelsea Gold Pixie at once. Sir Jael bows his head, his voice like iron. As you command. Then he advances. Every step he takes radiates raw dominance, his cloak sweeping behind him with an imposing flow. Chelsea's soldiers falter instantly. A suffocating aura descends upon them, pressing against their very souls. Their bodies shake uncontrollably, instincts screaming at them of the gap in power. Sir Jael's eyes lock onto them, sharp as blades, murderous intent pouring forth like a tidal wave. His voice strikes like a hammer. Step aside. But none of them move. Paralyzed, trembling, they know the truth. Before such a man, they are utterly powerless. Chelsea's soldiers, trembling under Sir Jael's overwhelming presence, grit their teeth and refuse to budge. With voices heavy with determination, they shout to their lady, "Please, find a way to escape. We'll hold them off." Chelsea's eyes are wide with terror, but she doesn't hesitate. "Okay," she gasps, turning to flee. Sir Jael exhales deeply, a shadow of regret in his tone as he mutters, "How unfortunate." His hand moves, unsheathing his blade in a single smooth motion. That alone is enough. The simple act of drawing his sword unleashes a devastating slash. Chelsea glances back mid-run and freezes in horror. The wave of mana from his blade has already ripped past her soldiers, still surging toward her. Her scream tears out as she ducks instinctively, eyes squeezed shut in sheer panic. The force still grazes her, slicing strands of her hair clean off. When she realizes she's still alive, her breath comes in ragged gasps. She dares to open her eyes, and relief briefly floods her chest as she sees her soldiers still standing. But that relief is short-lived. She doesn't notice at first the thin, imperceptible line etched across their bodies. A heartbeat later, their forms give way. Bodies and weapons alike collapse in pieces, neatly severed where Sir Jael's attack had passed. Blood bursts forth, splattering across Chelsea's face. Her scream dies in her throat. Horror takes its place. Two lifeless corpses lie at her feet, their blood soaking into the ground. Sir Jael steps forward, his presence towering over her like a crushing weight. To Chelsea, he no longer looks human. He is a demon advancing without mercy. She stumbles back, her voice cracking, trembling as she cries out, "Don't come any closer." Panic consumes her, her eyes darting desperately for salvation. Then she sees him, Sir Ernst. Her gaze locks onto him like a lifeline. "Sir Ernst," she cries. He stiffens, startled at hearing his name. Tears mix with blood across her face as her voice breaks into pure desperation. "Please help me. Save me." Her words shatter whatever restraint he had left. Though his heart tells him he should stay out of this, her voice cuts too deep. She calls his name again, her tone drenched in sorrow. Finally, he can't hold back any longer. Sir Ernst steps forward, weapon drawn, planting himself between Chelsea and Sir Jael. He cannot bring himself to ignore the desperate pleas of the princess he cherishes. From the sidelines, Damien watches with sharp disdain. Inwardly, he mutters one word, "Idiot." Sir Jael, unshaken, fixes his gaze on Sir Ernst. His voice is low but commanding as he offers him a choice. Sir Jael's voice cuts the air as he addresses him directly. "Sir Ernst Hovitz," he begins, his tone calm but heavy with authority. "As a mid-class knight, you've contributed greatly to the strength of this ducal household. His Grace, the Duke, holds you in the highest regard." Then his words sharpen into steel. "But if you insist on shielding Lady Chelsea, I will execute you where you stand." The warning strikes deep. Ernst's body trembles, though he tries desperately to stand his ground. He surrounds himself with mana, forcing himself to shout in defiance. But the weight of Sir Jael's presence crushes him. This was no bluff. Sir Jael's threat is absolute. Ernst fights the inevitable, but he knows the truth. He can't stop this man. The realization weighs him down until his breaths come ragged, defeat sinking into his bones. At last, he lowers his head. His weapon clatters to the floor, his knees hitting the ground as he bows before Sir Jael, surrendering completely. From behind him, Chelsea whispers his name, her voice fragile, broken. "Sir Ernst." The soldiers seize their chance, closing in. They grab Chelsea, holding her firmly despite her struggles. She twists, resists, but her strength isn't enough to break free. Her eyes dart desperately to the Duke. Her voice cracks as she cries out, "Father, please. Listen to me. I'm innocent. If you just let me explain." But the Duke snaps, his voice booming with fury. "Silence, you worthless thing." His glare burns with disgust as he continues, words heavy with venom. "Because of you, this family nearly faced catastrophe. You've dragged us all into disgrace and filth." Chelsea tries to interject, her voice breaking. "Father," but he ignores her pleas. His words strike her like lashes. "Even now, all you think about is yourself, your safety. Bringing you into this family was the greatest mistake of my life." Blood stains her face as tears mix with it. She shakes her head violently, stuttering, "No, no, I had nothing to do with this. Please, let me go." The Duke's expression hardens. He's finished. I will hear no more of your lies. Guards, silence her. Remove her from my sight. Chelsea thrashes, screaming, "Father, father." But before she can say another word, the guards clamp a hand over her mouth. Her cries die into muffled hums as she's dragged away, powerless. Chelsea struggles violently as the guards drag her away, twisting and thrashing in a desperate attempt to break free. Her muffled cries echo faintly, smothered by the hand pressed tightly over her mouth. No one can make out her words. The crowd watches with mixed expressions. Some gaze at her with pity, while others look on with grim satisfaction. As she's pulled toward the exit, her eyes lock onto Damien. That single glance sends her into a frenzy. Rage burns so fiercely within her that her eyes nearly turn blood red. She tries to scream curses at him, her fury spilling out in silence. But the hand over her mouth steals her voice. Damien doesn't move. He only watches her futile struggle, standing still, unmoved, as if her hatred is nothing but wind against stone. The others present also observe quietly, their expressions unreadable. Then, in chilling contrast, Damien allows a faint, wicked smile to stretch across his face, a dark satisfaction in seeing her dragged away in disgrace. A few days later, the prison beneath the Gold Pixie estate resounds with horrifying screams. The thick stone walls quiver as guttural cries of torment ricochet through the chambers. In the depths of the torture room, one of Chelsea's accomplices writhes in agony, chained down, his body scorched by relentless interrogation. The acrid smell of burned flesh fills the air as a glowing iron sears into his exposed skin again and again. His screams tear out, primal and unending. Sir Jael stands with his back to the scene, silent, though a faint, nearly imperceptible tremor runs through him at every cry. The broken man gasps for air, his words stammering out between ragged breaths, barely audible. That's all I know it. It makes you fall for Lady Chelsea." The torturer, towering and merciless, lifts the iron once more, ready to continue. But Sir Jael's voice cuts across the chamber, flat and cold. "Enough. Stop." The order freezes the air. The torturer lowers the iron immediately, bowing his head. "Yes, sir." The prisoner collapses into unconsciousness, his suffering too great to endure any longer. Sir Jael exhales slowly, bitterness on his tongue. His voice is quiet, but heavy with certainty. "Just as I thought. The truth hangs heavy. Lady Chelsea, aided by the shadows of dark mages, has been weaving her influence far deeper into the Duke's household than anyone had realized." Sir Jael turns, his gaze settling on the limp, broken figure sprawled on the floor. A single question, sharp and consuming, ignites in his mind. How far has the corruption already spread? Lady Chelsea, why? Why would you do such a thing? The unanswered question lingers like a haunting shadow, echoing against the cold stone walls of her prison cell. The room is dim, the air damp and heavy. A single, frail shaft of light pushes through the bars, falling weakly across the cracked floor. In its pale glow lies Chelsea, her body curled, battered, bruises painting her skin, her breath shallow from her own torment. For a moment, she seems broken, but then from deep within, something stirs. A spark of rage flickers to life, defiance clawing its way up through her pain. Slowly, agonizingly, she forces herself upright, her limbs shaking violently with every movement. Blood-red eyes lift from the shadows, eyes once soft, now ablaze with unrelenting fury. A guttural cry escapes her throat, raw and jagged, the sound of hatred and despair erupting as she kneels upright, fists trembling. In her mind, the Duke's face appears with brutal clarity, his cold, merciless gaze the moment he ordered her imprisonment. The memory stokes her fury further, grinding her teeth until her jaw threatens to snap. "Whose fault do you think this is, Duke? Whose?" The words rip silently through her thoughts, venom coursing with every syllable. She only ever wanted one thing, acknowledgement. A memory surfaces, slicing through the storm. She is a child again, her tiny hands clutching a flower crown she had crafted herself, each petal carefully placed with love. Her face beams with innocent joy as she offers it to him, her father. But instead of warmth, his hand lashes out. The crown is smacked violently from her grasp, scattering into broken petals at her feet. The fragile symbol of her hope crushed in an instant. Her little heart shatters with it. Tears sting her eyes now as she recalls it, though they are not born of sadness. They burn with injustice, streaming hot against her blood-stained face. I only ever wanted him to see me as his daughter. That's all. Since I was that little girl, that's all I ever wanted. But in her memories, she sees again and again the same cold glare, the unyielding eyes that never softened, never once showed her love. Her chest heaves as her rage boils over, and in the depths of her mind, she screams into the void. Why? Why you still look at me with those cold, cold eyes? The silence around her is broken only by the distant wails of other prisoners, tortured cries bleeding faintly into her lonely cell. Time drags endlessly, every sound a reminder of her own torment, every breath stoking the fire consuming her heart. Alone in her cell, her torment is interrupted by the sound of footsteps. A lone figure steps into view, a gold-ranked pixie soldier. His armor is stern, his demeanor colder still. In his hand, nothing more than a small loaf of bread. The gate creaks open with a sharp metallic snap, cutting through the silence. Without so much as a glance of kindness, he sets the bread down and speaks flatly. "Lady Chelsea, your meal." Her gaze drops to the loaf. She doesn't move, doesn't answer. Inside, a war rages, silent and merciless. At last, her bloodied hand stretches forward, trembling yet steady, and she takes the bread. Words would mean nothing here. She tears into it, biting down hard, like a beast clinging to life. Yes, this is what she must do. She cannot allow herself to end here. She rips another piece with force, chewing it down with raw defiance. No matter the shame, no matter how far she's fallen, she swears to herself, she will live. She will endure. What she does not see is the soldier still standing beyond the bars. He lingers there, eyes fixed upon her. His stare is sharp, his presence heavy, as though he is quietly scheming something sinister. Elsewhere, in the stillness of a long corridor, Damien rolls his shoulders and stretches, loosening the strain from the day. A sigh escapes him, almost casual. Finally, my training at the ruins is finished. As he strolls, Victor appears, bowing low in greeting. "Young master, you've arrived." Then he adds, "His Grace, the Duke, wishes to see you." Damien pauses, his brows knitting together. What would the Duke possibly want with him now? Moments later, behind closed doors, the Duke himself pours a deep crimson wine into a crystal glass. He gestures to Damien, urging him to drink. Damien accepts, and after a sip, his lips curve into a small smile. "This is good," he remarks, genuinely entertained by the taste. The Duke bursts into laughter, his mood unusually bright. "I'm glad you noticed," he exclaims, almost gleeful. He admits the wine isn't costly, but it remains his favorite, savoring another drink with satisfaction. Then, without restraint, he lets out a loud belch and declares, "Excellent, excellent." Damien watches quietly, uneasy at the Duke's unusual behavior. Something about him seems off. Yet the Duke, still riding his cheer, produces another delicacy. Cheese from the Blanco region, rich and exquisite. The Duke gestures toward the cheese, assuring Damien that it pairs perfectly with the wine. "Go on, try it," he urges. Damien, courteous as always, accepts with a nod. "Thank you," he says, lifting the piece of cheese toward his mouth. But just as he's about to take a bite, the Duke's voice cuts in, low and deliberate. "About Chelsea, I've decided, in the end, to accept help from the church." Damien freezes, lowering the cheese in his hand. His head turns sharply toward the Duke, eyes narrowing with genuine surprise. "Really? That's unexpected. I thought you preferred to investigate on your own." The Duke lets out a long sigh, his posture sinking slightly. "Yes, but after all the help you've given me, I can't shake the guilt." His tone shifts, edged with frustration as he adds, "And we've lost every single dark mage." Damien's eyes widen, his voice quick and sharp. "All of them? You're telling me we lost them all?" The Duke presses his hand to his forehead, as though steadying the storm building inside him. Irritation laces his words. "Yes, we managed to capture all of Chelsea's other allies, but not a single dark mage was among them." He exhales heavily, then continues in a steadier tone. "I thought you should at least know where things stand." Damien's mind flickers with the shadowy faces of the dark mages who once stood at Chelsea's side. His jaw tightens, frustration bubbling within. Damn it, every last one of them gone. Maybe I should have stepped in myself. The Duke keeps speaking, his words firm despite his irritation. Even so, I'll let the church handle it. They're better suited to track those slippery bastards. I have no intention of drawing their suspicion by doing it myself. Damien nods slightly, then asks, "And Chelsea? Did she say anything at all, about the dark mages?" The Duke's head shakes slowly, the motion heavy with finality. No, not a word. Even under relentless torture, she never spoke. That woman, she's tougher than anyone imagined. He drains the last of his wine, then leans forward to set the empty glass on the table. For a moment, he stares into the distance, his voice dropping to a murmur. Chelsea wasn't always like this. The room falls silent, the weight of his words hanging in the air. Only the faint breeze drifting through the window stirs the quiet, carrying with it a subtle, chilling edge. The silence lingers until the Duke begins to speak again, his voice heavy as he unravels Chelsea's past. He tells Damien that Chelsea's mother was no noblewoman, but a commoner he met by chance during a hunt in his younger years. Not long after, she became pregnant with Chelsea. His tone carries a trace of bitterness as he admits, "Back then, I refused to believe a single mistake could leave her carrying my child. The idea that someone of such low birth bore my blood, it was unbearable." He recalls the memory. Chelsea, just a small, bewildered child, clinging to her mother's side as they stood at his door. Her mother's voice pleading desperately for him to open it. But in those days, he shut them out, cold and merciless, turning his back without hesitation. Now, in the present, his face darkens with sorrow. Time went on, he says softly, but eventually, curiosity got the better of me. I ordered an inquiry into the child I had cast aside. What he discovered shook him. The woman had succumbed to the plague. Only the child survived. Chelsea endured alone. With that knowledge, he finally brought her into his household. That's how I came to know her, he explains. A bitter laugh escapes him, hollow and sharp. Looking back, it was such an uncharacteristic decision for me. Why did I do it? The question hangs in the air, not meant for Damien, but for himself. Damien, calm and straightforward, give a simple answer. Maybe because she's family. Family, the Duke repeats, almost disbelieving. Family, the word feels foreign on his tongue, as though it doesn't belong to him. His gaze drifts upward toward the ceiling as he wonders aloud. Did Chelsea really wish for that? Did she do all of this just so I would recognize her as family? A long sigh escapes him, heavy with regret. She could have lived the life of a noblewoman, simple and ordinary. Why did it have to turn out like this? He pauses then, realizing the room has been filled only with his voice. He straightens up slightly, a faint flush creeping across his face. "Listen to me ramble," he chuckles. "The wine must be taking its toll. Forgive me, Damien, I've been talking far too much." Before Damien can reply, a panicked voice cuts through the air outside the door, hurried and frantic. Your Grace, are you here?" The door slams open, and a man stumbles inside, breathless, terror etched in his voice. The Duke narrows his eyes. What's all this commotion? The messenger gasps, struggling for breath, his words quaking. "Your Grace, Lady Chelsea, something terrible has happened to her. But he never gets the chance to finish. The scene cuts suddenly. Two soldiers stagger backward, collapsing to the floor, their faces twisted in sheer horror. Their wide eyes lock onto the sight above them. In the reflection of one soldier's trembling gaze, the horror is plain to see. Inside the cell, Chelsea hangs lifeless. The silence that follows is suffocating, broken only by the weight of the dreadful truth. Later, the estate is quiet. Damien and Victor walk side by side down the hallway, a basket of laundry in tow. Victor grumbles, unable to hold back his irritation. "Young master, are you really going to keep doing this?" Damien glances at him calmly. "Doing what?" Victor's voice rises as he scolds. "I've told you countless times. When you send laundry out, you must separate the undergarments from the rest." Unbothered, Damien replies, "Did you?" Victor nearly explodes, his face flushed. "Did you?" "Of course I did. I've told you again and again. Do you have no regard for the one who has to wash it all? And another thing, why are your socks always inside out the second you take them off?" But Damien doesn't answer. His steps falter. His attention is fixed on a half-open door, a narrow slit of darkness spilling out. Through the gap, he catches sight of the Duke. Alone in the dim room, The Duke sits motionless, his gaze lost in the endless void ahead. Damien lingers, a heavy solemnity settling over him as he takes in the Duke's lonely figure. Days have crawled by since the dreadful announcement of Chelsea Goldpixie's death. The inquiry ended with finality. Suicide. The investigations of everyone tied to her have already concluded, the punishment swift, handed down as retribution for the shame she was deemed to have brought upon the house. Her resting place is bare and unmarked, an austere reminder of her disgrace, stripped of every trace of nobility. The chaos that once shook the Gold Pixie Duchy has, for now, fallen quiet. Yet Damien feels it in his bones. This silence is not peace. It is only the stillness before a storm. A fire burns hot in his eyes as he mutters under his breath, voice sharp as a blade. If it truly is them, then I swear. His vow cuts off abruptly. Victor suddenly appears at Damien's side, his expression exaggerated, caught somewhere between disbelief and alarm. Are you even paying attention? He snaps, his words cutting through the haze clouding Damien's mind. Ah, Damien replies vaguely, little more than a sound, but quickly recovers. He throws an arm casually around Victor's shoulders, a smile tugging at his lips. I hear you, he says lightly. Now quit whining like some spoiled kid. Victor flinches at the remark, his tone sharp in return. Whining? You think I was whining? Honestly, even with something this simple. But his voice drifts away as the scene melts into the night. Above, the moon hangs cold and distant, its light spilling indifferently over the abandoned city alley. Sir Ernst Hovitz staggers alone through the shadows, a man broken beneath the crushing weight of sorrow. The chill of the night air offers no comfort. His steps falter, his body sways, and then a heavy thud echoes as his shoulder slams against the stone wall. He clings to it, breath ragged, using the rough surface to steady himself until his strength gives out. Sliding down, the scrape of stone against his shoulder follows him until he collapses onto the filthy ground. A harsh breath escapes him. His voice, cracked and trembling, slips into the silence. Lady Chelsea. The name falls from his lips like a wound torn open. In an instant, memory engulfs him. She appears in his mind, Lady Chelsea, young and radiant, her hands gently holding a crown of wildflowers she had woven herself. Sir Hovitz, she calls, her tone bright and innocent. Do you think my father would like it if I gave him flowers from the garden? Heat rises to Hovitz's face at her sweetness. He lowers his head, unable to meet her gaze. I wouldn't know, Lady Chelsea. I've never been given flowers before. Her eyes widen, genuinely surprised. Really? And then, she spins playfully, her voice carrying a secret joy. My mother always said flowers hold magic, that they bring happiness to people. Her smile shines with untainted light as she continues. These flowers, they're the same ones that bloomed when my parents first met. The words pierce him, leaving him shaken, captivated. All he can do is stare at her brilliance, lost in the purity of her presence. Her voice lingers, warm and certain. Then my father will be happy too. Hovitz can only gaze, breath caught in his throat, his lips parting in a quiet gasp of awe. A soft, genuine smile finally breaks across his face. Then I'm certain, he says with quiet conviction, the Duke will treasure them. But that memory fades, swallowed by the bleak reality of the alley. Sir Hovitz's face hardens, steeped in grief and crushing regret. His voice cracks as he whispers into the empty night. I failed you, Lady Chelsea. I couldn't protect you. Loneliness wraps around him like a shroud. His body trembles, every breath quaking under the weight of sorrow. The sound of his muffled sobs fills the still air, until they rip free as harsh, guttural cries that seem endless. In a surge of rage turned inward, he clenches his fist and drives it into his own chest, the dull thud resounding against the stone walls. Idiot, he spits at himself, raw and broken. Tears pour unchecked down his face, hot and blinding. The word repeats, each time heavier, sharper. Idiot, I should have died back then. Worthless fool. The curses twist into a howl of anguish, his voice tearing through the alley as he roars into the night. I should have protected her. The scream rips from his throat like his very soul being torn apart, echoing under the cold, unyielding moon. When at last the sound dies, silence presses in again. His breathing comes in ragged bursts, chest heaving as he claws his way back from the brink of despair. Slowly, painfully, he steadies himself. But then, a presence stirs in the shadows. From the darkness steps a figure, unexpected yet unmistakable. It is Rebecca, once Lady Chelsea's maid, now marked as one of the dark mages. Her voice cuts through the silence, unsettlingly calm. There you are. He lifts his head, his tear-streaked face turning toward her. As her form becomes clear, she draws closer, her expression faintly touched with concern. She speaks, her tone smooth yet edged with subtle control. Sir Ernst Hovitz. The sound of his full name on her lips jolts him. His breath hitches, and he stammers, the name trembling out of him. Araba. Then fury explodes. In a single, vicious motion, Hovitz lunges. His hand clamps around her throat, and with brutal force, he slams her against the stone wall. His grip tightens, cutting off her breath as his eyes burn like blazing coals, seething with murderous rage. You. Hovitz snarls, his grip tightening with lethal intent. What audacity do you have to show your face here? Because of you. Because of you, Lady Chelsea. His words cut off as his hand clamps harder, the pressure alone promising death. Rebecca chokes, her nails digging desperately into his arm as her face flushes deep red. Her voice comes out strangled, a last plea between gasps. Please, Sir Hovitz, listen to me. But the storm inside him cannot be stilled so easily. Rage seethes through every fiber of his being. Silence, he roars, voice shaking with fury. Shut your mouth, you wretched dark mage. Crawling into bed with that demon. I'll crush your neck here and now. Her body convulses as she fights for air, but in the midst of her struggle, she forces out a few words. Help me, get revenge. The phrase slices through his rage, halting him for just an instant. His grip falters slightly, hesitation flickering in his blazing eyes. What did you say? His voice lowers, rough and trembling. Revenge? Why are you speaking of revenge, Rebecca? Her words are faint but urgent, each one forced through burning lungs. Lady Chelsea's death. The Duke called it suicide, but that was a lie. The claim pierces through him like ice. He stares, stunned, as she pushes on with a desperate whisper. It wasn't suicide. Lady Chelsea, she couldn't survive the torture. The word torture lands like a hammer blow. A cold, violent shudder rips through Hovitz, his entire body seizing as though frozen solid. His grip finally breaks. Rebecca collapses, falling hard to her knees, hacking violently as she drags in shuddering gulps of air. Her lungs burn, her body trembling from the near brush with death. Above her, Hovitz looms like a shadow carved from rage itself, all warmth gone from his face. His voice is low, sharp enough to cut stone. What proof do you have to make such a monstrous claim? Rebecca doesn't lift her head, but her voice steadies, grim and unwavering. Think, Sir Hovitz. You know better than anyone. Lady Chelsea was never the kind of person to take her own life. Her tone hardens, growing colder, sharper. And more than that, I heard it myself from those who recovered her body. They said it was covered in wounds. Unspeakable wounds, signs of brutal torment no one could endure. The kind that guarantee death. The weight of her words slams into him. A sharp, searing pain erupts in Sir Hovitz's skull, his thoughts spiraling in chaos. His mind claws desperately between loyalty and the horror Rebecca has unveiled. Sensing the fracture in his resolve, Rebecca presses forward. She lifts her gaze at last, eyes carefully crafted to mirror his grief, as though she, too, bears the same wound. The Duke, she breathes, her voice thick with false sorrow. He covered up himself. He staged her death, a suicide, all to bury his own disgrace. A broken sound tears from Hovitz's throat, a guttural curse, raw and venomous. His chest heaves as the dreadful realization dawns. No, it's possible. His mind reels, fragments of the Duke's ruthless past flashing before him. The cruelty, the cold ambition. Yes, the man he knows could very well commit such an atrocity. Rebecca watches him falter, his loyalty crumbling under the weight of doubt. She rises slowly from the ground, movements smooth and deliberate, her voice poised to pierce the last of his defenses. It's true, she concedes, her tone laced with calculated regret. I first approached Lady Chelsea with ulterior motives. She pauses, letting the admission hang heavy before softening her words. But she treated me with kindness. Like a sister, her hand extends, fingertips brushing against the one Hovitz still presses against his face, as if to shield himself from the storm inside. "I cannot let this go," she whispers. With both hands, she gently lowers his, forcing his trembling gaze to meet hers. "I will avenge Lady Chelsea. I will make the Duke pay." Her eyes burn with a false fire as she declares it. Then the air shifts. From the pendant resting against her chest, a sinister glow ignites, an insidious purple light that spills outward, wrapping her in a malevolent aura. "For me to take revenge," her voice lowers, weaving a dangerous melody. "I need you, Sir Ernst Hovitz." The glow spreads, seeping into his face, painting his skin with its unnatural hue. His body stiffens, his mind dazed, overwhelmed by the chilling energy that coils around him like chains. And then, his eyes harden, glassy and vacant. His gaze fixes forward, stripped of will, swallowed whole by the enchantment. The purple aura coils tighter around him, stripping away the last of his will. Sir Hovitz's voice comes out hollow, flat, drained of all emotion. "What do you want me to do?" Rebecca's tone is calm, measured, as she issues her command. Without hesitation, his hand slackens. The bottle slips from his grasp, crashing against the stone, the sharp clatter echoing through the empty alley. His body sways unnaturally before straightening, his movements stiff and mechanical. Like a marionette bound by invisible strings, he lumbers forward, his steps carrying him toward the Duke. From the darkness behind Rebecca, another presence stirs. A hooded figure emerges, his features hidden beneath the heavy shadow of his cloak. His voice rumbles low, steady. "You've done well," he remarks. "I wasn't certain the enchantment would hold on a mere knight of middling rank." The hood pulls back, revealing a face twisted with a predatory grin. Rebecca's lips curve into a cruel smile as her hand trails across the glowing pendant at her chest. "No matter how strong one appears," she says, her tone dripping with wicked amusement, "there is always a weakness buried in their heart. If that weakness festers, enchantment is inevitable." The dark mage hums in thought, his gaze narrowing. In Hovitz's case, Chelsea Goldpixie was that weakness. Rebecca's laugh starts low, a chilling, uneasy sound that builds with unnerving speed, rising higher, faster, until it breaks into a sharp, manic cackle. She tilts her head, almost playfully, a sneer curling her lips. Hovitz is such a fool. He doesn't even realize who truly killed Chelsea. When the truth comes out, that we, the dark mages, orchestrated her death, he'll lose his mind completely. A thought suddenly flickers across her expression, halting her laughter. She turns toward the hooded mage, her tone briefly pensive. "Boss, do we really have to go after Damien Hashin? I've never liked him much, but still." Her question cuts off as his voice sharpens, heavy with command. "What choice do we have? You expect us to sit idle?" His words bite, his tone edged with fury. His features twist, anger blazing as he continues. "Did you forget what the church's spy confirmed? That it was Damien Hashin who killed Agito." His voice grows harsher still, vibrating with indignation. The hooded mage's expression hardens, his voice dropping to a chilling calm. "On top of everything, Damien interfered with the grand cause entrusted to us. That alone makes him unforgivable." His eyes gleam, a sinister crimson glow flickering within. His lips curl into a twisted smile as he continues. "He still doesn't know who we are. Even the duchy believes we've vanished. They'll never see it coming." A low, sinister laugh escapes him, echoing like a curse through the alley. In his mind, the image of Damien Hashin burns vivid and sharp. He is certain this is their golden chance to end him once and for all. Night falls within the duchy. Inside his quarters, Damien sits alone, cross-legged in silence. His breathing is steady, his focus unshakable as he guides the flow of mana through his body. The stillness cloaks him like a shroud, yet he is not alone. From the shadows, three figures lurk, eyes fixed on him. They wait, patient, until his concentration deepens. Then, like predators springing from cover, they move as one. Their sudden rush nearly snuffs out a nearby candle flame. All three strike together, wooden blades slicing down toward the motionless figure before them. But in the instant before impact, Damien vanishes. In a blur, he reappears above and behind them, his form silhouetted in shadow, eyes glowing white with lethal intent. His voice cuts through the air, calm yet final. What a pity. The strike comes swift. One attacker barely raises his sword to block, but the force of the blow crashes through his defense, hurling him across the hall. He slams into a pillar, collapsing to his knees. His sword hand trembles violently, teeth grinding in pain as he forces his head up. Ugh, but his body gives way, and he crumples fully to the ground, defeated. The remaining two freeze in fear, retreating instinctively as low growls of panic escape them. Damien lowers his weapon, resting the blade casually against his shoulder. His tongue clicks in disdain, disappointment dripping from his words. Pathetic. His gaze sharpens as he delivers his command. All three of you kneel. The low-class knights of the Gold Pixie estate hesitate under the crushing weight of his presence, the order pressing down like iron. Standing over the three, Damien speaks firmly. I told you to do whatever it took to land a hit on me, even an ambush, and yet you still failed. Their heads drop as one, shoulders hunched in shame. Voices overlap in a shaky chorus of apology. Damien studies them for a moment, then sighs. It can't be helped. That's enough for today. The knights freeze, startled by his words. One dares to lift his head, confusion written all over his face. We're done training? Damien raises a brow. Why? Do you want more? The knight's eyes light up instantly, and he blurts out almost too quickly. No, no more training is just fine. Still, uncertainty lingers in his gaze. To him and the others, these sparring sessions have always felt like thinly veiled punishments, nothing more than relentless beatings disguised as lessons. Rest, Damien orders. In 2 days, you'll face the Marquis family. Their excitement falters at once, replaced by a collective groan of dread. Oh, but Damien continues without pause. There will be no more sparring from now on. Spend the next 2 days resting, and think carefully about what I've taught you. The knights blink, baffled. What he's taught us. Their memories betray only endless bruises and exhaustion, deepening their confusion. Damien exhales heavily, disappointment in his tone. So, none of you understood. His eyes sweep over them, sharp but not unkind. These sessions weren't just for physical training. That wasn't my goal. The knights exchange uneasy glances, still lost, but Damien's gaze settles on one of them. The man is silent, brow furrowed, deep in thought. A small smile tugs at Damien's lips. At least one of you gets it. With that, he reaches down and removes the weighted bags strapped to his body. The knights stare, jaws slack, finally realizing he'd been holding back all along. He pays them no mind, turning away with a faint, proud smile. Perhaps I can look forward to that match. Days later, the sound of hooves carries across the leafy plains. A mounted figure arrives. It is Duke Goldpixie. His sharp voice cuts through the air. You're late. Behind him follow his personal knight, Sir Jael, along with Damien Hashin and a group of soldiers. They quickly move to establish the camp. Once preparations are set, the Duke turns toward Damien. Sir Hashin, he says, addressing him directly, what is your assessment of the enemy forces? Damien studies the approaching force, his gaze sharp. They're highly trained, he says evenly. It's not just their weapons or armor. Each soldier carries considerable skill on their own. The Duke lets out a laugh. Right? You mean that bastard from House Lionbloom. If there's one thing he does well, it's drilling his soldiers. A faint smile tugs at the Duke's lips, while Damien watches him in quiet curiosity. Just then, Sir Jael steps forward. My lord, a messenger from the Marquis' side has arrived. They request a meeting between representatives before the duel begins. Is that so? The Duke muses, a knowing look in his eyes. So the Marquis wants to show a little sincerity. He tugs lightly on the reins, his horse answering with a sharp neigh. A confident smile spreads across his face as he calls to his men. Very well, let's go. Meanwhile, inside the Lion Bloom camp, a booming voice rattles a tent. Michael, get up already. Marquis Lion Bloom kicks the side of the bed, glaring down at his son. We're meeting the Duke's faction soon. How long do you plan to sleep? With a yawn loud enough to fill the tent, Michael pushes himself up slightly, eyes half-lidded. Father, you're too noisy. What? The Marquis roars, veins straining at his temple. But Michael only yawns again, stretching lazily. Why'd you wake me? I was having such a good sleep. This is Michael Lion Bloom, the eldest son of House Lion Bloom. True to form, he promptly flops back down, pulling his blanket over himself. You little brat, the Marquis snarls. Do you even understand the importance of your role in this duel? I'm not interested, Michael mutters. rolling onto his side. The Marquis grits his teeth, forcing back the anger threatening to boil over. With a click of his tongue, he turns toward the exit. His hand pushes the tent flap open, but he pauses for a final word. Fine. If that's the case, I'll face that damned Damien Hashi myself. The name cuts through Michael's drowsiness like a blade. His hand freezes mid-motion as he was about to cover his head with the blanket. Slowly, he rises, all trace of sleep gone. Wait. His voice is sharp now. He shoots a look at his father. Why is that bastard with the Duke's faction? The Marquis glares back. Maybe you'd have heard if you weren't busy sleeping. The Duke's side chose Damien Hashin as their representative. A chilling grin spreads across Michael's face as his thumb presses against the hilt of his sword, sliding the blade halfway from its sheath. His eyes glint with madness. Oh, really? Then that works out perfectly. Outside the camp, Michael and his father approach. Waiting for them are Duke Goldpixie and his loyal knight, Sir Jael. The Duke lets out a faint laugh the moment he sees them, inviting us and then arriving late. The Marquis still shows no sense of courtesy. Unbothered, Marquis Lion Bloom scoffs. And for you to make such noise over a trifle, it seems you're still as narrow-minded as ever. Their words bristle with hostility, but instead of boiling over, they laugh, sharp, unsettling bursts that sound more like predators circling each other. Sir Jael finally cuts in with a discreet cough, breaking the tension. The Marquis turns to him at once. Sir Jael, it's been some time. It has, Sir Jael replies smoothly. Good to see you again. Lion Bloom extends a hand. Don't you find serving the Duke boring? My offer still stands. You'd be welcome in my house. But Sir Jael's response is immediate and unyielding. My loyalty belongs to the Goldpixie household. It always will. The Marquis shakes his head with mock regret. A pearl before swine, then. The Duke bristles at the insult, his thoughts seething. Why, you little... But before he can retort, Lion Bloom's gaze shifts. His eyes land on the young knight, standing at the Duke's side. And this one, is he the one? Yes, the Duke answers. The one they call Damien Hashin. The Marquis's eyes harden, fury swelling as he studies Damien. So this is the man who humiliated my son and crushed my knights. His fists clench, veins straining as the anger builds. But even as the rage grows, something strange slithers into his chest. Staring at Damien's calm, smiling face, unease prickles his skin. Sweat beads at his cheek. Why? Why do I feel this tension? I am a high-class knight. Why does a mere lowborn make me feel this way? His thoughts race. Could it be hidden potential? Could this boy truly stand on equal ground with Michael? The realization jolts him. He snaps his gaze toward his son. Michael's face is shadowed at first, unreadable. But then he lifts his head. His eyes lock directly onto Damien, his glare sharp, unyielding. Damien Hashin. He speaks the name softly, almost testing the sound of it. Damien, for his part, only tilts his head, clearly puzzled by the intensity of Michael's stare. Then, slowly, a grin spreads across Michael's face. A grin sharp with mischief, edged with danger. His body shifts, steady and deliberate. His hand slides to the hilt of his blade, posture sinking into a practiced stance. Ready to draw. The metallic scrape of steel breaks the silence as Michael begins to draw his blade. Damien blinks, caught off guard. His expression shifts into quiet confusion, though he says nothing. Michael's crimson eyes, appearing as though he had lost all sense, fixed ahead as he assumed a proper battle stance. With one hand gripping the hilt of his sword and the other resting on the sheath, he prepared himself to unsheathe it. Damien heard the metallic clank of the blade as Michael began to draw it. Without uttering a word, Damien stood still and fixed his gaze upon him. Suddenly, Michael halted all movement, coming back to his senses with shock reflected in his eyes. His father had stepped in, holding his hand and preventing him from drawing the sword completely. That single action snapped Michael back to awareness. Still stunned, he glanced at his own reflection in the half-drawn blade, realizing inwardly that he had not even been aware of what he was doing. Sir Jael cast him a stern sideways glare, addressing him formally as Sir Michael and demanding to know what he thought he was doing. He scolded him, questioning how he dared draw a sword in the presence of his grace. The Duke, calm but firm, remarked that Michael surely understood that drawing a blade against a noble was a grave crime. Marcius, Lion Bloom, quickly spoke in his son's defense, explaining that Michael had acted foolishly only because of his desire to win. The Duke, however, pressed the matter further, asking if he was requesting him to overlook such an act for that simple reason, and demanded to know how he intended to take responsibility. Marcius, inwardly cursing the complication, cast a troubled glance at his son, wondering if Michael's body had reacted unconsciously. Looking then at Damien, and after observing his son's expression, he thought to himself that it was as though Michael were facing a wild beast. Meanwhile, the Duke rested his hand on his chin, carefully considering how best to make Marcius bear responsibility, regarding the situation as a perfect opportunity. After a moment of deliberation, he gave a thin smile and stated that it could not be helped. He announced his decision to cancel the duel entirely, but that he would overlook the matter this one time. Marcius reacted with surprise, thinking inwardly that something was amiss since the Duke was not one to let things go simply. His suspicion was proven correct, as the Duke quickly added that he intended to attach a few additional conditions to the reward of the duel. Marcius scoffed inwardly, realizing he had expected nothing less, but outwardly asked what additional terms the Duke sought. Smugly, the Duke pressed on, having clearly cornered his opponent. The negotiation concluded with Marcius's expression turning bitter as he reluctantly agreed to terms unfavorable to himself. He accepted all of them and turned away, telling his son to follow. Michael complied with a subdued acknowledgement. The Duke waved him off cheerfully, saying he would not see them out, but would see them later. Damien, who had watched the entire exchange, sighed with satisfaction, silently admiring how craftily the Duke had seized the opportunity to impose extra conditions. Still, the Duke turned his gaze to Damien and remarked that it seemed strange that Michael Lionbloom had drawn his sword at him. Damien acted ignorant, spreading his hands and casually saying that who could know. Yet behind his composed demeanor, a faint smile lingered as he thought inwardly that Michael had already awakened his sixth sense at such a young age. He regarded Michael with interest, impressed, and declared within himself that the coming duel would be quite fascinating. As the two distanced themselves, Marcius Lionbloom tilted his head toward his son, demanding to know why he had drawn his sword so recklessly, warning that he could have endangered their house. Michael, his voice full of excitement, asked his father if he had seen it. His father widened his eyes, giving his son his full attention. With Damien's expression still vivid in his mind, Michael explained with exhilaration that Damien had known he was about to draw his sword, yet had only stood there smiling. Filled with joy, Michael admitted that he had never before met an opponent like that, and felt that Damien might finally be able to fight him as an equal. The Lionbloom leader, however, grew concerned, thinking that his son had grown restless from lacking a true rival, and that the look in his eyes had changed. Michael, coming back to his senses, expressed slight remorse, saying that his father had been forced to accept disadvantageous conditions because of him. Marquis, inwardly irritated that his son was only now realizing it, suppressed his anger, sighed, and dismissed the matter, saying there was nothing to worry about. With confidence, he declared that victory would belong to House Lionbloom. At last, the time for the duel arrived. The flag of House Lionbloom was raised, and the members of both houses gathered at the center where the announcer stood. The announcer declared the beginning of the first match, explaining that it was intended to establish momentum. He then called for the dueling knights of both sides to step forward. Turning to the Duke, he inquired about who should be sent first. The Duke sought Damien's opinion, and Damien began to respond, but another voice cut him off. A man asked permission to make a recommendation. The Duke turned curiously and immediately recognized him as Sir Sebastian Vincenzo, the one in charge of training the dueling knights. Sebastian confidently declared that he could recommend someone far more suitable than Damien. Damien, after observing him carefully, noted inwardly that this must be the so-called middle-class knight. He glanced at the dueling knights Vincenzo had trained and observed that this man was indeed the one responsible for training Pabel and the other incompetence. Recognizing Vincenzo's wariness of losing credit to him, Damien decided to let him have his moment. Outwardly, he supported the suggestion, advising the Duke to let Vincenzo recommend the first knight. The Duke agreed and turned his focus to Vincenzo, asking whom he would choose. With confidence, Vincenzo named Fabian Vincenzo for the opening match. Fabian stomped his spear into the ground with authority and stood tall, exuding confidence as Gold Pixie's first dueling knight. He turned his head toward Sebastian, his father, and smiled, nodding. Their silent exchange conveyed their bond, Sebastian feeling proud as he thought to himself that Fabian was his son, while Fabian inwardly assured him not to worry, promising victory and a regained favor with the Duke. The Duke, impressed, observed Fabian and acknowledged that he had heard of his remarkable talent, voicing hope for his success. Damien, however, remained unimpressed. His eyes suddenly widened as his attention was drawn elsewhere. Stepping forward with a casual, indifferent demeanor was House Lionbloom's first dueling knight, Ronald. The duel commenced. Fabian assumed a battle stance, while Ronald remained unbothered, making no effort to prepare himself. Fabian introduced himself formally as Fabian of House Vincenzo and demanded his opponent's name and house. Ronald, still nonchalant, casually gave only his name, Ronald, without family ties. Fabian, shocked, asked if he was a commoner. This realization enraged him, for he considered it an insult for a mere commoner to stand against one who had mastered House Vincenzo's secret techniques. Ronald looked down on him with contempt, sneering that nobles seemed to relish fighting with their tongues like women. Further provoked, Fabian erupted in fury and charged at him. Completely shrouded in an aura, Fabian prepared a powerful attack, vowing to show Ronald the difference in their status. Yet Ronald remained utterly unfazed, not even taking a proper stance. The Knights of Gold Pixie's side cheered loudly, rejoicing that Fabian had made the first move. Fabian unleashed a wide, beautiful downward slash, but Ronald evaded with ease, stepping back effortlessly. Fabian grew uneasy but quickly adjusted, twisting his arm to change trajectory and launching into a relentless flurry of strikes. Ronald, still expending minimal effort, blocked and deflected every attempt with ease. Mocking Fabian with a look of scorn, he called him pathetic. Already furious at his inability to land a blow, Fabian grew even more enraged, shouting insults at Ronald. Consumed by rage, he prepared a massive attack, roaring as he declared Ronald nothing but a commoner. Recognizing the danger in the strike, Ronald finally became serious. Infusing his sword with mana, he moved with blinding speed, faster than Fabian's attack could connect, and delivered a clean slice. Fabian's right arm was severed and flew past his very eyes. Fabian stared in horror at the sight of his own arm. The Duke, watching, was struck dumb with shock. Sebastian Vincenzo, Fabian's father, clutched his head in terror and disbelief, the only word escaping him being a devastated denial. Ronald calmly sheathed his sword and scoffed at Fabian, dismissing his earlier words about status. As Fabian collapsed to the ground, screaming in pain, Ronald pointed down at him mockingly, striking a humorous pose as he declared him dismissed. A proud smile spread across Marquis Lionbloom's face, but he restrained himself, focusing instead on the greater fact that the first victory had gone to House Lionbloom. With the gold pixie flag fluttering high above, the anguished cries of Fabian echoed across the dueling grounds. Even after receiving first aid for his severed arm, his wails of pain persisted while his father remained beside him, consoling him and urging him to endure. Damien observed from the side with a look of disappointment, clicking his tongue in frustration as he admitted to himself that although he had anticipated this outcome, Fabian had proven far too weak. Turning away with a sigh of disgust, he left the scene. The Duke, standing beside him, appeared furious. With a bitter sigh, he cursed the Lionbloom faction, questioning aloud why they resorted to cutting off arms when the duel was merely about claiming victory. Shifting his attention back to Damien, the Duke asked what should be done next. He reminded Damien that they had already lost the first of the 3 matches and considered whether he should participate immediately. Damien calmly reasoned that if he were to step in now and claim a victory, and Michael appeared in the final duel, there would be no one left to oppose him. The Duke admitted the logic of this strategy. To ease his concern, Damien smiled faintly and assured him that he had someone in mind to take the second match. The Duke's face brightened with hope as he awaited the name. The scene then shifted to Damien standing before Pable, declaring him the second dueling knight. Pable trembled in fear, stammering in disbelief, but Damien walked away without hesitation, encouraging him to recall the harsh training he had endured. Still shaking, Pable voiced his doubts, yet Damien reassured him with confidence that he would certainly win. Behind him, his fellow knights attempted to lift his spirits, one offering faith in his strength while another chanted their shared motto of unity. The Duke, however, seemed unimpressed by Damien's choice. With a sigh, he nevertheless permitted it, though he questioned the wisdom of the decision since Pable had never shown signs of standing out. Even Sir Jael cast a suspicious glance at Damien. Yet Damien, smiling confidently, explained that he had been giving Pable special attention in training for this very purpose. All three then looked back at Pable, who appeared on the verge of vomiting from sheer terror. Despite this, Damien remained confident and promised that Pable would secure victory. When the second duel began, Pable could scarcely stand. Crouched in fear, his entire body trembled, his legs nearly collapsing beneath him. The memory of Fabian's severed arm replayed in his mind, draining the color from his face. Though he admitted to himself that he had stepped onto the field out of necessity, he now questioned what he could possibly do. Lion Bloom's second dueling night, Huey Saletian, stepped forward with confidence. Cheers erupted for him as he assumed a battle-ready stance with a bold smile. Pable froze in place, his jaw dropping at the sight of this opponent. His morale was shattered completely as he realized that Huey was far stronger than he could ever hope to be. In a trembling voice, he gave his name as Pable Bermond. Huey looked disappointed, having expected Damien himself to appear. Deciding to end the battle swiftly, he infused his sword with mana and prepared to strike. Pable, though terrified, steadied himself and tried to focus. Yet before his thought even completed, Huey's blade was already at his neck. In a moment of desperation, Pable managed to deflect it, sparks flying from the clash of steel. Both combatants were left in shock, Pable stunned by his own survival, Huey irritated that his swift strike had been blocked. Although knocked to the ground by the force, Pable rose again, and Huey grudgingly admitted that his opponent was better than expected. Pable himself questioned whether it had been luck, but Huey granted him no time to dwell on it, pressing forward with relentless attacks. Against all odds, Pable continued to evade, rolling across the ground in panic before regaining his footing. Dust filled the field from his movements, creating blind spots. Predictably, Huey attempted a surprise strike from the haze, but Pable once again managed to block. Huey's disbelief turned into unease as he realized even attacks aimed at blind spots were being countered. For the first time, Pable struck back, forcing space between them. Huey gasped in shock, questioning whether this could be the very reason Damien had been so confident. Damien, watching with satisfaction, thought to himself that Pable had finally realized it. During training, Damien had used Lion Bloom's own Great Lion Sword art against him, relentlessly beating him down until his body learned to react instinctively. Now, on the dueling grounds, Pable instinctively blocked Huey's every move. Each swing seemed familiar, albeit slower than Damien's own. Pable recognized this difference, silently thanking Damien for preparing him. With Huey continuing his furious strikes, Pable evaded with growing confidence, finally seeing a path to surpass himself. Planting his foot firmly, he charged forward with newfound determination, roaring inwardly that his blade would pierce the heavens. In a burst of speed, his sword slipped past Huey's defense and stopped at his neck, the edge grazing his cheek. Stunned, Huey collapsed onto the ground in defeat. The Duke clenched his fist in restrained triumph, while Damien smiled proudly at his side. Marquis Lion Bloom, however, sat frozen in disbelief, while Michael remained utterly unbothered. Standing tall, Pable declared victory. The silence of the dueling grounds erupted into jubilant cheers as the Gold Pixie Knights shouted his name. A smug smile spread across Pable's face as he inwardly reveled in his achievement. The second duel ended in victory for Gold Pixie. Michael then stepped forward, his aura radiating as he laughed in amusement at Huey's loss. He admitted his surprise that Huey, who had appeared stronger, had still been defeated. Walking with majesty, he declared that in the end, the decisive match would fall upon himself and Damien. Approaching face to face, he called out Damien's name with excitement. Damien advanced as well, pausing only to glance back at the Duke, who gave him a confident nod. The two finally stood opposite one another on the dueling grounds. Michael expressed with fervent delight that this was the moment he had long awaited, the very reason for his existence. His chest heaved with exhilaration as he laughed, rejoicing at having finally found an opponent worthy of being called his equal. Damien, however, regarded him with a smug confidence, dismissing the idea of equality between them. As the Gold Pixie's third dueling night, he prepared to prove it. With a smile, Michael unsheathed his blade, his movements swift and fluid. In an instant, he blurred forward, faster than the eye could follow, his sword raised for a devastating strike. His eyes blazed with the thirst for battle as he inwardly called out for Damien not to disappoint him. At Lion Bloom Camp, A few minutes before their duel even started, Celestian was kneeling before his Lion Bloom Knight leader and asked that he be killed for losing such a duel. But the leader ordered him to get up, as he had done the best he could in the situation, given that his opponent was much stronger than he was. The leader was quite confident that the next duel would be in their favor, and nobody can change their fate now. As they had Michael on their side, Michael was standing by his side all the time and waiting for his turn. Huey's selection agreed with his leader's thoughts. Michael was indeed the most strengthened knight. Other than that, he was the son of the leader. Selection was sent back to go and take some rest. While the Lion Bloom leader thought it was strange that Huey was stronger than a ducal house's knight by 2 or maybe 3 levels. Why did he feel that his attacks were anticipated? He was certain that the great lion sword art had been passed down in their family, and therefore, there was no way it could be leaked. While he was thinking about many possibilities, Michael spoke. Michael said that this was the first time he had felt so much excitement in his life. He said that he had now found someone who was exactly like him, but he was confident that he would definitely defeat him and bring victory for his father. While he walked on the field, while his father encouraged him that he was the best of the best, and he should now go and enjoy the duel to his heart's content. Michael was imagining his past, that how it was fun to do sword fighting, and from a very young age he had started to learn it with his full concentration and as well as heart. He first started to learn swordsmanship from his father, and it was so enjoyable for him that he really went mad with excitement. He was filled with expectations and wondered how many powerful warriors there must be in the whole world. However, as his journey went on, he became stronger and stronger, and as time went on, his expectations and interests faded away. He even thought that when he fought the knights rumored to be the strongest, they were nothing in front of him and lost to him easily. Victory came to him as something natural, and it was disappointing for him. And later, sometimes he put his sword down and didn't fight further. But now Damien Haxon appeared in front of him. While Michael stood in front of Damien, he begged him he should not to disappoint him at all. And with that sentence, Michael charged at him with his sword. He attacked on his head. It was quite quick, but for Damien, it was nothing. He didn't even pull his sword out and dodge him. He even punched Michael, sending him into the sky. But Michael was not going to stand back at all. He dashed again, but this time he was sent away by a kick. There was an air pressure in Damien's attack that was stronger than Michael's strength. Michael used the ground to stop himself from getting pushed back and gave a smile at Damien. He again charged at Damien with full force and swung everywhere he could, but was unable to land any strike on him. He was excited by how much stronger Damien was. He had blocked all his attacks so easily, while Damien stood there and kept his hand in his pocket and mocked him for being so weak. Michael was all pumped up. He told him that he knew it from the start, that Damien was the best of all. Michael asked him how long Damien was just going to dodge his attack. He should just get his sword out and fight like a real swordsman. While he laughed at him, Michael told him that he should just make this duel more enjoyable for him. While Damien went for his sword to bring it out, suddenly Michael charged at him, and he thought that his sword would be the first to reach him until he could notice anything. But what he didn't know was that his sword broke as it touched Damien, as he had already drawn his sword out in the split second without even making him notice. But not only his sword, but Damien had chopped his head off at his neck, and it flew away some distance, while Michael died on the spot without any second thoughts, and while Michael's eyes shattered, something different happened. It was not the same for Michael, and he could not believe what had just happened. In a blink, everything was over. Damien had just pushed him back, and Michael's sword was turned down by him, and he had left with no courage to pull it out again. He was in front of Damien, witting on his knees, while he still laughed at Damien Powers and thought that what just happened to him and couldn't believe that he was still alive. He just felt his neck getting cut and head being chopped off. His father witnessed the entire scene and angrily shouted at his son, Michael, ordering him to stand up, draw his sword, and fight like a true swordsman. But Michael seemed lost in a haze of disbelief, still struggling to comprehend what had just happened. He wondered if he had truly witnessed his own death at the hands of his rival. Slowly lifting his gaze toward Damien, he saw him standing firmly with an intense aura around him. Damien then sternly asked if he still believed that the two of them were equal in any way. Michael was sweating all over his face, weirdly smiling. He had just realized that he had just seen a mirage of his own death, and nothing else, but the scene was quite horrifying for him in a split second. He bowed down to Damien and admitted that he was defeated by him. It was then announced that the third duel final victory went to Gold Pixie. The third duel between Damien Haxon of Gold Pixie and Michael from Lion Bloom Knight had concluded with Damien Haxon to be the victor, as Michael had surrendered the match after seeing a glimpse of his death while he fought with Damien. Now, there was a party going on, organized by the Gold Pixie leader. The party was to mock the Lion Bloom Knights leader. Dorgo, the leader of the Gold Pixie, announced that everyone to enjoy to their fullest and drink as much as everyone wanted because today he had won against his rivals. While the leader of Lion Bloom was making angry faces, but he had no choice but to accept his invitation to join the party, as he had lost to him. Dorgo told him that there were enough drinks for everyone, and they should not hesitate to take more. He even said that with more people in the party, there is always more fun, while he raised his glass higher. The Lion Bloom Knights were also suffering the mockery. They had no choice but to show their gratitude for Dorgo, but they knew their boss was in a bad mood. Then Dorgo came to their leader, Marquis Lion Bloom, and told him that they had already quarreled a lot for some time, but that everything was settled. They should forget the past and enjoy themselves now. He then poured the drink into his glass, but he again mocked him. He said that he would pour the drink for him, but he needed to tell him that the true victor was him. Marquis was all angry with him and wanted to burst on him, but he couldn't do it now, as he had lost to him in reality. While they were talking, Michael was chatting with Damien. He had gotten quite friendly with him. He told Damien that he was the same as Damien is, but also he added that Damien was way too strong for him. Michael was all over Damien and wanted him to be his friend. While Damien was thinking in his mind that he was surprised by looking at the face of Michael, as he was so friendly, even though he had done so badly with his brother. Michael said that he was still confused about what happened to him in the fight, but whatever the case was, he could sense it even without directly crossing swords with him. Damien was quite stunned that he didn't even know why that happened to him. While Marquis was being mocked, he blamed his situation entirely on Michael. He still did not believe that Michael surrendered to Damien without even drawing his sword, and he was unsure whether it was misfortune or not, but the anger was still greater. Damien was judging Dorgo, as he had invited the Marquis's household for the party, and he even thought of him as a hopeless person, as there was no need for him to do so. He thought of Dorgo, who on the surface looks hearty and generous, but it was obvious that this all banquet was arranged just to mock the Marquis. Damien was quite satisfied after all. He had achieved his original objective, which was to bring the victory, and with the duel, he had brought the victory to the Duke's household. He also ensured that the Lion Bloom would think twice from now onwards to mess with him again. But still, for him, there were matters to be resolved. Later on, Michael came to him and asked if he could sit around him and poured him some drink into his glass with a big smile. Michael told him that he respected him greatly. Damien was shocked that he was showing his respect and even pouring the drinks for him. Damien thought that he had always imagined that he would never meet a peer of his own age. He was thinking about the super senses that he had, but now Michael was also one of them who had the same ability. He was a superhuman in his eyes, as he had fought him in his mind and lost to Damien. It was a mental space of his own creation, and there Michael realized that Damien was a being utterly beyond his dimension, a person whose true scale could not be measured, and with that he felt true fear. And that all saved Michael's life from Damien. Damien also thought that if he had fought me in reality, he would have lost an arm at the least. Michael told him that the world is much bigger than he thought, but Damien asked if he should give him some advice. It was not normal that Damien was saying such a thing, but Michael didn't refuse to him. Damien told that as he say that the world is vast, but the talent they have is not common, but neither was unique to them alone. He told that the empire alone in itself. He could think of at least 3 people with a greater talent than him. So Michael should not get conceited, and he shouldn't be arrogant, either. Damien added that he should also not think that he was already the greatest. He said to him that once he also thought the same to be the very best, but then he was defeated by a man. Michael said to him that he lives with the same ideology that he was telling him now, but Damien was way too arrogant now. He said that not at all, he was the best of the best now. Michael was confused. He asked he wouldn't lose to someone and thought of being humble, but Damien said that now he was way too strong, and until Michael became as strong as him, he should not be arrogant in front of anyone. Michael told him in the end that he would remember his advice. While they were chatting, Dorgo and Marquis came to them. Dorgo asked them if they were getting along, as he had just watched them sitting together for a long time, now chatting. Dorgo even added that the friendship of young men is always a fine thing, too, and asked the Marquis if he wasn't right about it. Damien and Michael asked him why he was here and bowed to him in respect. Dorgo said that he was here as his discussion with the Marquis was finished, so he came to see them. Damien questioned him about the discussion they were having. Dorgo told him that before the duel, they both had agreed that if they won Marquis, would allow Damien to enter the vault of the Marquis as a reward for victory. Dorgo said that after losing, Marquis was not giving up the reward, so he had to discuss with him to get the reward that was promised. He even mocked him again, but this time Marquis screamed at him and told him that how could he mock him like that, as he knows that the true value of the vault is higher than anything. Marquis, in his mind, was really angry. He even cursed Damien for doing what he did to Erwin and promised to never forgive him. But given the circumstances of the banquet, he passed the situation for this once. Marquis told Damien that he apologized for sending knights to show military force against him. Damien was shocked that he was apologizing even after what he had done to Erwin. But Marquis also said that he cannot let him enter the vault, but instead he took out a box from his pocket and opened it, and there was a ring inside it. He said that, as both an apology and a reward for the duel, he will give this to him. Damien asked him what it was. So Marquis told him that it was a ring imbued with spatial magic, crafted in the White Tower, and can also store up to 100 kilograms inside of it. Damien was shocked that a dimensional artifact, something like that, was worth as a small castle. He was feeling irritated that the reward had changed, but with an item of this value, he decided to let it pass. Damien said to him that if this was what he was offering, he appreciated the rewards from him. Marquis told him that if there was still anything he could tell him, though he could not open the vault as promised. But still, the Marquis's household had many fine weapons. Damien was also convinced that the Marquis's house was the best knight's house in the Apple Kingdom, and it must have a lot of great weapons. He then recalled that there should be an item he wanted in the house as well, and requested that he wanted one more thing, which was a bow. Marquis was confused about why he needed a bow and asked him what he would do with the bow, as that was unexpected, but Damien, with a calm smile, told him that he needed the bow to marry off his younger brother. In a faraway place, a boy sneezed while pinching needles in a doll, thinking about the weather. After the duel, Damien returned to the Gold Pixie estate and told the Duke he was ready to head back home. The Duke was caught off guard, surprised that Damien wished to leave so soon. He explained that a banquet was being arranged in Damien's honor and suggested he stay to enjoy the celebration. But Damien replied that he had been away from his family for too long and needed to return. Seeing that Damien was firm in his decision, the Duke agreed, though he asked him to at least wait until the next day so that an escort could be prepared for his journey. Damien raised an eyebrow at the mention of escorts. The Duke acknowledged Damien's strength, but insisted it was better to be cautious. There is always the chance of bandits along the road, and he wanted Damien's trip to be as smooth as possible. Though Damien knew he didn't need anyone's protection, he chose not to reject the Duke's goodwill. With a bow, he thanked him for all the kindness shown. Soon after, Damien and Victor left the Gold Pixie estate, accompanied by 2 escorts provided by the Duke. Victor, being a servant, followed on foot while his master rode horseback. He let out a sigh of relief that they were finally on their way back now that everything had been settled. Damien glanced at him, waiting for him to say more, but Victor quickly turned his eyes away. Under his breath, he complained that the journey had been far easier when they first came. Back then, he didn't have to walk. This time, though, it was clear who rode and who didn't. Damien smirked at his words, noticing Victor had put on a little weight. In his mind, he decided to work him back into shape once they were home. As the sun dipped low, the knights informed Damien it was time to set up camp. He gave a nod of approval, and by nightfall, the camp was ready. Victor prepared grilled meat, first serving Damien before calling out to the knights on watch, offering them a share. The knights appreciated the offer, but politely declined, saying they would eat later on their own. As the camp settled into silence, Damien's thoughts drifted back to his farewell with Pabel and his brothers. He remembered Pabel clinging to him, tears streaming as he begged Damien not to depart so soon. Damien couldn't help but wonder why they had suddenly grown so attached. Pabel explained that Damien had shown them a glimpse of a higher path of strength, and for that, they owed him gratitude. Damien reminded them that his progress came from perseverance and effort, not shortcuts. In return, the 3 brothers lowered their heads with deep respect, pledging never to forget his teachings and acknowledging him as their master. Though their gestures startled him, Damien accepted with a quiet smile. Back in the present, the calm of the forest shattered with the sound of rustling in the undergrowth. One of the knights offered to investigate, though Damien tried to dissuade him. The knight, unwilling to abandon his duty, stepped forward. In an instant, a spear wreathed in dark energy shot out from the shadows, pinning him to a tree and ending his life on the spot. Alarm swept through the camp. From the darkness, a mocking voice echoed, remarking on his surprise that the Duke had even assigned escorts, though he dismissed them as far too weak to make a difference. The figure stepped into view, revealing himself as Sir Ernst Howitz, now completely consumed by the dark mage's influence. His form radiated menace. The surviving knight demanded answers, but before he could continue, Mustang Fury and Rebecca appeared at Ernst's side. Together, they released a sweet, intoxicating fragrance that drifted toward Damien and his companions. The knight faltered almost immediately. His was stolen by the scent, though Damien stood unmoved. Knowing Victor would not withstand it, Damien struck him swiftly, knocking him unconscious to spare him the same fate. Rebecca's voice rang cold as she ordered the entranced knight to snap his own neck. Damien tried to stop it, but the man was already lost. With a sickening twist, the knight obeyed, ending his life in front of them. Now alone, Damien faced the trio. Rebecca's eyes lingered on him, curious at how he resisted the charm. Though he was officially ranked only as a low-level knight, she speculated that his body held an unusual resistance. Fascination replaced amusement, and she turned to Mustang with a chilling suggestion. Damien had to be killed and dissected so they could uncover his secret. Damien stood firm, guarded and ready, as the three closed in. The protagonists looked startled as they revealed themselves, watching intently as they referred to him as an interesting fellow. They remarked that, despite his low-class level, he had not fallen victim to the bewitching scent. With intrigue gleaming in their eyes, they supposed he must possess a unique constitution. Pulling back their hood completely, they added with sinister curiosity that perhaps they should kill him and slowly dissect his body. Behind Sir Howitz stood the two dark mages, Rebecca and Mustang, proudly laying claim to Damien's life. The protagonist felt the crushing weight of their overwhelming presence, the pressure of their power pressing heavily upon him. Though his body remained still, his mind swarmed with countless worries. Finally, Sir Howitz spoke, his voice dripping with venom as he called Damien by name. He declared that they had finally met at last and promised to rip the protagonist apart, offering him as a sacrifice at Lady Chelsea's grave. Immediately after his words, he stretched his hand forward, his sword aimed straight at Damien. Instinctively, Damien took a battle-ready stance, but a confident smile curved across his lips. He told Howitz that he was utterly laughable, mocking him for once wedding himself out of fear of Sir Jael and blaming others for his failure to protect Lady Chelsea. Rage boiled inside Sir Howitz at those words, veins bulging on his face and his muscles twitching with fury. Rebecca, one of the dark mages, stepped forward with a deceptively gentle smile. She held Howitz's arm as if soothing him, but with mocking sweetness, she addressed Damien, asking how he could rub salt into a wounded man's heart. Her tone quickly sharpened as dark magic flared around the three of them. She demanded to know where he was getting his confidence from, doubting that he truly believed he could take on all three of them by himself. Damien's unwavering calm unsettled her, making her narrow her eyes. She warned that he did not even know who they really were. Before she could finish, Damien cut her short with a smirk and described them perfectly, down to the last detail. They were dark mages of Yulon, at least of executive rank. His words froze Rebecca in shock, her mouth falling open as her eyes widened in surprise. She stuttered, unable to form a response, while the other dark mage stood no less stunned. Rebecca eventually found her voice and demanded to know how he knew. Damien only acted more nonchalant, casually sticking a finger in his ear as he explained that he had sharp ears. Just then, Sir Howitz raised his spear and poured more mana into it. The dark mages regained their composure, scoffing at Damien's arrogance. They sneered that his bravado was pointless and promised that today would be his end, vowing that he would die a truly painful death. Their screeching voices filled the clearing, yet the protagonist remained calm, not even drawing his sword. Without hesitation, Howitz lunged forward, his spear crackling with mana. The main character did not flinch, watching calmly as the weapon hurtled toward him. Then footsteps echoed, heavy and swift. Someone clad in full armor charged forward, and in an instant, the clang of steel against steel resounded like thunder. A knight intercepted the attack, blocking Howit's strike and shielding the main character completely. The sudden intervention shocked everyone. The dark mages and Sir Howitz stared wide-eyed, their mouths slightly open in disbelief. Howitz quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and the knight as he gauged the situation. Now standing beside Damien, the knight radiated overwhelming mana. The main character, regaining his cocky smile, declared that the dark mages were mistaken, for he was not alone. The knight's presence filled the air like a storm. He was Sebastian Vincenzo, the middle-class knight of the ducal house of Gold Pixie. The protagonist's mind drifted back to the day in the duke's office, when he had bowed low, thanking the duke for permitting his return home. He had spoken with a genuine smile of gratitude, but before leaving, the duke had stopped him. Concern weighed in his tone as he mentioned one more favor regarding Ernst Howitz, who had gone missing. Damien had stiffened then, already anticipating what the duke meant, and with sharp insight, he had simply replied that he understood. The duke, serious and grim, explained that Howitz bore a grudge against both of them for Lady Chelsea's death. He warned that Howitz might seek revenge and that the dark mages whose plans Damien had ruined would also come for him. The duke admitted that while he himself had protection, Damien did not, and so he intended to assign one more skilled knight as his guard. The duke then instructs the knight to come inside. At that moment, the door had opened and a figure in full armor stepped in. Damien recognized him instantly as Sebastian Vincenzo. The duke explained that the other middle-class knights were away on missions, leaving Sebastian as the only one available. With firm words, he entrusted Sebastian with Damien's protection. Sebastian had bowed deeply with resolve, vowing to guard the protagonist with his life. Back in the present, Damien smiled inwardly, realizing that the duke had given Vincenzo secret orders to follow him from the shadows, providing hidden protection so their enemies would reveal themselves. Sir Howitz knelt down, leaving the dark mages shocked and filled with confusion and fear. The protagonist recalled the duke's cunning smile, a glass of wine in his hand, and recognized that while it was presented as guarding him, it was actually a stratagem to draw out the dark mages. Sir Howitz, assessing the situation, twisted his lips into a rage-filled grin. He greeted Sir Sebastian with mocking familiarity. Sebastian, unflinching, demanded to know why he was there. Howitz answered coldly that he had decided not to let a single person connected to Lady Chelsea's death live. Sebastian frowned in confusion, scolding him and reminding him that Lady Chelsea had taken her own life. His words ignited Howitz's fury. His eyes burned red as he roared in denial, his voice shaking the forest as he shouted that Lady Chelsea would never have committed suicide. Dark magic stirred violently within him, wrapping around his body and consuming his mind. He screamed that the Duke must have killed her, that she had died under cruel interrogation. The dark mages smiled with relief as Howitz was overtaken. Now fully consumed, his body overflowed with dark mana. His face twisted with wrath as he declared he would not let Lady Chelsea's death go unavenged. He would kill Damien Haxon. He would kill those who interrogated her. And lastly, he would kill the Duke himself. His eyes glowed a deep, sickly purple, steam hissing from his mouth as he swore his final vow. Sebastian scoffed at the madness of the situation, calling Sir Howitz insane for suggesting the murder of the Duke. Sir Howitz merely laughed darkly, offering Sebastian one chance to leave the protagonist behind and spare his own life. Disappointment hardened Sebastian's expression, and his tone sharpened as he called Sir Howitz arrogant. With a surge of energy, Sebastian ignited his entire body and blade with overwhelming power. Damien, watching his fury unfold, smiled inwardly, impressed as was to be expected of a middle-class knight. Howitz, however, did not falter. He chuckled and admitted that Sebastian was right. He used to be stronger than him, but not anymore. Tearing away his clothes, he revealed a body warped and enhanced by black magic. With a wide grin, he announced that things had changed. Sebastian's eyes widened in disbelief, and he shouted that Howitz was a fool for resorting to black magic. The dark mage beamed with pride, declaring that he had undergone the same enhancement as Guillermo Blackwing. In exchange for his life force, he had gained immense mana and strength. Howitz, sneering, commanded Sebastian to open his eyes wide and witness the power he had seized. With a serious stance, he unleashed an immense surge of dark mana. The air twisted under its pressure, forcing Sebastian to grit his teeth just to remain standing. Sweat beaded on his brow as he thought to himself in disbelief whether Howitz had already surpassed middle-class level. Howitz mocked him coldly, asking if he was surprised. Gathering dark mana into his spear, he prepared to strike, reminding Sebastian that he had been warned. He unleashed the strike, a colossal surge of compressed purple light that ripped through the forest with devastating force, leaving the protagonist and Sir Sebastian stunned, carving a straight corridor of destruction before erupting in a blinding detonation. When the smoke dispersed, the protagonist remained untouched, having evaded the blast. His sword was still sheathed, his composure unwavering, as his gaze lingered on the vast ruin carved into the woods. Howitz stood at the point of impact, spear still poised. Damien turned back, his eyes narrowing as he fixed them on Howitz, deep thoughts swirling within. Veins bulged across Howitz's skin as his twisted grin grew darker. His glowing purple eyes blazed with madness, steam hissing from his lips with each breath as his face warped into a mask of unhinged fury. As the haze drifted away, the hero stepped forward without a single scratch. He had slipped past the devastating blast, sword untouched at his side, calm and steady. His eyes lingered on the massive scar of destruction carved deep into the forest, then shifted back towards Sir Howitz, thoughts sharp and precise. Howitz's body swelled with fury, veins standing out as his grin twisted unnaturally. Violet light burned from his eyes, steam hissing between his teeth with every breath. His face twisted further, teetering on the edge of something inhuman. But then, through the tension, Sebastian Vincenzo's voice cut in, cold and clear. He admitted Howitz's strength was impressive, yet pointed out that the attack had still failed. Shock flickered across Howitz's features, mirrored by the stunned Mustang and Rebecca at his back. As the last smoke vanished, Sebastian stood tall, a confident smirk pulling at his lips. With a flick of his hand, the battlefield cleared, and he declared that he wasn't nearly as weak as they thought, that such a shallow strike could never bring him down. Yet behind that mask of confidence, he knew the truth. Doubt gnawed at him. How much longer could he keep up the act? He crushed the thought before it could linger, his voice cutting like steel as he commanded the hero to leave the fight to him and hurry to the Duke's estate for reinforcements. The main character paused, startled by the order, eyes fixed on the enemy ahead. But his hesitation lasted only a breath before resolve took hold. He lifted Victor onto his shoulder, gave Sebastian a firm nod, and vanished in a blur of speed. The dark mages instantly panicked, voices breaking as they cried out, surging forward with magic-fueled desperation to chase him down. Sir Howitz followed the fleeing figure with a dark stare, unease flickering in his eyes. Power swelled across his body as he readied a lethal strike. But just as he prepared to release it, a sudden flash pierced his vision, a blade aimed for his neck. He barely reacted in time, catching the strike at the last instant. Sebastian's attack drove him back, surprise flashing across his face. Their weapons clashed with explosive force, throwing them apart, leaving only the narrowest space between them. Their eyes locked, the silence between them searing with intensity. Mana surged wildly through Sebastian as his roar thundered across the battlefield, vowing that no one would leave alive, that this fight would end only in death. Howitz bellowed back, fury twisting his voice as dark purple energy exploded from him in crushing waves. His rage carried the weight of bitter frustration, his promise clear. He would kill Sebastian here and now. The forest quaked as their clash ignited, blinding bursts of light tearing through the air, every collision shaking the earth to its roots. Elsewhere within the dense woods, the protagonist raced through the trees, Victor draped across his shoulder. But then his senses jolted. A surge of dark purple energy rippled through the air. His eyes lifted just as two silhouettes streaked downward, landing before him. He skidded to a halt, gaze narrowing as the shadows took form. Rebecca and her partner, twisted grins stretching across their faces. One of them taunted him cruelly, mocking his decision to drag Victor along. They sneer that he should have escaped alone, calling it arrogance. Damien's expression betrayed nothing, silence heavy and sharp. Then, unexpectedly, the corner of his mouth curved in the faintest smile. He let out a calm, steady breath before answering softly, calling them the true fools here. Gently, he set Victor against a nearby tree, a flicker of anticipation sparking in his eyes. Straightening, he stepped forward, his voice cold and steady. He told them he had only drawn them away, that he couldn't fight properly with Sebastian still present. Stretching out his arms, he declared he would kill them both quickly, then return to save Sebastian. His words struck them like a blade. Shock flashed in their eyes. But Mustang broke in a mocking laughter, scoffing at the thought of Damien facing them alone. With a wicked grin, he spread his arms wide, laughing darkly as he ordered Rebecca to stand aside. Rebecca obeyed, retreating without hesitation. A heartbeat later, violet light erupted from Mustang's body. Magic circles burned into existence along his wrists, violet flames rising to crown his head. Dark mana stormed around him, his body swelling grotesquely as muscles tore against his skin, hair whipping madly in the violent energy. His shirt split apart as his frame warped, transforming him into a monstrous figure of raw power. In an instant, Mustang's form warped into something grotesque and unholy. A towering abomination loomed over Damien, its shadow stretching wide across the forest floor. From his back writhed countless tentacles, while jagged fangs gleamed within a cavernous maw. Waves of corrupted energy pulsed outward, thick and suffocating. The distorted rumble of its voice echoed as it revealed its name. Mustang Fury, captain of Yulon, with Rebecca standing calmly at his rear as vice captain. Damien regarded the monstrous figure with steady composure, quietly realizing that these were no mere officers. Their rank and power far exceeded what he had expected. His eyes lingered on the dark sorcery twisting through Mustang's body, confirming it without doubt. They belonged to the Frenzy faction. Mustang caught the recognition in his gaze and grinned wider, drunk on his own power. With arrogance heavy in his voice, he reveled in the terror they embodied before hurling himself forward at blinding speed. A massive fist plummeted down toward Damien, but he sensed it instantly, bracing himself. The strike crashed with earth-shattering force, launching him through the forest. He smashed through tree after tree before slamming hard against an unseen barrier, the impact booming like thunder. Mustang gave a low, amused whistle, surprised Damien had endured the blow at all. Slowly, Damien rose to his feet. His stance was firm, his shoulder rolling casually, the very shoulder that had taken the brunt of the devastating strike. Mustang's expression darkened, realizing the stories of Damien's strength held truth. Yet as his eyes lingered, unease flickered. Damien bore no injury at all. Fixing his gaze sharply on Mustang, Damien studied his foe in silence. The brute's raw strength was monstrous, his speed just as dangerous, far beyond the reach of ordinary mid-class warriors. Mustang lunged again without pause, his tentacles lashing wildly. They ripped through the forest in a storm of destruction, tearing trees to splinters with each swing. Damien wove through the chaos with flawless precision, slipping between the deadly strikes. Yet the relentless storm left him pressed back, until his body finally met the unyielding trunk of a massive tree. Mustang lunged, his colossal fist tearing forward with a thunderous roar of triumph. But in that instant, Damien's eyes flashed sharp as steel. The world seemed to slow, every motion stretching into silence. In that frozen breath, his hand shifted with flawless precision, redirecting the monstrous strike with effortless grace. This was the art of myriad insight, a technique that unraveled strength at its very core. Reality snapped back. Mustang's arm wrenched violently off course, the bones twisting under the force. Shockwaves of pain surged through his body as he stumbled back, eyes wide in disbelief. His unstoppable strength had been turned aside like nothing. A faint smile tugged at Damien's lips, and a memory surfaced. Himself in the Duke's estate, forcing down bitter elixirs as Victor mocked him from the sidelines. Countless drafts bestowed by the Duke, relentless training without pause. Through it all, he had tempered myriad insight to perfection. What began as torment had been refined into mastery, a power he could now summon at will. Fury tore through Mustang, his monstrous roar shaking the woods. Tentacles lashed in a storm of violence, ripping through trees and soil alike in a frenzy of destruction. But this time, Damien did not retreat. He stood unmoved, one hand raised, his gaze unwavering. With the calm clarity of myriad insight, his parries flowed like water. Each deadly strike brushed aside as though nothing more than drifting leaves. Then, at last, his hand settled on his sword. Fingers tightened on the hilt. A flash split the air, the draw and the strike collapsing into a single motion, clean and precise. The blade whispered across Mustang's body in a blur too swift to follow. Damien's foot pressed into the earth as he stilled once more, sword now resting at his side. A heartbeat later, the results revealed themselves. Blood burst in violent sprays, deep cuts tracing across the abomination's frame. His half-severed neck tore grotesquely as his body crumbled, crashing to the ground in ruin. Damien turned, flicking crimson from the blade. Silence held for only a breath before ragged air rasped through the forest. Mustang's monstrous eyes snapped open, wide with disbelief. His mangled throat forced out a voice, choked and broken, demanding to know how someone of such low rank could wield strength so terrifying. Before Damien's eyes, the monster's ruined frame writhed and contorted. Flesh stretched, bones snapped back into place, tentacles sprouted anew, and the torn neck sealed itself shut. In moments, Mustang stood whole again, dark energy rippling off him in suffocating waves. His grin widened, vicious and mocking, as he boasted of his regenerative curse, a twisted gift of black magic. Damien's strikes, he declared, were meaningless. But Damien only smirked, his voice calm yet tinged with a rising thrill. He admitted he had worried the battle would end too soon, but now, finally, it promised to be something worth savoring. Mustang's grin faltered, suspicion flickering across his face as Damien pressed the blunt edge of his sword against his own side. With a flick of his finger, steel resonated, a low, humming note that vibrated through the forest like a warning bell. A sharp, devious smile spread across Damien's lips, his gaze burning with anticipation. To him, nothing in the world compared to this, the chance to unleash himself fully without restraint. Elsewhere in the forest, the savage clash between Sir Howitz and Sir Sebastian Vincenzo shows no sign of slowing. Each collision erupts like thunder, shock waves ripping through the earth and sending dirt and stone flying. In a vicious exchange, Howitz sweeps his spear in a murderous arc, aiming to split Sebastian clean in two. Sebastian twists away at the last possible instant, the edge of death brushing past him as the spear crashes into the ground with devastating force. He stumbles backward, forced to retreat 3 frantic steps before Howitz can strike again, scrambling for even a sliver of space just to breathe. At last, with nowhere left to give, Sebastian braces himself in a narrow clearing, bending forward as his chest heaves violently. His lungs burn, vision trembling, but his eyes remain locked on the man advancing toward him. Howitz catches the uneven rhythm of his breathing and lets a warped smile curl across his face. His voice carries open mockery as he comments that Sebastian looks like he's having a hard time. Still, he adds casually, surviving this long against him is at least worthy of acknowledgement. Sebastian's expression contorts with pure revulsion. Respect, he snarls, bitterness flooding his voice. The very idea makes his stomach churn. Being driven back, cornered like this, by someone who clawed his way upward through forbidden black magic. Howitz laughs softly and shakes his head, as if disappointed. He tells Sebastian that he still doesn't understand his position. Lifting his spear, its tip glinting with lethal intent, he points it straight at him. No matter what insult Sebastian throws out, the end won't change. He will fall, drawing his body into a taut stance, muscles coiling like a loaded spring. Howitz urges him to struggle, to see just how long he can last. Sebastian steadies his footing, shoulders quivering, breath still uneven. Rage boils inside him, yet reason cuts just as sharply. As much as he hates it, Howitz isn't wrong. All he can do is endure. His gaze drifts toward the far edge of the forest, where another battle rages. Please, Sir Damien, he begs silently. Hurry. Elsewhere, Damien watches Mustang Fury's torn flesh knit itself back together, his expression touched with cruel amusement. This is perfect, he remarks lightly. I was afraid it would be over too fast. The words sink into Mustang Fury's mind like poison. Damien taps the edge of his sword with a single finger, a low vibration humming along the blade. His smile deepens. Even better, he mutters. Now I can stop holding back. Mustang Fury scoffs, hiding his unease behind a mocking snort. He calls Damien even more arrogant than expected. His grotesque maw stretches open, shadows twisting within as dark energy gathers deep in his throat, swelling with destructive intent. Let's see if he can dodge this. Damien's gaze sharpens as he watches the storm of black mana swell, the mass churning like a dragon's breath about to consume everything in front of it. The air trembles under its pressure. Yet Damien doesn't move. He stands perfectly still, unmoved as stone, allowing the violent energy to compress further, condensing into a sphere of absolute destruction. At its limit, Mustang unleashes it. Darkness detonates forward in a deafening roar, a catastrophic beam meant to erase Damien entirely. But Damien remains composed. His fingers twitch once. With a lazy flick, his sword lifts, and from its tip, concentric ripples of pure energy spread outward. The waves surge forward, dense and unyielding, colliding head-on with the incoming torrent. The explosion stops dead in its tracks, crushed, swallowed, and erased by the rippling barrier until nothing remains. Silence descends. Mustang Fury's eyes bulge, horror freezing his face. His jaw quivers uncontrollably. How did you block that? Damien gives no reply. He shoots upward, sword blazing. In a ruthless cascade of motion, he slashes down. Blades of light rain upon the monster. One cleaves straight through an eye, splitting the skull apart. Another tears away, thrashing tentacles. Two more carve deep through the chest. Damien lands as Mustang Fury's massive body crashes into the ground, blood flooding the soil. And yet, the torn flesh writhes, crawling back together. Mustang forces a shaky grin and snarls. Even so, you won't be able to do that again. Damien remains silent. He charges once more, moving so fast the air shrieks. In a blink, his sword reduces the monster's body to shredded ribbons. Mustang slams face first into the earth, groaning. I need to regenerate quickly. Nothing happens. Damien steps closer, his shadow swallowing everything beneath it. His eyes are empty, merciless. Panic spreads across Mustang's face. My regeneration. Damien's voice cuts through him like cold steel. It's not working, is it? Regeneration relies on dark mana, and that resource isn't endless. Why, you bastard? Mustang snarls through clenched teeth. How do you know so much about us? Damien lifts his sword, the tip hovering just above Mustang's neck. His tone is steady, absolute. That's irrelevant. If I cut off your head, you won't come back again. Suddenly, Mustang's lips twist upward. He laughs. In an instant, every trace of fear drains from his face. Damien freezes mid-strike. You were so fixated on me. Mustang sneers, eyes glinting with malice. You forgot something, didn't you? His gaze snaps to the side. Now, Rebecca. From the shadows, Rebecca steps forward, dark mana surging violently around her hands. A spell circle spins before her like a burning wheel, humming with lethal power. With a hoarse cry, she completes the incantation. Purple mana erupts outward as her voice quivers with exhilaration. Seventh circle, black magic, instant death. A colossal reaper descends from above, its massive form materializing over Damien's head. A giant size swings down toward his neck. Mustang and Rebecca smile, cruel and certain, their thoughts overlapping. Got him. The blade cuts through the air, mere moments from severing Damien's head. Then the tattoo on Damien's palm ignites, blazing with the same violet light. The radiance explodes outward, blinding and violent. The Reaper shrieks as its form recoils, sizzling and convulsing while the light devours it completely. In seconds, the towering figure disintegrates, erased without a trace. Within a heartbeat, it is gone. Mustang and Rebecca freeze. Mouse agape. Mustang's face drains of color. Impossible. How is this possible? Damien looks at them with open contempt, his voice dripping with disdain. That pathetic trick. Was that your final move? Mustang trembles, fury boiling over. Ranops, that spell was Yuan's masterpiece. Under the right conditions, it can kill even a high-class knight or mage. Damien suddenly laughs. Wild, relentless, the sound tearing straight into their nerves. Then it stops. His gaze hardens into killing frost. Disgusting vermin, he says coldly. You cling to black magic like it's divine truth. But it's nothing more than a parasite, bloated on stolen souls, feeding on corpses. His lips twist into a cruel smile. Still, I'll indulge you. I'll take the very power you worship and use it to slaughter you. The bracelet on his wrist erupts, spewing black energy that crawls up his arm and engulfs his entire body. The pressure detonates outward, nearly flinging Rebecca into the trees. Darkness coils around Damien like living flesh. Rebecca screams, "Captain!" Mustang stammers, eyes wide with terror. That's black magic. Yes, Damien answers coldly. But not the kind you understand. Reality warps. Space twists inward, collapsing. In an instant, they are trapped within a sealed void of absolute darkness. His voice echoes from every direction at once. Ninth circle, black magic. Pitch darkness. A single finger, shrouded in black mana, extends outward, tethering Damien to the sphere of darkness. Inside it, Rebecca clings to Mustang, her entire body shaking uncontrollably. Mustang's voice breaks, stripped of all bravado, thin and childlike with terror. Ninth circle, that's impossible. Outside, Damien slowly lowers his finger. The sphere contracts. At first, it shrinks almost gently, the darkness folding inward. Then it collapses violently. Pressure surges, crushing everything trapped inside. Screams tear from their throats as their eyes bulge. Bones snapping one after another, bodies distorting grotesquely under the overwhelming force. Within the tightening void, Rebecca and Mustang writhe and gasp, their faces twisted in raw agony as they are compressed into an impossible density. Veins swell, muscles rupture, eyes threaten to burst as the darkness continues to close in. Then, a sickening pop ruptures the silence. The sphere detonates, exploding outward as shards of darkness mixed with blood spray across the surrounding trees. The remnants of their existence hiss and dissipate through the air. Nothing remains. Damien stands amid the devastation, eyes narrowed, a vicious smile spreading across his face. He sweeps his mana-coated finger downward, severing the final tether as the void collapses completely. Vivid purple blood rains down around him, splashing across Victor's hands and body. Just then, Victor stirs awake with a sluggish yawn, his thoughts hazy and unfocused. He blinks around in confusion, mumbling weakly as he asks where he is. Damien turns toward him, notices something off, then calmly lifts a finger and points at his own face, silently signaling that something is splashed across Victor's. Still dizzy and barely conscious, Victor rubs his face with both hands. He doesn't realize what he's doing as he smears the dark, sticky blood all over his skin. In a dull, nauseated voice, he asks what's wrong with his face. Then he lowers his hands and looks down. Blood. For a split second, the sight doesn't fully register. His grogginess dulls the shock, his mind lagging behind what his eyes are seeing. Then reality catches up. A scream tears out of his throat. Blood. Pure terror floods his body. The shock hits, so hard his strength vanishes instantly. His eyes roll back, and he collapses to the ground again, consciousness slipping away. As he fades, he mutters weakly, half asleep and utterly defeated, "I never thought I'd die like this," after following Sir Damien around. The pitiful surrender leaves Damien completely stunned. He stares down at Victor's unconscious body, genuinely baffled. His cold composure cracks as he tries to explain, words spilling out awkwardly. "No, I was just going to tell you that the Dark Mage's blood got on you," but he cuts himself off, falling silent when he realizes Victor is already completely out. Damien exhales sharply and looks at the pool of blood on the ground. With a sharp motion, he sheathes his sword. A hint of irritation flickers across his face as he sighs. "I almost forgot to ask those Yulan guys about Dorgo before killing them." He extends his hand toward the blood-soaked earth. Dark, oily mana pours from his bracelet as his voice drops into something grim. "I didn't want to use this method, but can't be helped." The black mana slithers forward and links with the pool of blood. A violent ripple passes through it. The blood begins to spin, bubbling fiercely as the mana burrows in, ripping out the remnants of the dead. Suddenly, two dark orbs swell upward from the pool, wrapped in churning black magic. As they rise, faint, ghostly voices seep out. one screaming in muffled terror, the other releasing a raw, endless moan. With absolute control, Damien draws the dark orbs toward him. As they drift closer, they twitch and shudder, their light flickering erratically, fear leaking from them at the mere proximity of his presence. His voice sinks low, steeped in menace. I'll extract what I couldn't learn while you were alive from the souls you summoned. He speaks a single word. Hey. The two orbs convulse violently, frozen in terrified silence. Damien reaches out, fingers poised as if to seize them, his glare alone promising torment beyond endurance. Tell me everything you know. Far away, deep within the forest, Sir Sebastian Vincenzo continues his desperate struggle against Sir Ernst Howitz, gasping for air as steel collides again and again. Then a crushing blow slams into his chest. The impact is brutal enough to rattle bone and shatter breath, hurling his body through the air like a discarded doll. He crashes back first into a massive tree, snapping the trunk in half with a thunderous crack. Vincenzo's body goes slack as he falls forward, balance completely gone. His chest plate explodes into fragments from the force of Howitz's strike, but the damage beneath the armor is far worse. A violent cough racks him, bright blood spraying onto the ground. His knees give way, and for a heartbeat it seems he will collapse outright. But Shirwell refuses to yield. With a hoarse, broken grunt, he drives one armored foot into the earth, barely forcing himself upright once more. His body trembles uncontrollably. Exhaustion bears down on him like a crushing weight, agony flooding every nerve. The effort becomes unbearable. His resistance finally shatters. He drops heavily to the ground, collapsing into a fit of wrenching, blood-filled coughs. Howitz stands over him, tall and imposing, wrapped in an aura of dark, oppressive authority. He advances at an unhurried pace, every step radiating calm arrogance. As he draws near, a thrilled, mocking smile spreads across his face, savoring the moment. This is where your road ends, Sir Sebastian Vincenzo, he declares, his voice thick with disdain. I'll be merciful. I'll make it quick. Vincenzo pants, desperately trying to pull in air. Is this truly the end? His spirit refuses to yield. I won't let Howitz reach Grace, the Duke of the Gold Pixie Estate. Even if I die, I'll drag him down with me. Then a calm, icy voice cuts cleanly through the suffocating tension, remarking that Sir Vincenzo managed to hold out far longer than expected. Vincenzo's eyes snap wide. He turns his head at once. Sir Damien walks toward them, utterly composed. Both men stare at him in stunned silence. Then Howitz's eyes light up with manic delight. He throws his head back and roars Damien's name, spitting it out like a curse, his voice brimming with murderous excitement. He bellows that he was already planning to hunt Damien down and kill him. But instead, Damien walks straight into his own grave. Damien calmly raises his hand, revealing the two flickering souls trapped before him in their orb-like forms. A slow, mocking smile creeps across his face. Is that so? He replies coolly. Then let's see how it ends. Inside his mind, his intent sharpens to a point. One more step from Howitz, and he will be the one to die. Howitz snarls, teeth grinding as rage surges through him at Damien's provocation. He growls that he doesn't know where Damien's confidence comes from, but he's heard enough words. He charges. Dark mana explodes around his spear as he lunges straight for Damien, roaring that it's time for him to die. Damien doesn't move. He stands perfectly still as the spear hurtles toward him, the blade halting less than an inch from his face. A faint, unwavering smile rests on Damien's lips. In that instant, his hand closes. The two souls, Rebecca and Mustang, are crushed beneath his fist. They vanish without a sound, erased completely. Suddenly, Sir Howitz's spear freezes mid-thrust, suspended less than an inch from Damien's eyes. Howitz stiffens, shock flooding his face as violent tremors seize his entire body. His lips quiver as he struggles to speak, finally forcing out the words. How is this happening? Damien simply watches him, that serene, terrifying smile never fading. On the ground, Sir Sebastian Vincenzo clutches his shattered body, staring in disbelief at the impossible sight before him. Damien slowly opens his fist, releasing the residual dark energy left behind by the pulverized souls. As the tainted magic disperses into the air, Howitz's mouth stretches wide, and a primal scream of agony erupts from him. The roar forces the dark mana stored within his body to violently surge outward. As it spills free, the black crystals embedded in his skull for body modification begin to fracture, then shatter. In a matter of seconds, nearly all the dark mana, inside him is ripped away. His once powerful, imposing frame rapidly withers, collapsing into a gaunt, skeletal shell. Still glaring at Damien, with eyes burning with pure hatred, Howitz gathers the last scraps of his strength and spits out a single word. Bastard. His emaciated body drags itself forward inch by inch, fingers clawing uselessly at the dirt as he hisses through shattered breath that he will still kill him. Damien doesn't move. He doesn't need to. He simply waits. Just before Howitz's trembling hands can brush against Damien's boots, the last of his strength drains away. His body crashes face first into the ground with a dull, sickening thud, collapsing lifelessly at Damien's feet. Damien looks down at him, a flicker of grim excitement glinting in his eyes. With a quiet sigh, Damien clicks his tongue in mild annoyance. Foolish man. Howitz never understood. Once the soul of the dark mage controlling the body is destroyed, every spell bound to it disappears along with it. He keeps his gaze fixed on the helpless, twitching forms sprawled beneath him. At last, Sir Sebastian Vincenzo finds his voice. It comes out hoarse and strained as he asks Damien what this horrifying sight even is. Damien blinks, momentarily remembering his wounded companion. He turns to Vincenzo and explains calmly that it resembles what happened to Gomo. Most likely a side effect of the dark mana being expelled from the body too rapidly. Vincenzo groans as he tries to force himself upright, his battered body screaming in protest. Lacking any better explanation, he nods weakly. It does seem plausible. Then his expression tightens, and in a grave tone, he asks what became of the dark mages. Damien ignores the question entirely. Instead, he steps forward and offers Vincenzo his arm. Vincenzo stiffens, staring up at him in genuine surprise. Damien grins, an oddly excited smile crossing his face, and tells him they should return to the Duke's estate. He assures him he'll explain everything on the way. Inside the Gold Pixie ducal estate, Duke Gold Pixie speaks with firm certainty. It is exactly as he suspected. The Duke steps forward and gives Sir Sebastian a grateful nod. He places a solid hand on Vincenzo's shoulder, his voice filled with sincere appreciation as he thanks him for protecting Sir Damien, just as he had instructed. Vincenzo immediately shakes his head, correcting his lord. It wasn't like that at all. He states plainly that it is only because of Sir Damien that he is still alive. The Duke turns his gaze away from Vincenzo and toward Damien, his expression softening. Vincenzo is right. Facing Damien fully, he admits that he owes him his gratitude as well. He bows deeply, earnest and unreserved, thanking Damien for dealing with the dark mages. Damien stiffens at the praise, discomfort flashing clearly across his face. He waves it off, saying he only did what had to be done, and that he was fortunate. The dark mage's abilities weren't as overwhelming as he'd feared, which was why he managed to eliminate them. Shifting the topic, he turns to the servant Shinzenzo and remarks that since the dark mages are dead, the dark mana influencing Howitz should have dissipated as well. Shinzenzo shakes his head. No. Before Damien can respond, the Duke turns back to him, his tone firm and unyielding. No, he shouldn't belittle himself like that. There are countless people who could never achieve what Damien dismisses as mere necessity. His voice carries solemn respect, as he states that it is precisely because of Damien that the monsters haunting this estate were eradicated. Then his tone grows heavy, weighed down by sorrow. Perhaps now, he says quietly, the souls of those who perished at their hands can finally find peace. As he speaks, the image of his daughter, one more victim of the dark mages, passes through his mind. Damien notices the change instantly. He says nothing, simply watching with silent understanding, allowing the Duke the space to grieve. After a brief pause, Damien finally speaks. Since the matter has been resolved as the Duke wished, he says, he will be returning home. The Duke forces an awkward smile, apology woven into his voice as he asks Damien to remain a little longer. There is someone he absolutely must meet. Damien blinks, genuinely confused. Someone I must meet, he repeats, his brow knitting together. At that exact moment, the door slowly opens. Damien's head snaps toward the sound. The instant his eyes meet the figure stepping inside, his entire body jolts, a cold sweat sliding down his cheek. She greets him softly, remarking that it has been a long time. As she enters fully, her eyes shine with eager delight, and she calls him by his full name. Sir Damien. In the garden of the Gold Pixie estate, Damien and Agnes sit opposite each other, quietly sipping tea. Not far away, driven by nothing but curiosity, Duke Gold Pixie and Victor crouch behind cover, secretly observing the pair from a distance. As he watches, the Duke leans closer and whispers to Victor that it's hard to believe what he's seeing, even with his own eyes. He asks whether that small, seemingly delicate girl is truly from the church. Victor whispers back that it's true, adding that she's acquainted with his young master, Damien. Nearby, Sir Jael stands guard in silence, keeping a discreet watch. The Duke mutters that this scene is nothing like what he had imagined. He admits he finally understands that appearances can be deceiving, and that the girl is frightening in her own way. After watching them for a while longer, he confesses that he's felt it since earlier. From where he stands, it looks as though the two are sharing something intimate. He tells Victor there's an odd tension hanging between them, something unmistakably romantic. The truth, however, is completely different. Agnes is relentlessly grilling Damien, pressing him for every detail of what happened with the Dark Mages. After a long explanation, Damien finally finishes by explaining how he severed their heads. Agnes nods in understanding, saying it all makes sense now, though she openly sighs that it's a shame she couldn't witness it herself. With the tension easing, she jokes that it seems Damien has quite the history with Dark Mages. Damien lets out an awkward chuckle, trying to brush it aside. He lifts his teacup for a sip, then looks at her with curiosity and remarks that while he knew she was here as an investigator from the church, he hadn't expected to run into her again so soon. Agnes' face instantly turns red as she admits, blushing, that she volunteered for the assignment after hearing he would be here. Damien freezes, forcing out an uneasy laugh as she stares at him with eyes nearly glowing. Suddenly, Agnes recalls something and asks whether he managed to learn which group the Dark Mages belonged to before killing them. Damien starts to answer, then hesitates. Telling the truth would only complicate things. He chooses to lie, saying he didn't get any information and adding that since they weren't particularly strong, they likely didn't belong to any organization at all. Hearing this, Agnes lowers her head and releases a quiet, weary sigh, saying she understands. After a brief pause, she adds that she had been wondering whether those Dark Mages might have been connected to Yulon. The name immediately draws Damien's attention. He addresses her as Lady Agnes and remarks that it sounds like she has been pursuing Yulon for quite some time, asking if she would mind explaining why. Her body stiffens. Unease washes over her as she grips her teacup with both hands, as though anchoring herself. Keeping her eyes lowered, she answers that, to be exact, she is hunting a specific Dark Mage who was once associated with Yulon. Damien asks who it is. The moment the question leaves his mouth, she bites down hard on her lip, dread flooding her expression. She says the man is a murderer, infamous for slaughtering thousands. With the image burned vividly into her mind, she finally speaks the name. A monster known as corpse play. The instant Damien hears it, his body jerks. He knows the name all too well. He repeats it aloud, asking if he heard correctly. Agnes nods and says yes, adding that she is certain he must have encountered it before. Her fist tightens, veins bulging as mana begins to leak from her hand. The hatred she feels for corpse play is impossible to miss, her mana spreading across her body as her emotions spill through. Forcing it back down, she says that no one knows corpse play's real name. A vision of a burning city flickers in her eyes. That twisted title, she explains, became infamous after a single, horrifying incident. Her voice drifts into the past as she recounts how a noble's territory was overturned in a single night by the undead. When the knights finally arrived and eradicated the creatures, they discovered something far worse at the heart of the town square, a grotesque structure assembled entirely from the corpses and entrails of the townspeople. Carved into it, spelled out in bloody flesh, were the words corpse play. When she finishes, Agnes raises a hand to cover her mouth, suppressing the urge to vomit as the memory resurfaces. Her anger sharpens as she adds that the demon committed the massacre for one reason only, to carve his name into the world. Damien watches her tremble with rage and revulsion. Even now, he thinks, her true reason for chasing Yulon still isn't fully revealed. And yet beneath the fury, there is something else stirring, something unfamiliar, quietly surfacing through her hatred. He observes her in silence, then reaches a quiet conclusion. This is something he cannot tell her, because he already knows corpse play's real name. His thoughts slip backward, returning to the days before his regression, when he existed as a Death Knight. In that distant future, corpse play earns the trust of Dorgo, the Grand Lich, rising steadily until he becomes a Legion commander. Leading an undead army on the front lines, he participates in the merciless slaughter of millions of humans without hesitation. Still lost in that grim memory, Damien is pulled back to the present when Agnes suddenly calls his name. His body tenses for a moment. Having regained control of her emotions, Agnes tells him that if he ever learns anything about corpse play, She asks him to inform her without delay. Damien remains silent briefly. Then he lowers his head and lets out a subdued sigh, saying that it's fine. He will. Standing from his chair, he tells Lady Agnes that this is all the testimony he can provide regarding the dark mages for now, and asks whether she is satisfied enough to conclude the interrogation. She smiles gently and says that it's more than enough, thanking him for his cooperation. He responds that it's nothing. As he turns away, his gaze shifts toward the flower beds where Duke Gold, Pixie, and Victor are hiding. Speaking in their direction, he states that the questioning is finished. Both the Duke and Victor stiffen, shocked that he noticed them at all. Before the Duke can say anything, Damien asks whether he may now return to his original schedule. With a helpless chuckle, the Duke steps out from hiding, no longer bothering to conceal himself. Victor follows behind him, wearing an awkward smile. The Duke nods and gives his answer. There's no longer any reason to keep him here. As Damien prepares to leave, the Duke wishes him good fortune and reminds him to be careful on his way back. Outside the Hashin estate, Damon Hayden's elder sister stands quietly near the entrance, lingering on her own. Her thoughts are broken when a voice suddenly calls out, asking if she's really standing outside again. Startled, she turns to find Abel, her younger brother. She asks what he's doing there. Abel tilts his head and replies that she suddenly disappeared, so he came looking for her. With mild annoyance, he asks whether she truly believes waiting out here will make Damon return any faster, suggesting they go inside instead. She answers with a playful smile, saying it's fine and that she'll head back in after a little while. Abel lets out a quiet sigh, realizing there's no point arguing, and asks if she's really that worried about him. She answers at once, without the slightest hesitation, that she is. She says Damon is such a gentle boy, and now he's gone off alone to the Duke's estate. As she speaks, Abel recalls countless scenes of Damien's cold decisiveness, and can't help wondering if they're even talking about the same person. She continues, worrying about what might happen if the knights at the Duke's estate treat him poorly, imagining how frightening that situation must be for Damien. Abel, concerned by her innocence, thinks that if anything, Damien would be the one terrifying them, not the other way around. Still, he keeps those thoughts to himself and quietly remains by her side. After pouring out all her worries, she clasps her hands together and prays, an expectant smile forming on her lips as she hopes Damon will return safely. Almost as if responding to her prayer, her eyes suddenly widen. She freezes where she stands, prompting Abel to frown and call her name. She doesn't answer, her gaze fixed straight ahead. In the distance, two silhouettes slowly come into view. In a dazed, uncertain voice, she murmurs whether it could really be them. As the figures draw nearer, one of them lifts a hand and waves, now close enough to see clearly. It's Damien and Victor. Damien calls out to his sister, telling her he's back. The instant she recognizes him, her face blossoms into a radiant smile, and she hurriedly wipes away the small tears of joy gathering at the corners of her eyes. Count Paul Haxon stands outside with his wife, Marilda Haxon, both staring at the mountain of gifts laid out before them, as if they can't quite believe what they're seeing. Paul finally asks whether the Duke truly gave them all of this. Damon Haxon, still wearing a proud, unshaken smile, answers without hesitation that yes. These were all gifts from the Duke as he departed. Maintaining that same composed air, he turns and reaches toward the pile. With quiet pride, he says the first gift is for his father. He hands him a book, then gestures toward a cart loaded with books and assorted items, explaining that he bought everything at the Duchy's bookstore, even selecting titles that are currently popular in the capital. Paul stares at him, completely stunned, his voice trembling as he asks whether Damon truly means it. As the gifts settle into his hands, Paul suddenly breaks into delighted praise. His eyes gleam as he recognizes Lady Delphanel's latest poetry collection and Viscount Dax's newest novel. Overwhelmed, he exclaims in disbelief, almost shouting toward the heavens, unable to contain his joy at holding such precious works. Damien then turns gently toward his mother and calls out to her. He tells her that the next gift is for her. Marilda freezes, caught between shock and eager anticipation. Damien presents her with a finely crafted wardrobe, its design elegant and exact. She blushes the instant she catches the scent, cedarwood. Her delight only deepens when she notices the matching table beside it, made from rich rosewood. She admires both pieces openly, her praise flowing freely as her happiness spills over. Next, Damien shifts his attention to his elder sister, Louise, telling her that her gift is over there. She blinks in surprise, then asks with open excitement whether he really got something for her too. Abel stands nearby in silence, though the admiration on his face is impossible to miss. Damien smiles with pride and answers that of course he did. He directs her gaze to a grand piano, an exquisite instrument, handcrafted by the famed artisan Berkeley himself, one of the Duke's personal treasures, now entrusted to Damien. Louise's face flushes red as she stares at it, breath slipping from her lips in pure awe. Emotion crashes over her all at once, and she rushes forward to wrap her arms around him, thanking him again and again. Damien laughs softly, pride still written across his face, and tells her the soldiers will help carry it inside. She continues praising him, rubbing his head affectionately as she celebrates him like the precious brother he is, before turning back once more to admire her piano. Damien turns toward his younger brother. Abel immediately looks away, ears burning. Damien clears his throat and asks what's wrong. Abel glances back, confused, asking what he's talking about. Damien tilts his head, studying him with open curiosity, and asks why he's making that face. Abel quickly puts on an indifferent front, saying there's nothing wrong with his face and that he always looks like this. A teasing light flickers in Damien's eyes. He asks if Abel is really sure he's not sulking just because his big brother didn't bring him a gift. Abel stiffens, clearly caught off guard, and hurriedly denies it, insisting he doesn't care about things like that at all. Damien doesn't reply. Instead, he raises his right hand, revealing the spatial storage ring on his finger. The air ripples, then peels open, exposing a pocket of space. Abel's eyes widen as he stares at the impossible sight, blurting out what that even is. Damien explains calmly that it's a spatial storage pocket, a space he can use to store items and carry them around effortlessly. He lifts his left hand and reaches into the void. When he pulls it back, a bow rests in his grip. He tells Abel that this is his gift, something he chose specifically for him. Abel stares at the bow, tense and unsure how to react. Damien closes the spatial space as if nothing had happened, then leans closer with a grin and whispers into Abel's ear, asking if Lady Copperhead wouldn't be delighted to receive something like this. He tells him to keep it and give it to her when the time is right. Abel's face turns bright red instantly. Damien exhales in satisfaction, clearly pleased with himself. He remarks that since his little brother is already thinking about marriage, it's only natural for his big brother to help out. Abel panics, shaking his head and waving both hands, asking what Damien is even saying. Damien keeps pressing, teasing him, asking why, and whether he doesn't like Lady Copperhead. Abel's resistance weakens little by little. He tries to deny it, but in the end, he lowers his head and admits softly that Lady Olivia probably doesn't even know who he is. Damien hums to himself. Then a confident smile spreads across his face. He tells Abel not to worry about something like that. As his big brother, he already has a plan. Abel looks up at him, shy yet curious, waiting to hear what he means. Resting a hand against his chin, Damon explains that while he was staying at the Duke's estate, he overheard that the Copperhead family will soon be hosting a martial tournament to celebrate the lady's birthday. He tells Abel that he plans to enter that tournament and use it as his opportunity to get close to her. Abel blinks, stunned, and asks if a martial tournament isn't the kind of event where knights compete by displaying their swordsmanship. Damon nods casually, confirming it. Abel grows even more confused and reminds him that he can't fight at all. Damien doesn't look worried in the slightest. He tells Abel not to concern himself with that detail. Then, hooking a thumb toward his own chest, he breaks into a grin. Abel stares at him, utterly baffled. Damon keeps pointing at himself and declares, with absolute confidence, that he'll be taking Abel's place in the tournament. A few days later, in the small town of Rivercross, the night air inside a bustling tavern is thick with laughter and the clatter of mugs. Barrels of ale line the walls as several knights crowd around a table, drinking and talking boisterously. One of them leans in and asks if the others have heard about the martial tournament being hosted by the Copperhead family. Another answers that he has, adding that the prize is massive and that the winner might even earn the lady's favor. A third joins in, saying he heard she's unbelievably beautiful and that maybe he should try his luck. The table bursts into laughter, one of them telling him not to disgrace himself because he'd just get his ass handed to him. The man scowls and tells them to shut up. Then one of them suddenly recalls something. He mentions that Viscount Haxon's eldest son is also entering the tournament. He pauses, searching his memory, before finally saying the name. Damon Haxon. At a nearby table, a man and a woman go quiet the instant they hear it, listening intently. The knight continues, saying there's a rumor that Damon Haxon defeated Lion Bloom's heir without even drawing his sword. Another knight scoffs, insisting that's impossible and that there's no way he could have beaten the Lion Bloom prodigy. The first knight smirks and says that's not the only rumor. He adds that people say Damon is just as handsome as he is powerful. The others stare at him in silence, one of them seriously considering strangling him for saying something so irritating. A sudden burst of laughter explodes from a nearby table. The woman laughs so hard she can barely breathe, pointing toward the knights while glancing at the man beside her. She asks if he heard that just now. The man, Jackson, slowly finishes his drink, eyes half closed, a smug curve lifting his lips. A short laugh slips out of him. What a joke. The knight who had just declared himself handsome slams his chair back and strides over, rage written all over his face. He demands to know what they just said, glaring straight at Jackson as he asks whether he really laughed at Rivercross's most handsome knight. One of his companions hurriedly tries to calm him down, but Jackson doesn't even look their way. The woman, still wearing that playful smile, casually explains that they misunderstood. She says they weren't talking about him at all. They were talking about Damon Haxon. Jackson remains seated, silent, as if waiting for what comes next. The knight scoffs, accusing her of trying to talk her way out of it, insisting he heard everything clearly. Before he can finish, Jackson rises to his feet. His voice drops, cold and sharp, as he asks whether the man is flirting with his fiancée right now. The knight freezes, stunned, blurting out what kind of nonsense that is. Jackson repeats himself, calm and relentless, asking again if he's talking to her right now. The knight starts shouting back in confusion. He never gets to finish. Jackson's fist crashes straight into his mouth. Teeth shatter, blood sprays, and the knight is sent flying backward. The tavern plunges into dead silence. Jackson turns, eyes burning, and glares at the remaining two knights. He snarls at their bastards for daring to flirt with Jackson Cutter's fiancée. One of them panics and draws his sword, demanding to know what he's talking about. The other yanks his blade free as well, roaring that Jackson dares provoke him and his squire, declaring that he's dead. Jackson only lets out a tired sigh, disappointment playing on his face. He calls them arrogant fools who clearly have no idea who they're facing. They rush him, shouting, demanding to know who the hell he thinks he is. Jackson answers by calmly drawing his sword, every movement steady and unhurried. The clash erupts in a heartbeat. Steel rings out, screams tear through the air, and the tavern is swallowed by chaos. The lady never leaves her seat. Calm, almost bored, she yawns as blood splashes nearby, stretching lazily while one knight crashes to the floor beside her, teeth missing and blood pouring from his mouth. Not long after, both knights lie sprawled out on the tavern floor, beaten senseless. She begins clapping slowly as Jackson walks over to one of the fallen men. He stomps once, then squats in front of the half-conscious knight and points at himself with a grin, asking if he still doesn't recognize him. The knight lets out a weak groan, asking who the hell he is. Jackson's grin disappears. His fist comes down again, smashing into the man's face, breaking more teeth, and splattering fresh blood. Annoyed, Jackson straightens and calls out to the woman by name, asking Sophia if she can believe this. Sophia steps closer, carefully picking her way around the bodies. Jackson runs a hand through his hair and scoffs, asking if these idiots really think that pathetic Damon Haxon is more famous than Jackson Cutter, the Ogre Slayer. Low-class knight. Title appraisal. Ogre Slayer. Jackson Cutter. Sophia slips her arms around him from behind, a faint smile on her lips. She tells him that's not the issue, then casually kicks one of the unconscious knights, adding that these idiots simply don't know any better. Still holding him, her smile slowly fades. A quiet anger begins to simmer inside her as her thoughts drift to Damien. Not long ago, he had been a complete nobody, and yet somehow, overnight, he had turned into a celebrated figure. The image of his calm, indifferent face flashes through her mind, sharpening her resentment. She wonders what kind of trick or scheme he pulled this time. Damon Haxon's former fiancée, Sophia Russell. Outside the Haxon Viscounty estate, the entire family gathers before the gates to see Damon and Abel off. A carriage waits ahead, reins drawn tight, ready to depart. Damien's mother lets out a tired sigh, murmuring that it feels far too soon. Only a few days have passed since her son returned, and now he's leaving again. The thought tightens her chest. Louise calls out to them. Damon and Abel turn back, and she raises her hand with a bright smile that trembles despite her effort to stay composed, telling them to be careful on the road. Damon answers with a warm grin, telling her not to worry. Beside him, Abel tries to nod along, but his face betrays him as tears threaten to spill. Then their father steps forward. His presence alone quiets everything around them. When he stops in front of his sons, he says he approved this journey because it's a good opportunity for the Haxon name to shine. Even so, he admits his concern. They'll be traveling far from home. Turning his gaze to Abel, Paul Haxon adds that Damon already told him everything. If he had known Abel held feelings for the Copperhead family's young lady, he would have arranged a formal proposal long ago. His voice softens as he apologizes, saying he's sorry. Abel panics, waving his hands in embarrassment and insisting it's fine. Paul continues as if he never heard him. Victory would bring honor, he says, but above all else, he wants both of them to return safely. That is their highest priority. Understood. The brothers answer together, voices steady. Yes, father. Paul's expression hardens again. His eyes settle on Abel as he reminds him not to forget what he was told. The words leave a strange silence behind. Abel stiffens, glancing sideways at Damon, who looks back with faint confusion. Adjusting his glasses, Abel forces himself to remain calm and answers that he understands and that there's no need to worry. Damon tilts his head slightly, clearly puzzled by the exchange. After that, Paul pats both of their shoulders and turns them toward the carriage, wishing them a safe journey. The coachman snaps the reins. The wheels creak as the carriage jolts forward. As it rolls away, Damon leans halfway out, waving back energetically. The family waves until the estate slowly fades from view. The journey drags on across the countryside, fields and dirt roads smearing together as the carriage nears a street on the outskirts of Copperhead County. Inside, the air feels heavy, almost suffocating. Damon sits beside Victor, while Abel faces them, a book lifted in front of his face. The steady rattle of the wheels only makes the silence feel louder. Victor shifts in his seat, eyes moving back and forth between the two young masters. Hours pass without a single word. Victor can't help wondering why the air has grown so unbearably tense, and how much longer he can endure it. Damien feels the same. He notes inwardly that this is the first time he and Abel have ever been alone together like this, and he has no idea what he's supposed to say. The silence coils around his throat. Across from them, Abel sinks even deeper behind his book, pretending to read, even though his eyes haven't moved for nearly half an hour. In the end, Victor accepts his fate as the sacrifice. He clears his throat and asks if he may pose a question to young Master Abel. Abel flinches and peeks out from behind the book, his voice tight as he asks what it is. Victor forces a smile and says he's just curious about how Abel came to fall for Lady Copperhead. Abel's face turns red in an instant. He stammers, incredulous, demanding to know why Victor would even ask something like that. Victor laughs it off, saying it's a long trip and someone has to start conversation. Watching his brother flounder, Damien finds the situation quietly amusing. In his previous life, he never actually learned how Abel's feelings began, and to his own surprise, he realizes he's curious too. Leaning back, he joins in, telling Abel that since there's nothing else to do, he might as well tell them the story. Abel's gaze flickers between the two of them. His voice wavers as he tries to dodge the question, but Damon presses him, saying that after all the effort he put into preparing for this trip, he deserves at least that much of an explanation. With no escape left, Abel lets out a long sigh and mutters that this is all Damien's fault for being so persistent. Then he begins. He says it all started 4 years ago, at a social gathering of Western nobles he attended with their father. The hall had been soaked in warm chandelier light, laughter echoing beneath gilded ceilings as noble voices blended into a constant hum. And that was when he saw her, Lady Olivia Copperhead, standing beneath the golden glow. She drew every gaze without effort. The green A-line gown hugged her perfectly, complementing the soft brown of her hair, admiration circling her from all sides. To Abel, she looked like someone who had stepped straight out of a painting. As he recalls that moment, his voice grows quieter, softer, and he mutters that she was beautiful. That single word hangs in the carriage. Victor stares at him for a long second, expression empty, before slowly shaking his head. Beside him, Damon suppresses a sigh. Victor remarks flatly that it sounds like Abel fell for her simply because she was pretty. Damien adds aloud whether his brother might be the type to judge solely by appearances, even as his thoughts drift far away. Whatever connection Abel and Olivia shared, one thing Damien knows for certain. In their previous lives, they were lovers. And he remembers all too well how the Count of Copperhead rejected Abel's marriage proposal, not merely refusing it, but publicly insulting the Haxon name itself. After that, Abel lived quietly, alone, until his death, unmarried, forgotten, and in the end, killed by Damien himself, the corrupted knight of that past life. Sitting across from him now, cheeks red with embarrassment, Abel looks nothing like the man from those memories. And yet, the sight tightens Damon's chest with a dull ache of pity and regret. The weight of that future presses down on him, and in silence, he makes a vow. This time will be different. No matter what, he will not allow Abel to walk that same miserable path again. When Abel notices the steady, burning gaze fixed on him from across the carriage, he starts to fidget, shifting uneasily in his seat. 3 days later, they arrive at Copperhead County. The streets are alive with celebration, bright decorations everywhere, colorful banners fluttering as people hurry back and forth. Damien, Abel, and Victor stop before the grand entrance, where an enormous happy birthday banner stretches across the gates, swaying gently in the breeze. Victor looks around in awe, muttering that the scale of the place is unbelievable. Damien chuckles, commenting that the Copperheads must have spent a fortune on this. Before they could take another step, a man steps out from the entrance and raises a hand to stop them. His voice is firm as he demands to know who they are. Still riding the excitement, Victor steps forward and proudly announces that they've come on behalf of House Viscount Haxon. The man lowers his gaze to the guest list in his hand, murmuring the name under his breath. Then his eyes lift to Damien, and his expression subtly shifts. After a brief hesitation, he asks carefully whether he might be Sir Damon Haxon. Damon casually drapes an arm over his younger brother's shoulder and nods, confirming it, adding that he arrived with his younger brother, Abel. The man's demeanor changes instantly. He bows deeply, apologizing for his earlier rudeness, and introduces himself as Connor, the head butler of House Copperhead. With practiced courtesy, he invites them inside, restrained excitement flickering beneath his professionalism. Later, inside a spacious lodging softly tinted with warm colors, Connor leads them in and explains that this will be their residence for the duration of their stay. Victor slowly turns in place, eyes wide, openly marveling at how vast the room is. Connor bows once more at the entrance, telling them not to hesitate to call for anything they might need. Then he slips away, drawing the curtain closed so smoothly it's as if he was never there at all. Abel looks around and nods, remarking that the lodging is more than sufficient, adding that the Count must be quite generous to host them so comfortably. Victor agrees at once, pointing out with amazement that even he has been given a separate room. Damon says nothing. His gaze moves slowly across the space, sharp and unreadable. The Count he remembers was never this polite. A faint unease settles in his chest. To him, it feels less like courtesy and more like an attempt to curry favor now that his reputation has spread. The thought leaves a bitter taste behind. Pulling the curtain aside, Damon tells Abel and Victor to rest here while he goes to take a look around. Victor waves him off without a second thought, but Abel stiffens. Abel suddenly calls out, telling him to wait, insisting that he's coming too. Damon turns back, puzzled, asking why. He tells Abel to stay behind and rest, but Abel shakes his head firmly, saying he can't. He made a promise to their father. Damon pauses, brows knitting together, and asks what kind of promise that could be. Adjusting his glasses, Abel explains that their father told him that if it ever looked like Damien was about to cause trouble, he was supposed to stop him. Damon lets out a quiet chuckle, asking if Abel really sees him as some reckless child. The amusement still lingers on his face as he turns away, ready to leave, but Abel remains planted in place. After a few steps, Damon exhales in resignation and tells him to do whatever he wants. The instant he turns fully around, someone crashes straight into him. The impact sends the other person stumbling, then tumbling to the ground. Damon looks down in surprise. From a short distance away, a man shouts her name, Sophia, and rushes toward them. He reaches them in seconds, grabs Damon by the collar, and yells at him to watch where he's going. Damien doesn't react. He stands there, calm and detached, eyes steady. The man's anger falters as he looks more closely, recognition slowly dawning. Then his lips curl into a mocking grin as he speaks the name out loud. Damon Haxon. The woman pulls herself up, brushing dust from her dress as embarrassment creeps across her face. Under her breath, she mutters about why it had to be him, and why it had to be here of all places. Forcing herself to regain composure, she looks up at him and greets him awkwardly, murmuring a quiet, "Long time no see." Damon finally responds. A faint, tired sound escapes him before he asks who they are, and whether they know him from somewhere. The question freezes both of them in place. The woman standing before him is Sophia Russell, his former fiancée, and the man gripping his collar is her current betrothed, Jackson Cutter. Damon parts his lips slightly and repeats the question, his voice low as his eyes narrow on the two of them. "Who are you, and do I know you?" The words alone are enough to twist Jackson's face with irritation, while Sophia stiffens, disbelief flashing through her eyes. Humiliation washes over her. She bites her lip as anger swells in her chest, wondering what is wrong with Damien and whether he's truly pretending not to recognize them at all. Without warning, Damon's hand clamps down on Jackson's arm. He pries his shirt free from the man's grip, his tone steady as he tells Jackson to let go first. After that, they can talk like adults. At that moment, Abel and Victor step out from the tent. Abel calls out, asking what's going on, while Victor follows close behind, his voice formal as he addresses him as young Master Damien and demands an explanation. Abel takes one look at the people standing in front of Damien, about to greet them. Then recognition hits him, and the words die in his throat. Victor freezes as well. Abel clenches his jaw, a faint, uneasy sound escaping him. He turns toward the woman, his voice tight as he speaks her name. Sophia. Damon glances at his brother, clearly puzzled, and asks whether Abel knows her. Abel stares at him, as if struck senseless, then repeats the name again, as though that alone should explain everything. Sophia's cheeks burn as she averts her gaze. After a moment, Abel finally forces the words out, reminding Damon that Sophia was once his fiancée. Damon looks back at the pair. His expression doesn't change. His eyes settle on Jackson with detached curiosity. Jackson meets that gaze with a sharp glare, barely holding back his anger. As Damon continues to look at him, fragments of the past begin to claw their way back into his mind. He remembers being dragged outside by security, rain hammering down as desperation hollowed him out. He had shouted Sophia's name again and again, begging her to talk to him, pleading with her not to do this. He remembered yelling that she couldn't abandon him like that. Then another voice had spoken from the porch, asking who he even was. That memory is painfully clear. Jackson had been standing there that night, one arm wrapped around Sophia's waist as she calmly explained that Damon was the ex-fiancé she had mentioned before. Jackson's reply had come fast and dismissive. He remembered. Damon was that useless nobody. Those words had cut deeper than any blade. Damon had stammered in disbelief, asking what he had just said, the words barely forming as shock hollowed him out. When the guards finally let go, he stood there drenched beneath the rain, eyes fixed on Sophia as he called her name again. He demanded to know who the man beside her was, demanded how she could end their engagement so casually, so one-sidedly. His voice cracked as he insisted it had to be a lie, that it couldn't possibly be real. Sophia only sighed. She spoke his full name, Damon Haxon, and asked if he still didn't understand what was happening. Holding on to Jackson's arm, she explained in a flat, distant tone that their engagement had existed only because of a promise between their grandfathers, and that it was all already in the past. She asked whether he truly believed anything she said was false. Rain blurred his vision as tears mixed in, but she continued, questioning whether any of it ever made sense to him. She reminded him who she was, Sophia Russell. Each word dug deeper as she asked how a good-for-nothing from a minor noble house could ever be compatible with her. He had broken there in the rain, sobbing as he asked how she could say things like that. Jackson then guided her away, telling Damon he would let him off quietly out of respect for Sophia. She laughed at that, calling the good-for-nothing embarrassing. Jackson warned Damon never to appear before them again, his arm resting easily around her waist as they walked away together, smiling like lovers at the beginning of something new. If he understood the situation, Jackson said, he should disappear, and Damon was left alone in the rain, head lowered, chest emptied of everything inside. Then his shaking hands clenched tight. Heartbreak curdled into rage. He rushed forward, shouting, desperate to land even a single blow. Jackson hadn't even turned at first. Hearing the footsteps behind him and recognizing them, he only sighed. Then his fist flashed out, smashing straight across Damon's face. Blows followed without pause. Damon hit the ground hard, coughing up blood as the world spun violently around him. Even then, Jackson stepped closer, grabbed him by the collar, and mocked him. He said he had tried to show mercy, but Damon simply didn't know his place. Filth, he called him, grinning as he beat him until everything dissolved in a blinding white. And through it all, Damon's eyes searched for Sophia. She stood there with her arms folded, silent and unmoving. The image lingers as Damien is dragged back to the present, his eyes narrowing just a fraction. That day had been drenched in rain as well. The moment he was beaten into the mud and tossed aside like trash. Now, Jackson turns to Sophia, calling her name, asking if she's all right, checking whether she's been hurt. She answers calmly that she's fine. Damien watches the exchange in silence, his anger locked down tight. It hasn't disappeared. Even now, after all this time, the fire still burns beneath the surface. Sophia scoffs, her voice sharp as she says she finally understands. He must be embarrassed about what happened back then, she says, pretending to be calm and detached now. Damon frowns slightly, not following her meaning. She presses on, accusing him of acting like he doesn't recognize her, saying he hasn't changed at all, that he's still just as pathetic as he used to be. Jackson bursts in a loud laughter, mocking and crude. So that's what this is about, he says. He thought Damon might have become someone important and was trying to cut ties. Then a glint of malice flashes in his eyes as a cruel thought takes shape. He smooths his expression and extends a hand, saying he never expected to see Damien again, but that it's good to see him. Damon studies the offered hand in silence, then asks what kind of performance this is supposed to be. Jackson puts on a look of confusion, insisting there's no act at all. He just wants to shake hands. He says, happy to see him again. Inside, he sneers, mocking Damon for thinking he's famous now. This fool clearly needs a lesson, one he'll never forget. Damon keeps his gaze on the hand a moment longer, his expression unreadable. Then a short, quiet chuckle escapes him. He agrees, saying that if this is what Jackson wants, then so be it. Jackson's grin widens as his aura shifts, his body tensing in anticipation. For a single heartbeat, triumph surges through him. Then his feet leave the ground. Damon's grip tightens, cold eyes locking onto him. Sophia gasps, horror flashing across her face as she sees Jackson hanging helplessly in the air. The atmosphere turns heavy, thick with killing intent. Damon's eyes burn, icy and sharp. In the next instant, he slams Jackson into the ground with brutal force, the impact cracking through the dirt. Wearing a falsely clumsy smile, Damon offers a light apology, saying he couldn't quite control his strength. Inside, a darker voice chuckles quietly, admitting that he wanted to beat Jackson regardless. He thanks him for the opportunity, cursing him as a bastard in silence. Sophia, shaken by the sudden turn, covers her mouth and cries out Jackson's name, her voice trembling with fear. Jackson's fingers twitch against the ground. Then his body snaps upright. Blood drips from his nose, but rage overwhelms the pain. Seeing him rise, a flicker of relief crosses Sophia's face. Jackson lets out a low, dangerous laugh as his hand grips the hilt of his sword. Abel notices the movement and stiffens at once, panic flashing through his eyes. Mana erupts violently from Jackson as he starts to draw his blade, roaring in fury as he calls Damon a son of a. Damon only laughs softly. He tilts his head, almost entertained, and casually points at Jackson's face, remarking that whoever bleeds first loses. Abel's eyes widen in horror. Sweat slides down his temple as he stammers Damon's name. Before Jackson can take another step, a voice cuts through the air. Deep, cold, absolute. Stop. The authority packed into that single word freezes Jackson in place. He turns toward the source, the rage draining from his face. His voice falters as he addresses the man as master. The figure approaches, each step carrying oppressive dark energy. His tone remains calm, yet every word feels steeped in death. It's impressive that Damien, that useless brat, has grown this strong in such a short time. Damon stays composed, though his eyes sharpen. He hadn't expected Jackson to have someone like this behind him. Still, with measured confidence, he asks whether the man knows him as well, scoffing faintly. Inside, he gauges the power radiating from the stranger. Strong, at least mid-class. The man stops before them, narrowing his eyes as he studies Damon, asking just how strong he's become now. Then he turns to Jackson and tells him that if he's finished fooling around, they're leaving. Jackson bristles, starting to shout that the bastard struck his face, but the man's glare cuts him off mid-sentence. Without sparing another glance, he orders Jackson to follow. Jackson clicks his tongue, shoves his sword back into its sheath, and mutters curses under his breath. As he turns away, he throws Damon one last venomous look, a silent promise burning in his eyes. Just wait and see. Damon watches them walk away, his tone light, almost playful, as he calls out and asks what's wrong with them. Are they really just going to leave like that? The man stops mid-step and turns his head slightly. He speaks his name, Jack Noir, and tells Damien to remember it. Then he continues on, leaving behind only the lingering pressure of his dark aura. Abel, Victor, and Damien remain where they are, watching until the figures vanish into the distance. Jack and Noir's final words hang heavily in the air, a quiet promise that they will meet again soon enough. Damien's gaze follows the empty path, his lips slowly curling into a faint, curious smile. He repeats the name under his breath, Jack and Noir, committing it to memory. Something fierce stirs behind his eyes. A slow grin spreads across his face. Victor and Abel exchange a glance, both sensing the subtle shift in Damien's presence. Something has been awakened. Damien, his thoughts already lit by the weight of that name, murmurs softly that he has a feeling something interesting is about to happen. Later, elsewhere within the camping grounds prepared for Lady Olivia's birthday, Jackson storms into their tent, ripping the entrance aside as he shouts for his master. Inside, the man remains unmoved, calmly lifting his hat and setting it aside with deliberate slowness. That indifference only stokes Jackson's fury. He demands to know why he was stopped, insisting that he could have dealt with that bastard himself. Before his breathing even steadies, his master moves. In a sudden blur, a hand clamps around Jackson's throat. The air is torn from his lungs instantly. Shock slams into him. He never even saw it happen. Jackson coughs violently as he's lifted off the ground, legs kicking uselessly while he claws for breath, for balance, for anything at all. His master's eyes are cold and empty, like a corpse frozen in winter. Jackson shudders beneath that gaze as his master speaks in a low, dangerous voice. He reminds him that he already warned him not to draw attention here, not to make noise. Then he asks whether his words mean nothing to him. Color drains from Jackson's face as he forces out a strangled apology, his voice barely audible. His master studies him in silence, a stillness sharper than any blade. Then a short, mocking sound escapes him, and he releases Jackson without ceremony. Jackson crashes to the ground, coughing and gasping as air finally floods back into his lungs. His master turns his head slightly, as if Jackson doesn't even deserve a full glance, and calls him a fool. He states plainly that if he hadn't intervened, Damon Haxon would have killed him without effort. Still breathing raggedly, Jackson stares up at him in disbelief, demanding to know what he means, insisting that such a thing is impossible. His master answers calmly, "It's the truth. Jackson has no idea what that boy has been through. His power has long since surpassed Jackson's reach." Without looking back at him, he warns that if Jackson ever crosses paths with Damien again, he must not provoke him. Then he asks if he understands. Jackson hesitates, then forces out a quiet reply. Only then does his master turn fully. His gaze carries an intent heavy enough to crush bone. He tells Jackson to remember this clearly. Their only purpose here is to win the martial tournament. His focus must remain there, and nowhere else. Jackson answers immediately, yet confusion gnaws at him. He calls for his master again, asking why they're even taking part in this tournament, especially when his master had instructed him to win Lady Olivia's favor despite already being engaged to Sophia. Annoyance ignites in an instant. His master turns toward him, and the air shifts violently as murderous pressure floods the tent. Jackson freezes under its weight, unable to move. His master's voice slices through the silence like steel, reminding him that he was the one who raised Jackson to the rank of a low-class knight, only for him to start questioning orders over a woman. Jackson's body trembles. Sweat creeps down his spine. He averts his gaze and forces out a stuttering denial. Slowly, his master reigns in his presence. The crushing pressure, easing his composure, settles back over him. He states calmly that winning the tournament and forming a connection with Lady Olivia are necessary to fulfill his wish. Jackson frowns, confusion tightening his face as he asks what that means. His master turns his back and answers without hesitation. Yes, he has a wish. He raises one hand, mana coiling tightly around his fingers, then clenches it into a fist as a wicked smile spreads across his face. His wish is simple: to ascend to the peak realm. Unease creeps across Jackson's expression as he repeats the word under his breath. Peak. His master places his hat back on his head and walks past him toward the exit without sparing another glance. He says he'll gather information on Count Copperhead and the other participants. Jackson's task is only to prepare for the tournament. Jackson nods stiffly and forces out another shaky acknowledgement. The moment he steps outside, Sophia notices him leaving the tent. Her gaze follows him for a second before she suddenly rushes inside, calling his name with excitement. Jackson turns at the sound. When she reaches him, her eyes go straight to his neck. She hurries closer, worry flooding her face as she asks what happened, asking if he's all right. Relief washes through Jackson at her concern. He smiles gently, assures her that he's fine, and calls her name softly. As he pulls her into his arms, fury coils deep inside his chest. In silence, he curses his master, calling him a wretched old man. If he wanted something done, the least he could do was explain it properly. Jackson scowls inwardly, still unable to grasp what winning the tournament has to do with reaching the peak realm. Then anger flickers behind his eyes. Once he surpasses the middle-class rank, he swears to himself he'll show that bastard exactly who he's dealing with. Later, near the tournament grounds outside the massive arena, crowds gather in restless knots. Sharp whispers ripple through them as eyes turn toward an approaching figure. Someone mutters, asking if that isn't him. Another answers quietly that it is, adding that he looks just as vicious as the rumors say. Tongues click in subdued distaste. That man is Damon Haxon. He walks forward without the slightest hesitation, a faint smile resting on his face despite the hostility around him. Victor and Abel move at his sides, both clearly tense. Victor leans in and lowers his voice, calling him young master, and remarking that he's truly become a celebrity now. It seems far too many people recognize him. Damien's grin widens, amused. It seems so. A heavy drum suddenly roars across the arena, crushing the murmurs into silence. From the observation platform, a man clears his throat and announces that today marks his daughter's birthday, to be celebrated with a grand event. Count Chester Copperhead, host of the tournament, thanks the distinguished guests for their attendance. Abel barely hears a word. His attention is completely captured by Lady Olivia. The Count's speech fades into background noise as Abel takes her in. Standing beside the Count is his daughter, Olivia Copperhead. The Count continues proudly, declaring that the bravest knights of the Western Apple Kingdom have gathered here, and that the victor will earn renown not only in the West, but across every region. Damon lifts his gaze, a spark of excitement flashing in his eyes. It's finally starting. The Count's voice booms as he proclaims that along with glory, the champion will receive a reward worthy of their valor. As the words settle, Sophia leans closer to Jackson, lips curling slightly as she asks whether Lady Olivia is prettier than her. Jackson scoffs softly and answers without hesitation that no one in their right mind would say something so ridiculous. The Count continues, announcing that the tournament will span 2 days, divided between team battles and individual matches. He reassures the participants that healing magicians are stationed throughout the arena, and that no one should restrain their strength out of fear of injury. As he speaks, Jackson's master stands quietly at the edge of the grounds, sharp eyes observing everything without uttering a word. At last, the Count declares that the first match will begin in 2 hours and orders the knights to make their preparations. Spreading his arms wide, his voice rises as he says he eagerly awaits a display of their valor. The crowd erupts in an instant, cheers crashing like rolling waves. Damon folds his arms, a satisfied smile tugging at his lips. Abel watches stiffly, tension clear in his posture, while Victor stares at the arena in open awe. Damon steps away, then pauses and turns back, lifting a hand to wave at the two of them, saying he'll see them later. Victor immediately calls out, urgency thick in his voice, warning him to be careful as he addresses him as young master. Abel only nods, saying nothing at all. Hours before the match, as the Count stands beside his daughter, his gaze drifts toward Olivia, suspicion creeping into his eyes. She notices at once and shoots him a sharp, resentful glance. He tells her the entire event was arranged for her sake and asks if she can at least pretend to be pleased. Her glare hardens instantly. She snaps back, asking if he truly believes this spectacle is for her, reminding him that she never asked for any of it. Turning away, she says he did this only to flaunt the Copperhead family's prestige, and that she has no interest whatsoever. The words land cleanly. His jaw tightens, a curse nearly slipping free before he forces it down. With a sharp breath, he scoffs and turns his attention toward the arena, telling her that whether she cares or not, the crowd certainly does. Once the matches begin, he says, they'll all be cheering. The first event is announced. A team battle. Monster Hunt. The arena stirs as contestants take their positions. Names begin to echo through the stands. Tom, Andrew Graydon, Jeravon. Voices stack and overlap, rolling endlessly across the arena. Damien stands at the center, expression cold, focus unbroken. Abel and Victor shout his name with unrestrained excitement. Not far away, Jackson stands rigid, bitterness flashing across his face as he realizes he's been placed in the same group as Damien. He clicks his tongue, cursing his luck. From above, Sophia's voice cuts sharply through the noise as she cheers loudly for Jackson. He snaps his head up at once, a confident smile spreading as their eyes meet. He declares that with the first event being a monster hunt, it suits him perfectly. Deep inside, a vow settles into place, cold and absolute. After today, everyone will remember his name. He blows Sophia a kiss, confidence gleaming in his eyes. The knights brace as a massive gate begins to rise. The moment the creatures step through, the arena plunges into dead silence. Shock freezes every face. Sweat beads along foreheads. 2 enormous trolls thunder into view, violent and towering, charging forward with brutal momentum. Terror rips through the air. Someone shouts in disbelief, recognizing them instantly. Trolls. A knight tries to shout orders, yelling for everyone to stay together and face them head-on. The words never finish. One of the trolls slams into him, crushing his body into the ground. Flesh and bone burst apart in a red smear. Blood sprays across the arena as screams erupt from the stands. A warm drop lands on Damon's cheek. He inhales slowly, a twisted smile creeping across his lips. Reaching up, he wipes the blood away and murmurs that he hadn't expected this. His gaze lifts toward Count Copperhead, dark amusement flickering in his eyes as he notes the man's apparent fondness for dangerous hobbies. Even as the trolls charge straight toward him, the smile never fades. His eyes remain fixed upward, watching Count Chester Copperhead revel in the carnage below, his body trembling faintly as if savoring every second of it. The man, frozen in terror, can only stare as the troll charges straight at him. In the next heartbeat, the creature smashes him headfirst into the ground with crushing force. The impact tears his body apart, blood erupting outward in a violent spray that fans across the arena. A single warm drop splashes against Damien's cheek. The crowd recoils as one, breaths catching, throats tightening as disbelief grips them at the nightmare unfolding. Blood continues to arc through the air, one streak splattering across a noblewoman's eyes, the metallic stench reaching her nose before the wet warmth even registers. Horror floods her face. A shrill, broken scream tears from her throat as the man beside her scramble to restrain her and wipe the crimson from her lashes. Panic fractures the stands. Shaking voices scatter through the chaos, some stammering in disbelief, asking if that thing is really a troll, others repeating the word again and again, as if saying it aloud might make it make sense. Several people stare at the mangled corpse, blurting out fractured questions about what the hell is happening, about whether the knight is actually dead. From her seat, Lady Olivia raises a trembling hand to her mouth, grief and revulsion welling in her eyes. Beside her, her father clicks his tongue, irritation tightening his features as he mutters that a knight dying so easily is pathetic. Olivia wipes at her tears, having heard him all too clearly, and turns on him, heat surging through her chest. She calls him father and demands to know what he was thinking, how he could unleash a troll on something meant to be a simple match. He answers with nothing more than a dismissive breath, waving off her distress and saying there's no reason to make a fuss. This is necessary, he tells her, to weed out the chaff so that a true winner can rise. His indifference cuts deep. She draws in a breath, ready to argue again, but her voice is swallowed as the crowd suddenly erupts with thunderous cheers for someone named Andron Graydon. The roar surges through the arena, wild and exhilarated. Count Copperhead's eyes narrow with dark satisfaction as he gestures toward the noise, urging his daughter to look. The audience always craves something thrilling, something stimulating, he says, watching the carnage below as if delivering a lesson. The more intense the spectacle, the better. Then he asks her if she understands why. Down in the arena, Jackson Cutter moves low and fast, sliding beneath the troll's sweeping arm and carving a clean line across its massive leg. Still crouched from the strike, he tilts his head toward the stands, trying to catch the light, trying to carve his image into the crowd's eyes. Above, Count Copperhead answers his own question. Someone risks their life below, while the spectators remain safely above. The troll bellows, rage rumbling deep within its chest. Yet even as the roar shreds the air, the torn flesh along its body twitches and crawls, knitting itself back together in a grotesque display. Jackson's expression hardens. He clicks his tongue, irritation flashing through him. Just as expected, a troll's regeneration is truly monstrous. That attack wasn't even close to enough. A low curse slips from between his teeth. At the far rear of the battlefield, Damien stands motionless, eyes locked on the chaos unfolding ahead. As his thoughts sink deeper, the memory of the strange waiver they were forced to sign before the match surfaces, and everything clicks into place. Of course they'd pull something like this. Reckless. Deliberate. One of the trolls, whipped into a frenzy, raises both arms high and slams them down toward the ground. Jackson barely jerks backward in time, a sharp breath tearing at his throat as he realizes the truth. Facing a monster like this alone would push even him into a disadvantage. Still retreating, he thinks grimly that with proper support, victory would be well within reach. A female knight suddenly rushes past him, boots hammering the dirt as she charges straight in. She meets the troll head-on, unleashing a rapid flurry of slashing strikes along its massive arm. Blood sprays upward, splashing into its eye. The troll roars and swings wildly, its movements breaking apart. One of those blind swings crashes in her shield. She blocks it, but the force drives her backward until she drops into a crouch, skidding across the ground. The troll locks onto her and lunges. Another knight seizes the opening. Charging in from the side with a spear, he reaches the troll and hacks viciously at both of its legs, carving deep, furious wounds again and again. Thick streams of blood burst outward, splattering across his armor. With a heavy, miserable groan, the troll collapses forward onto both knees. The knight leaps high above its head, body twisting as he gathers everything for a finishing blow. The thought never completes. The troll's enormous hands snap together midair, clapping shut around him. A wet, suffocating crunch echoes through the arena. His attempt to beg is crushed between those closing palms. Flesh collapses, bone gives way, and his body melts in a slurry, erupting outward in a violent spray of blood that squirts through the gaps of its fingers. Jackson doesn't hesitate. He takes the opening and explodes forward with a roar, mana surging through his limbs until they scream. At the end of his charge, his blade flashes once, clean, ruthless, final. The mana-packed edge carved through the troll's neck in a single arc. The head sails free, hits the ground, and lands with a thunderous thud that reverberates through the arena. The crowd detonates. A wave of noise crashes outward as voices howl about the fallen troll, shouting, demanding to know who that knight is. From above, Sophia stares down at him, breath caught her chest, eyes shining as she whispers his name with unguarded warmth. Jackson. He stands before the severed head, chest heaving, lungs burning as he drags in air. A satisfied smile creeps across his lips. It's done. With quiet pride, he wonders if they saw it clearly enough. Jackson raises his sword high, exhilaration flooding him. If they want to know who he is, then let them watch. He is the man who will become the strongest knight. The thought shatters. A massive shadow swallows him whole. Another troll looms behind him, its fist already descending. Instinct moves before thought. With no room to evade, Jackson snaps his mana-coated sword upward, turning the blunt of the blade into a shield. The impact detonates. His body is hurled across the ground, bouncing and rolling as agony tears through his ribs. Sophia's scream cuts through the chaos, sharp and terrified as she calls his name, tears spilling freely. The troll advances without pause. Jackson claws his way upright on shaking legs, swearing under his breath as the truth slams into him. He forgot there was another one. His body trembles as he forces himself to brace. Then a voice slices cleanly across the battlefield. Damon's tone is calm, almost bored. He remarks that it seems he has no choice. For the first time since the battle began, he steps forward. His hands stay buried casually in his pockets as he passes Jackson, thinking that even if watching something like this is a ridiculous pastime, he might as well participate properly. The troll charges with a savage roar, eyes blazing with murder. Damon doesn't slow. He doesn't flinch. From the ground, Jackson watches, calling him a fool in his mind, certain that charging a troll alone is nothing but suicide. The troll's fist rockets straight toward Damon's face. He doesn't flinch. In the heartbeat before impact, he activates his secret art, Myriad Insight, letting the flow of the technique guide his body as he redirects the troll's fist with effortless accuracy, brushing it aside as if it never carried killing force. He springs upward, landing lightly on the troll's shoulder, one hand still buried casually in his pocket. Using the rebound, he kicks off and draws his sword in midair, sliding neatly behind the creature's neck as mana surges into the blade. The troll roars, fangs bared, starting to twist around. It never completes the motion. Damon's sword comes down in a single, merciless stroke. From crown to groin, the blade carves a straight line of death. His secret art, Blade of Death, activates in full, splitting the monster cleanly in two. Blood detonates outward in a violent curtain. A splash hits Jackson square in the face, locking him in place, breath frozen in his chest as his eyes widen in raw shock. Damon stands behind the collapsing halves, gaze icy, body fixed in the finishing stance while blood rains down around him. In the stands, Abel stares, eyes blown wide. He whispers the name Haxon under his breath, then suddenly surges to his feet, arm raised high as he screams it at the top of his lungs. Damon Haxon. Nearby spectators falter, murmuring in confusion, asking if that's really his name, if that's truly Damien Haxon. Then the hesitation breaks, and the chant ignites like wildfire. Damien, Damien, Damien. Count Copperhead claps rapidly, exhilaration thrumming through him as Oz sharpens his gaze. So this is Damien Haxon. Perhaps the rumors were not exaggerated after all. Damon clicks his tongue and flicks his blade once, shaking off the blood. The spray lashes Jackson again, deliberate and sharp, making him flinch as irritation mixes with disbelief. Without looking back, Damon opens his subspace and drops the sword inside, as if it were nothing more than a tool. He asks aloud, almost bored, why anyone would bother struggling against a troll of all things. Behind him, the crowd continues chanting his name, the sound rolling endlessly through the arena. Jackson remains sprawled on the ground, fists trembling. Fury coils up his spine as the name echoes again and again. His jaw tightens until his teeth grind audibly, the sound scraping out as his body shakes harder with every chant. Beautiful melodies drift through the Copperhead estate that evening, their gentle notes sliding along polished floors and gilded pillars. Inside the banquet hall, noble ladies stare with barely contained excitement, sharp whispers spilling freely between them. He looks even more handsome up close. He really does. Is the one beside him his younger brother? The two of them are striking. Every gaze is locked firmly on Damien and Abel. The brothers enter with composed strides, dressed with deliberate care, confident smiles resting easily on their faces. Abel, far less at ease, edges closer to his brother, fussing with his clothes as nerves creep in. He mutters in disbelief, asking when Damon ever had the time to prepare something this refined. Damon answers smoothly, recalling the storefront as he tells him there's a well-known clothing shop in Landwork called Moonlight Wave, and that he bought it there. Abel nearly chokes on the name, startled, admitting it must have cost a fortune. Gratitude softens his voice as he thanks Damon sincerely, clearly touched. Damien only tells him not to worry, as steady as ever. As they advance deeper into the hall, the ladies drop their whispers entirely, excitement spilling openly onto their faces. So that's Damon Haxon? He's so manly. Light giggles ripple through the crowd, some boldly declaring that from today onward, he's their top choice. Then a sharp crack splits the air. A wine glass shatters in a bare hand. The sound freezes the hall for a heartbeat before the women scatter in uneasy silence. Jackson stands rigid, fist clenched tight, muttering that he can't tolerate this nonsense any longer. Sophia remains beside him, unfazed, her gaze turned elsewhere. Still glaring toward Damien, Jackson grumbles bitterly, demanding how anyone could recognize that man when they don't even recognize him. His jaw tightens as the memory of the troll battle surges back. Damon standing above him, crushing him with effortless dominance. He turns to Sophia, expecting agreement. She doesn't answer. Her eyes are fixed ahead, caught on Damon Haxon. A faint flush creeps on her cheeks as she stares, completely absorbed. Jackson's voice doesn't reach her at all. She watches Damon move through the hall, bathed in warm candlelight, impossibly composed, and wonders in quiet confusion if he has always looked this handsome. Her drifting thoughts snap apart as a clear announcement rings out, declaring the arrival of Count Copperhead. The banquet hall straightens instantly. The doors swing open, and the Count strides in with proud steps, his daughter Olivia walking silently at his side. After he takes his seat, a pot of fire is lit, its flames blooming to life and bathing the hall in flickering warmth. The Count rises, spreading his arms wide as his voice carries through the banquet hall. He thanks the knights and honored guests who gather to celebrate the martial tournament, held in honor of his daughter Olivia's birthday. Every gaze locks onto him. Sophia, Jackson, Damien, Abel, all listening without a word. He continues, saying that after witnessing the courage and ferocity shown by the young knights, he feels inspired for the first time in many years. He adds that he hopes tomorrow's final match will shine just as brightly. Then his tone shifts. It's time, he says, to reveal the prize awaiting the victor. He steps away from his seat and approaches the blazing pot of fire as whispers ripple across the hall. What could it be? Whatever it is, it must be extraordinary. Without the slightest pause, the Count thrusts his bare hand straight into the flames. Damon's eyes sharpen instantly, thoughts racing, while Abel recoils with a gasp. Murmurs surge through the crowd, some voices breaking in shock, others silenced entirely. The Count laughs, calm and composed, telling everyone not to panic. He pulls his hand free and raises it, completely unscathed. Someone blurts out how that's even possible. Slowly, deliberately, the Count opens his palm. A glowing sphere rests there, pulsing like a living ember. Damien's eyes widen as recognition slams into him. Wait, isn't that? Across the hall, Jackson's master leans against the wall, watching in silence. A dark gleam flashes through his eyes as a smile curls inwardly. Just as I thought. It really was here. Only two people in the room understand its true worth. Without exchanging a glance, both arrive at the same name, the Spirit Heart. The Count explains that the treasure shields its owner from flames and stabilizes body temperature, something even high-ranking mages cannot reproduce. His reflection shimmers faintly across the smooth, glowing surface as he declares its value immeasurable. Raising it high, he lets anticipation swell before announcing that this will be the prize awarded to the tournament's victor. The hall erupts in awe. What an unbelievable reward. Damon watches, a slow smile forming as a single thought settles in. Using the Spirit Heart as a tournament prize means they have no idea what it's truly worth. He hadn't cared about the reward before. Now that's changed. Now it's tempting. Count Copperhead brings his announcement to a close, expressing his hope that everyone enjoys the banquet to their heart's content. With a snap of his fingers, the musicians strike up once more, warm and lively melodies spilling through the hall. As the music swells, a massive birthday cake is unveiled, drawing a fresh wave of attention. Not long after, a young man approaches the Count with polished etiquette. He bows deeply, introducing himself as a friend of House Nason and saying it is an honor to meet him. The Count's eyes narrow slightly before recognition surfaces. House Nason. He recalls the region's reputation and asks if they aren't known for their apples. Still bowed, France replies that his house is honored to be remembered. Resting a small box in his palm, he says respectfully that, in celebration of Lady Olivia's birthday, he has prepared a modest gift. The Count lets out a mild sound of amusement. Olivia herself remains unmoved, her expression distant and flat. France presents the item, explaining that it is a cosmetic refined by alchemists of the Mishu school using purified spirit powder. He adds that rumor claims even an old woman's skin becomes like a newborn's after using it. Inwardly, the Count clicks his tongue at the offering's mediocrity. Modest indeed. Outwardly, he laughs lightly and thanks France with courtesy. Before France can withdraw, another youth strides forward and rudely nudges him aside, insisting on greeting the Count as well. He introduces himself as Charlie of House San. The Count repeats the name with faint interest, recognizing it at once. Charlie nods proudly and declares that he, too, has prepared a gift for the young lady. Lifting a slim tube, Charlie explains that it contains a necklace crafted from a 7-color crystal, a rare gem said to drop only once after slaying 100 golems in rocky regions. The Count echoes the words with initial intrigue. A 7-color crystal. Charlie eagerly confirms it. Then the Count casually remarks that the Copperhead vaults are already overflowing with such trinkets. Hooking his thumb aside, he instructs both youths to hand their gifts to the steward. From below, Damon watches with quiet certainty. This was only natural. The competition to win the young lady's favor has already begun. And for a man as wealthy as Count Copperhead, ordinary gifts were never going to matter. Next, Jackson steps forward and bows deeply, offering his greeting. He introduces himself as Jackson Cutter. The name draws only blank looks from the Count. Curious, the Count repeats it aloud, and Jackson confirms it with strained steadiness, declaring that he is known as the Ogre Slayer. The response comes blunt and unvarnished. The Count says he has never heard of him and asks flatly what it is he wants. The words bite deep, but Jackson swallows the irritation and states that he has prepared a gift. The Count blinks, faintly surprised, and asks if the gift is meant for him. Jackson reveals it with deliberate flair, declaring it an elixir of condensed vitality. He explains that with a single sip of this legendary potion, one can pass an entire day without feeling fatigue. Interest sparks instantly in the Count's eyes, and a long, satisfied "oh" slips from his lips. Behind his composed face, Jackson grins viciously. His master entrusted him with this priceless elixir for this exact moment, and triumph swells as he thinks that approaching the Count instead of the young lady was a calculated decision. The Count accepts the elixir personally, studying it with unmistakable astonishment. He calls Olivia over, remarking that it isn't bad at all. Olivia remains unmoved. She doesn't even bother turning fully toward him, murmuring that she supposes so, at least for him. Below, Damon turns to Abel and quietly calls his name, telling him their turn is approaching and that he should ready himself. Abel startles, his fragile confidence wavering as he answers with a shaky nod. Above them, Count Copperhead tells Jackson that the gift is excellent and that he will remember his name. Still bowed, Jackson declares the honor is his, satisfaction blooming as everything falls perfectly into place. Moments later, Jackson and Damien cross paths on the staircase. Jackson descends while Damon ascends. They pass without a single word exchanged. Jackson glances back, eyes narrowed with suspicion, while Damon keeps his gaze fixed upward toward the Count, thinking that while Jackson's attempt was respectable, it still failed to win the young lady's favor. The Count's face brightens the instant he spots Damien. He calls out warmly, declaring that this must be Sir Damon Haxon, and praises his performance in the team battle as truly outstanding. Damien and Abel bow respectfully. Damon draws the bow fully into view and presents it without the slightest hesitation, stating with steady certainty that this is their gift. Count Copperhead stares at it in silence, his brow knitting as the thought forming in his mind refuses to come together. Olivia, however, reacts very differently. Her eyes sharpen instantly, lighting up with vivid, almost predatory interest. Nearby, a guest leans in and whispers to another, unease threading his voice as he admits he doesn't understand it at all. It just looks like a normal bow. Another lets out a quiet snort, muttering that it looks cheap, as if Damon grabbed it from some roadside stall. The Count's shoulders sink a fraction. He releases a soft sigh, already convinced this gift is painfully underwhelming, something his daughter could never appreciate. Then Olivia suddenly leaps to her feet. Her voice rings out as she calls it an incredible bow, leaving her father frozen, words lodged in his throat. Heat floods her cheeks as excitement spills across her face, and she asks eagerly if she can touch it. Watching how completely she's already captivated, Damon allows a curl of pride to touch his smile. Exactly as expected, he gives his permission immediately and tells Abel not to stand around, but to bring the bow to her at once. Later that evening, inside the Copperhead Estates banquet hall, Olivia draws back the string with all her strength. Sweat forms along her brow as her hands tremble, fighting against the bow's fierce elasticity. Damon watches closely, that satisfied smile still lingering, and understands now that the reports were true. Her love for hunting was no exaggeration. If you want to win someone over, he thinks, you first have to understand what they truly desire. When she finally lowers the bow, Olivia stares at it in breathless awe, declaring its elasticity formidable beyond expectation. She turns toward Damien and asks if it was made from the horn of a miner. He answers calmly that it is, adding that he knew she would recognize it. Then he reveals that the horn came from a minotaur that once led an entire herd. Jackson stiffens at the words, frowning as unease creeps in. A monster like that would give even a mid-rank warrior trouble alone. Olivia examines the inner curve of the bow more closely and freezes when she spots an inscription. Her voice falters as she reads the name carved into it. August. Hugging the bow to her chest, she asks if it was truly crafted by the blacksmith August. Her father jolts upright, shouting the name in disbelief. Damien remains composed and answers without hesitation, confirming it is fact. The Count rises so abruptly his chair scrapes the floor, snatching the bow straight from Olivia's hands. He inspects it with near-reverent awe, fingers tracing its curve as he asks if this weapon is truly August's work. His voice grows animated as he recalls that August is the greatest blacksmith in the entire Apple Kingdom, that a single shield forged by him once sold for an absurd sum at auction. Clutching the bow close, his voice trembles with emotion. Never in his life, he thinks, did he expect to receive something this precious. Olivia reacts instantly. She yanks it back, calling him father as she insists it's hers. Hugging the bow protectively to her chest, she turns toward Damien, with eyes shining, and thanks him sincerely, calling him Sir Damien, and expressing her gratitude for such an invaluable gift. Damien calmly shifts the credit away from himself, saying he wasn't the one who obtained it. She blinks in confusion and asks who was. He gestures toward Abel and explains that it was his brother, that Abel went through considerable trouble to acquire it for her. Olivia looks straight at Abel and asks if it's true, if he really did all that for her sake. Abel freezes, nerves overtaking him, and before he can answer, Damon speaks up, confirming that it's true. Her gaze softens as admiration grows, and she admits she's genuinely curious how he managed to obtain something so rare. Damon nudges Abel forward and asks if she would like to hear the story directly from him. Olivia answers at once, her eyes locking onto Abel without wavering. Damien then turns to the Count and asks if that would be acceptable. The Count responds eagerly, saying of course, adding that while he's curious himself, he'll hear the story later from his daughter. Damon turns back with a gentle smile and softly calls Abel's name. Abel startles, stammers, and forces out a response. His face burns red, sweat clinging to him as he struggles to gather his courage. He takes one unsteady step forward. Damien watches in silence, pride settling firmly in his chest. This is how it should be. Abel has to seize this moment with his own hands. When Abel finally reaches her, He bows slightly and addresses her as Lady Olivia, his voice trembling, yet sincere as he says it's an honor to meet her. Seeing him up close, Olivia lets out a small, surprised "oh my." From the side, Damon observes with complete satisfaction, declaring inwardly that tonight's true protagonist is Abel. As Abel gently takes her hand and lifts it to kiss it, the air warms subtly, the moment edging unmistakably into something romantic. From the corner of the hall, Jackson's master finally steps forward. Reaching Jackson's side, he murmurs that their plan appears to have hit an obstacle. Jackson flinches at his sudden presence. His master's thoughts linger on a single name, Damon Jackson. He admits to himself that while he expected strength, he never imagined this level of capability. The situation is obvious now. Damon has secured both the Count's favor and his daughter's heart. Frustration coils tightly in his chest, teeth grinding as the realization sinks in. If this continues, the Jackson brothers will take both the tournament and the Count's daughter. Turning away, he decides it cannot be allowed to go any further and orders Jackson to follow. Jackson responds in confusion, but quickly falls in line. Before leaving, he turns to Sophia and tells her to wait there. She answers with a gentle smile and agrees. As they slip out, the music continues to drift through the banquet hall. Damien stands with his back to them, seemingly unaware, yet a moment later he glances over his shoulder, a knowing, mischievous smile flashing across his face. Morning breaks over the Copperhead estate. Damien, Abel, and Victor make their way toward the arena when Abel suddenly notices Damon watching him with a strange look. He snaps, demanding to know why he's staring. Recalling Abel's easy conversation with Olivia the night before, Damien replies casually that he was just thinking Abel seemed unusually smooth yesterday, that the atmosphere between him and Lady Olivia looked rather good. Abel stops dead. His face burns red as he stammers, forcing confidence into his voice as he insists he can do it too, as long as he sets his mind to it. Ahead of him, Damon and Victor burst into laughter. Damon calls back that that's good, adding that he's looking forward to hearing good news from him soon. Victor throws a fist into the air toward Abel, grinning as he tells him he's got this. Then, with a lazy wave, he wishes the young master of House Jackson the best of luck in today's match. Damon answers with a brief thanks, his focus already fixed ahead. Abel lingers behind, hesitating before blurting out his thanks in a flustered rush. Damien stops mid-step and turns sharply, suspicion flashing across his face as his eyes narrow. Abel hurriedly clarifies, explaining that he means thank you for creating this opportunity in the first place. Damien doesn't believe the sudden gratitude for a second. In one fluid motion, he draws his greatsword as if responding to a real threat, his gaze sharpening as he demands to know who Abel truly is and where the real Abel has gone. Abel recoils in panic, stumbling back as he waves his hands frantically, begging him not to joke like that and insisting he's being serious. Damien scoffs, saying that much is only natural. He turns away and tells Abel that a brother looking after his brother is only right, so he should stop overthinking and focus on getting along properly with Lady Olivia. Abel freezes, then a quiet smile slowly spreads across his face. A heartbeat later, he bolts after Damien and Victor, shouting for them to wait. The second one-on-one match erupts the moment Damien's fist flies. His expression doesn't change as he swings once. The punch obliterates his opponent's sword in midair before slamming straight into their face. The impact alone sends the opponent hurtling across the arena, crashing into the wall with a thunderous crack before collapsing unconscious. Damien doesn't take another step. He stands exactly where he landed, his fist still vibrating with dense mana. The arena explodes into chaos. Abel, Victor, and countless others roar his name, chanting as Damon's rising fame surges through the stands. The outcome is absolute. Damon advances straight to the finals. Damien lets out a faint smile and asks whether the next match will be the last. Abel and Victor shout his name along with crowd. From within the stands, however, a hooded figure watches him intently. The figure moves closer and calls out to Abel, asking if he's there. Abel looks up, confused. The stranger pulls back their hood, revealing their face. Olivia. Abel stammers, shocked, asking what she's doing here. She answers with breathless urgency, stumbling over his title as she calls out, Sir Damien. She tries again, her eyes tightening with worry, and tells him that his brother is in danger. On the night before the match, the halls of the Gold Pixie estate lie quiet as Olivia walks alone through the corridor, a soft, melodic hum escaping her lips, rising and falling in time with her light steps. She slows, then stops altogether. A gentle smile spreads across her face as her thoughts drift to Abel. She admits it to herself without resistance. Their earlier conversation had truly been enjoyable. She whispers his name in her heart. Abel, I really do want to see you again. To talk a little more. A maid appears and calls out to her, announcing that the Count is asking for her. Olivia turns, brows lifting in surprise as she straightens her posture. At this hour, she asks if her father is truly calling for her now. Later, in the dining room, Olivia abruptly rises from her chair. Disbelief sharpens her voice as she demands to know what her father just said. The Count remains unmoved. He asks calmly if she failed to hear him, then states that he meant every word. His tone hardens as he repeats it, leaving no room for doubt. She will marry Sir Jackson Cutter. At the table sit Jackson, Count Copperhead, Jackson's master, and Olivia. Olivia refuses to sit back down. She snaps that her father has lost his mind, insisting she has barely exchanged words with that man. Yet he is already talking about marriage. Across from her, Jackson stiffens. Irritation crawls up his spine as he silently curses his master as a damned old geezer. Jacques had ordered him to follow without a single explanation, dragging him here only to drop this absurd declaration on his head. None of this had been discussed. Not once. He has no idea what this is supposed to be. Olivia presses on, anger sharpening her words as she demands how her father could make such a decision without consulting her even once. The Count listens in heavy silence. Then he lowers his wine glass onto the table. The sound is soft, yet the pressure in the room spikes instantly. He turns to her, eyes cold and domineering, and calls her by name. He tells her not to delude herself. She is the eldest daughter of the house. Marriage is not something she gets to decide. It is a matter to be judged and determined by him, the head of the Copperhead family. Olivia's brows draw together as she fires back, demanding to know on what grounds he dares to make that judgment. He meets her gaze without hesitation and answers plainly. Profit. What the Copperhead house stands to gain from her marriage. He lays it out without hesitation. Sir Jacques, a middle-class master, has already given his word that the moment the marriage is made official, he will place his strength behind House Copperhead. He says she knows exactly what that implies. Among all the great noble houses of the West, only two possess a middle-class warrior as the backbone of their forces, Gold Pixie and Lionbloom. Only those two. If this marriage is sealed, House Copperhead will stand on equal footing with them. And that isn't even the end of it. Jacques has also promised to pass down weapon techniques and mana cultivation methods to their knights. Methods used by those who have already stepped into the master class. Jackson nearly springs from his seat. Rage crashes through him like a wave. Those techniques, Jacques has never taught them to him. Not once. Yet now, he's willing to hand them over to another house as mere bargaining chips. Olivia feels her resistance collapse piece by piece. She lets out a sharp, frustrated breath, glares at her father, then forces herself back into her chair. Under her breath, she mutters that he's selling her off for the sake of the family. The Count snaps an irritated glare her way, calling her a brat and telling her to watch her tongue. At last, Sir Jacques speaks again, asking whether the proposal will be accepted. Count Copperhead gives a moment's thought before answering that the conditions themselves are acceptable. However, there is one small problem. Jacques asks what problem that might be. The Count's eyes harden as he states it plainly. Jackson is a nobody, a knight with no reputation, no name to speak of. After going to the trouble of hosting a tournament, taking a nameless knight as their son-in-law would only stain the Copperhead family's honor. The Count clears his throat, letting the implication hang heavy in the air. Jacques reflects quietly, understanding at once that, stripped of courtesy, it simply means Jackson's status is inadequate. He raises his chin and tells the Count not to concern himself. In tomorrow's match, his disciple will be the victor. The Count's expression tightens as he asks whether Jacques is truly so confident. With Damon Haxon participating, he warns, victory will not come easily. Jacques remains composed. He says it is possible, so long as the Count provides just a little help. The Count's eyes narrow, and he cautions that he will not offer anything unreasonable. A slow, crooked grin spreads across Jacques' face. He says the solution is simple. With a smile steeped in quiet malice, he explains that the Count need only do one thing. Do nothing, even if Damon Haxon dies. The words sweep through the room like a blade of frozen air. All sound dies at once as stunned eyes lock onto him. Olivia spins toward her father, ready to protest. But the plea catches in her throat when she sees it. He's actually weighing the idea. Her voice cracks as she calls out, "Father." A long, suffocating pause follows. The Count lifts his glass, slowly swirling the wine inside. He takes a sip, then speaks in a low voice. Very well. Olivia stares at him, fury and helplessness burning in her eyes. Her fists clench against the table, trembling as she realizes she can't stop any of it. Back in the present, Olivia stands before Damien and Abel, her expression tight with guilt. After explaining everything to Sir Damon Haxon, she lowers her head and apologizes, admitting that she lacked the strength to stop her father. Damien listens in silence, fingers resting lightly against his chin as he takes it all in. When she finishes, he gives a small nod and says that is exactly what happened. At Victor's side, Abel begins to shake. Fear squeezes his voice as he blurts out that they need to run, that no one knows what Sir Jacques might do next. Victor, pale and rattled, quickly agrees, addressing Damien as young master. Damon, however, remains calm. His thoughts drift to Jacques Noir. He had thought the man merely unpleasant, nothing more than a bad feeling. He hadn't expected a move this brazen. And as for Count Copperhead, the picture is painfully familiar. A man who will do anything if it strengthens his house. No different from Damien's previous life. Finally, Damien speaks. No, they won't run. Abel jerks in shock, demanding to know what he means. Panic surges back into his voice as he insists that Jacques Noir is middle class, far beyond what Damien should face. Victor trembles just as badly beside him. Damien only smiles. He tells him not to worry. He says he has a plan. Turning his eyes toward the arena, he adds that for now, they'll simply finish the match. Not long after, Damon steps onto the fighting grounds, his pace unhurried. His hands rest casually in his pockets, his movement steady, each step carrying a quiet pressure that can't be ignored. Ahead, the other fighters stand clustered together in a tight formation. As he approaches, every head turns in unison, wary eyes snapping toward him. A heartbeat later, a drum sounds from above, announcing the start. The rhythm continues until the Count raises his hand, and the beat is cut short mid-strike. The Count's gaze flicks to Olivia's empty seat, and irritation stirs in his chest. The finals are about to begin, and she's nowhere to be seen. The thought annoys him, but he shoves it aside. Lifting his chin, he smooths his expression into a bright smile and begins to speak. He announces to the honored guests that the final match of the martial tournament is about to commence, offering congratulations to the knights who have made it this far. There will be only one victor, he declares. The last person left standing will be crowned champion. With a courteous bow and a sweep of his hand, he adds that there are no additional rules. They are free to fight however they wish. His head remains lowered, but his eyes glint with concealed intent. In his heart, he tells Damon not to resent this. For Jackson's victory, this is the only path. The drums sound again. Each beat rolls across the arena like thunder. The crowd explodes into whispers and shouts, voices buzzing with excitement as they brand it a death match, thrilled by the danger. Victor's face drains of color as he turns to Abel, asking if the young master will really be all right. Abel swallows hard before answering that he believes so. Damon said he had a plan. All they could do now is watch. At the center of the arena, Damien stands completely at ease. He doesn't so much as flinch. He understands the true meaning behind the Count's words. No rules. The air around him feels foul, reeking of rot. Steel flashes. Blades slide free and angle toward him from every direction. In the span of a breath, he is encircled. Someone in the crowd cries out in disbelief, demanding to know what kind of match this has turned into. High among the spectators, Jacques watches with a satisfied smile as the roar grows louder. Just outside the closing ring, Jackson slowly draws his sword, frustration carved plainly across his face. He curses quietly to himself, admitting that he hates this. But he can't deny it. Everyone else is thinking the same thing. His eyes harden. He fully unsheathes his blade and levels it forward, reminding himself of the one rule that matters in a fight like this. Eliminate the strongest first. He steps forward. In the same instant, the others move as well. Bodies launch into the air, blades raised, all of them charging straight at Damien. Damien watches them come. He doesn't move. He just smiles. The night before, outside a tent near the Copperhead estate, Jackson bursts inside in a rage, shouting for his master and demanding to know why he's doing this. Jacques calmly removes his hat without even sparing him a glance, his expression utterly indifferent. Jackson's fury spills out as he yells about the marriage, demanding how Jacques could suggest something like that without ever consulting him. In the next instant, Jacques pivots and snaps a straight kick into Jackson's stomach. The impact folds him in half. A harsh, broken cough is torn from his lungs as he's sent crashing to the ground. Jackson collapses there, gasping and hacking for air, while Jacques looks down at him with cold disdain and tells him to shut his mouth. He states it plainly. If Jackson had been competent enough, there would have been no need to make such a proposal to the Count at all. As Jackson trembles on the ground, clutching his gut, Jacques continues without pause, saying there would have been no need for him to waste his time, or his knowledge, on him in the first place. Through the pain, Jackson curses his master inwardly, branding him a heartless bastard. Jacques' eyes only grow colder. He tells Jackson that if he understands, then he should stop talking and do exactly as he's told. Jackson slowly forces himself to his feet, his body shaking as he presses a hand to his stomach. In a strained, unsteady voice, he stammers that he already has Sophia. Jacques turns his head slightly, his voice stripped of all emotion, and tells him to discard her. She's no longer useful. Jackson freezes. His breath catches as he stammers in disbelief, asking what his master is even saying. Without looking back, Jacques uses telekinesis to lift a cup resting on a barrel behind him, drawing it smoothly into his hand. He explains calmly that the only reason he ever allowed Jackson to be with Sophia Russell was to secure House Russell's support. Now facing him, cup in hand, he states that through that connection, he obtained the swordsmanship manual he required, along with the elixir Jackson will need when he ascends to low class. Jackson straightens fully, still clutching his stomach, as Jacques raises the cup to his lips and lets a faint smile form. He says that House Russell has nothing left to offer. It's time to extract support from a different house. After a moment, Jackson asks hesitantly if that house is Copperhead. His voice trembles as he questions whether this is just another plan to exploit them, no different from how Jacques used House Russell. Jacques answers without a hint of hesitation. It isn't merely the Copperhead family support he wants. He plans to use the marriage to place the entire house under his control. The words hit Jackson hard. He stammers, asking why his master would go that far. Jacques responds coolly, asking if he hasn't already explained it. He takes a slow drink from his cup and states flatly that all of this is for the sake of his long-awaited wish. Jackson still resists. He pleads with him, just this once. He begs his master to reconsider, insisting that he truly loves Sophia. Jacques pauses. He looks down at him and calls him an idiot. He asks if Jackson still doesn't understand. Then, without the slightest mercy, he lays it out. Sophia is the kind of woman who abandoned her former fiancé, Damon Haxon, the moment he ceased to be useful and chose Jackson instead. That alone means Jackson can be thrown away just as easily. He asks him quietly if he really failed to see that. The moment Damon Haxon began to show even a hint of improvement, Sophia's attitude had shifted completely. The memories surface one after another, striking Jackson in silence. His throat tightens. He tries to object, forcing out that it isn't like that, but the words collapse before they can escape. Jacques produces a ring and extends it toward him, telling Jackson to take it. Jackson looks up sharply, eyes widening as he asks what it is. Jacques meets his gaze with cold indifference and answers that it is a ring that pushes power beyond its natural limits. Shock jolts through Jackson, disbelief stretching his eyes wide. Jacques steps closer. Tomorrow, he says, Jackson will use the ring exactly as instructed and fight Damon Haxon. And when Damon Haxon loses control and goes on a rampage, Jackson is to claim it was an accident and kill him. Jackson stands frozen, staring at his master. Inside, curses spill endlessly. He understands now, with brutal clarity, that Jacques is not someone who will ever listen. For the moment, he accepts the order in silence. He reaches out and takes the ring, adding inwardly that while he's at it, he'll also eliminate that eyesore Damien. He stares at the ring for a long moment before forcing out that he understands. On the day of the match, Sophia sits among the crowd, cheering loudly. She chants Jackson's name again and again, urging him to win. Jackson hears her voice and frowns, thinking she should just wait. Today, he will kill Damien and prove everything. He completes the draw and squares up to Damien. In the next heartbeat, Jackson launches himself into the air along with the others, blades raised for killing blows. As he charges, a single thought burns in his mind. He'll prove it to Sophia. He'll show her that he's the man who truly deserves her. Swords crash down from every direction, steel slicing through the air in intersecting arcs. Damien keeps smiling. With movements so small they're almost invisible, he threads through the storm of blades, slipping between every strike without even shifting his footing. A knight lunges from behind, sword thrusting straight for Damien's spine. At the final instant, Damien springs upward, letting the blade stab through empty air. He lands lightly on the knight's head, using it as a step, then kicks off and twists midair, his body aligning with flawless control. He drops with a brutal elbow strike. The blow slams straight into the knight's skull, crushing the helmet on impact. The man crumples face first into the dirt, blood streaming from his nose. Damien lands beside him, body still locked in his finishing posture. The arena explodes. Cheers erupt from every corner as Abel and Victor scream Damon's name at the top of their lungs. Amid the deafening roar, Damien lets out a short laugh and turns his gaze toward the remaining fighters. He remarks casually that it looks like they thought sheer numbers would be enough to force their way through. Raising one hand, he curls his fingers in a lazy beckon, asking what they're waiting for and telling them to come at him. Jackson scowls, disbelief warping his expression. Damien is cutting down multiple low-class knights without even drawing his sword. Behind him, one of the fighters mutters that Damon is a monstrous bastard. In that instant, a cold realization sinks into Jackson's bones. Has he already surpassed low class? His eyes narrow sharply. Suddenly, a female knight bursts forward from behind Jackson, mana flaring along her blade as she shouts that she'll show him the swordsmanship of House Alter. Her charge snaps Jackson back to the present. At the same time, another knight rushes Damien from behind, sword lifted high as he bellows for the glory of House Staintroller. With both attacks closing in, Damien finally draws his sword from his subspace ring. He scoffs, his face utterly unimpressed, remarking that ganging up on someone while shouting about houses and glory is laughable. They strike together, one from the left, one from the right. Before either blade can reach him, Damon's sword flashes. The strike lands first, slamming into both weapons at once and knocking them violently aside. He activates his hidden art, Myriad Insight, Parry. A sharp, tearing ripple bursts from the point of impact. The force coils violently through both blades, snapping the knights' grips at impossible angles and ripping screams from their throats. Damien doesn't pause. His expression doesn't change. He lifts his sword again, and with a single clean follow-up strike, he disarms them both, sending their weapons spinning away as the female knight is flung through the air. They barely manage to stay on their feet, bodies trembling as they clutch their shattered hands. Damien speaks calmly, reminding them that they all signed the agreement. Didn't they? Then he moves. In a flash, he disappears. All that remains is the cutting afterimage of his blade. He reappears at the end of the strike, perfectly still, as the knights behind him collapse one by one, all dropped by the same motion. He tells them to think of it as an unfortunate accident. The arena detonates with deafening cheers. Damien's name is roared again and again. Swept up in the madness, Abel looks nearly feral as he proudly tells the stranger beside him that Damon is his brother. Above them, Count Copperhead stares down in shock, managing only a stunned, "What?" Nearby, Jacques frowns deeply, irritation and calculation swirling behind his eyes. Damon turns toward Jackson with a relaxed smile, making him flinch. He remarks that it looks like Jackson is the only one left and asks if he isn't going to come down. Jackson lowers his head, teeth grinding as curses pile up at his throat. Then, without warning, he straightens and bursts into wild laughter, drawing a confused look from Damon. The laughter stops just as abruptly. Jackson lifts his hand and plucks a pill from his ring, sneering as he tells Damon that he's shown off enough. His fingers shake as he holds the pill, hesitation flashing across his face. Then, as if crushing the thought entirely, he tosses it into his mouth. Damon watches and asks what he's suddenly eating. The effect is immediate. Jackson's heart begins to pound violently, pain ripping through his chest as he grits his teeth and swallows back groans. Damon's eyes narrow as he senses an unfamiliar mana pattern spreading outward from Jackson, crawling across the ground behind him like branching veins. Damon turns fully, following that flow of mana as it reaches one of the fallen knights and seeps into his body. The knight suddenly screams. A cry of pure, unbearable agony tears through the arena as the strange energy invades him. The mana doesn't stop. It keeps spreading, surging outward and sinking into every fallen knight at once. The sight roots Damon in place, shock locking his body as he takes in what's happening. Jackson smiles as he faces him, a sharp glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. That same unnatural aura now rises from Jackson himself, wrapping around him as if it's feeding him, swelling his presence. A chill runs through Damon. Sensing something terribly wrong, he turns back toward the knights on the ground, and his breath catches. Their bodies are breaking down. Flesh twists and melts as the mana eats them from the inside, dissolving them in a grotesque, unnatural way. Damon stares, horror tightening his chest, and demands to know what the hell that thing is. Jackson's grin splits wide as a low chuckle rolls out of his throat. He tells Damon that what he's witnessing is something called a mana rampage. The explanation clicks instantly in Damon's mind. A mana rampage is what happens when a mana inside a body breaks free from its owner's control and runs wild. When it occurs, an enormous amount of mana is lost, and the body itself suffers devastating damage, often leaving the victim crippled for life. Once that understanding settles, Damon speaks coldly, eyes locked on Jackson as he asks if this is the power of the gem he just swallowed. Jackson takes a step forward and answers without hesitation. Yes. He calls it the trump card his master personally handed him. As he keeps moving closer, he explains that the object triggers a mana rampage in everyone around him. His grin stretches wider with each step, excitement burning in his eyes as he tells Damon that he really shouldn't have been running his mouth this whole time. When the distance is gone, Jackson leans in until their faces are only inches apart, still smiling as he tells him that now he'll be crawling on the ground like the worm he is. He spits the words out, calling Damon a worthless piece of trash. Jackson stops directly in front of him. Energy pours off his body like dense fog, swallowing the space around them both. Seconds pass, then more seconds, and nothing happens. Damon doesn't move. He doesn't even twitch. Then a strange sound slips from his throat, like laughter forced down for too long. The next instant, he breaks in a loud, unrestrained laughter, slapping his own face as the sound echoes through the arena. Just as suddenly, it cuts off. Damon lowers his hand, eyes now gleaming with mocking malice. The symbol carved into his palm, the one that nullifies all dark magic directed at him, glows faintly. He calls Jackson a low-life piece of trash, and says this turned out more or less as expected. Then he asks if that's really all Jackson could come up with, casually adding that he must have gotten help from black magic. Jackson explodes in furious denial, shouting that it isn't black magic and demanding to know what Damon is talking about. His voice cracks as he yells again, louder this time, asking how Damon is still completely fine. But before the question can fully leave his mouth, Damon snaps a brutal kick straight into Jackson's stomach. The impact is crushing. Jackson coughs violently, his eyes glazing over as his body is hurled backward. Damon keeps his leg extended, smiling calmly while Jackson slams into the ground, bounces 3 times, then crashes hard into the arena wall. The collision tears another wave of agony through his body, ripping a hoarse groan from his throat. From the stands, Sophia screams his name in panic. Jackson finally slides down the wall and drops to the ground with a dull thud, writhing helplessly. Damon steps forward, looks down at him, and speaks in a calm, almost disappointed tone. He says it's a shame. Then his expression sharpens. Cold excitement glints in his eyes as he finishes the thought. That kind of thing doesn't work on him. High above, Jacques stares down from the audience seats, fury boiling over as disbelief tangles his thoughts. What just happened? The ring's power should have activated. His gaze locks onto Damon as the arena erupts in cheers mixed with uneasy murmurs, a chill crawling up his spine. Don't tell me a mana rampage doesn't work on him. Below, Damon feels the weight of Jacques' stare pressing down on him from afar. He scoffs inwardly, realizing that Jacques and the Count joined hands to get rid of him, even using Jackson as the blade. Then another thought clicks into place. His lips curve into a calculating smile. If he plays this right, he might make every last one of those bastards choke on it together. The thought barely finishes when Jackson suddenly reappears in front of him. Rage warps Jackson's face as he brings his sword down in a furious, mana-soaked strike meant to crush him. Damon sidesteps effortlessly. The blade slams into the ground, pulverizing stone. Jackson twists instantly to follow up, but Damon retreats just as cleanly, creating distance in the same breath. Jackson plants his feet and settles into a battle stance. Mana surges violently over his body and blade as fury pours out of him. He screams that Damon is a son of a bitch, declaring that since it's come to this, he'll kill him with his true strength. Then he launches forward, exploding off the ground in a savage charge. Damon clicks his tongue, a faint smile playing at his lips as he brings his sword forward and tells Jackson to remember his place. The blade begins to hum, waves of mana rippling violently along its edge. He swings upward in a clean, decisive arc, releasing those waves in a wide, blasting spread. The attack hits before Jackson can even close the distance. His sword is ripped from his grasp as the force slams into him head-on, freezing him in place. A scream tears from his throat as the mana engulfs him, blinding light flaring violently. In the next instant, a massive explosion rips through the arena with a deafening roar, the ground shaking hard beneath everyone's feet. Panic erupts in the stands. Dust, smoke, and debris surge skyward as spectators scream, shielding their eyes and shouting in confusion. demanding to know what's happening. Jackson crashes down on both knees. He clamps a hand over his mouth, gagging violently, as if he's about to vomit, dark mana beginning to leak slowly from his body. Then it bursts. Jackson throws his head back as a torrent of black energy erupts violently from his mouth. The crowd freezes in horror, familiar faces locked in wide-eyed disbelief. Jackson collapses forward and slams face first into the ground, unconscious. Damon remains standing, calm and unmoved, watching as the black energy drifts through the air like thick fog, spreading across the arena. The atmosphere grows heavy, suffocating, ominous. Someone in the crowd feels it first and screams in terror that the energy is unmistakable. In the next breath, voices erupt all at once. Black magic. The Count jolts in sheer panic, fists clenching as fear ripples through the stands. Shouts explode from every direction, demanding how a knight could be using black magic and whether the church should be notified immediately. The Count trembles, teeth grinding as sweat pours down his face. Damn it. Why did this have to happen in my territory? He spins around just as his butler rushes toward him in a panic, shouting his title and demanding orders. He warns that the crowd is growing unstable and that at this rate, word will reach the church before they can contain it. The Count's thoughts spiral, then snap into place. He strides forward and orders the butler to stop the match at once and silence everyone before this spreads any further. Meanwhile, Damon calmly opens his subspace and returns his sword, thinking that for now, everything is unfolding exactly as planned. A flicker of suspicion surfaces, and Damon shifts his gaze toward where the Count should be seated, only to find the chair empty. He scoffs openly, calling him a rat bastard and accusing him of trying to flee already. Elsewhere, the Count is rushing through the estate grounds with his guard knights in tow, hurrying toward a carriage prepared in advance. Frustration spills over as he curses Jacques Noir, branding him a deranged bastard and snarling that he trusted him, only for Jacques to smear him with black magic instead. As the carriage comes into view, the Count clings desperately to a single thought. There's no proof. If he plays dumb, everything will be fine. Just as he steps forward to climb inside, Damon's voice cuts through the air like a blade, asking where he thinks he's rushing off to. The Count jolts violently. He and the guards whirl around to find Damon, standing there with his hands tucked into his pockets, wearing an easy, almost relaxed smile. Forcing himself to calm down, the Count stammers out Damon's name and asks what the matter is. Damon tilts his head and asks why he's pretending not to know, stating plainly that the Count must have something to say to him. Panic detonates in the Count's chest. No way. Does he already know? He crushes the thought instantly, telling himself it's impossible. Still scrambling to hold himself together, he stammers that he has no idea what Damon is talking about, and hurriedly claims he's busy, suggesting they speak another time. Damon hums softly and asks if that means he's going to play dumb. Then he says that, in that case, he won't have much of a choice either. Fear splits the Count's voice as he demands to know what Damon is doing and orders him not to come any closer. The guards tighten their grips on their swords, raising their free hands to block him. Damon's fists slam into their faces before they can even react. Blood sprays as their bodies drop instantly. In the same breath, his fist drives straight through the carriage door beside the Count's head, splintering wood and ripping a scream of terror from his throat. Damon is right beside him now, that carefree smile still fixed in place. In a dark, almost playful tone, he asks what he thinks. His eyes harden, his voice turning grim as he asks whether the Count remembers what he needs to say now. The Count nods frantically, trembling as his thoughts completely collapse into panic. Inside a private chamber within the Copperhead estate, Count Copperhead erupts in fury, slamming his voice against the walls as he demands to know whether Olivia is the one behind everything. The maids outside flinch at the outburst and hurriedly retreat, whispering anxiously among themselves as they withdraw. Seated across the table with her arms crossed, Lady Olivia remains perfectly composed. Her expression doesn't waver as she answers plainly that yes, it was she who informed Sir Damien. That answer snaps the last thread of restraint. The Count's rage explodes, his face twisting as he points at her and accuses her of having lost her mind. After feeding her, sheltering her, letting her sleep beneath his roof, he rages inwardly that she would dare betray him like this. His fury swells. Then a leg slams down onto the table with a heavy crash. The sudden impact jolts the Count back in sheer panic. His raised hand drops, his words die instantly, and silence falls. Damien stands there, foot planted on the table. He glares down at the Count and coldly asks whether he's still talking. The color drains from the Count's face as fear seizes him. He hurriedly stammers an apology, nodding again and again as he struggles to regain any shred of composure. Damien lets out a faint scoff at the pathetic sight and turns his gaze aside, stating calmly that the church will be arriving soon to conduct an investigation. A mischievous glint flickers in his eyes as he continues, explaining that the church will learn exactly how the Count struck a deal with Jacques Noir and attempted to have him killed. He asks what the Count thinks will happen once that truth comes to light. His voice sharpens further as he adds that black magic was involved, the very thing the church despises above all else. Panic grips the Count immediately. Sweat pours down his face as he shouts that he didn't know, swearing frantically that he had no idea Jacques would resort to black magic. Damien answers with a smug scoff, asking whether he really thinks that excuse will work on the church. That's when the Count finally breaks. His composure shatters completely as he begs, apologizing over and over, pleading desperately with Damien not to report him. Damien smiles faintly as the image of Jackson Cutter rotting in confinement flashes through his mind. He remarks casually that even if he stays silent, Jackson Cutter will expose everything eventually anyway. Then he tilts his head and asks, almost conversationally, whether the Count has ever heard just how horrific the Inquisitor's methods of torture truly are. The Count's thoughts spiral into chaos. Terrifying images flood his mind, freezing him in place and robbing him of all words. For a brief moment, Damien watches him in silence, measuring the depth of that fear, making sure it's sunk in far enough. Then he leans forward and smiles, saying they'll handle this his way. He explains that he has his own connections within the church, and that shielding the Count wouldn't be difficult at all. Hope floods the Count's face instantly. He leans forward, voice shaking as he asks if Damien truly means it. Damien leans back and answers that he does, but there are conditions. The Count nods frantically, stammering that he'll do anything at all, as long as it's within his power. Damien gestures toward Lady Olivia, who has been quietly watching the entire exchange, and states his first condition. The Count must approve of his younger brother, Abel Haxon, courting Lady Olivia. The Count's eyes widen in shock, but he immediately nods, insisting it's simple and agreeing without the slightest hesitation. Damien then points to himself and states his second condition. The Count is to officially declare him the victor of the martial tournament. The Count blinks, momentarily stunned by how modest the request is, then agrees again, saying it's only natural. He even asks if that's all. That's when Lady Olivia speaks. Her voice is calm as she adds a third condition. Turning to her father, she states that for this matter, he will pay 300 gold to the Haxon family. The Count shouts in disbelief, repeating the number in outrage. Damien looks at Olivia in surprise. This wasn't part of the original arrangement. After a brief pause, his expression brightens. He grins, declaring it an excellent idea, and tells the Count to include it as well. The Count curses under his breath, fists clenching as his hands tremble against the table. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly agrees. Then Olivia speaks again. She says there is one final condition. The Count snaps, shouting at her to stop interfering and demanding to know what madness she's spouting now. Olivia doesn't flinch. She states evenly that within the year, he will transfer half of his territory to her. Damien stares at her, caught off guard by the sudden escalation. The Count freezes as well. Then his shock detonates into fury. He slams his fist down onto the table and roars her name, demanding to know what right she has to impose conditions of her own. Lady Olivia remains perfectly composed. She answers calmly that she has every right, because she was the witness who saw everything from the very beginning. The Count keeps shouting, accusing her of trying to bleed her own father dry. Olivia's voice hardens as she answers that this is exactly what she intends. She's reclaiming what was always hers, and cutting herself off from that disgusting family for good. The Count stumbles, shock breaking through his rage as he demands to know what she means. There's no emotion left on Olivia's face when she tells him the truth. He used her as a tool her entire life. Now it's her turn to use him. The Count glares at her, teeth grinding as he snarls how she dares to do something like this. Damien watches in silence, a trace of unease flickering across his expression. He hadn't expected her to push it this far. Inwardly, he admits it. She's far more terrifying than he'd assumed. For a brief moment, he even wonders whether Abel will truly be all right. Then Olivia turns her gaze to Damien and asks if those are all the conditions. Damien pauses, then answers with an awkward, faintly amused look that yes, that will be enough. Olivia turns back to her father and states coldly that if he has no objections, she'll take his silence as agreement to everything. The Count forces himself to remain standing, teeth grinding as he stares at her with naked hatred. Yet not a single word comes out. A few days later, A scream of agony echoes through the interrogation chamber. Count Copperhead sits bound tightly to his chair, body stiff, eyes hollow and sunken. His face bears the marks of countless sleepless nights. Suddenly, a hand taps his shoulder, and a calm voice remarks that it's time for the truth to come out. Damien stands beside him, relaxed, wearing an easy smile. He turns to the man seated across from the Count and calmly states that Count Copperhead is innocent. Thomas, a rank 2 paladin of the church, frowns slightly, fingers resting against his chin as he responds that they already obtained a confession from the criminal Jackson Cutter. According to that testimony, Jackson claimed he conspired with the Count and targeted Damien's life. The Count jolts violently. Panic spills out as he shouts that everything Jackson said is a lie. He insists that he was only instructed not to interfere with the outcome of Sir Damien's duel, and that he knew nothing about any assassination plot. Damien immediately places both hands firmly on the Count's shoulders and nods, stating calmly that this is correct. He went on, explaining that the Count had secretly sought him out beforehand to warn him of the danger ahead, urging him to avoid the match entirely, because even he couldn't predict what might happen once the tournament began. Thomas stiffened at those words, eyes widening as he asked if that was truly so. Damien merely smiled and confirmed it, adding calmly that if the Count had truly intended to have him killed, there would have been no reason to issue such a warning in the first place. Damien then turned slightly and addressed the Count, asking if that was not the truth. Still rigid and soaked in unease, the Count nodded quickly and carried on with the fabricated story. He said that after meeting Jackson and Jacques Noir, a deep sense of unease had taken root, prompting him to secretly warn Sir Damien. He added that had he known black magic would be involved, he would have stepped in personally to stop them. Thomas watched the two of them in silence for a moment, then murmured that he understood. Damien placed a hand over his chest, and a brilliant light bloomed around him as he asked Thomas to trust his words, swearing upon God's name that neither he nor the Count had spoken a single lie. At that declaration, Thomas's remaining doubt shattered. He stared in awe as holy radiance wrapped around Damien, completely overwhelmed by the sight. Tears welled up and spilled down his cheeks as he declared that he finally understood. Sir Damien, a man overflowing with faith and one who had earned Lady Agnes's absolute trust, could never lie. Damien turned his head slightly away, a fleeting trace of guilt crossing his expression at the weight of that absolute trust. Thomas then formally announced that the case was closed. Count Copperhead was cleared of all suspicion. The Count let out a long, shaking breath as his body sagged, relief crashing over him in one overwhelming wave. Damien kept his hand resting on the Count's shoulder and remarked calmly that he was glad everything was finally settled. Then he leaned down and whispered in a low, mischievous voice that he had kept his promise, and now it was the Count's turn to keep his. Cold sweat spread instantly across the Count's face. Damien straightened with a bright, effortless smile, while the Count slowly lowered his head. Tears slid down his cheeks as he whispered his defeated agreement, fully aware of everything he was about to lose. A week later, a carriage rolled smoothly down the road, Victor seated atop it with the reins in hand. From inside, two voices bubbled with excitement. Lady Olivia marveled that she hadn't expected to be heading to Haxon Viscounty so soon. Abel echoed her disbelief, admitting he could hardly process the fact that he was already bringing her home to meet his parents. She laughed softly and scolded him, asking how long he planned to keep speaking so formally, reminding him that she had already told him to talk to her comfortably. Abel panicked instantly, stammering as he asked if he really should do that. Inside the carriage, Damien sat slouched back, drenched in sweat and looking utterly spent. He thought grimly that while he had pushed for the two of them to end up together, this was still far beyond what he had imagined. Across from him, Abel and Olivia sat close, completely wrapped up in each other. Abel hesitantly called her Olivia, and her face lit up at once. She told him she loved hearing it, and insisted he speak casually with her from now on. Flustered, he nodded and quickly agreed. Damien decided this scene was downright torture. When their affectionate chatter crossed his tolerance, he activated myriad insight and redirected every word they spoke away from his senses. At last, silence returned. He leaned back and closed his eyes with a faint, peaceful smile, thinking that despite all the rough turns, he had accomplished his original goal. His thoughts drifted over the recent events. The church's investigation had wrapped up in just a week. They concluded there were no suspects other than Jackson Cutter and issued a warrant for Jacques Noir, who had already vanished. Though the Count had been cleared, Lady Olivia had taken much from him. Instead of remaining in the Copperhead household, she chose to leave alongside Abel. Abel gained Lady Olivia's love, exactly as he had always wished. Meanwhile, the protagonist claimed the prize awarded to the victor of the ceremony, a crimson orb glowing faintly with power. Abel suddenly noticed the object Damien was holding openly and asked if it wasn't the winner's prize from the tournament. Damien nodded, confirming it was. He explained that due to the awkward circumstances, there had been no formal award ceremony, but the prize had been delivered to him regardless. As he looked down at the orb, a sharp glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. He reflected that the Count had no idea what this item was truly worth, but he did. In his mind, the image of a blazing demon rose into view. This was a spirit heart, a condensed core of power that only formed at an absurdly low probability when a high-rank spirit vanished from existence. He considered that if he melted it down and absorbed it, it would grant him overwhelming magical power along with the innate abilities of spirit itself. The image came easily, a human wielding the full authority of a fire spirit. As he examined it more carefully, he realized this was the first time he had ever seen a heart infused with the power of fire. He noted calmly that absorbing it would allow him to reach the realm he once held in his previous life far sooner than expected. As his gaze lingered on the orb, the scene shifted. High above the road, hidden among the dense branches of a tree, someone watched the carriage disappear into the distance. Jacques Noir remained perfectly still. Obsession burned in his eyes, murderous intent churning violently as his gaze locked on Damien, and the treasure resting in his hand. Later that night, as their journey home continued, Abel and Victor slept soundly beside a small campfire set near the carriage, flames crackling softly beneath a quiet, star-filled sky. Inside the carriage, Lady Olivia rested peacefully, wrapped snugly in a warm blanket. That calm did not last. A presence slipped toward the carriage without a sound. The figure revealed himself as Jacques Noir, his bearing heavy with authority, an eerie pressure leaking from him. Without hesitation, he reached for his sword, murderous intent flashing coldly in his eyes. Before the blade could fully leave its sheath, Jacques froze. His eyes widened in shock. A calm voice drifted down from behind him. The protagonist sat casually on a tree branch above, remarking that he thought his neck might snap from waiting so long. In the same instant, without even turning around, Jacques swung. His strike was decisive and perfectly clean, slicing straight through the branch in a single motion, meant to take Damien with it. The attack cut nothing but air. Damien casually avoided the strike and landed lightly on the ground below, hands tucked into his pockets, as if he had never moved at all. He mocked Jacques, commenting that this was what a middle-class individual was capable of, adding that at least Jacques reacted quickly. Jacques kept his sword raised and asked flatly whether Damien had known he was being followed. In answer, Damien opened his palm. The spirit heart revealed itself, glowing crimson in the darkness. A smug smile crossed his face as he stated plainly that he had known all along. He tilted the glowing core slightly toward Jacques and added that he also knew this had been Jacques' real target from the beginning. For a moment, Jacques was speechless. Then he muttered that it was exactly as he had suspected, that Damien was the holder of the spirit heart. Damien calmly returned the artifact to his subspace and replied casually that it was only natural since he had won the tournament. Irritation flickered across Jacques' face as he demanded to know how Damien had seen through him. Damien tapped his temple with one finger and smiled, explaining that the reasoning was simple. If Jacques' only goal had been to ensure the marriage between Jackson Cutter and Lady Olivia, he would not have been so obsessed with forcing Jackson to win. He added that Jacques had even gone so far as to employ dangerous black magic. Jacques listened in silence, his expression darkening. Damien continued confidently, stating that Jacques' true objective had always been the prize awarded to the tournament's victor. Seeing the change in Jacques' face, Damien grinned and remarked that his deduction was completely correct. Jacques' expression sank into darkness as he leveled his sword straight at Damien, declaring that it made no difference to him. Murderous intent burned openly in his eyes, an eerie aura twisting around his body as he spoke. With church forces crawling everywhere, he had already known slipping back and wouldn't be easy. That was precisely why he had followed Damien, to be safe. Now, all that remained was to kill him and take the prize. Damien answered with a mocking smile. If Jacques truly thought he could do it, then he was free to try. The moment the words left his mouth, Damien drew his sword in a smooth motion, locking Jacques in a confident, unwavering glare. Jacques didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, blade flashing with lethal intent, eyes stripped of all warmth. Damien met him head-on. Steel crashed against steel in rapid succession as he blocked every curving strike, waves of mana rippling violently from his sword with each impact. Even so, one attack slipped through, slicing past within inches of his eyes. Damien snapped his blade up just in time to intercept it, but the force blasted him backward. He twisted midair and landed cleanly on both feet, skidding several steps before coming to a stop. Creating distance, Damien glanced down at his clothes, now marked with shallow cuts. He assessed it calmly. Even among mid-class fighters, this man stood at the very top. There was no wasted motion. Every strike was precise, deliberate, and sharp. From across the clearing, Jacques Noir watched with faint surprise, remarking that it was impressive for a low-class fighter to endure his attacks. Then dark purple mana surged around him. His expression twisted into something sinister as his eyes sharpened with killing intent. He declared coldly that this was as far as Damien would go. He stepped forward and vanished. An afterimage lingered as dark mana poured from his body. Damien's eyes narrowed as recognition struck. In the next instant, multiple images of Jacques appeared at once, filling the space with an oppressive, eerie presence. Damien immediately recognized it for what it was. The Phantom Sword Art. Jacques' voice echoed as every figure raised its blade. He asked Damien how it was, boasting that this was the sword art of a sword master, restored through an entire lifetime. He declared that every one of them was fake, yet real, and that with Damien's senses alone, he wouldn't even be able to tell which one was the original. He finished by declaring that Damien had no one to blame but his own ignorance. In the same instant, every figure moved together. The real Jacques and his false bodies plunged downward at once, killing intent roaring as he activated his phantom sword art. Illusory shadow strike exploded outward, blades overlapping, phantoms screaming as they rushed to tear Damien apart. Damien did not flinch. He calmly lifted his sword straight up. His gaze sharpened, focus compressing to a razor point as mana surged violently through his body. Dense ripples gathered along the blade, packed so tightly they distorted the air itself. Then he angled the sword forward and released them, not in a burst, but in a steady, unwavering stream pouring from the tip. The ripples passed through the charging figures, one after another. Every clone disintegrated on contact, shredded instantly by the sustained flow of mana. The force swept the battlefield clean, roaring winds ripping across the clearing and tearing Jacques' hat straight off his head. When the surge finally died down, Jacques stood rooted in place, eyes wide, breath caught in his throat, unable to process what he had just witnessed. Silence followed. Dust drifted slowly back to the ground as the displaced air settled. Still staring, Jacques felt his thoughts stumble. He remembered this move, the same technique that had once stopped Jackson's sword dead. His teeth ground together as Damien spoke flatly, telling him he was making far too much noise over a sword art that wasn't anything special. The words snapped something inside him. Jacques' voice shook as he demanded to know what Damien meant by that. Damien only gave a faint smile and asked calmly if this was really how Jacques used the technique. Then Damien took a step. An afterimage lingered behind him. Jacques' face tightened as Damien stepped again, then again, each movement spawning another phantom. Images multiplied rapidly, spreading across the field. Some stood with arms crossed. Others balanced on tree branches. A few even sat casually, as if bored spectators watching the fight unfold. The technique completed. Jacques' body trembled violently. He barely managed to lift a finger as he demanded to know how Damien knew illusory shadow strike. Damien answered without hesitation, saying simply that he tried copying it. And it worked. The words crushed him. Jacques muttered in disbelief, repeating the thought over and over. Copied it. And it worked. Memories flooded back. Since childhood, he had believed himself a genius. Then came the taste of blood in his mouth. The impact, his body flying helplessly into a wall. He remembered lying there, broken and defeated, asking himself how he had been beaten so easily. The answer he had received back then had been delivered casually, without effort, without cruelty. The attacker had simply said that he struck, and it worked. That single sentence shattered him completely. Lying on the ground beneath that towering figure, he had finally understood the truth. He was not a real genius, just slightly better than average. That moment marked the beginning of everything. To make up for his lack of talent, to chase after those truly called geniuses, he threw himself into obsession. He hunted down secret potions, stole forbidden techniques, bowed before masters, and abandoned any sense of pride. If it made him stronger, the method did not matter. More than 10 years passed like that, clawing his way upward until he finally reached the middle class. And yet now, his hand shook violently around his sword. A snarl tore from his throat as he spat that he had barely learned that technique after struggling his entire life. while Damien had copied it without effort. His shoulders trembled as he lowered his head, repeating the words over and over, as if refusing to believe them. Damien, utterly uninterested, muttered that the technique was nothing more than a wasteful way to burn mana. Something inside Jacques snapped. A violent scream erupted from his mouth, warped and unhinged, as if something else had taken hold of him. His muscles swelled grotesquely, veins bulging across his skin as rage burst outward. He screamed the same words again, louder, more distorted, his eyes blazing with hatred as he cursed. Those so-called geniuses were always the same, always able to do everything effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, his head left his body. His sword split cleanly in two. After the killing blow, Damien turned away. Coldly, he remarked that Jacques should not try to turn himself into a star with such a pitiful backstory. As Jacques' lifeless eyes stared blankly at Damien's retreating figure, Damien walked off with a faint sigh, muttering that it was time for him to go to sleep. Damien gave no reaction, simply stepping past Jacques before swinging his blade once in a smooth, effortless arc that cleanly severed Jacques' neck. Then, with cold indifference, he muttered that he had no idea what Jacques had been babbling about, and added that, by Jacques' own reasoning, he had only copied something that already existed. As Jacques remained frozen in shock, his head separating from his body, Damien spoke again in a light, detached tone, remarking that there was no point wasting time listening to such a pitiful story. He turned away immediately and began to leave, his figure slowly receding into the distance as he muttered wearily that he might as well just go to sleep. Then, without warning, Damien stopped. He glanced back over his shoulder with a faint, provocative smirk and added that when someone defeats an opponent, they ought to farm them, and beneath the moonlight washing over the night, he calmly wondered aloud if there might be anything of use worth taking. 1 month later, inside a mansion, Olivia carried a wash basin while wiping sweat from her brow, letting out a soft sigh of relief after finishing her task. But the moment the maids noticed her working, they hurried over in alarm and insisted she leave such chores to them, reminding her it was their responsibility. Olivia answered calmly that it was fine and that she could handle at least that much on her own. From nearby, another voice called out, telling her to leave the work to them and get some rest instead. And when Olivia turned to see who had spoken, she showed surprise and addressed the woman as her mother before gently asking where she was going. Her mother replied kindly that she had heard the stableman's wife was expecting and intended to visit her, and upon hearing that, Olivia's expression brightened with delight as she said it was wonderful and suggested they bring food that would support her health. Her mother smiled warmly, agreed it was a good idea, and then asked if Olivia wanted to come along, to which Olivia returned the smile and said she would love to. As they continued chatting cheerfully, Olivia mentioned that the day before she had noticed the windmill's blades were already quite worn and suggested repairing them before winter came. And her mother, after listening, agreed and said they should bring it up with Olivia's father later. Not far away, by a window inside, Pavel and Damien stood in silence, watching everything unfold. Pavel spoke with open appreciation, remarking that ever since Olivia's arrival, managing the territory had become much easier, and Damien gave a small nod of agreement, adding that even the servants were thankful because Pavel handled every matter in the territory with meticulous care. As memories resurfaced of the time he and his wife had first looked at Olivia in astonishment, Pavel's voice turned nostalgic as he said she had adjusted with remarkable speed, recalling how shocked he had been when a count's daughter had shown up in person, bringing half of her family's lands with her and boldly declaring her intention to marry Abel. At that moment, the image of Olivia greeting everyone with a warm smile appeared clearly in his mind. He continued in a softer tone, saying that in only a month she had seamlessly blended into their household and become part of the family, emphasizing that she truly was an extraordinary person. Then, as he stroked his chin with a slightly sinister smile, he added that thanks to Olivia they had managed to crush the arrogance of those who once looked down on their family at social gatherings, calling her nothing short of a blessing. Watching his father speak this way, Damien could only respond with an awkward, helpless smile. Pavel suddenly called Damien's name, and Damien straightened at once, answering in a serious voice that he was listening while respectfully addressing him as father. And Pavel, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, casually suggested that Damien should start looking for a partner as well. Damien froze where he stood and blurted out in disbelief, questioning why such a topic was being brought up so suddenly. Without replying immediately, Pavel reached out, grabbed the curtain beside the window, and pulled it aside to reveal a board densely covered with information. Then, with unmistakable enthusiasm, he explained that there was nothing sudden about it, saying Damien had recently gained considerable fame and that matchmaking proposals had been flooding in from all directions, urging him to take a look and even asking what kind of style he preferred. Staring at the display in stunned silence, Damien thought to himself that he had been wondering all morning why his father had summoned him, and now he finally understood that this must have been the reason. After hesitating briefly, he apologized and admitted that marriage still felt too early for him. Pavel reacted at once with confusion, asking what kind of nonsense that was, then shook his head firmly and insisted that while marriages could certainly happen too late, there was no such thing as one happening too early. Pavel went on at length, stressing that more than anything, a man needed to settle down to achieve true stability. And as he spoke, he drifted into memories of his own youth, claiming that he had turned away countless noble ladies before finally choosing Damien's mother. After clearing his throat, he wrapped up by saying that Damien should also find a suitable partner soon. He then added that if Damien's younger brother were to marry first while Damien remained single, it would reflect poorly in the eyes of others. Faced with that pressure, Damien said nothing, forcing a stiff and awkward smile. But when Pavel suddenly called his name again, this time with unmistakable irritation, Damien instantly smashed through the window and jumped outside, thinking to himself that the holidays were still far away. After landing a short distance from the mansion, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath, muttering in disbelief that his father had suddenly started talking about marriage, then scoffed bitterly at the idea of himself getting married before sighing again and admitting that he had never even once imagined such a possibility. His expression gradually darkened. Rising slightly onto his toes, he fixed his gaze on the dark stain on the ground and reflected that even worrying about such things was a luxury for someone like him. And soon the memories of his previous life surfaced vividly. Back then, he had lived as a death knight, slaughtering countless people while his blade was constantly soaked in blood. His thoughts continued as he acknowledged that even if those acts had not been of his own will and had been carried out under Dorgo's control, the undeniable truth remained that he had still taken the lives of someone's children, someone's siblings, and someone's parents with his own hands. For someone like him, a murderer, he believed there was no way he deserved that kind of happiness. With hatred rising within him, Damien clenched his teeth and made a firm vow that above all else he needed to grow stronger as quickly as possible, because killing Dorgo had to come before anything else. At that moment, a book suddenly appeared in his hands. As he flipped through its pages, he murmured quietly that it was the Bolong Jiguang medicine, also called the Felling Nature Madness drug, a new cultivation method he had obtained after defeating Jacques Noir. And he noted that unlike ordinary techniques, where one remained seated to absorb mana, this method was different because it allowed mana to be absorbed even while the body was moving. Although the underlying principles were extremely intricate and the method itself could only draw in small amounts of mana, Damien judged that if he combined it with the cultivation techniques he already possessed, he might be able to create something far more effective. As he continued running calculations in his mind, he concluded that if he could also properly absorb the spirit heart, then in a short span of time, he would undoubtedly grow stronger at an astonishing pace. He lightly tugged at his arm, wondering if he should loosen up his body after being inactive for so long. At that moment, a voice called out to him. Damien paused slightly at the sound. Victor came rushing over, calling, "Young master," as he reported that a guest had arrived, and Damien immediately grew suspicious, questioning how the visitor had known he was there. Turning his head, he asked what kind of guest it was, his brow already knitting as he sensed the situation might not turn out well. Back at the mansion, the door opened just a crack as Damien and Victor quietly stepped into the room. The person inside greeted him calmly, saying that it had been a while. Hearing that, Damien let out a quiet sigh to himself, thinking it was exactly as he had expected. Agnes quickly stood up and apologized for arriving without notice, and Damien responded in an awkward tone before leaning slightly toward Victor and whispering that next time he should simply say he was not there, leaving Victor staring at him in confusion. Straightening again, Damien turned serious and asked Agnes what had brought her here so suddenly, while inwardly noting that something about her presence felt unusual. Agnes hesitated briefly before explaining that she had come because she needed to ask him for a difficult favor, and Damien echoed her words of surprise, asking what kind of request she meant. Lowering her gaze, Agnes revealed that they had finally discovered the location of the dungeon belonging to the man known as Corpse Play. At that name, Damien's expression immediately hardened into a frown as he repeated it in disbelief, realizing they had been tracking the man all this time and had now finally found him. And in the next instant Agnes stepped forward, firmly grasped his hand, and spoke with earnest urgency, saying that this was precisely why she had come. Still not fully understanding, Damien asked what she meant, prompting Agnes to look at him with pleading eyes as she sincerely begged for his help, asking him to lend them his strength so that together they could defeat their archenemy, Corpse Play. The window was left half open, and Damien lowered himself into a crouch before slipping through it, landing lightly on the ground as his gaze swept the area, carefully checking whether anyone was nearby. Then, all at once, a voice called out, addressing him as young master. Damien's eyes widened in surprise. A short distance away, Victor stood holding a broom like a weapon, an intimidating aura surrounding him as he stared straight at Damien and demanded to know where he thought he was going so early in the morning. Feeling a bit uneasy, Damien averted his gaze and awkwardly replied that he was just heading out for some early exercise. Victor immediately dismissed the explanation, bluntly accusing him of lying and pointing out that he was clearly trying to slip away because of Lady Agnes's request, then pressed further by asking if Damien truly intended to join such a dangerous subjugation group. Seeing no point in denying it any longer, Damien calmly admitted that Victor was right. Victor paused briefly before speaking again, this time in a sincere and earnest tone, saying he truly hoped Damien would reconsider and not go through with it. Although he acknowledged Damien's strength, he explained that a necromancer's dungeon was notoriously dangerous, and more importantly, the Viscount would never permit such a decision. Damien fell silent for a moment, then stroked his chin and conceded that Victor was correct, admitting that his father would never allow it. With a light, evasive smile, he explained that this was exactly why he was sneaking out, suggesting that Victor simply pretend he had not seen anything. Victor immediately shouted in frustration, calling out, "Young master," as he rushed forward and raised his broom to block the way, insisting that he could not let Damien leave and firmly declaring that he would never send him into a place that was practically a death trap, adding that Damien absolutely could not. Before he could finish, a sharp strike landed on the back of his neck. Victor collapsed on the spot, losing consciousness. Hoisting Victor's limp body, Damien casually remarked that he was surprisingly heavy, then joked that perhaps he should think about losing some weight. After dragging him over to a nearby wall and propping him up, noticing faint foam forming at the corner of Victor's mouth, Damien calmly brushed off his hands and assured him there was nothing to worry about, confidently stating that something like corpse play would never be enough to take him down. Then, with a wicked grin, he added that this was actually the perfect opportunity to cut off one of Porgo's limbs, and there was no way he intended to let such a chance slip away. As he turned away to leave, he gave a light, casual wave, reminding Victor not to forget to put in a good word about him when speaking to his father. Several hours later, a woman stepped forward and extended her hand toward Damien, introducing herself as Margata, a second-class paladin of the Order of the Burning One, adding that she was pleased to meet him. As Damien looked at her, he could not help but note inwardly just how large her build was, and he returned the greeting with proper courtesy, introducing himself as Damien Haxon. Yet the instant their hands met, he felt the unexpected power in her grip, prompting him to think that a second-class paladin must possess combat strength on par with a mid-level fighter, while the aura surrounding her was far from ordinary. Speaking in an easy, friendly manner, Margata admitted that what she was about to say might come off as rude, but she had honestly not expected Damien to show up at all, especially given that the dungeon involved had been created through corpse play. At that, Zeke cut in, explaining that turning down a request from Sir Agnes had never truly been an option for him, and besides, he held a deep-seated grudge against necromancers, which caused Margata to lean closer to Agnes with a teasing smile as she joked that she had been worried earlier because Agnes understood absolutely nothing about men. Yet it seemed she had made quite a good choice this time. Agnes, her face flushing red, shyly objected and told her senior to stop saying such absurd things and just hand that over to Sir Damien already. With an effortless motion, Margata drew her sword, clicking her tongue as she remarked that it was a bit of a waste, but since matters had reached this point, it could not be helped, and she extended the weapon toward Damien, telling him to take it. Accepting it without much change in expression, Damien asked what it was, but when he slowly drew the blade from its sheath and saw it emit a radiant, blinding light, his eyes widened in clear shock, and Margata simply smiled as she told him that it was a holy sword. Holding the weapon while still somewhat dazed, Damien reflected that a holy sword was forged from rare metal, tempered again and again by dwarven craftsmen, then imbued with divine power through years of blessings performed by priests, and just gripping it made the fatigue in his body seem to melt away, leaving him openly impressed as he remarked that, as expected, it was truly remarkable. Margata suddenly broke into loud, hearty laughter, then revealed that Agnes had gone so far as to beg their master for permission to bring the weapon along, insisting that if Damien was going to take part in the subjugation, then he absolutely deserved a proper reward. Hearing that, Agnes immediately lowered her head in shy embarrassment, while Margata continued, pointing out that even so, lending a holy sword to an outsider, this casually, was exceedingly rare, before teasing that their junior disciple had clearly fallen completely head over heels for Sir Damien, only for Agnes to cut her off mid-sentence by delivering several quick, affectionate kicks in rapid succession. Her face now burning a deep red, Agnes leaned in close and whispered that she had already warned Margata to stop saying such ridiculous things. Yet Margata, watching her reaction, only burst into even louder laughter before admitting she should probably stop before Agnes truly lost her temper. Shrugging lightly, she added that although the weapon was not among the highest-tier holy swords, it was still an item of immense value, advising Sir Damien to make good use of it, which prompted Damien to express his sincere gratitude. Still visibly flustered, Agnes quietly addressed him as Sir Damien and said she was once again thankful that he had agreed to accept their request, and Damien replied calmly that it was nothing before asking if she could explain the current situation in greater detail. Agnes nodded, and answered that she would go over everything once they were inside the carriage, and soon after the group boarded. And as the carriage began to move, Agnes started recounting what had taken place several weeks earlier in the No Mountains. She described how two knights had been walking along a forest path, talking among themselves, with one uneasily noting that this was already the third disappearance and wondering what could possibly be happening in such a normally peaceful countryside village, while the other admitted he had no explanation either, voicing his frustration over the strange situation. Then, without warning, the dog leading their way suddenly reacted and recoiled, and seeing it trembling uncontrollably, both knights called out in alarm, asking what had gotten into it. At that very moment, a voice filled with pain echoed through the forest, repeating that it hurt, causing one knight to frown and ask if the other had heard it as well, pointing out that it sounded like a human voice. The groaning continued, repeating the same words about the pain, and at the same time, a massive shadowy figure slowly began to emerge from ahead, leaving the knights frozen in shock, unable to respond. The creature spoke once more, its voice fractured and eerie as it muttered about playing with corpses, and both knights began to shake uncontrollably in fear. When their eyes finally took in its grotesque form, its body covered in the twisted, agonized faces of countless people, they let out screams of pure terror, and as those cries rang through the forest, a flock of crows erupted into the sky, their wings beating noisily as they scattered in all directions. Back in the present, while the carriage rolled steadily onward, it was explained that the dungeon's location had eventually been uncovered by local soldiers who had been combing the area in search of the missing farmers. Damien, stroking his shin in thought, felt that something about the situation was off, reasoning that for corpse play to lose their test subjects so easily, especially when they had never left behind any trace before, simply did not make sense. Margata agreed with his assessment, adding that headquarters had also considered the likelihood that this could be a trap, which led Damien to ask, with clear curiosity, whether they still intended to dispatch a subjugation force despite that possibility. She responded without hesitation that they would, emphasizing that headquarters was not acting recklessly, and if this truly was a trap, they had made preparations by gathering elite members from 3 different orders. Hearing this, Damien pressed further, pointing out that the combined elites of 3 orders represented enough power to topple an entire nation, and questioning why, even with such overwhelming strength, they had still requested his assistance. Agnes hesitated briefly before quietly admitting that the reason was her, prompting Damien to turn toward her with a suspicious look. Keeping her gaze lowered, she explained that her master had initially refused to send them on the mission, believing it far too dangerous, but she had continued to plead with him, insisting that she had to participate regardless, and Damien listened without interrupting. Margata then picked up the explanation, saying that because the decision had been made so abruptly, their order could only dispatch the 2 of them, and their master had suggested they might be allowed to join the operation if they found a way to reinforce their numbers, even if that meant bringing in an outsider. She added frankly that if Damien had refused their request, she would not have permitted Agnes to take part either. After hearing everything, Damien finally stated that he understood, his gaze briefly shifting toward Agnes, while inwardly he acknowledged something he could never say aloud. He already knew how this subjugation would end. In his previous life, a massive suppression force had been assembled in almost the exact same manner, and the result had been total annihilation. As that memory resurfaced, he recalled how the truth had only been revealed later through the testimony of a single paladin who had barely survived the catastrophe. Gazing silently out the carriage window at the passing scenery, Damien reflected on the survivor's words, and as the faces of each squad member surfaced one by one in his mind, he weighed them carefully before arriving at a grim, inescapable conclusion. Among the members of the subjugation force, there had been a traitor. Thin clouds drifted lazily across the sky, distant mountains fading into a pale mist while dense green forest stretched without end across the land. And when they finally arrived, Margata brightly announced that they had reached their destination, confirming without doubt that this was the correct location. At the subjugation force's encampment, Damien silently swept his gaze across the busy knights moving throughout the area ahead, studying their expressions and concluding that most of them appeared fairly well trained. After watching a bit longer, he also noticed that a considerable number of paladins seemed to belong only to the lower ranks, and that realization lingered in his thoughts, leading him to conclude that the order had mobilized everything they had for this operation. At that moment, Margata called out to him, raising her voice and telling Damien to come over, and he responded at once, following behind the 2 women with long, steady strides. Once they stepped inside a tent, Margata greeted those waiting within with cheerful familiarity, announcing their arrival and adding that it was good to see them again after such a long time. Gamal, a second-class paladin from the Order of the Swirling Blizzard, stood with his arms crossed as he voiced his irritation, complaining that Margata had once again arrived late, while Dionycio, a third-class paladin from the same order, awkwardly tried to intervene and smooth things over. Margata simply sat down and laughed it off in a calm, reassuring manner, explaining that she had made a short stop along the way and joking that she would be sure not to be late next time, But Gamal responded with clear skepticism, dismissing it as the same excuse she always gave and questioning whether she had any real intention of keeping that promise. Margada answered with booming laughter, teasing Gamal by saying that his foul temper was the real problem and warning that if he kept frowning like that, his forehead would soon be full of wrinkles, which only made his irritation deepen as he snapped back that instead of apologizing, she was spouting nonsense. Exactly what he expected from members of the Scorchers, whom he described as ignorant and uncivilized as ever. That remark immediately ignited Margada's anger, her expression turning sharp as she told him to watch his mouth, declaring that he could insult her personally all he liked, but she would never tolerate anyone speaking disrespectfully about her sect. Gamal fired back without holding anything in, demanding to know what exactly he had said wrong and arguing that if her sect's teachings were truly deserving of respect, then her current behavior would not be so disgraceful. Margada refused to relent and continued to needle him, casually pointing out that although her master had completely defeated Black Snow, it was rather petty for Gamal to still cling to that grudge, and that remark finally snapped whatever restraint he had left as he slammed his hand onto the table and shouted in fury, demanding to know when his master had ever suffered such a humiliating loss. As the argument spiraled upward, Damien glanced toward Agnes with a puzzled look and asked who the man was, prompting Agnes to lean in slightly and explain in a low voice that he was Gamal, a disciple of Black Snow and a second-class paladin of the Order of the Swirling Blizzard, which Damien acknowledged with a simple nod, indicating he understood. At the same time, Margada puckered her lips and, with open mockery, repeated that no matter what excuses were made, the undeniable truth remained that Black Snow had lost to her master, causing Gamal to roar back that his master had only been worn out after completing an important mission when that defeat happened. With neither side showing any willingness to yield, Damien could only think to himself, with quiet helplessness, that the two sects clearly held deep-seated hostility toward each other. Right then, another figure stepped forward to defuse the tension, urging them to stop the argument, as Sanus, a second-class paladin of the Dazzling Agony Order, spoke in a calm and measured tone, advising that their anger should not be wasted on fighting among themselves, and reminding them it would be far better directed at tearing apart the filthy black mages hiding within the dungeon. Margada immediately turned to him with a bright, welcoming expression and greeted him warmly, remarking that it had been quite some time since they last met, while nearby Agnes quietly introduced him to Damien as Sir Sanus, a disciple of Radiance and a member of the Dazzling Agony Order. After taking his seat, Sanus cast a curious glance toward Damien and asked who that gentleman was, noting that he did not seem to be a paladin, and Damien, noticing the attention, simply met his gaze with calm indifference. Margada then shifted her attention to Damien and introduced him to everyone, stating that he was Sir Damien Haxon, which made Gamal freeze in shock before blurting out in disbelief whether this was the knight who had defeated a UN executive, while Sanus reacted with equal surprise and asked if this was the same Damien Haxon who had fought two black mages at once. Margada responded with open enthusiasm, declaring that it truly was impressive and proudly adding that Agnes had personally recruited him, then joking that although she once believed Agnes to be completely clueless, it now seemed she was actually quite adept at charming men, and she burst into laughter as soon as she finished. Hearing the teasing, Agnes's face immediately flushed red with embarrassment as she hurriedly protested, calling out to her senior sister in an attempt to stop her. At that moment, someone raised a hand and asked them to wait, prompting Dionycio to react with visible surprise as he questioned whether they were suggesting that an external force was being added to the subjugation team. Margada quickly clarified that Damien was not merely an outsider, explaining that Sir Damien had rendered notable service to the Order and had therefore been formally designated as an associate. Yet the man responded with a clear frown of disdain and remarked that, in other words, Damien was still nothing more than a mercenary. Agnes's expression immediately hardened with displeasure at that comment, and Gamal spoke up in a calm tone, saying that his junior did have a point while questioning whether it was truly wise to accept an outsider so casually into an operation of such importance, which caused Agnes to clench her fists tightly as she demanded in anger what he meant by calling it dangerous. Standing with his arms crossed, Gamal replied that an outsider could easily be hiding ulterior motives, adding that there had been past instances where black mages had planted spies within the Order, and the instant those words were spoken, a heavy tension settled over the entire tent. Margada slammed her fist onto the table and shouted furiously for Gamal to watch his words, warning him that he was going too far, while Damien, observing everything in silence, reflected that Gamal was simply being cautious. Sanus then spoke calmly, first offering an apology before admitting that he agreed with Gamal, reasoning that bringing an unverified individual into such a mission did indeed carry risks, which made Margada frown as she asked whether even Sanus truly felt that way. Gamal then shifted his gaze directly onto Damien and coolly asked if he could pose a question, explaining that the paladins gathered there had joined the expedition to purge heretics and demonstrate the greatness of God, before asking what reason Damien had for taking part in the subjugation. Damien fell silent for a brief moment, thinking carefully that if he wanted their trust, he needed to answer wisely, And after that short hesitation, he finally began, saying that as for his reason. Before Damien could finish his answer, the tent flap was suddenly thrown open as someone rushed inside and shouted urgent news, reporting that the scouts had encountered a flesh golem halfway up the mountain. And at those words, shock instantly spread across everyone's faces. Elsewhere, a grotesque scene unfolded as the face of a child wailed in despair, crying and screaming while calling out for its mother and asking where she was, while nearby a bald knight muttered a curse under his breath in frustration. The monster continued its sorrowful cries, repeatedly calling for its mother while complaining that everything was dark, that it hurt unbearably, and desperately begging for someone to help it, prompting the knight to stare in horror as he shouted, unable to understand how such a horrifying being could even exist. Without warning, a streak of blue energy lashed forward and struck directly into the creature's body, causing it to recoil violently as it snarled and screamed that it hurt, demanding to know why they were tormenting it and warning them not to touch it, which left the knight frozen in place, gripped by fear. In the very next instant, the monster lashed out and struck him, sending him flying as it screamed that it would kill him, and his cry of agony rang out. At that moment, Margada suddenly appeared and intercepted the attack, blocking it while shouting for the knight to pull himself together, as Gamal rushed forward at the same time and urgently called out for her to look ahead. Right before them, the monster's body began releasing a strange blue miasma that spread rapidly through the area, and wherever the vapor passed, grass and plants shriveled and died instantly, causing Margada to cry out in alarm that it was poison, as she immediately ordered everyone to shield themselves with holy power, which the others followed without hesitation. Gamal cursed loudly as he realized how overwhelming it was and shouted that the poison was too strong, instructing everyone to focus on defense until the attack subsided. But as he looked forward, he suddenly noticed Damien standing directly in front of him and reacted in confusion. The others quickly turned to look as well, and shock spread across their faces as they shouted Damien's name, unable to believe what they were seeing. He was pushing back that overwhelming poison using nothing but his own aura. As Damien calmly advanced through the toxic mist, the monster let out a low growl and asked if he was going to hurt them too, repeatedly telling him to stay back. And in the next instant, it opened its grotesque mouth and unleashed a barrage of thousands of poisonous needles straight toward him. Seeing the attack rushing toward him, Damien did not retreat and instead continued walking forward. And at the exact moment the monster raised its massive fist and brought it crashing down to crush him, he calmly lifted his sword and thrust it ahead, driving the blade straight through the creature's hand. In a cold, steady voice, he asked if this was the answer they had wanted when they questioned why he was here. Under Gamal's stunned gaze, Damien continued, explaining that Ajito, the cursed black mage, had once cast a curse upon his family's estate and attempted to slaughter every member of his household. And after enduring something like that at the hands of a black mage, killing just one of them would never be enough to satisfy him. As those words fell, Damien forced his sword even deeper, the blade piercing straight into the monster's core as its enormous hand froze midair. He went on, declaring that until every last one of those black mages was dead, he would never stop, and hearing that, fear spread across Gamal's face. In the very next moment, Damien cut the monster apart with a single decisive strike and coldly repeated that he would never stop. Inside a dark chamber littered with scattered skulls and human corpses hanging from iron chains, Delran sat quietly before an enormous mirror. The stillness broke when someone stormed in and angrily demanded to know why he had exposed their location, pointing out that the Order's holy knights were already encamped just outside, while another raised his voice as well, accusing him of trying to destroy their last lifeline with his own hands when only the three of them remained in Euron. Delran ignored the outrage entirely, remaining seated as he answered with mocking calm that he was simply carrying out his master's command, explaining that his master had ordered the kingdom to be shaken, and if that was the case, then wiping out the Order's military strength first was the most obvious course of action. The man with the scar over his eye pressed him again in anger, asking if he truly intended to keep spouting such nonsense about that person, and whether he even remembered the last time that Master had responded to him. At those words, Delran slowly turned his head and fixed him with a warning glare, asking if he was mocking his master, and wondering aloud whether his master would be pleased if he turned a dark mage into a flesh golem. The scarred man faltered, grinding his teeth in frustration, while the teal-haired man stammered nervously, asking what exactly Delran meant. But before either could react further, a shadow suddenly surged forward, seizing both of their heads and slamming them violently into the ground. Delran remained completely composed and calmly issued his next command, stating that the procedure would begin immediately, then instructing Kite to take the scarred man up to the chamber on the ceiling and asking if he understood. And without a word, Kite grabbed the scarred man by the hair and dragged his limp body away. Left alone, Delran fixed his gaze on a glowing purple sphere and spoke with rising excitement, declaring that this time he needed to create a true masterpiece worthy of satisfying his master, adding that the corpse of an exceptional holy knight would surely earn his master's response once more. After that, He manipulated the monster from the earlier battle through invisible threads, forcing the creature to rise again. Suddenly, Delran's eyes widened slightly in surprise, and through the sphere he saw Damien standing opposite the monster with a blue aura radiating from his body, prompting him to mutter in astonishment that among them was someone who was not even a holy knight. Moments later, the glowing sphere displayed the instant Damien's blade drove cleanly into the monster's core, and as the image played out, Delran cried out in disbelief, astonished that Damien had located the core and pierced it in a single strike, marveling aloud that someone who was not even a holy knight had dismantled the trial he had prepared with such ease. With a trembling hand, Delran covered his face, his excitement barely contained as he wondered what kind of exquisite material Damien could possibly be. Then, waving his hand with restless eagerness, he asked for a little time and vowed that he would capture Damien and refine him into the finest material imaginable, before fixing his gaze on Damien's reflection in the mirror and declaring, with rising excitement, that Damien would become the greatest masterpiece of his life. The next day, deep within a forest, Gamal stood atop a large rock and called for everyone's attention, urging them to listen carefully as he leaned against his spear and spoke in a grave tone, stating that if they intended to succeed in this subjugation, every person present had to fulfill their assigned role and responsibility without exception. He then outlined the battle plan in full, explaining that he would lead the charge himself while the blended snowstorm division would carve open the path ahead, that the burners division would remain at the rear to guard against any ambush from behind, and that the blinding pain division would advance through the center, supporting both the front and rear lines through their divine authority. Observing this, Damien silently noted that the formation was well structured and made excellent use of each sect's unique authority, finding the arrangement genuinely impressive. Not far away, Agnes clenched her hand and spoke with clear dissatisfaction, remarking that it was unfortunate she had been placed in rear support and insisting that she should have been assigned to the vanguard where she could personally execute heretics. At that moment, someone stepped forward and declared that he would take care of the lesser enemies and clear the path ahead, and Agnes, recognizing him immediately, called out in surprise upon realizing it was Dionycio. Dionycio simply extended a hand toward her and told her to conserve her strength for the greater battle still to come, then turned toward Damien, placing a hand over his chest as he praised Damien's performance from the previous day, calling it truly remarkable, to which Damien responded with polite restraint that Dionycio was flattering him. However, Dionysio's expression soon hardened as he warned that although everyone else seemed to acknowledge Damien after witnessing that display, he himself was not entirely convinced. Hearing those words, Damien quietly observed that Dionysio's gaze held a level of caution that felt excessive, while Dionycio frowned and went on, warning that an outsider would always remain an outsider, and adding that he intended to keep a close watch on Damien until the very end. Damien lowered his eyes without interest, and answered calmly that he would keep that in mind. Agnes, visibly irritated by the exchange, suddenly ordered Dionycio to stop his pointless chatter and return to his position, but the two immediately slipped into another argument, as Dionycio insisted he was only worried about her safety, while Agnes cut him down sharply, saying that no matter how much time passed, he remained immature. As Damien watched the scene play out, a faint smile touched his lips, and he mused that before capturing the corpse puppeteer, tracking down the traitor hidden within the order might prove unexpectedly entertaining. With that thought lingering, he turned and gently asked Agnes if they should set out to hunt the corpse puppeteer. When he noticed her expression darken ever so slightly, Damien found himself wondering whether, along the way, they might also uncover the true cause behind Agnes's seemingly endless hatred. Some time later, a creature appeared trapped within thick layers of blue ice, its distorted face frozen mid-scream inside the prison. And in the very next instant, Dionycio and Gamal charged forward together, driving their spears through the monster's body even as it remained encased in ice. They did not stop, continuing their relentless assault as they carved the creature apart again and again until nothing remained but scattered fragments. As soft snow drifted through the air, Damien raised his hand and watched the flakes settle, idly thinking that no matter how often he saw it, the power remained fascinating. When a snowflake landed on his palm, he quietly acknowledged that even he could not reproduce such an ability, recognizing it as the divine authority wielded by the Order. At the same time, Damien recalled in silence that each sect's authority possessed its own distinct nature, and that in the past he had clashed fiercely with the 5 saints who stood at the pinnacle of those powers. Just then, Sanus approached casually and leaned in, asking what Damien thought while remarking that the blended snowstorm was regarded as one of the strongest sects in the Order, then casting him a meaningful glance as he added that although their pride could be excessive, it might stem from their awareness of what had happened the previous day and the suspicion that had surrounded him. Damien answered in an easy, unbothered tone that he did not particularly care. Sanus followed with a mocking comment, noting how neatly they dispatched their enemies in the name of showing mercy to the creations of filthy heretics, then adding that if it were her, she would have ripped out their entrails one by one, minced them thoroughly, and only then brought their end. Hearing that, Damien reflected carefully that this was exactly what one would expect from a disciple of Radiance, the most fanatical among the 5 saints, and that even this one appeared distinctly unhinged. Sanis then spoke with calm certainty, saying that when she had seen Damien's skill the previous day, along with the look in his eyes, she had immediately known that his hatred for dark mages was genuine. Her eyes lit up with sudden excitement as she added that the blinding Pain sect always welcomed individuals as sacred and powerful as him. And at that, Damien broke into a cold sweat, inwardly alarmed as he wondered if she was suggesting exactly what he feared. Clearly delighted, Sanis asked outright whether he would consider devoting himself to their sect, but Damien remained as unmoving as a wall and calmly declined. With visible disappointment, Sanis questioned his refusal, arguing that if he became one of their holy knights, he would serve as the most faithful servant of the glorious god. And at those words, Damien averted his gaze and let out a quiet, weary sigh, thinking how many more times he would have to endure this same pattern whenever he dealt with holy knights. Sanis continued without pause, insisting that above all else, even Damien's limited mana capacity could be resolved, and the instant he heard that, his expression shifted with surprise as he admitted inwardly that the prospect of increasing his mana capacity was undeniably tempting. Resting her chin lightly against her hand, Sanis leaned in closer and pressed her case, explaining that holy knights could receive divine power according to the depth of their faith, and that each time they executed a filthy heretic, the merciful god would grant them additional divine power, before asking if that did not sound appealing. Maintaining his composure, Damien reflected that there was still an issue, then answered with quiet certainty that he was satisfied as he was, and not yet worthy to serve as a vessel for divine wrath. As he spoke those words aloud, Damien was already calculating inwardly that his lack of mana capacity would be resolved once he completed the mana circulation method and fully absorbed the spirit's heart, making it clear to himself that he had no intention of becoming the Order's hound for something so trivial. As they continued walking, Damien added that for now, he simply wandered the world in pursuit of the footsteps of God. At this, Sanis covered her face in admiration and exclaimed that he possessed a truly noble heart and spirit. Up ahead, Margata turned back with a teasing smile and called out to Agnes, telling her to take a look and joking that at this rate, they might end up taking Damien from her instead. Agnes immediately began to stammer, hurriedly insisting that Sanis had merely been preaching, that it was nothing more than ordinary preaching, and nervously asking if that was not the case. At that moment, Sanis spoke again in a soft, almost syrupy voice, remarking that Sir Damien was becoming more and more desirable. Hearing those words, Damien felt a surge of pure horror rise within him. Sanis then continued in a low, coaxing tone, saying that failing to obtain something she desired was not to her liking, and suggesting that perhaps the two of them could slip away together later, slightly parting her clothing as she spoke. Damien noticed the gesture and remained completely silent. Then, without saying a word, Damien slowly raised his hand and summoned his sword, and in the very next instant, he lunged forward, delivering a single decisive slash straight through Sanis's body. The sight made Agnes and Margata freeze where they stood, stunned into silence. Yet as Damien's strike followed through, the truth became clear. Sanis remained unharmed, while the blazing, icy soul energy released from his blade tore through the chest of an unseen monster positioned directly behind her. The moment the blow connected, the creature released a sharp, agonized shriek, and Sanis spun around in astonishment, staring into the empty air as she wondered aloud whether a golem capable of hiding its form could actually exist. Damien held his stance with his sword still drawn, frowning as he remarked that the creature's armor was tougher than expected and that he would finish it. But before he could act further, Sanis suddenly lifted the book in her hand and gave it a single wave. Instantly, a violent surge of power erupted from within the monster's body itself, and with the same gentle expression on her face, she calmly stated that she was in the middle of proselytizing and politely asked that he not interrupt. Seeing this, Damien was briefly taken aback, realizing that her divine authority was strong enough to suppress a high-tier flesh golem with nothing more than a single book. At that moment, Agnes and Margata rushed over, nearly shouting in unison that an enemy raid had begun from the rear and that they were moving to respond, while also calling for Sanis to return to her assigned position, prompting both Damien and Sanis to turn in surprise at the urgent report. Once the monsters had been dealt with, Sanis spoke again in a relaxed tone, remarking that it was rather unfortunate and suggesting that they continue their conversation another time. Not far away, Agnes stood watching them intently. Meanwhile, Sanis cheerfully raised 3 fingers and mentioned that her sect also offered a 3-month intensive scripture program tailored for outsiders, which Damien declined with polite firmness. Even so, under Agnes's sharp gaze, the atmosphere between the two carried a faint, oddly pink undertone, causing her to press her lips together with quiet bitterness. At the same time, Margata landed beside them and immediately asked, with concern, whether Sir Damien had been injured, and he calmly assured her that he was fine before adding that he would assist as well. Margata placed her hands on her hips and glanced toward the approaching enemies, confidently stating that they could leave everything to her, while at the same time, Agnes stepped forward and took her place opposite the advancing monsters. Sensing the immense pressure radiating from her, Margata casually commented that it looked like they would need to lower their blood pressure once they returned to the estate. As Agnes stepped forward and stopped before the gathered monsters, she slowly drew blue energy into both fists, and the creatures in front of her shrank back at the sight. Watching quietly, Damien noted to himself that she had once stood as the leading disciple of the Azure Flame. In the next instant, Agnes's eyes flashed, her fists tightened, and she lunged ahead as blue energy burst from her arms, stretching outward into sharp, blade-like arcs that ripped straight through the monsters. Their eyes rolled back as multiple heads were sliced cleanly from their bodies, and blue flames surged over the remains, burning everything down to ash. As Damien looked at Agnes, standing there within the radiant blue glow, her slim figure brimming with unmistakable strength, he reflected that among the 5 great saints, while Luminance had been the most troublesome to deal with, Azure Flame had without question been the strongest. Soon enough, the cave fell silent once again. Gamal proposed that they clear each entrance together, but before he could fully lay out his idea, Margata cut in at once, arguing that such an approach would be far too inefficient. Santa sided with Margata and added that splitting up and advancing separately would be the better course. While the argument dragged on without conclusion, Damien watched with visible disinterest before finally remarking that the discussion was taking too long. Seeing that the delay might continue, Agnes gently offered to go fetch some food, but just as she finished speaking, someone approached and calmly said there was no need. Agnes and Damien turned toward the voice and saw Dionycio stepping forward, presenting what he carried as he explained in a mild tone that he had already prepared a meal for his sister. Agnes accepted it and thanked him politely. Yet when Dionycio looked toward Damien, his expression hardened with obvious displeasure as he coldly added that Sir Damien should take one as well. Damien responded with a half-hearted thanks, and after handing over the food, Dionycio turned away and left, though not before casting a sharp, resentful glance back at them. Afterward, Agnes earnestly reminded Damien that a major battle awaited them and urged him to eat properly, prompting Damien to ask if she meant corpse revelry, to which she replied without hesitation that she did, firmly stating that they had come all this way to kill him. As Damien watched Agnes angrily tear into the meat, he grew quiet for a brief moment before asking, with genuine curiosity, why she was so fixated on corpse revelry. Startled, Agnes's eyes widened, and in a flustered tone she remarked that he asked about personal matters far too casually, adding that he seemed oddly indifferent and even questioning whether he was that kind of person. Their exchange continued inside the cave, with one side remarking that she was under no obligation to answer, while the other replied that he had come here at her request and that it would be discourteous for her to keep it from him. After a pause, Agnes softly asked if she had ever mentioned the village that had been destroyed by corpse revelry, and Damien nodded, saying he remembered, and that every single resident there had been killed. With a subdued expression, Agnes revealed that she had been one of the survivors of that incident, a statement that left Damien utterly stunned, struggling to process what he had just heard. She went on, her voice carrying quiet bitterness, recalling that on that day her older brother, a holy knight, had returned home during leave, and whenever he came back, she would stay up all night, eagerly listening to his stories about the order. Yet that day, they never had the chance. At the time, her brother had been standing inside the house, cracking the door slightly as he watched the situation outside, where undead had already flooded the area, roaming through the neighborhood, pacing aimlessly without leaving. Inside, he gently rested his hand on Agnes's head and urgently told her to hide, warning that no matter what happened she must not come out and asking if she understood. Uneasy, Agnes called out to him in a nervous stammer, but he repeated himself, insisting that until someone came to open the door for her, she must never step outside and must not make even the slightest sound, once again asking if she understood. Agnes then explained that this had been the last moment she ever saw him. By the time the Order's subjugation squad finally arrived and rescued her, both the villagers' bodies and the undead had already been reduced to ashes, and after the Order later informed her that the one behind that tragedy was corpse revelry, she resolved that she would become a holy knight herself. As Agnes spoke, it felt as though her past and present selves overlapped in that instant, and hearing everything, Damien quietly reflected with a trace of bitterness that she bore such a painful history. Just then, Margata arrived with her usual lively energy, cutting straight through the heavy atmosphere as she cheerfully asked if they had been waiting long and mentioned that the meeting had only just wrapped up. Damien responded with calm understanding, noting that the matter must have been a delicate one. Margata casually motioned behind her and explained that the discussion had revolved around whether to inspect all 5 entrances together in sequence or divide the subjugation force into separate squads to enter at the same time. Curious, Damien asked which option they had settled on, and Margata answered brightly that it had, of course, been the latter. Recalling the earlier dispute, Margada complained that Gamal had insisted on moving as a single group, while both she and Sanus had opposed it, adding that his stubbornness had dragged the meeting out far longer than necessary, and remarking with mild frustration that he had always been overly cautious. Listening with interest, Damien observed that it sounded like they had known each other for quite some time, to which Margada simply grinned, replied that it was something like that, and let out a light laugh. Not far away, Gamal stood in silence, his gaze fixed intently in their direction, and after a brief pause, he lifted a hand to his mouth, gave a small cough, then called out for the units to assemble, announcing that from that moment onward the subjugation force would split into 5 squads in advance. At the sudden call, the 3 of them turned their attention toward him, while Dionycio and Sanus also shifted their focus to listen. Driving his spear firmly into the ground, Gamal raised his voice and ordered that each unit push forward at full speed and link up with any squad that began to fall behind, declaring that today would mark Urin's final day. In that same instant, the cloak behind him snapped upward, and as an overwhelming aura burst forth, Damien's brow tightened slightly. The wielder of dark sorcery revealed a chilling grin, and the ground beneath everyone cracked violently before breaking apart completely, sending them all off balance as the entire area gave way and they plunged straight down into the abyss. As the ground split apart and the collapse began, Damien stayed entirely composed, slipping his hands into his pockets while lightly kicking off falling chunks of rock to build momentum during his descent. Gazing straight into the abyss below, he noted how deep and expansive the drop truly was. When a nearby scream rang out in panic, he turned his head slightly and observed that the violent gale caused by the sudden detonation was scattering everyone in different directions. And as he watched them tumble through the air, he mockingly thought that holy knights were as persistent as cockroaches and had likely already managed their landings. His thoughts soon sharpened as he considered that hollowing out an entire mountain to form a trap would explain why the dungeon entrance had been placed halfway up the slope, and a cold, sinister smile slowly spread across his face as he mused that Corpse Revelry had prepared quite a grand grave for himself. After landing, Damien spotted Dionycio seated ahead in meditation, which sparked a brief flicker of confusion, prompting him to call out uncertainly, addressing him by name, Dionycio. Startled by the voice, Dionycio spun around and exclaimed in shock that it was Damien Haxon, then immediately closed his eyes and focused, drawing divine power through his body as a radiant aura enveloped him. Watching this, Damien regarded him with open disdain and thought to himself that this was exactly why he called him cockroach-like, self-regeneration sustained by divine power. At the same time, Dionysio's body trembled as he muttered a curse under his breath, angrily complaining that of all the people he could have ended up with, it had to be Damien Haxon. Damien caught the shift in tone at once and coolly pointed out that now that only the 2 of them remained, Dionycio had conveniently dropped the honorifics, then, with complete indifference, suggested that if he disliked it that much, he was free to go his own way, since Damien intended to move forward regardless. And with that, he gave a casual wave before turning to leave. Watching him go, Dionycio panicked and quickly tightened his grip on his spear, his blue eyes flashing beneath sharp lashes as his expression hardened with resolve, and in the next instant he surged forward at blinding speed, his radiant blue spear cutting through the air in a brilliant thrust. Yet the attack was not directed at Damien, but at an unseen creature floating directly in front of him. Without letting his guard drop, Dionycio warned Damien not to lower his vigilance, reminding him that they were inside a dark mage's dungeon where acting alone was dangerous, and insisting they move together. Damien's eyelids dipped slightly as he idly reflected that he had left Dionycio on his own out of curiosity about how he would act, never expecting him to step in for his sake, and with mild interest, he asked if Dionycio did not hate him. Dionycio immediately turned his face away, resting the spear across his shoulder, and bluntly admitted that he did hate him. However, he added that if Damien died, Agnes would be heartbroken, so he intended to keep him alive. Caught slightly off guard, Damien fell in behind him and teasingly remarked that Dionycio must be quite fond of Dame Agnes, a comment that made Dionycio jerk in shock as his face flushed bright red, shouting for him to shut up and snapping that he should stop spouting nonsense and just follow, before turning his head away and muttering through clenched teeth that he truly could not stand him. Watching this reaction, Damien quietly thought that, for some reason, Dionycio reminded him of that bastard Elle. In the next instant, Damien sensed something and his expression hardened as, above Dionycio's head, a horrifying red-eyed face slowly took shape. Dionycio froze on the spot, cold sweat trailing down his back, and, just as a massive punch came crashing down, Damien moved in a blur and yanked him backward. Still shaken, Dionycio stammered in disbelief, asking what that thing was, and, as the dust settled and its outline became clear, he hesitantly questioned whether it was human. Damien dismissed that idea immediately, telling him to look more closely and explaining that it was one of Corpse Play's creations. Then, as he frowned at it, he reflected that the more effort its creator put into crafting a flesh golem, the more human it appeared. A humanoid flesh golem. What corpse play proudly called his masterpieces. The moment the creature lunged, Dionysius rushed forward with his spear, his face contorted in disgust as he declared that he would purify it with the power of God, and in a surge of fury, he drove the spear straight into its body. Yet the instant the blade pierced it, the ice coating around the weapon shattered apart. As the creature continued its rampage without slowing, Dionysius gasped in alarm, realizing that the divine power surrounding him was dispersing, and in the very next moment, the monster's fist slammed directly into him, sending his body flying backward until he crashed hard against the rock wall. Slamming hard against the ground, Dionysius forced himself back up, his body shaking as disbelief spread across his face the moment he realized his divine power had stopped working entirely. Hearing this, Damien could only stare at him for a brief, stunned moment before blurting out his shock. Refusing to accept what was happening, Damien stepped forward, summoned his sword into his grasp, tightened his grip, and surged ahead in one motion, bringing the blade down in a heavy, decisive slash across the monster's body. As the strike tore it open and revealed the core hidden inside, Damien coldly stated that Corpse Play must have already been aware of this by now. Locking his eyes onto the exposed orb, he instantly identified it as a magical artifact and, without hesitation, concluded exactly which bastard had made it. Dorgo. Reaching straight in, he ripped the orb free, and the creature let out a piercing, shrill scream. Irritated by the noise, Damien shot an upward glare and, without mercy, swung his sword over and over from multiple angles until the monster's body was reduced to scattered fragments. Once the fight was over, Dionysius saw Damien standing there with a hand drenched in blood, tightly holding the orb, and the sight alone made him instinctively step back as his face drained of color and sweat began pouring down his skin. After a short pause, Damien casually tossed the orb toward him and told him to take it. Still confused, Dionysius caught it and asked what it was supposed to be, and Damien replied in a cold tone that he should deliver it to the Order for examination, adding that it would expose the reason his divine power had fallen apart. As he spoke, Damien's mind drifted back to his previous life, recalling how the Order had discovered this countermeasure far too late, only after the damage had already become irreversible. This time, however, he had moved first, which meant they would uncover the answer much sooner. A faint curl formed at the corner of his lips as he quietly calculated that having such a perfect chance to utterly destroy that bastard fall right into his hands was nothing short of satisfying. Shifting his focus back to Dionysius, Damien asked if he was able to move, and startled, Dionysius immediately straightened up and quickly answered that he could. Their voices echoed through the cavern as Damien questioned why he had suddenly become so polite, and Dionysius awkwardly replied that it just felt like the right thing to do. As they continued walking deeper inside, Dionysius glanced around and asked how large this place really was, addressing him as Sir Damien, while noting that it looked like a massive underground cavern, and Damien, after a moment of thought, replied that if the space had been hollowed out from within the mountain itself, then it had to be enormous. At that exact moment, a soft, gentle voice rang out playfully from somewhere ahead, prompting both of them to turn toward the source at once. Across from them stood Sanus, waving brightly as she greeted them, asking if they were still alive, and expressing how happy she was to see them both unharmed. Dionysius could only stare at her in stunned shock, while Damien remained composed, addressing her as Lady Sanus, and noting that she had arrived safely. But the warmth in his voice vanished almost instantly as his tone turned sharp and cold, his gaze dropping to the object in her hand as he demanded to know what it was. Gamal, whose neck was firmly clutched in Sanus's grip, writhed in pain as he struggled to breathe. At the sight, Dionysius shouted in alarm for Brother Gamal, while Damien fixed Sanus with a piercing, icy glare and ordered her to explain herself. Elsewhere, Agnes lightly pressed the badge resting against her chest and activated her divine power, letting sacred energy flow outward until it wrapped around her entire body. Ahead of her, Margada turned back with visible concern and asked anxiously whether Agnes had fully recovered. Agnes replied in a tired voice that she had, addressing her as senior before asking what had happened to the others. Margada could only shake her head, her face filled with helplessness as she glanced toward the bodies strewn across the rubble, explaining that it was pointless and that the ordinary holy knights were already dead. At that moment, a dark, sinister voice echoed through the cavern, casually asking if the materials had arrived, and both women immediately spun around in alert vigilance. From the opposite side, Delran slowly stepped forward, remarking with mocking amusement that they had ended up right where he was, adding that their luck must be truly awful. With a faint smirk, he wondered aloud whether the other man had fallen somewhere else. Margada's expression hardened into a deep frown as she raised her voice and demanded to know who he was, ordering him to show himself properly. Delrance answered with a sneer, complaining that such a question hurt his feelings, then coldly reminding them that they had come there to kill him, hadn't they? At those words, Margada's tone sharpened with suspicion as she began to ask if that meant he was. The man smiled slyly and introduced himself without pause, confirming that he was the one known as playing dead and adding with clear delight that it was a pleasure to meet his new materials. Hearing this, Agnes ground her teeth, fury surging as her eyes burned with anger. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Dionycio cried out in alarm the instant he saw Gamal being strangled, urgently calling out to Senior Gamal. But Damien remained unmoved, his gaze fixed coldly on Sanus as he demanded that she explain what was happening. She merely lifted an eyebrow in indifference and replied that Sir Gamal had been ambushing members of their sect while everyone was scattered, so she had subdued him. Dionycio immediately stepped forward in protest, insisting that such a thing was impossible and questioning why a senior would ever do that. Sanus answered coolly that she had no idea, adding that a traitor appearing in a place like this was a cliché anyway. Dionycio hurriedly argued that it had to be a misunderstanding, but Sanus shot back provocatively, asking whether Sir Dionycio himself might also be involved. He denied it without hesitation and urgently insisted that if there were truly doubts, they could arrest them both and bring them before the Order's trial. As the exchange dragged on, Damien shifted his gaze slightly and, in silence, sensed that something about the situation did not add up. In a cold, measured tone, he pointed out that 2 second-class Holy Knights, both at the middle-class level, were supposed to have fought here, yet the surroundings showed no signs of total destruction. He added that, compared to Gamal, Sanus appeared far too unscathed, and noting that her body bore neither wounds nor even the dirt of battle, he narrowed his eyes before stating with certainty that the true traitor was her Seuss. She answered with a smile that mixed embarrassment with cunning, admitting that she supposed she could not deceive him after all. Confused and alarmed, Dionycio demanded to know what she meant. But before he could respond further, she abruptly turned and drove her fist straight into his face, sending him hurtling back into the rock with violent force. After the blow, she calmly remarked that it should already be obvious she was ambushing them, then released her grip on Gamal's neck and added lightly that both he and Sir Gamal were painfully weak, and that people like them had no right to represent the Order's main sect. Lifting both hands in a fervent, almost fanatical display, she declared that radiant pain was meant to embody the Order's true nature. Damien, his voice still cold, asked what she planned to do after becoming the leading sect, and with open disdain, she replied that the current order had grown far too soft, sneering that the so-called heretic inquisition had turned into nothing more than a joke. Swaying slightly with a dark, unsettling air, she continued that heretics deserved immediate execution, proclaiming that they would correct the order and restore its former glory from the old days. Damien casually raised a hand holding his sword and asked if that meant she would kill her own comrades for such a cause, and she answered calmly, "Of course not. The subjugation team simply died in battle inside the dungeon, and with that, our sect would naturally become the heart of the order, since we would be the only ones left possessing real power." The instant she finished speaking, the subordinates behind her drew their weapons and began to advance. Damien lowered his stance with a faint frown, thinking that everything she said was utter nonsense, while recalling that even this so-called grand betrayal of hers had ended in complete annihilation in his previous life. At that very moment, 2 attackers lunged at him at once, one swinging an axe while the other charged forward with a shield, but seizing the narrow opening between their movements, Damien unleashed Crushing Wave in a single fluid motion, thrusting his sword forward in one decisive slash that cut them both down instantly. Seeing this unfold, Sanus froze in stunned disbelief, realizing that he had just cut down paladins strengthened by authority in a single strike. In the very next instant, Damien surged forward and appeared right in front of her, the tip of his sword pressing against her throat as he unleashed Sword of Calamity. Yet the moment the blade only grazed her neck, Damien's expression contorted with sudden shock. Sanus met his gaze calmly and asked if he truly intended to test her, and at the same time, the ring on her hand began to shine with intense light. She swung her arm in a wide arc, sending a direct attack straight at him, and Damien immediately sprang upward to evade. But even so, the stone wall behind him shattered on impact the instant the strike landed. With a slight frown, Damien thought to himself that whatever defensive force protected her was strong enough to block Sword of Calamity, while clearly possessing lethal offensive power as well. Sanus then spoke in a composed tone, asking how much he knew about the authority of Dazzling Pain, explaining that the authority they wielded was enhancement. She went on to say that it could amplify physical abilities, increase the density of objects, and even sharpen weapons, allowing them to strengthen nearly any concept itself. As she continued speaking, the ring on her hand rapidly extended into a sharp blade, and her voice carried clear excitement as she added that the higher one's level, the more the effects could be stacked and used repeatedly, before asking whether he had known that. Waving the weapon eagerly, she declared that she could stack the enhancement up to 30 times. While weaving through Sanus's relentless barrage, Damien reflected inwardly that he already knew this, because in the past he had fought Radiance, one of the 5 great saints, and he clearly remembered how, in that battle, Radiance had crushed thousands of undead simply by applying gravity 100 times over. As Sanus continued pressing him with non-stop attacks, she remarked that she had heard Sir Damien possessed a special technique capable of deflecting incoming magic and questioned why he was only dodging instead of using it. Hearing that, Damien casually sidestepped another strike and replied with open mockery that even though she had reinforced herself, her attacks were painfully predictable, while at the same time calculating inwardly that inside of all flows consumed more mana depending on the strength of the attack it handled. And with the amount of mana he currently had, maintaining it was becoming increasingly difficult. Without warning, Sanus drew her weapon back, stepped in, and in the very next instant brought her foot crashing down with brutal force, shattering the ground beneath her as the shockwave blasted Damien backward into the stone wall. Staring at him with open mockery, she declared she was done with dodging. Keeping his eyes locked on her, Damien quietly decided it was time to take a risk. Then, without the slightest pause, raised his hand to his chest and clenched all 5 fingers tightly as Sanus watched in confusion, unable to grasp his intent, while at the same moment his grip tightened as if he were seizing his own heart. A crimson surge of energy burst out from Damien's body, freezing Sanus in shock as she first mistook it for aura before realizing his mana levels were shifting rapidly. Focusing on his chest, she scowled and concluded he had used some kind of trick. Refusing to hesitate, Sanus channeled power into her weapon, her thoughts racing as she resolved that even without understanding what he had done, she would end the fight before it turned dangerous. But just as her attack was about to strike, Damien's lips lifted into a faint smirk as he released his sword and activated inside of all flows, redirecting her attack, so it slid off and veered aside. Taking full advantage of the opening, Damien drove a heavy kick straight in her body as Gamal and Dionycio looked on in stunned disbelief, the force launching Sanus backward, while Damien, completely composed, remarked that since cutting her was ineffective, he would simply have to get rougher. Pale and shaken, Sanus stared at him in disbelief as she felt his mana surge upward and demanded how such a thing was possible, while Damien, standing opposite her, released the raging energy within him as his anger rose with it, coldly declaring that it was time for a beating. Clutching his chest with force, Damien felt a surge of relief, knowing it had been absorbed at the last possible moment, while Sanus stood frozen in shock, wondering if what she had just witnessed was some kind of spirit heart. He continued squeezing tightly as blood began to drip down, and at the same time he balled his fist, thinking he would melt it first and consume it piece by piece. Yet a smirk soon formed as he realized that if he had been even a fraction later, the situation could have turned dangerous in an instant. He then started forward towards Sanus, aura gathering around him as thick red energy leaked outward. His mind now calm since the issue with his mana had finally been resolved, while Sanus, eyes wide, froze in place, unable to predict what Damien intended to do next. In the next moment, Damien ripped the weapon free and drove a devastating punch straight into her abdomen, knowing it was time. Traitor. Elsewhere, Agnes frowned as she slowly gathered power in her palm. Then, clenching her teeth, muttered in shock that the corpse puppeteer's strength far exceeded anything the Holy Church had anticipated, especially the humanoid flesh golem. Just moments earlier, someone had shouted at the corpse puppeteer in God's name that he would be erased, as Kite and the others charged together, only to be halted instantly when he raised a barrier that blocked them completely. Sensing something wrong, Agnes stammered that divine power was not working, and before anyone could react further, the corpse puppeteer struck, sending both girls crashing away. Struggling to steady herself, she glared at him and insisted it could not be real, while Kite continued pressing the attack and Agnes called out to her senior. Yet the woman, consumed by fury, rushed in for close combat, even as she shouted for Agnes to escape and call for reinforcements. Watching from nearby, the corpse puppeteer chuckled with interest and remarked that they intended to run, as if he would ever allow such a thing. Suddenly, creatures appeared behind Agnes, making her shudder in horror as she wondered when they had been surrounded, while he calmly told her he would spare her life, adding that rarer specimens were more valuable when kept alive. Her face twisted with fear as she understood his meaning, and to make matters worse, she saw that her senior had already been defeated by Kite. Despair set in as she realized divine power had no effect on him at all, while the corpse puppeteer gave a quiet laugh, amazed that it truly nullified divine power, thinking it was insane, exactly as he had expected from the artifact he created, before casually asking Agnes whether they should take her to the sewing chamber. Agnes slammed her palm into the ground, releasing a surge of blue energy as a bitter thought crossed her mind. Was this where her story would end? With the enemy standing right in front of her, and her body trembling, she cursed the timing, furious that this had to happen just when she had finally found the one who killed her brother. The corpse puppeteer tilted his head with curiosity, asking if she truly considered him an enemy, remarking that they seemed connected somehow, though he could not remember where, given how many people he had slaughtered. Agnes screamed back that it was Palmer Village, the place he had destroyed purely for amusement. At that, His tone shifted as recognition surfaced, recalling Palmer Village as the settlement he had completely wiped out, and he asked if she had family there. Shaking with rage, Agnes declared she was one of the survivors and demanded to know why he had done it, what possible purpose it served, accusing him of causing the deaths of the villagers and her brother, a devout paladin. Hearing her words, the corpse puppeteer fell silent for a brief moment before his excitement deepened, and then he burst into laughter, calling it a masterpiece, admitting there had indeed been a paladin in Palmer Village who resisted fiercely, adding that he had been excellent material. Horrified, Agnes asked what he meant by material, and he answered lightly that he never wasted lives carelessly, preferring to extract the best parts first before reviving them as undead. Turning his back to her, he casually asked if she wanted to greet him, and still confused, she questioned what he was talking about. He then revealed that her brother was right there, asking if she had truly forgotten him. Tears welled in her eyes as Kite slowly removed his mask, and the sight before her felt unreal, leaving her gasping in disbelief as memories of her younger brother's gentle face and bright smile filled her mind. Yet now, Kite's revealed face was that very same brother. Her legs gave out as she collapsed to her knees and screamed, while the corpse puppeteer leaned back, laughing as he remarked how delightful her voice sounded. He went on to recall that day, saying that watching Kite struggle alone had been so remarkable even God must have taken notice, placing a mark on him, adding that he had nearly lost all the flesh golems he brought there, and then asking if she wanted to know how he had resolved that problem. But at that moment, a voice cut through, declaring that it was enough. Dioneo turned sharply, only to find a massive monster looming behind him, as it demanded that if he wanted the surviving villagers to live, he should surrender. The villagers cried out in desperation for someone to save them, their voices overlapping in panic, while a woman tied to a pillar screamed uncontrollably, pleading to be rescued. Watching this, he could no longer hold back his tears as power began to gather in his palm. Yet Corpse Puppeteer simply sat there at ease, observing the chaos with a warped smile and remarking that, just as he had expected, Kite had proven to be exceptional grade material. Back in the present, Corpse Puppeteer reached out and gripped Kite's face, admiring him as his finest masterpiece while calling him her elder brother, then idly wondering what he should do with her next, whether to turn them into sibling flesh golems or perhaps fuse her directly with Kite, as he lingered on the decision before finally pointing toward Agnes and ordering his monsters to capture her as they started moving in. But Agnes suddenly changed. Through streaming tears, she swore she would never forgive Corpse Puppeteer and demanded that he give her brother back. And in that instant, an immense force erupted outward, enveloping her entire body, as a blinding light flooded the cave, and a deafening explosion followed, a cross-shaped mark appearing on her forehead as she awakened the power she had long kept hidden. Corpse Puppeteer could only stare in shock, eyes wide as he let out a breath of awe, then called out to God and, with tears in his eyes, thanked him for granting him yet another piece of supreme material. It was then revealed that stigmata was a state in which a person received immense favor from a god and, in turn, gained overwhelming power, and Agnes had now awakened that very force. Agnes narrowed her eyes and declared that Corpse Puppeteer was the one person she could never forgive, while Corpse Puppeteer burst into excited laughter, saying it sounded entertaining and wondering aloud if it was time to begin the second round of testing for his masterpiece. He immediately ordered his monsters to attack, and the creatures charged forward without hesitation, only for bursts of light to erupt as Agnes tore through them, her strikes so powerful they left shining trails in their wake. Watching this, Corpse Puppeteer delightedly remarked that the power of stigmata was astonishing, adding that it was itself a form of divine strength. Margata was suddenly thrown toward Agnes, who caught her without delay, as Kite rushed in right after them, declaring that they were facing a power granted by him. Agnes quickly set Margata aside in safety before surging forward and driving a devastating punch straight into Kite. Corpse Puppeteer reeled in surprise, noting that the divine power showed no signs of fading and questioning whether the magic tool's influence meant nothing against stigmata, then speculating that stigmata users were rare and that the creator likely lacked sufficient data on them, before wondering if any remaining nuisances were still alive. Without warning, the cave began to shake violently, and large chunks of rock started crashing down. Corpse Puppeteer reacted instantly, using his power to shatter the stones that were about to strike him, while at the same time Agnes healed Margata. He stammered in confusion as he tried to understand what was happening, and from above, Damien looked down and asked the same question. Gripping Sanus by the collar with his body soaked in blood, Damien demanded to know if everyone was present. Agnes, seeing this, questioned why Damien was with Sanus, and in response Damien threw Sanus to the ground, explaining that he had taken him down for betrayal while he himself had been blinded by pain, leaving Agnes and Margata stunned by what they heard. Damien then noticed Agnes' condition and called out her name, and upon realizing she had gained a new power, he asked if she had awakened her stigmata. Dioneo loudly confirmed it, calling her sister, while Gamal addressed her Agnes and remarked that her appearance was unbelievable. Damien gave a faint smile and asked Sir Gamal if he wanted to escape first along with Sir Agnes, saying he would handle Corpse Puppeteer alone, but Gamal's voice trembled as he replied that it was not possible. Damien's expression darkened as he questioned what Gamal could even accomplish there, thinking they needed to leave so he could interrogate Dorgo for more information. With no room to argue, Gamal relented as Dionio backed Damien's decision, stating that Sir Damien was right. Together they lifted Sony's, apologizing as they said they would leave everything in his hands before retreating. Corpse Puppeteer smirked at the sight and questioned who had given them permission to take his subject, his body beginning to shift as he called out to Kite. In response, Kite transformed into a monstrous form, and Corpse Puppeteer ordered him to release his full strength and bring them all back, leaving everyone staring in stunned silence. Breathing unevenly, Gamal muttered that there was no chance, pointing out that the aura matched that of a high-tier being, and as he sensed the danger, he shouted a warning. Agnes stepped forward without hesitation and drove a heavy punch into Kite, the impact sending a shockwave that cracked the surrounding ground, then told everyone to follow Sir Damien's orders and leave immediately. As Damien strained to hold back Kite's incoming fist, he smiled faintly and remarked that, just as he expected, there was no need for him to step in. Agnes called out to him and asked Sir Damien to entrust this battle to her, prompting Damien to question the golem and ask if there was a reason. Tears slid down Agnes' face as she answered that it was because he was her brother, and Damien froze, repeating the word in disbelief before realizing that her brother was trapped inside that golem, muttering that Corpse Puppeteer remained as vile as ever. At the same time, Corpse Puppeteer found the situation amusing and instructed Kite that, if possible, he should capture them all alive. Gamal seized the moment and shouted to Dionio that they were useless here, urging his sister to run quickly. Watching them escape, Corpse Puppeteer's expression twisted with anger as he demanded to know where they thought they were going without his permission, complaining that he had only a few flesh golems left before crushing an egg with a human mouth, from which a horse emerged. He then ordered Kite to take responsibility and drag those two to the sewing room, emphasizing that the man must be brought back no matter what. Damien looked on in confusion, unable to grasp what was happening, and when he tried to follow after them, Kite stepped in to block his path. Agnes immediately rushed forward and delivered a powerful kick to Kite's head, slamming his skull into the ground as she told Sir Damien to go. After a brief pause, Damien said he understood and that he would meet her later, then swiftly dashed past Kite. The creature roared in fury while Agnes gritted her teeth and continued striking him to keep him pinned down. Even as Kite tried to push forward, she held her ground, bracing herself and using her own body to stop him in place. Summoning everything she had, Agnes forced her feet deeper into the ground to anchor herself, then apologized to her brother as she squeezed her eyes shut and bit down hard, admitting that she had arrived too late, hadn't she? Meanwhile, Corpse Puppeteer closed in on Gamal's group, laughing loudly as he called out for them not to run. Damien leapt across the jagged rock walls and rapidly caught up. Then with a single clean strike severed the horse's legs, sending the corpse crashing down. He stepped forward and drove his foot into Corpse Puppeteer's chest, declaring that now that they were finally alone, he had something to say. Holding a blade to his throat, Damien watched as Corpse Puppeteer showed unmistakable excitement, remarking that Damien had managed to get past Kite, his ultimate puppet, before laughing and adding that Damien truly was the rest. Damien paused for a moment before demanding an answer, his voice sharp with anger as he asked who had given him the magic tool, all while keeping his sword pressed tightly against his opponent, unaware of the monstrous spider looming behind him, which released a fierce killing intent as it lunged in a violent attack. He reacted instantly, dodging the strike with ease and continuing to press for answers about the origin of the flesh golems. Corpse Puppeteer answered with a sinister smile as a chilling aura spread around him, remarking that the undead must have startled Damien and taunting him by asking whether he had ever thought about how they had all been transported there without leaving any trace. Then, lifting the item in his hand, he revealed the truth, gleefully explaining that everything had been accomplished through a subspace magic tool. As multiple undead creatures began emerging behind him, he boasted that while they did not compare to Kite, he still had plenty left. Damien watched in silence, recognizing it as a subspace pouch, his eyes hardening with resolve as he decided he would kill Corpse Puppeteer and take it. Meanwhile, filled with pride, Corpse Puppeteer commented that the monstrous spider was still inferior to Kite, though he added with a warped grin that it would one day become a masterpiece surpassing him, before commanding the undead to charge and ordering them to capture the child alive. Without hesitation, they surged forward. Damien remained composed as he took his stance and summoned his sword, noting that his mana had increased and that he should now be able to handle this. And as he infused mana into the blade, he reflected that up until now he had only used the 1,000-mile sword art on a surface level, but in that moment he could finally bring out its true power. Locking onto the approaching monsters, he activated his ultimate technique and unleashed mountain-crushing force, a single overwhelming strike that swept them away completely. The sight left Corpse Puppeteer stunned, his disbelief clear as he reacted to the destruction of his creations, while Damien casually flicked his hand, making him flinch, then mocked him by implying that his little display was already finished, a faint smirk on his face as he suggested they continue their question and answer session. At the same time, he made it clear that he would be the one asking the questions. Fear finally surfaced on Corpse Puppeteer's face as he realized the situation had turned dire, and that Damien's combat strength far exceeded anything he had expected. Clenching his fist with unease, he realized the power still wasn't fully stable. Yet with no alternative left, he moved anyway and began releasing the golem's strength. Damien questioned whether he still had another puppet to summon, but his words stalled when the Corpse Puppeteer burst into manic revelation, admitting he had never imagined he would be driven to such a method in his entire life. And in the next instant his body warped and swelled into a grotesque, towering monstrosity radiating a dense, suffocating darkness, while inwardly cursing the fact that he had been forced to sink this low. At the same time, Agnes was locked in a brutal clash with the golem, lifting her shield just in time to catch its slashing claws, though the sheer force still hurled her back into the wall with crushing impact. As dust and smoke drifted down, she pushed through the disadvantage without hesitation, refusing to yield as she surged forward again with both weapons gripped tightly, meeting the creature head-on for another exchange. Kite rushed in as well, attempting to strike. Yet this time his attack failed to connect as Agnes slipped past and drove a mana-coated fist straight into his hardened body, unleashing a heavy blow that tore through him while a surge of blue energy flooded the area, blasting him into the wall and sending fragments scattering in every direction. Kite screamed as blood burst from his mouth in violent coughs, while Agnes, despite her resolve, showed clear signs of her strength beginning to wane. Then, without warning, he called her name in a hoarse, breaking voice that made her stop cold. As he continued, something clicked, and she realized with shock that the one before her was her brother. His form flickered unstably as he cried and begged her for help, pleading desperately for her to end his suffering, and Agnes faltered, anguish overtaking her face as she struggled against the truth in front of her. After a brief pause, she shut her eyes as though steeling herself and struck decisively, blue mana erupting violently from his body at the moment of impact, and even as she acted, grief weighed heavily on her, knowing that the words spoken by those turned into flesh golems were nothing more than the final remnants of thoughts they had carried while still alive. As Kite fell, her brother's voice continued to call out to her, and Agnes reached toward him, assuring him she was there. He pleaded once more for release, and as she held him close, she understood the depth of his torment, trapped in a body that refused death while longing only for rest, as he begged yet again for her to end his suffering. Tears poured down her face as she acknowledged everything he had endured and how it must have been for him to bear it alone. As his strength slowly ebbed away, he rested against her shoulder and, with what little remained, thanked his little sister, and those words made Agnes's expression waver as he gently apologized before urging her to keep living with courage. Overwhelmed, she broke into sobs while silently promising herself that she would live on, and as he softly stroked her head, she called out to him through her tears. Little by little, his presence began to fade, leaving her behind as he offered his final farewell, and Agnes lifted her gaze toward the vanishing traces of him, tears still falling as a faint, fragile smile formed through the pain. Her body shook under the weight of it all as those last remnants disappeared completely, and left alone in the darkness, she finally collapsed, breaking down as uncontrollable sobs consumed her. The Corpse Puppeteer shifted into his ultimate combat form, releasing a chilling, oppressive aura as he remarked that he had never imagined being driven to such a method while still alive. Witnessing the grotesque change, Damien could only stare in confusion, questioning what this form even was, and whether merging with a flesh golem was truly possible, realizing it was something he had never seen in his past life, and reasoning that, having always fought on the front lines, there would have been no reason for that blackroom crafter to ever reveal such a state to him. Raising a sphere of dark mana above himself, the Corpse Puppeteer declared that Damien was the first to push him into using his trump card and insisted that he must obtain him, before streams of magic erupted from the sphere and shot toward Damien, who reacted instantly and leaped aside to avoid the devastating strike. Even as he dodged, Damien recognized the technique as belonging to the School of Destruction and concluded that the Corpse Puppeteer had likely converted other dark mages into flesh golems as well. In the next moment, he was caught off guard as the Corpse Puppeteer suddenly closed the gap and brought down a crushing strike, his hoof slamming into the ground and kicking up a dense cloud of dust. Yet the creature's grin slowly twisted into confusion when Damien stepped out from the smoke, blade in hand, and rushed forward, slicing cleanly across his shoulder and severing his arm in a single motion. A cry of pain escaped the Corpse Puppeteer as he writhed in agony, but to Damien's surprise, the lost limb regenerated instantly, leading him to conclude that the power of the Frenzy School had been integrated as well. The Corpse Puppeteer attacked again to force distance, knocking Damien backward before gathering energy into his hand and declaring with manic certainty that resistance was meaningless and that Damien should quietly accept becoming material to be offered. Grinding his teeth, Damien set his hand firmly against his sword just as a massive surge of dark mana was unleashed toward him, triggering a violent explosion. Laughing wildly, the corpse puppeteer praised his own strength, proclaiming it extraordinary, far beyond Damien's capacity to handle, and declaring himself the ultimate product of dark magic, a perfect masterpiece. In answer, Damien tightened his fist and activated his bracelet, a glowing mark forming across his hand as he remarked that those Yulan fools always believe their dark magic to be superior despite lacking any true understanding of its foundations. A faint smirk appeared as an overwhelming surge of power flooded his body, releasing a fierce and commanding aura. Stunned, the corpse puppeteer recognized the energy as dark mana and recoiled in shock, unable to understand how someone from the Order's subjugation force could wield such power, demanding to know Damien's true identity. Fully shrouded in dark mana, Damien raised a magic circle above himself and released a dense, overwhelming aura, making it clear through action alone what true dark magic looked like. The corpse puppeteer stared at the formation in disbelief as fear crept in, realizing he had never encountered anything like it before. While an ominous presence spread through his body, sweat formed as he clenched his teeth and, in rising panic, launched another attack, convinced the spell was extremely dangerous and of high tier, insisting Damien had to be killed before the incantation could be completed. Yet the strike was completely stopped by a mana barrier, and as he watched the dark mana shift and disperse, he grew alarmed, wondering if Damien possessed an artifact similar to his own, only to immediately reject the idea and demand once more to know what he truly was. Meanwhile, Damien continued the incantation uninterrupted as countless chains imbued with dark mana emerged from the magic circle, radiating a heavy, oppressive force before shooting forward and binding the corpse puppeteer's body. Forcing a strained smile, he dismissed them as nothing more than restraints, confident he could break free with ease. But that confidence shattered when he realized in shock that his body would not respond at all. As Damien walked toward him at a measured pace, he explained that not only his physical body, but even his mana had been completely sealed, and trembling with anger, the corpse puppeteer demanded to know how such dark magic was even possible. With a slight movement of his finger, Damien forced his opponent's body to slam violently face first into the ground. Without changing his stern expression, Damien stated that his identity was irrelevant, and instead demanded the location of Dorgo. Hearing the name, the corpse puppeteer froze in shock, questioning how Damien knew it, and wondering if he too was one of Dorgo's contractors. Damien's gaze sharpened as he lifted a finger, dragging the corpse puppeteer back up and pressing him again for an answer, but struggling within the restraints. The man laughed and refused, saying he had no intention of revealing anything and asking if Damien truly believed he would betray his masters so easily. Damien then replied with calm certainty that he could simply kill him and extract the truth directly from his soul. Provoked, the corpse puppeteer admitted that such a method was typical for a dark mage, yet sneered that it would be useless, as his soul was already bound by restriction. Hearing this, Damien's expression tightened into a frown as he grasped the implication, while the corpse puppeteer burst into manic laughter and explained that he had imposed a restriction upon himself, ensuring he could never reveal anything about that person, and that the moment he was questioned about Dorgo, his soul would be destroyed. Watching him, Damien inwardly cursed him as a complete madman for going to such lengths. At the same time, the corpse puppeteer grew more exhilarated, laughing wildly as he mocked Damien and insisted there was nothing to gain from him, urging him to go ahead and kill him while declaring with fanatic pride that, although it was a pity he could not turn Damien into a puppet, dying for his master was an honor. Grinding his teeth, Damien clutched his head before deciding that he would kill him after all, just not with his own hands. Confused, the corpse puppeteer lifted his gaze, unable to understand what he meant. In the next moment, countless souls began to manifest before him, and Damien explained that they were the spirits of those he had killed, noting that such souls always linger around dark mages, but are usually hidden by dark mana, adding that now, with the corpse puppeteer's mana sealed by his spell, he could finally see them clearly. Trembling and drenched in sweat, the corpse puppeteer panicked as he stared at them, while Damien reminded him of a well-known execution method among dark mages, where a person's soul is devoured by vengeful spirits. Overtaken by terror, he shook violently and begged for it to stop, claiming the method was too cruel, and as the spirits closed in and began consuming him, he desperately pleaded to be killed instead. Damien, however, remained completely unmoved, stating coldly that being torn apart by the spirits of the dead was far more painful than burning alive, and that he should experience it to the fullest. As the spirits opened their mouths, the corpse puppeteer's eyes widened in horror, and Damien noted that they carried the resentment of countless dead before they began devouring his body, forcing him into screams of unbearable agony. Elsewhere, in a dark and gloomy room piled high with human bones, a figure sat silently within a glowing mana circle, hugging her knees, and with eyes glowing a deep crimson like fresh blood, she quietly stared into the void. Damien declared in a cold voice that he wanted Corpse Puppeteer to experience every moment of the suffering. And as those words left his mouth, a row of razor-sharp teeth appeared from nowhere, making Corpse Puppeteer's eyes widen in terror as the hatred of countless dead souls crashed over him, while innumerable vengeful spirits swarmed his body and ripped into him without mercy. Even as his consciousness slowly slipped away, tears continued pouring endlessly down his face until Damien finally approached, drew a single clean strike, and separated his head from the rest of his body. Looking at the surrounding spirits, Damien remarked that they still seemed unsatisfied and were already complaining about what he had done, but he paid them no attention, impatiently asking how much longer he was supposed to wait before adding that everything had a look as though the church members were the ones who had died there, then dismissing the matter entirely because he intended to achieve ascension immediately. Lifting his bracelet, Damien explained that the paladins would soon return, and before they arrived, every remaining trace of dark mana had to disappear, so he gradually sealed the power back inside the artifact. A faint, cunning smile spread across his face, suggesting he already had another plan in mind, and he casually added that he would finish farming while he was at it. Once the area outside had been cleaned up, Damien slowly entered the room, taking in the damp, stale air, the skulls strewn across the floor, and the human corpses suspended overhead from iron chains, then glanced at the spirits following behind him, and commented that this must have been that man's research room. He questioned why those spirits had still failed to achieve ascension, and why they continued following him, then remembered that, if he recalled correctly, the mirror standing in the center of the room had once served as a magical tool linked to Dorgo. Reaching out to touch its surface, Damien considered that, if communication with that man was somehow still possible, he might be able to estimate Dorgo's current location. But the instant he sensed absolutely no response, he concluded that the connection had most likely been severed long ago and immediately questioned why that had happened. He reasoned that Dorgo had valued that man enough to raise him to the rank of general and was not someone who would abandon a subordinate so easily. Then recalled their previous battle and wondered whether, unlike last time, Dorgo had decided to cut off the tail instead, before questioning if it was because Yulon had been eliminated too early. Irritated by that realization, Damien smashed the mirror to pieces and cursed that meticulous bastard, but the moment it shattered, he noticed something concealed behind it. Spotting a concealed door, Damien immediately found it suspicious and chose to investigate, carefully pushing it open while wondering if another mana storage bracelet had been hidden inside. The moment he stepped through the entrance, his attention was drawn to something hanging on the wall, and he quickly realized it was a map. Reaching out, he decided to keep it with him for the time being. Before he could do anything else, he felt a pair of glowing eyes watching him from the darkness, and in the very next instant, a figure charged directly at him. Damien responded without hesitation, driving the attacker away with a single punch. Looking at the creature now before him, a being that was half human and half beast, he expressed surprise that it could still move even though its creator was already dead. As he watched the wound from his attack rapidly heal, Damien noted its remarkable regenerative ability and concluded that this was probably why no stitching scars could be seen anywhere on its body. Continuing to examine the creature with increasing curiosity, Damien observed that it appeared to possess self-awareness and was even capable of creating magic circles on its own. He reasoned that the obsessions of the dead had likely become intertwined, eventually forming a single consciousness. Although, considering the way it had been imprisoned, he doubted that outcome had ever been the creator's original intention. Even so, despite finding such an existence fascinating, Damien calmly remarked that undead were still undead and declared that he would help this one achieve ascension as well. The next moment, however, he suddenly stopped in shock as two spirits stepped in front of the creature to shield it, prompting him to immediately demand to know what they thought they were doing. One of the spirits moved forward, addressed him as Sir Knight, and pleaded that the child had been born while harboring hatred toward the dark mage who had created it. The spirit begged Damien to take the child with him and use it against dark mages, insisting that the child's abilities would certainly be of use. After regaining his composure, Damien cautiously lifted his sword toward the spirits and asked whether they were connected to her, though his voice carried no genuine hostility. He then asked for the child's name, and the spirit answered that she was called Mia. In the next instant, two flashes of light cut through the air, slicing apart the chain fastened around Mia's neck. Even after freeing her, Damien still refused to place complete trust in the child, so he set a single condition, declaring that if she ever attacked humans or failed to prove her usefulness, he would personally kill her himself. Mia and the two spirits were so overwhelmed with joy at finally being released that they barely seemed to notice Damien's warning. He asked if anyone still had any objections, and when no one answered, he turned around, led them outside, remarked that he had finished farming there, and suggested it was time to head back. Meanwhile, Dionyso and Gamal had reportedly been leading reinforcements to support Damien. When they finally found him, Gamal was said to have stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of Damien, calmly holding his severed head in one hand. It was later recounted that, after Gamal and Dionyso returned with the reinforcements, they encountered Damien together with Agnes and the head of corpse puppeteer. Although both men were clearly stunned by what they saw, neither of them chose to press him too deeply about everything that had happened. Despite how difficult it was to believe that Damien had defeated such a powerful enemy, without suffering even a single scratch, he still managed to avoid an endless stream of questions. Reports also reached him that the traitor Santis had been safely transferred to the church's trial court, while his comrade Margarda, though she had suffered severe injuries, had recovered safely as well. Everything was said to be progressing smoothly, and unlike his previous life, where the church's main fighting forces had been completely annihilated, they had survived this time. Several days later, the reinforcements prepared to depart, and Damien made arrangements to leave alongside them. Before setting out, he thanked Agnes sincerely and told her that he owed her a great debt. Noticing that he was about to leave, Agnes asked if he was departing already and even offered to escort him by carriage, but Damien politely declined, explaining that there was somewhere he needed to visit first and that he intended to head there immediately. Curious, Agnes asked whether he was not planning to return home, and with a somewhat embarrassed expression, Damien admitted that he had left without telling anyone, so his father was probably furious by now. As the eldest son of the household, disappearing into a dangerous situation without giving any notice would naturally anger his father, so Damien intended to spend some time traveling until things settled down before finally returning home. Agnes responded with an awkward smile, then suggested that he should visit the church again in the future. Slightly surprised by the invitation, Damien asked what she meant, prompting Agnes to explain that they had only succeeded in completing the subjugation because of his help. Agnes went on to explain that Damien had also helped deal with Dame Santis, and because of everything he had accomplished, the reward prepared for his contributions was so significant that the church's main headquarters wanted to present it to him in person. Damien accepted the invitation without the slightest hesitation, saying he would definitely visit when the opportunity arose. Even so, it was clear he already had his own plans, as he silently thought there was no reason to reject such an offer, and began wondering what he should ask the church for when the time came. Completely unaware of those thoughts, Agnes happily welcomed his decision and told him that she would personally show him around when he visited. She then thanked him once more with complete sincerity, explaining that, because of his help, she had not only avenged herself, but had also succeeded in saving her brother. After saying those words, she lowered herself into a deep bow and expressed her gratitude with genuine earnestness. Seeing Agnes in that state, Damien smiled with satisfaction, believing that the greatest outcome of the entire subjugation had been stopping Santis and saving Agnes. He looked forward to what the future would hold, thinking that, now that her stigmata had awakened, Agnes would eventually become one of the greatest forces in the coming apocalypse war that Dorgo would unleash. Deciding there was no reason to remain any longer, Damien bid Agnes farewell, told her they would meet again another time, and finally set out on his journey. As he traveled, Damien reflected that his current strength was still nowhere near enough to confront Dorgo's forces head-on. He then pulled an item from his storage space, examined it, and stated that he needed to eliminate as many enemies as possible before they had fully prepared themselves. The object was the map he had obtained earlier. After looking it over, Damien chose his next destination, declaring that they would begin with a dark and ominous mountain region, specifically the Ulan headquarters hidden within the Ranguis Mountains. Deep inside a castle concealed among those mountains, several black-cloaked figures had gathered for an internal meeting. They discussed how the church had eliminated Corpse Puppeteer, cursed their terrible luck, and lamented that every executive had been killed, leaving only them behind. Without warning, the door behind them exploded apart, and through the drifting smoke, a voice asked what dark mages and rats had in common. Panic instantly swept through the room as the group shouted in fear, demanding to know who had found their location and how it had been discovered. Damien stepped forward with a grotesque object in his hand that looked like a massive mouth, relentlessly squeezing it as it drew in the surrounding dark energy. Then, with a cold and merciless expression, he proclaimed that dark mages and rats were no different, because both lurked in the shadows while spreading plague wherever they went, before asking how he could ever allow creatures like them to remain. It was then revealed that Mia had arrived with Damien, causing one of the cloaked figures to stare in utter disbelief as they recognized her and identified her as Corpse Puppeteer's number 9 creation. Mia fixed them with a gaze overflowing with hatred, looking as if she wanted to tear every last one of them apart, and Damien answered with a ruthless smile as he called out to her, declaring that it was time to wipe out those rat bastards, marking the start of the battle. Inside the tavern, people eagerly traded rumors, asking whether anyone had heard about the dark mage who had recently been appearing all across the empire, and someone replied that they had, explaining it was the same dark mage famous for hunting only other dark mages. Another person confirmed the story, adding that the rumors claimed he had lost his family to dark magic before eventually becoming a dark mage himself. prompting someone else to remark that they finally understood and that he almost sounded like a tragic hero. The idea was immediately dismissed as another person scoffed, arguing that calling him a hero was ridiculous because, regardless of the reason, he was still a dark mage. That comment made someone nearby warn them to watch what they were saying, while another questioned what dark mana really was before answering that it was power obtained by tormenting souls, concluding that no matter who he hunted, he was ultimately no different from the rest, although someone else speculated that perhaps his strength came specifically from the souls of dark mages instead. The conversation soon shifted to his nickname, as someone recalled that he had earned it by chopping dark mages apart like firewood, which was why people called him Chopping Victor. At that exact moment, Victor walked into the tavern, instantly drawing every eye toward him, then calmly introduced himself by saying that Victor was indeed his name and explaining that he had come to collect the luggage left behind under that identity before carefully looking around the room. The people inside immediately fell into panic, shouting that they had done nothing wrong, desperately telling one another to run while yelling for the order to be summoned. And within moments the tavern was completely empty, leaving Victor standing there by himself in utter confusion. Wondering what had gotten into everyone, he tried to make sense of the situation, thinking that he had only come because a letter had finally reached him after 3 months. Yet merely hearing his name had been enough to terrify everyone. His attention then turned to the luggage as he wondered whether these were the belongings the young master had left for him. At that moment, a man wearing a black cloak suddenly spoke, asking if his name was really Victor, and Victor turned toward him before hesitantly confirming that it was. The cloaked man then mentioned the title of Chopper, causing Victor to casually answer that he was simply good at chopping wood. Without warning, the cloaked man erupted with a violent surge of dark mana and shouted that it really was Victor, sneering at his appearance while declaring that he would avenge all the firewood Victor had chopped apart. Before he could make another move, a sword slash shot in from the distance, and Damien instantly sliced him cleanly in half, leaving Victor staring in stunned disbelief. Damien casually greeted him and remarked that Victor had become quite a famous person since they had last met, prompting Victor to cry out in shock as he recognized him and called him young Master Damien. Wearing a faint smile, Damien simply asked whether he had been doing well. Later, as sunlight stretched across the rooftops, Victor walked beside Damien, awkwardly laughing about the nickname Chopping Victor and complaining that it had gone far beyond reason, especially after people had even started calling him a dark mage. Damien could only agree helplessly, saying he hoped they would catch that person soon before angrily adding that he truly wanted to see the face of that wicked dark mage. Hearing those words, Damien silently felt a trace of guilt because he himself was the very person Victor was talking about. Changing the subject, Damien asked whether his father had finally calmed down, and Victor replied that he had settled considerably, spending most of his days quietly staring out the window, most likely waiting for Damien to return home. Damien immediately asked whether his father always held something in his hands while looking outside, making Victor smile in surprise before asking how he had guessed and confirming that he never let go of it. With a quiet sigh, Damien concluded that his father was still angry after all. He then asked whether the rest of the family was safe and if anything unusual had happened during his absence, and Victor reassured him that everyone had been worried, but was otherwise doing well, although there was one more thing Damien needed to hear. The instant Victor said that, Damien became alert and immediately demanded to know what had happened, already suspecting it involved dark mages once again, but Victor instead revealed that Lady Louise would soon be getting married. Damien froze in shock as Victor happily explained that Sir Ballard Hugo had finally returned from his long overseas assignment, and that the wedding would likely be held as soon as he arrived home, then jokingly added that once she married and left, only the young master would remain behind. Damien stood in disbelief as the truth finally sank in, silently realizing that the love he had ruined in his previous life had been preserved this time instead. Filled with excitement, he exclaimed that Victor should have told him such wonderful news first and insisted they return home immediately. Victor, sounding completely worn out, questioned why Damien suddenly wanted to leave when they had only just arrived and were supposed to rest for at least a day. At that very moment, Damien ran past the girl, but as he did, a faint trace of dark mana brushed against him. He instantly turned to look at her and remarked that although the presence was weak, it was unmistakably dark mana, then calmly changed his mind and concluded that perhaps they should stay for one more day after all. Now confused and struggling to catch his breath, Victor demanded to know why Damien had suddenly reversed his decision again, and Damien simply answered that he was not finished exterminating the rats yet. Later that night, the scene shifted to a fortress on the outskirts of town, where Mia single-handedly slaughtered the guards, even breathing fire, as one of the men screamed in unbearable agony. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Damien calmly walked forward while praising her work, mentioning that he had heard the goods transported by those men earlier were being stored there, and noting how heavily the fortress was guarded. Wondering what they could possibly be hiding, he continued deeper inside until his eyes fell upon a warning label stating that the contents were the property of a certain name and had to be handled with care. Damien questioned who that name referred to before speculating that it might belong to the mysterious figure the dark mages constantly mentioned. In the instant he realized it referred to Dorgo, he declared that he had finally found him, explaining that after pursuing him for 3 long months, he had at last uncovered a trace of his whereabouts. Damien cut open the box, only to freeze in shock the moment he saw what was concealed inside, immediately recognizing it as the weapon he had once wielded as a Death Knight, the demonic sword Erebus. He reflected that Dorgo's objective had never been limited to destroying the Empire, but it also included gathering the scattered fragments of Erebus to fully restore the blade, then noted that when he had wielded it in the past, it had already been half restored, making him wonder whether this incomplete form was all the sword amounted to at the present time. Without warning, Erebus rose into the air as a brilliant radiance burst from the blade, engulfing the entire area in blinding light. Damien watched in astonishment, realizing that the sword seemed to recognize him as its master. He remembered that even during his time as a Death Knight, it had taken 6 months before the weapon finally acknowledged him, making him wonder if it somehow remembered him now, though he immediately dismissed that thought as impossible. At that moment, a beastman appeared behind him and coldly declared that anyone who touched his master's property had to die. The beastman also recognized Damien as the dark mage who had been attacking them alongside a strange undead creature, accusing him of going too far while mockingly calling him Chopping Victor. The instant Damien recognized the beastman's face from his previous life, he clenched his teeth and immediately warned Mia to stop because this opponent was far beyond anything she could handle. The beastman looked surprised that Damien knew who she was and asked whether he really did, and Damien replied that he knew enough before identifying her as Slara, one of the executives of Pandemonium, the continent's largest organization of black magicians. Meanwhile, unnoticed by either of them, someone inside the box remained fast asleep. Slara smiled with clear amusement, remarking that Damien had certainly done his research before adding that he must also know exactly what she was capable of. As she summoned 2 figures to stand beside her, Damien realized that she was an archmage. A tremendous wave of dark mana exploded from her body as she challenged him, asking whether he truly believed he could stand against her. Damien silently judged that her power was on par with a masterclass knight, while he himself had only reached the upper high-class level, making this confrontation come far sooner than he had expected. For a brief moment, he considered using dark mana again, or even wielding Erebus itself, but ultimately decided the confined space was far too small to release the sword's true power. Just then, a loud yawn echoed from behind them, causing both Damien and Slara to freeze in surprise. A lazy male voice complained about all the noise and wondered aloud when he had even fallen asleep. Damien immediately became uneasy as the man casually asked where he had ended up this time, leaving Damien wondering why he was there at all. Karl Hopper lazily scratched his stomach, stretched while letting out another long yawn, complained that everything was far too noisy, and then looked around in confusion as he asked where he was and why all those people were standing there. As soon as he heard those words, Damien could only stare in bewilderment, wondering if the chaos of the battle had somehow been enough to wake the man. Karl Hopper casually reached over, lifted Mia's chin, asked what kind of cat she was, then remarked that, unless he was mistaken, the lizard standing over there should be Slara. Completely caught off guard, Slara instinctively stepped back and demanded to know how that could even be possible, unable to believe she had spent an entire month dosing him with sleep incense just to barely keep him unconscious, while at the same time realizing what he had originally planned to do to her. In the very next moment, Karl Hopper suddenly rose to his feet, and Damien silently recalled that, if his memories were accurate, everything about to happen was exactly what he had expected. Almost immediately, Karl Hopper appeared right in front of Slara, overwhelming killing intent burning in his eyes, as he asked if she had a death wish before declaring himself to be the mercenary king, Karl Hopper. Damien reflected inwardly that, even back when he was a Death Knight, Karl Hopper had been an enemy he had only managed to overcome after fighting nonstop for an entire week, because he was the leader of the continent's strongest mercenary group and a half-dragon superhomn. Slara instantly took to the air around him, rapidly creating a binding trap that wrapped tightly around Karl Hopper in an effort to hold him still, but, thoroughly annoyed, Karl Hopper angrily cursed, shattered the restraints almost the moment they formed, and lunged straight towards Slara's head while calling her an annoying brat. At that very instant, a massive bolt of lightning split the clouds, crashed down from the sky, and lit up the entire night. Slara could do nothing but watch in complete defeat as everything unfolded. Damien silently observed that defeating a masterclass opponent was truly no different from smashing an old, worn-out toy, exactly as he had expected. Karl Hopper then stepped down on Slara and commented that he had only indulged her because she was pretty, yet she had chosen to act arrogantly toward him. Meanwhile, Damien continued thinking that only 3 transcendent beings existed in the entire world. Karl Hopper gathered lightning into one hand and asked Damien who he was supposed to be, but a moment later recognition appeared on his face, and he happily exclaimed that Damien was Damien Haxon, the honorary knight of the order. Smiling, Damien explained that he had simply been passing through while pursuing a black mage, only for the entire situation to spiral into what it had become. Still wearing a smile, Karl Hopper burst into laughter and said he had nearly killed the very person who had saved his life without ever realizing it. He then properly introduced himself as Karl Hopper, 72 years old, a grandmaster, and the commander of the Fafnir Mercenary Corps. Looking genuinely puzzled, Damien asked how someone of Karl Hopper's stature could have ended up trapped in a place like this. Karl Hopper explained that he had recognized Slara as a black mage the moment she approached him, but after seeing how beautiful she was, he decided he might as well enjoy himself for a while, only for everything to somehow end up like this instead. Damien kept a courteous smile on his face, though inwardly he concluded that Karl Hopper was an utterly impossible old man, remembering the rumors from his previous life that claimed the man had once had 100 wives, while also admitting to himself just how dangerously close the entire situation had been. At the same time, he wondered why Dorgo had tried to kidnap the mercenary king and why even Erebus had become involved, thinking he wanted to search through Slara's soul memories, yet realizing he could not do so with Karl Hopper standing there watching him. Just then, several cloaked figures appeared in the distance, calling out for their commander and father as they asked if he was there. Karl Hopper looked up and casually remarked that they only decided to show up after seeing his lightning. Damien mentioned cleaning up the aftermath, but Karl Hopper immediately refused, insisting there was no way he could let the man who had saved his life take care of such work himself. Instead, he declared that Damien deserved a proper reward, promising to open his treasury and send everything inside straight to Damien's house. Elsewhere, Dorgo cheerfully remarked that this was all it had taken, and that something so simple had sparked inspiration inside his mind. El approached and reported that Slara had failed to capture the mercenary king and had been killed. Dorgo merely replied that it was unfortunate because she would have made an excellent foundation for creating a Death Knight, then calmly stated that he would simply find someone else. Log then informed him that the demonic sword Erebus, which had been transported earlier, had also disappeared. The instant he heard that, Dorgo froze, his eyes sharpening as he immediately demanded to know what had happened. Several days later, on the outskirts of the Apple Kingdom, Damien lazily stretched his body and remarked that they had finally arrived. Victor excitedly replied that it would only take another half-day before they reached home. Damien silently reflected that, after parting ways with the mercenary king, he had tried to search through Slara's soul, but, just as he had expected, it had already been sealed, leaving him with nothing useful to uncover. Meanwhile, Victor eagerly looked forward to their family reunion, saying that, since everyone would finally be together again after such a long separation, there would surely be a grand feast that night. Damien questioned whether things could really be that peaceful, thinking to himself that their father would never let everything pass so easily while inwardly calling Victor a brat. Victor explained that their father had been angrier than ever after Damien left on the church mission, although he believed most of that anger came from worry, then added that Damien was at least returning with plenty of gifts this time. Thoughtfully stroking his chin, Damien concluded that simply showing up would never be enough to ease his father's anger, and that he needed something far greater instead, something capable of elevating the family's honor. At that moment, nearby citizens began talking about whether this year marked the return of the Helion tournament. Damien noticed a crowd gathered around an information board as some people remarked that, even if the tournament was being held, there was little reason to care because the kingdom's high-class fighters had already grown too old to compete, while others argued that there were still plenty of low- and middle-class participants left. Hearing the discussion, Damien recalled the Helion tournament, a prestigious competition hosted by the Helios Empire, protected by the Empire's strongest swordsmen, and held once every 4 years, where knights from across the continent gathered to test their strength against one another. The victors earned immense wealth while bringing tremendous honor to both themselves and their homeland. Every division enforced strict age limits, and although the Apple Kingdom's high-class fighters had already exceeded those limits, that division still offered the greatest rewards. Suddenly, Damien came to a stop as realization struck him, and he understood that he had finally found the perfect way to calm his father's anger. Turning to Victor, he declared that they needed to prepare an even greater gift. Completely bewildered, Victor asked what could possibly be better than him getting married. A smile spread across Damien's face as determination filled him, and he firmly declared that they were going to the Helios Empire because this was the only path forward. Victor was left utterly stunned and shouted in disbelief at Damien's sudden announcement. At that exact moment, a carriage driver passed by, loudly calling for anyone planning to attend the Helion event to board the express carriage bound directly for the Empire. Hearing that announcement, Damien immediately hurried over, remarking that the timing could not have been better, then called for Victor to hurry so they could board the express carriage. The driver politely welcomed them aboard. Forcing an awkward smile as he trembled, Victor muttered that this was exactly the kind of thing their young master would do, all while inwardly deciding that Damien had completely lost his mind as he rushed after him. Elsewhere, Weapon asked about the current growth of the demonic sword's user. Standing before a mirror to communicate, Gray reported that the user's development had been progressing steadily and that he had already reached the high-class level. Weapon, however, sounded dissatisfied, saying the progress was far too slow, pointing out that an entire year had passed since the sword had been bestowed and demanding to know why the results were so disappointing. Gray explained that allowing the growth to accelerate too quickly would inevitably draw unwanted attention. But Weapon dismissed the explanation as meaningless and emphasized that the real priority was completing the demonic sword itself. He explained that the blade had been bestowed by a higher being and possessed the ability to grow stronger by absorbing the blood and souls of those it defeated, while directly granting their talents to its wielder. He further described it as a growth-type demonic sword in which both the weapon and its user evolved together, adding that Gray's untalented son had already reached the high-class level solely because of the sword's influence. Gray immediately lowered his head and expressed his deepest gratitude. Weapon then revealed that Gray's long-cherished wish to meet that higher being had been chosen as the reward for successfully completing the next mission. Hearing those words, Gray became visibly excited and eagerly declared that he would accomplish the mission even if it cost him his life before respectfully asking for his orders. Weapon calmly commanded him to spread blood throughout the Empire's festival during the Helion tournament. Addressing Weapon as Master, Gray loudly swore with unwavering determination that he would carry out the mission without fail. Damien walked at an easy pace along what felt like an endless road and remarked that they had finally reached the Helios Empire. Following behind him, Victor commented that they had truly made it, then looked over the familiar scenery and added that it had been a very long time since he had last seen this place. Unable to hold back his curiosity any longer, he respectfully asked his young master whether Damien had visited the Empire during his travels. Damien answered a little awkwardly that he had stopped by once before, then laughed it off, pointed ahead, and suggested they head that way first because he would find Victor a place to stay. Victor readily agreed and proposed that they meet again later at the registration desk. As Damien walked through the streets, his thoughts drifted, and he quietly reflected on how strange it felt to walk through the very city he himself had once destroyed in the past. Just then, something caught his eye, making him wonder if he had finally found the place he had been looking for. At that moment, Michael spotted him and excitedly shouted Damien's name. Startled, Damien turned toward the voice as Michael called out to him once more. Staring in disbelief, Damien asked if it was really Michael standing there. Michael's face lit up with excitement as he said he had known Damien would appear, explaining that he had a feeling they would run into each other and that it was great to see him again. Damien replied that he was happy to see Michael as well. Although inwardly he admitted that Michael had startled him so badly, he had briefly thought his father had shown up instead. Michael continued speaking excitedly, saying it had been a long time and that he had already heard all the recent rumors about Damien. Pointing toward the registration area, he asked if the desk was over there before proudly explaining that he had followed Damien's advice, trained hard without letting arrogance get the better of him, and finally advanced to the middle-class division. Genuinely surprised, Damien congratulated him, but Michael immediately puffed out his cheeks in dissatisfaction and complained that the response was far too dull because he had been hoping they could fight each other again. Damien asked what he meant by another duel and reminded him that they now belonged to different divisions. Hearing that, Michael cried out in complete shock and asked if Damien had already reached the high-class division. Damien calmly replied that events had simply unfolded that way. Michael's voice trembled as he argued that Damien had been low-class alongside him not long ago, but Damien corrected him, explaining that he had already reached middle class even then. The people nearby began whispering among themselves, questioning whether this was really the well-known Damien Hashin, and wondering if he had not remained low-class until recently. Refusing to believe it, Michael shouted in disbelief and demanded to know how such a thing could be possible, asking how anyone could rise through the ranks so quickly in only a few months. Damien answered by reminding him that Michael had advanced at the same pace before telling him to stop shouting and go find something to eat instead. Hidden somewhere in the distance, an unseen shadow silently observed the entire conversation. The scene then shifted to Helion Arena on the day of the finals, where Victor addressed Damien as young master and asked whether there truly were no masterclass matches taking place that year. Damien responded by asking if Victor thought masterclass battles were common, then explained that the average age for reaching master level was 65, which meant that most masters had likely already exceeded the tournament's age limit. Victor accepted the explanation with a nod, yet still wondered whether the spectators would really remain safe while monsters stronger than middle-class fighters battle below. Damien explained that the magic tower would raise protective barriers around the arena and assured him that, so long as no masterclass combat occurred, the audience would have nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, on the arena floor, Michael stretched his body, loosened his muscles, and slowly released a breath just as a grand announcement echoed throughout the stadium. declaring that the Helian Tournament middle-class battle royale was about to begin and explaining that 100 knights would fight until only a single winner remained standing. Michael quietly examined the competitors surrounding him and wondered whether the rival Damien had mentioned was among them. Drawing his sword, he said he hoped that person really was there because it would give him the ideal opportunity to show Damien exactly what he was capable of. The instant the announcer signaled the beginning of the battle, the entire arena erupted into chaos, and as Michael entered the fight, a single swing of his sword nearly overwhelmed the opponents standing before him. Watching from above, Victor looked on in astonishment and declared that, with Michael's strength, no ordinary middle-class knight could hope to match him, though Damien calmly answered that this would only be true if the opponents facing him were actually ordinary. At that moment, someone approached Michael, called him by name to confirm that he was Michael Lyon Bloom, and introduced herself as Rachel Reichthaler. She explained that she had heard he was the only middle-class knight capable of matching her, and asked if he would be willing to spar. The moment Michael heard her name, excitement lit up his face as he recognized her as a member of one of the prestigious high noble families renowned for producing master swordsmen, and with growing enthusiasm, he remarked that things had suddenly become far more interesting. As time passed, the scene shifted to the arena waiting room, where Damien asked Michael if he was all right. Forcing an awkward laugh despite the tremble in his voice, Michael insisted that he was fine, yet admitted that Damien had been completely right about how vast the world truly was. He confessed that, ever since meeting Damien, he had never encountered another monster like Rachel, then explained that, considering both their reach and the compatibility of their weapons, he should have been able to land a decisive blow. Instead, Rachel had blocked the attack by covering her body with aura, a technique only high-class knights could use. Michael bitterly concluded that he had been completely helpless against the counterattack that followed, and acknowledged that the match had ended in total defeat. Hearing that, Damien folded his arms and reflected that there had truly been nothing Michael could have done, then explained that, in his previous life, Rachel had stood among humanity's strongest warriors alongside the Empire's greatest swordmaster. He revealed that she held the title of Sword Queen and specialized in full-plate aura, a technique that enveloped her entire body with an aura blade and made her an extraordinarily dangerous opponent. Suddenly, a voice from outside ordered everyone to stand and announced the arrival of His Imperial Majesty. Helios appeared before the crowd, waving as he greeted the arena. Damien responded politely, observing that if even the Emperor had come to watch, then the true spectacle was clearly about to begin. Michael agreed, adding that the high-class division was starting now. At that very moment, a strange pressure spread through the air. Victor commented that, from this point onward, the tournament followed an entirely different format and mentioned hearing that the Emperor would personally congratulate the champion. Damien replied indifferently that there were not many competitors in that division anyway, prompting Victor to encourage him to win while once again addressing him as young master. Looking at his enthusiastic companions with faint exasperation, Damien confidently assured them that he would obviously emerge victorious. Nearby, another participant nervously bit his finger and admitted that he had entered the tournament only because his father had ordered him to, but everyone around him appeared overwhelmingly powerful, with several of the competitors already being famous fighters, leaving him wondering how his father could possibly expect him to defeat opponents like these. At that moment, another voice answered him with firm conviction, insisting that he had to win for his father and for someone else as well, before the speaker's tone abruptly became unsettling as he declared that he would do it for him. The Helios Empire's Helian Tournament was one of the most prestigious events on the continent, a gathering where high-class fighters from every nation came to demonstrate their strength. With only a handful of overwhelming powerhouses effortlessly crushing their opponents, the round of 16 concluded almost as soon as it began, sending the competition directly into the quarterfinals. The announcer excitedly declared that student Damien remained completely unstoppable and had secured his place in the semifinals before moving on to introduce the next match. Hearing the announcement, Michael grinned with excitement and said he had known it all along, proudly praising his older brother as incredible, while the boy beside him enthusiastically shouted that the young master had done an amazing job. A sudden commotion erupted from the arena, drawing their attention, and Michael noticed that another fighter had also finished his match with a single strike. The announcer then proclaimed that Joshua had claimed yet another swift victory and had advanced to the semifinals as well. Upon hearing that name, Damien quietly wondered to himself whether that person had also reached the semifinals, finding it strange that someone who seemed to lack proper combat sense was nevertheless competing in the high-class division. At that moment, someone cautiously approached Damien, greeted him, remarked that it had been a long time, and asked if he had been doing well. After noticing her, Michael asked whether she was Sangra and if his brother knew her, but Damien replied that he did not know anyone by that name. The girl shyly admitted that she was actually Agnes. As Damien started to say her name aloud, Agnes immediately covered his mouth and urgently told him to keep his voice down, explaining that her presence there was supposed to remain a secret. Confused, Damien asked what she was doing there and questioned why she had revealed herself if her identity was truly meant to stay hidden. Agnes awkwardly explained that she was currently on a secret training mission and wanted to test herself against many different experts. So she had taken a leave of absence and entered the tournament in disguise. She added that the Order would be furious if they discovered the truth and asked Damien to keep it confidential. Growing curious, Michael wondered who she really was, while the boy beside him silently thought this might somehow be an opportunity and carefully asked whether it was truly acceptable for her to reveal her identity to him as well. Agnes hesitated, clearly uncertain how she should respond. Damien then remarked that, now that he thought about it, he had originally planned to visit the Order but still had not found the opportunity. Damien said that, after the tournament, they should go there together because he still needed to collect his reward. Agnes reacted with obvious surprise and asked if they would really be going together. Damien calmly confirmed it, reminding her that she had personally promised to guide him while also implying, even more intimately, that she would become his bride. Hearing that, Agnes quickly pulled her veil back over her face and nervously replied that she understood. The announcer's voice echoed through the arena once again, calling for the next competitors to prepare for their match. Agnes said it was her turn and promised she would return shortly, while Damien answered with complete indifference. Blushing beneath her veil, Agnes nervously walked into the arena, repeatedly recalling Damien's earlier words and wondering to herself whether he had actually invited her on a date. Completely caught up in her own imagination, she remained distracted as the announcer enthusiastically introduced the final quarterfinal match as a clash between two queens, Sangra and Athene. Standing in the arena, Athene remarked that covering one's face like that must be suffocating, yet Agnes offered no reply. Athene commented that she was disappointingly quiet and casually announced a deduction in points. Meanwhile, Agnes remained lost in thought, replaying the moment when Sir Damien had seemingly asked her on a date, before quickly forcing herself to regain focus by reminding herself that she could not let him see her looking pathetic and that she absolutely had to reach at least the semifinals. Athene summoned a spear in her hand and remarked that perhaps Agnes preferred letting her body do the talking instead, then cheerfully awarded her points for that as well. Watching from a distance, Damien observed that Agnes had changed her fighting style and was relying mainly on kicks to conceal her identity, noting that even he had failed to recognize her at first glance. The instant the announcer declared the match underway, both fighters charged forward at the same time. Agnes launched a relentless assault, her eyes blazing with intensity, prompting Athene to praise the dodge before casually awarding herself even more points. As Agnes continued pressing the attack, Athene effortlessly weaved around every strike while freely handing out additional points between counterattacks, even warning that failing to block properly would earn another deduction. From afar, Damien quietly concluded that Agnes was being held back because she had to suppress her divine power to avoid revealing her identity. Athene then expressed her disappointment, stating that the only participant truly worth watching might be Damien Haxon. At that moment, Agnes' fist suddenly began to glow, and she slammed it into Athene with enough force to damage her hair, prompting Athene to immediately realize something. Remarked that Agnes seemed to possess a unique mana affinity, and award her even more points. Annoyed by the non-stop commentary, Agnes finally lost her patience and bluntly told Athene to be quiet, only for Athene to respond at once with a frenzied barrage of attacks. Watching every exchange without looking away, Damien acknowledged that Agnes had undeniably grown stronger since the last time he had seen her fight, yet he still judged that she had no chance of winning while hiding her divine power, and that even releasing her stigma would not change the outcome. Smiling with complete confidence, Athene admitted she could not understand why Agnes insisted on holding back and openly challenged her to reveal her true strength. Already worn down, Agnes silently endured the relentless pressure as Athene pushed the assault even harder and leveled her weapon straight at her, coldly declaring that Agnes could never defeat her while fighting this way. Barely managing to block each attack, Agnes admitted to herself that her opponent was unbelievably powerful, but she also feared that if anyone learned a member of the Order had entered the tournament for personal reasons, her master would either excommunicate her or beat her to death. Determined to claim victory using nothing but the fundamentals, Agnes answered with a powerful kick. Seeing the attack, Athene questioned whether Agnes truly had no intention of getting serious before declaring that she would end the match herself. In the very next instant, a massive bolt of lightning crashed down onto Agnes as Athene coldly announced another deduction in points. Agnes endured the full blast head-on, her body instantly going rigid while the focus faded from her eyes. Slightly surprised, Damien quietly remarked to himself that he had expected the match to end exactly this way. Back in the arena, Athene proudly announced her final score and, after seeing Agnes standing completely motionless, dismissed her as a failure. The announcer then loudly declared Athene the winner and confirmed that she would advance to the semifinals. Wearing a confident smile, Athene shifted her gaze toward Damien and declared that they would finally have the chance to fight each other, calling him directly by name. Damien met her stare and answered with nothing more than a cold smile. Still smiling brightly, Athene remarked that he was the man her father had spoken about and wondered aloud what kind of score he would receive once they finally crossed weapons. Inside the arena, the announcer introduced the opening match of the high-class semifinals and presented Jaliza Harabo as a swordsman who possessed the strength of an emperor. Javier Joshua silently studied his opponent, recalling that Jalizua Harabo was the knight who had ended every one of his previous matches with a single strike. As the announcer introduced Javier Joshua as the wielder of the one-hit kill swift sword, Jalizua Harabo fixed his gaze on Javier Joshua's blade and thought to himself that, although the swift sword was undeniably fast, watching the earlier matches had gradually allowed his eyes to adjust to its speed. Because of that, unlike everyone before him, he refused to be defeated in a single blow. The announcer declared the start of the match, but the instant those words left his mouth, Javier Joshua's blade was already resting against Jalizua Harabo's neck. Overwhelmed with shock, Jalizua Harabo wondered what had just happened before instantly realizing that Javier Joshua had become even faster than he had been in the previous round. A heartbeat later, Jalizua Harabo's head was cleanly severed. Javier Joshua frowned to himself, thinking that it still was not enough and that he needed just a little more blood for the empire, or rather, to satisfy that person. He resolved that during the winner's ceremony, he would take that person's head as well, convinced that only one final step remained before everything would be complete. As the scoreboard displayed the names of the previous winners, the announcer declared that only one match remained before the finals of the high-class tournament. From the crowd, Damien's friends loudly cheered him on, shouting about victory and love, insisting that the Viscount adored him, and urging him to avenge their future sister-in-law. Left completely speechless, Damien wondered what kind of nonsense they were talking about. The announcer then introduced Damien Haxon as the invincible knight who had not drawn his weapon even once throughout the tournament. The moment Damien stepped into the arena, Athene immediately scolded him for arriving later than she had before, jokingly announcing a deduction of 10 points. Confused, Damien asked what she meant by minus 10 points. Athene casually replied that it was simply something she liked saying, then asked whether the rumors Damien's friends had been shouting were actually true. Damien asked what rumors she meant, and Athene clarified that she was referring to their claim that Sangra was supposedly his future sister-in-law. Damien frowned and pointed out that she ignored other people's questions while expecting them to answer hers. Athene merely replied that he was not denying the accusation. Damien flatly told her to believe whatever she wanted. Athene then summoned her spear and remarked that none of those details would affect Damien's score anyway, because the only thing that truly mattered was his ability. Damien scoffed at her remark and sarcastically asked whether the daughter of the mercenary king had suddenly decided she was qualified to evaluate him. Smiling brightly, Athene admitted that he had correctly uncovered her identity and said that, although she had no idea how he had figured it out, she intended to keep things casual by using only 20% of her strength. The moment she finished speaking, Athene lunged forward and unleashed Dragon Tail as lightning violently coiled around her spear. A massive bolt of lightning exploded across the arena floor, instantly throwing the audience into an uproar as spectators shouted that lightning was appearing right from the start and declared that the battle was guaranteed to be exciting. Damien calmly stepped back and avoided the attack with complete ease. Athene asked whether he still had no intention of drawing his weapon even against her before awarding him another 10 points for his spirit and announcing that she would now raise her power to 40%, bringing his total score to 60 points. Damien effortlessly slipped past every attack she launched, casually thanked her for the generous score, and smoothly closed the distance between them. Standing directly in front of her, he coldly told Athene that she was nowhere near strong enough to evaluate him. His sudden appearance at such close range caught Athene completely off guard, causing her to panic and swing her spear recklessly. Because the strike was full of openings, Damien avoided it with ease, prompting the audience to erupt in excitement as they exclaimed that Damien Haxon was still toying with Athene without even bothering to draw his weapon. Meanwhile, from a corner of the arena, Javier Joshua silently watched the battle and concluded that no matter which of them advanced to the finals, both fighters were complete monsters. At one point, a bolt of lightning grazed Damien's collar. Smiling with confidence, Athene declared that she would now award him 80 points and finally show him an attack worthy of such a score. Lightning engulfed her entire body as she activated Dragon Thunder. Watching closely, Damien admitted to himself that the technique looked genuinely dangerous as electricity surged around her spear. Athene explained that she had wanted to meet Damien ever since hearing her father praise him so highly, adding that she was the type of person who trusted only what she witnessed with her own eyes. Calling this her final grading, she challenged Damien to endure the attack with his bare hands as well. Sangra's eyes widened in shock the instant she sensed the overwhelming power gathering around Athene, immediately realizing that this lightning was on an entirely different level from the attack she had previously endured. A dragon-shaped mass of lightning suddenly formed in the sky before unleashing the overwhelming technique known as Thunder Dragon's Extinguishing Breath. Javier Joshua silently narrowed his eyes, momentarily unable to react, while Damien's companions could only stare in complete disbelief at the terrifying attack unfolding before them. At last, Damien spoke, saying that since Athene intended to strike him with that much power, he would show her something as well. His own mana cultivation technique, the limitless harmony art. The arena floor split apart beneath his feet as he activated the first ring, causing Athene's eyes to widen in visible shock. In the very next instant, Damien exploded forward with overwhelming speed, appeared directly in front of her, and calmly asked how many points that deserved before driving Athene into the arena wall with terrifying force, creating a massive crater behind her. Her eyes nearly rolling back, Athene weakly raised his score to 100. Completely drained, she collapsed on the ground, admitted that Damien's performance deserved a perfect score, and officially conceded defeat. As the match came to an end, the announcer loudly declared Damien Haxon the winner and informed the crowd that the long-awaited final would begin after a 10-minute break. Damien walked over to Athene, offered her a hand, and jokingly said that he had heard the old man treasured her more than any of his other children. So he hoped the Fafnir mercenary corps would not invade Haxon Viscounty just because he had bullied their daughter a little. In a slightly nervous tone, he added that he would rather simply receive the reward instead. Athene burst into laughter and asked whether that was really how Damien viewed her father before casually deducting 1 point from his score. She then assured him that the Fafnir mercenary corps would not be occupying Haxon Viscounty. Relieved, Damien admitted that hearing that made him feel much better. Athene then stood back up and declared that she would now present Damien with a reward for earning a perfect score before asking whether he intended to accept it. Curious, Damien replied that he would never refuse a reward and asked what exactly she meant. Smiling brightly, Athene pointed at herself and boldly declared that the reward was Athene Hopper herself. Damien stared at her in blank confusion and asked what she was talking about. In a flirtatious tone, Athene explained that if the two of them had a child together, there would be no issue with that child eventually becoming the next mercenary king. Damien instantly panicked, stammering in disbelief as he demanded to know what kind of nonsense she was talking about. Without any hesitation, Athene directly proposed marriage to Damien Haxon, while Sangra, who had witnessed the entire exchange, became absolutely furious. Still teasing him, Athene repeated that she and Damien Haxon should get married, leaving Damien completely flustered as he once again asked what she was even talking about. Nearby, Michael looked towards Sangra with a face caught between anger and fear, stammering that his sister-in-law had apparently concealed her true strength the entire time, while Damien responded with open disgust, bluntly refusing the absurd proposal and complaining that even imagining himself becoming the son-in-law of that lecherous old man was intolerable. Athene froze in complete disbelief, crying out that Damien Haxon had actually rejected her before furiously deducting 50 points from his score, yet Damien simply shrugged and remarked that they would probably never meet again because there did not seem to be a single normal person anywhere in that family. Soon after, the announcer informed everyone that the tournament finals would take place the following day at the same time, featuring the contestants who had advanced through that day's matches. Meanwhile, inside one of the arena's inner passageways, Michael wondered aloud what Damien had possibly been doing over the last 3 months, and Damien casually answered that he had been completing requests, finding and consuming elixirs, and collecting mana cultivation techniques. Hidden quietly in a corner, Javier Joshua silently watched Damien, and thought to himself that he had finally arrived, resolving that he absolutely had to defeat Damien to accomplish his goal, which meant he needed to observe Damien's true power from the closest possible distance. However, the moment Damien walked past him, Javier Joshua immediately sensed that something about him was abnormal, his body instantly going rigid as he trembled in disbelief and questioned what that overwhelming pressure could possibly be. The aura radiating from Damien reminded him of his father, Silva Javier Joshua, the very pinnacle of the Deline Kingdom's military strength and a true masterclass warrior. With bitterness, Javier Joshua reflected that he had always lacked talent, had constantly been compared to his father, and had done nothing except tarnish the man's reputation until he received that person's grace. To repay that favor, he had made winning the tournament his highest priority. Yet after realizing that the opponent waiting for him in the finals resembled nothing less than a monster, he understood that victory would never come easily. Tightening his grip around the sword in his hand, Javier Joshua desperately searched for some way to overcome the obstacle standing before him. As night fell, a voice echoed through the house where Damien was staying and praised him for successfully completing his own mana cultivation technique. And inside his lodging that evening, Damien calmly explained that the method worked by reducing the burden placed on the body through the use of an external independent organ to manage the flow of mana instead. After hearing Damien's explanation, Michael became visibly excited, admitting that he genuinely could not understand how something like that was even possible. Damien turned toward the young boy and assured him that, with his natural talent, he would master the technique quickly, adding that he could teach it to him later. Michael's eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly begged Damien to teach him. while Damien quietly chuckled to himself and inwardly vowed that this time he would make Michael even stronger than he had been in his previous life, ensuring he could continue fighting once the Apocalypse War finally began. Sangra then asked whether she could learn the technique as well, prompting Damien to pause with a thoughtful frown as he admitted he was unsure whether it would work properly alongside divine power. Still brimming with energy, Michael suddenly remembered that Damien needed proper rest before tomorrow's final match and announced that he would leave for the night. Damien casually waved him off, telling him they would see each other again the next day. Meanwhile, atop the roof, Mia lay sprawled out lazily while silently watching Michael disappear into the distance, letting out a sleepy yawn as the spirits reminded her that she was supposed to properly stand guard over the familiars Damien had gathered during the past 3 months. As Michael continued walking, he quietly muttered to himself that perhaps he should also try creating an independent mana cultivation technique of his own, but before he could think any further, a shadow emerged from the darkness. Javier Joshua instantly charged forward with his sword already drawn, and although Michael reacted quickly enough to dodge, the slash still cut across his chest, making him groan in pain as he realized he had failed to avoid the attack completely. Javier Joshua stared at him in astonishment, unable to believe that a mere middle-class fighter had managed to react to his strike at all. Michael immediately drew his own sword and angrily demanded to know who Javier Joshua was. But Javier Joshua ignored the question entirely, wondering to himself whether Michael had actually become even stronger through the experience of today's battle despite so little time having passed. Feeling completely slighted by being ignored, Michael furiously declared that if Javier Joshua intended to treat him that way, then so be it, because he had already been feeling restless ever since his match had ended anyway. Meanwhile, Javier Joshua continued analyzing Michael in silence, questioning whether he possessed some extraordinary instinct that reacted to danger on its own, and whatever the reason, he admitted to himself that it was an exceptionally enviable talent. Frustrated by Javier Joshua's silence and open hostility, Michael shouted and rushed straight at him. Javier Joshua immediately dropped into a fighting stance, wondering whether Michael was reckless enough to ignore that he was facing a high-class opponent or if he truly believed he could take someone like him on, then mockingly deciding that, regardless of the answer, Michael's lowered guard would only make the battle easier. Without warning, a massive explosion tore through the silence of the night. In the aftermath, people would say that dozens of middle-class fighters had either been killed or seriously injured in the incident. Fortunately, Mia arrived soon after investigating the disturbance and managed to save Michael's life. Damien bitterly blamed himself for what had happened, admitting it had been a mistake to have only the spirits watching the area around the lodging, and he swore that he would track down the person responsible and take revenge for what had been done to Michael. The following day, the announcer enthusiastically declared that the long-awaited finals of the Helion tournament had finally begun. Standing inside the arena, Damien noticed that something about Javier Joshua seemed different and quietly wondered whether he had always looked that way. Grinding his teeth, Javier Joshua declared that he now knew for certain that if he fought Damien again today, he could defeat him. Already in a bad mood, Damien coldly told Javier Joshua to stop acting up, while inwardly recalling that Javier specialized in swift swordsmanship and deciding that the first thing he needed to do was analyze the flow of Javier Joshua's mana. The announcer then loudly proclaimed that, without further delay, everyone was about to witness who would become the glorious champion of the tournament. As Javier Joshua reached for his sword, he let out an arrogant laugh and remarked that Damien truly was arrogant. But the instant the announcer shouted for the match to begin, Javier Joshua burst forward with blinding speed and roared that everything would end today. Damien remained completely motionless as the blade shot toward him, and a spray of fresh blood suddenly scattered through the air, making the audience gasp in shock while even Athene widened her eyes in disbelief. A thin cut had appeared across Damien's cheek, prompting the announcer to exclaim in astonishment that, for the first time ever, Javier Joshua's opening strike had failed to end the fight instantly. With veins bulging across his face, Javier Joshua demanded to know whether Damien had actually seen the attack, while Damien calmly touched the blood on his cheek and admitted that he should have analyzed the flow of Javier Joshua's mana before reading the movement. Javier Joshua smirked with complete confidence and warned Damien that it was far too early to be surprised because he had much more to show him. The audience watched in amazement, shocked that Javier Joshua possessed techniques like these and realizing they were witnessing attacks the tournament had never seen before. Damien calmly intercepted every incoming strike with his bare hands while analyzing internally that this was not a hidden technique at all. The force behind the attacks was undeniably powerful, yet the movements felt unnatural, almost as though the strength did not truly belong to Javier Joshua. Javier Joshua praised Damien for parrying every attack without even drawing his weapon, then mockingly asked whether he would still be able to stop the next strike with nothing but his bare hands. Immediately afterward, Javier Joshua unleashed a powerful technique, roaring its name aloud. Fierce roaring lion sword strike. The instant Damien saw the attack, he could not completely conceal his surprise. A tremendous explosion swept across the arena as thick smoke billowed in every direction, completely blocking the audience's view. Within the smoke, Damien immediately recognized the technique as the fierce roaring lion sword strike, and realized that even the current Michael would not have been capable of producing such overwhelming destructive power. Meanwhile, Javier Joshua, having nearly drained all of his strength from the attack, panted heavily and stared in disbelief when he saw Damien still standing before him, completely alive. A pale blue aura gradually enveloped Damien's sword as he coldly pointed out that Michael had been attacked and left collapsed the previous night. Yet Javier Joshua was somehow using Michael's great lion sword art, a technique that should never have been revealed to outsiders. In that instant, Damien concluded that Javier Joshua was the bastard responsible for what had happened to Michael, and at the same time, he activated the first ring of the limitless harmony art. Grinding his teeth, Javier Joshua burst into wild laughter and shouted that Damien was finally becoming serious. But before he could even finish speaking, Damien instantly crossed the distance between them and coldly reminded him that he had already warned him not to act up. Joshua met the attack head-on, stopping it with his sword, and the instant their blades crashed together, sparks burst across the arena, while the shrill scrape of steel rang through the air. Gritting his teeth, he was forced to draw back. Yet neither fighter hesitated for even a moment before rushing at each other again and unleashing a rapid exchange of strikes. The battle raged on without slowing, prompting the commentators to shout excitedly that this was exactly the kind of fiercely contested clash expected from a championship match, while even the Emperor could only stare in astonishment at the intensity unfolding before him. Damien kept pressing forward with relentless aggression, and several attacks struck cleanly, slicing across Joshua's arm and chest as blood spilled from the wounds. As he continued giving ground and accumulating injuries, panic began taking hold of Joshua. He could not comprehend why, after stealing the power and talent of so many exceptional middle-class knights, he still had not already claimed victory and taken the Emperor's head. In desperation, he questioned inwardly just what kind of monster Damien really was. A moment later, Damien delivered a decisive strike that hurled Joshua away and triggered a massive explosion. When the smoke finally cleared, Joshua remained seated in despair, while Damien calmly approached Javier's fallen body and coldly stated that he was not allowed to fall yet because he was nowhere near finished with him, nor even close to being satisfied, ordering him stand back up. Fighting to steady himself, Joshua quietly admitted that there was something he needed to acknowledge. Puzzled, Damien asked what he meant. Joshua replied that defeating Damien would be far more difficult than he had anticipated, but he still had a duty to fulfill. The moment he heard that, Damien's suspicions immediately rose, and he realized Joshua was undoubtedly preparing something. Without warning, the eye set within Joshua's sword began shining intensely. As his grip tightened around the weapon, a dark aura started spiraling around his body. Rising to his feet, he solemnly declared that from that point forward, he would sacrifice himself for the cause, and that everything would be for him. The crowd was left bewildered, while the mage standing beside the Emperor cried out in terror and demanded to know what that thing was. Damien looked on in shock as he realized the weapon was actually a demonic sword. An instant later, crimson light erupted from it, followed by a tremendous explosion that filled the arena with dense smoke and completely blocked Damien's sight. Damien thought that although the sword had always possessed a strange appearance, he had never imagined it was truly a demonic blade, even if the truth now seemed painfully obvious. At that moment, Joshua clenched the demonic sword tightly as a crimson aura surged through his body. Joshua raised his voice toward Damien and the Emperor, proclaiming that the world that had always looked down on him should remember his name as Joshua, the Dark Knight of Pandemonium, and a faithful knight of the Great One. As he spoke, his body underwent a complete transformation, releasing a dreadful dark aura while his eyes shone with nothing but murderous intent. The moment the name Pandemonium was heard, the entire arena erupted into panic. Frightened spectators screamed that a knight from a dark magic organization had infiltrated the venue and desperately shouted for everyone to flee. Amid the chaos, Damien calmly assessed the situation, determining that there were only two possible explanations for the sword's origin. He wondered whether Joshua had already been fully consumed by it. Yet regardless of which answer was correct, he understood that the underlying cause remained unchanged. In the very next instant, Joshua rushed forward with terrifying speed, his body twisting into a grotesque shape as a furious roar escaped him. For a brief moment, Damien was stunned by that overwhelming burst of speed, but before he could fully react, Joshua had already crossed the distance and appeared directly in front of him. Joshua swung his blade, and although Damien barely avoided a direct hit, the sword still scraped his arm, opening a wound that sent blood pouring out. Now completely berserk and radiating a horrifying aura, Joshua continued roaring as one of his arms grotesquely mutated into something resembling a monster's limb. Seeing this, Damien grimly concluded that the demonic sword must become stronger through the absorption of blood. which also explained how Joshua had been able to wield the abilities of other people. Joshua immediately launched another vicious attack, but Damien stopped the strike with his own sword and answered with a rapid series of blows that sent Joshua hurtling backward as he cried out in pain. The spectators followed the battle with anxious eyes, shocked and terrified in equal measure, while someone remarked that Damien was standing his ground against the evil grasp of Pandemonium, the Empire's oldest enemy and most notorious dark magic organization. Others exclaimed in disbelief that Joshua had apparently been one of those demons all along. Watching the fierce confrontation, the Emperor expressed his amazement and praised Damien, saying it was remarkable that he could contend with such a monster while wondering whether the fight was finally reaching its end. The armored knight standing beside him disagreed and warned that it would not be over so easily. He explained that while both combatants were already demonstrating power beyond the high-class level, Joshua's energy had been rising non-stop ever since his demonization began, and his strength was now approaching the domain of the master class, placing him clearly above his opponent. Empowered by his transformation, Joshua wore a chilling grin as he declared how incredible it felt to stand above everyone else. With arrogant confidence, he announced that all people now seemed like mere insects in his eyes. Damien clicked his tongue in irritation, staring back at him while murderous intent blazed in his gaze. At that moment, the sword in Joshua's hand began shining with a crimson light, and he screamed that the filthy beings who had once looked down on him would be erased all at once. He poured all of his power into the weapon, causing it to gleam brilliantly. Then, leveling the tip of the blade directly at Damien, he unleashed a technique known as Crimson End. Faced with the terrifying attack, Damien was shocked and wondered whether Joshua intended to destroy the entire city. He grimly reflected that his own blood must have been exceptionally powerful. Seeing the escalating battle, the armored knight beside the Emperor immediately panicked and urged the Emperor to stand behind him, while a nearby mage shouted for the Tower Master to reinforce the barriers at once and ensure the citizens were protected. As the blinding crimson radiance continued expanding, Damien steadied his breathing and prepared himself. Taking a defensive stance, he gripped his glowing sword tightly and thought that using such a technique against a mere mosquito was an incredibly wasteful choice. He had planned to reserve it because of the tremendous burden it placed on his body, but he realized there was no longer any room to hesitate. Activating the Limitless Harmony Art, Second Ring, Damien resolved to temporarily borrow the power of a masterclass warrior, so he could perform a technique achievable only at that level. He immediately surged forward with unwavering determination, and the moment he fully drew his sword, a brilliant flash erupted outward as he released an aura blade, sending an enormous wave of energy straight toward his opponent. Joshua could only stare in complete disbelief at the incoming attack, unable to understand what he was witnessing as the holy light rushed closer and closer before swallowing him entirely. Suddenly, a shocked voice rang out, loudly cursing in surprise. Then, without warning, a mysterious figure appeared. In a single instant, Damien's powerful aura blade was shattered, leaving both combatants completely stunned. The cloaked stranger descended to the ground and calmly drew a sword wrapped in a strange purple aura. He then swung it with tremendous force, immediately striking against Damien's aura attack. Fortunately, Damien reacted in time and narrowly avoided the blow. As the smoke gradually cleared, Damien was shocked to discover that the newcomer's aura blade had been even more powerful than his own, leaving no doubt that the mysterious man had already reached the master class. Enraged, Damien shouted that Imperial security was an absolute joke. Yet before he could do anything else, a sudden slash tore across his body, sending blood spraying into the air. Stunned, Damien wondered whether he had really been struck as the cloaked man watched him coldly before he collapsed to the ground. He could only stare ahead in disbelief, unable to understand what had just happened while blood spilled from his mouth. As his consciousness began fading, the same question repeated itself in his mind over and over. What exactly had cut him? Looking down at the defeated fighter, the mysterious man coldly called him a foolish child. Watching the entire scene unfold, Joshua immediately broke into a cold sweat, his face filled with shock and horror as he stammered in disbelief. His father then spoke firmly, declaring that they needed to leave that place at once. The knight immediately leapt into the arena and charged forward in fury, launching a powerful attack while mocking the intruders and asking if they truly thought he would simply let them escape. Joshua's father stepped in at once and blocked the incoming strike. The knight then turned his attention to Damien and called out with concern, asking whether he was all right. But Damien had already fallen completely unconscious and could not answer, prompting the knight to call his name again in alarm. At that moment, purple light flashed across the man's sword as he unleashed another attack. An instant later, a violent explosion erupted and shook the entire arena. Panic spread through the crowd as terrified screams rang out from every direction. Reacting immediately, the knight raised a shield and avoided being harmed. Even the barrier formation erected by the mages began cracking beneath the overwhelming force of the strike. The Emperor clenched his teeth in anger his body shaking with rage as he cried out in despair for his people and demanded to know where the enemies had gone. The knight regretfully informed him that they had already escaped. Furious, the emperor instantly ordered him to hunt them down and make certain that none of them survived. Meanwhile, Damien remained unconscious on the arena floor. Following the tournament, Damien, the champion who had stood against Pandemonium, recovered safely under the Empire's protection. The Emperor then ordered a complete lockdown to ensure that no one could leave. The next day, Damien's award ceremony was held quietly inside the Imperial Palace. Before they entered, the knight reminded him that once the doors opened, he was to stop at 50 paces and offer his respects. Damien, still irritated, cursed inwardly as he struggled to accept that a single strike had been enough to knock him unconscious. He admitted to himself that the gap between ordinary warriors and true masters was staggering. He even wondered whether his toughness had declined because he had not taken many hits lately. Even so, his main concern was that those people needed to be captured quickly so he could finally return home. The palace doors slowly opened, and the knight formally announced the arrival of Damien Haxon, tournament champion of the Apple Kingdom High Class. The moment the Emperor saw him, he greeted him warmly. Damien stared in confusion before suddenly realizing that the Emperor was the very same man he had met before. He immediately tried to respectfully greet His Majesty, but before he could bow, the Emperor hurried toward him and declared that a hero who had stopped evil should never lower his head. Damien could only freeze in bewilderment at the Emperor's unexpected reaction. Meanwhile, the Emperor felt a strange and unexplainable sense of familiarity toward Damien, and, embarrassed by his own actions, he admitted to himself that he had rushed forward without thinking. Even though this should have been their very first meeting, the feeling was so unusual that he found himself wondering whether they had somehow met before. He apologized for arranging such a modest ceremony and asked Damien to accept his gratitude instead. The surrounding servants immediately grew flustered and nervously reminded the Emperor that he needed to maintain his dignity. Yet the Emperor could not make sense of his own behavior. Inwardly, he confessed that an overwhelming feeling of gratitude toward Damien was welling up inside him, as though he owed the young man a debt that could never truly be repaid. Unable to understand where the emotion came from, he earnestly urged Damien to ask for whatever he wanted, promising to grant any reward, even if it required emptying the Empire's treasury. Hearing such a promise left Damien stunned. After thinking for a moment, Damien remembered that, according to the timeline, the item that would eventually be stolen and delivered to Dorgo should still remain in the Empire's possession. Realizing this was the ideal chance to increase his strength, take revenge, and return home more quickly, he carefully asked whether he would be permitted to go home once the members of Pandemonium had been captured. The Emperor immediately assured him that he would absolutely be allowed to leave. He apologized once again, acknowledging that Damien must want to share the good news with his family. He explained that everything would have moved much faster if the Empire's first sword had been present, but the man was currently away on another assignment. Even so, he confidently stated that the Empire still had 5 other masterclass knights, meaning the matter would be settled soon and Damien only needed to wait a little longer. Damien gave a faint smile and said he understood, though inwardly he noted that waiting had never suited him. He cautiously asked whether he truly could request anything as a reward. The Emperor confirmed it without hesitation, while the servants standing behind him became increasingly anxious over his reckless promises. Damien then asked whether the Empire possessed any elixirs capable of strengthening both mana and the body, such as a dragon heart or other treasures of that kind. Without the slightest hesitation, the Emperor enthusiastically answered that not only did the Empire possess such treasures, but he intended to give Damien all of them. Damien then made one final request, saying that he would also like to receive Amira. The moment he heard that name, the Emperor stiffened and began stammering in shock. Later, while walking through the city streets, Damien happily inspected the rewards he had obtained. He felt that, thanks to the Emperor's astonishing generosity, he was now more or less prepared, though he still could not understand why the Emperor had treated him with such kindness. As he walked, Damien reflected on Pandemonium, the syndicate Dorgo had created to bring down the Empire. Having spent so much time around Dorgo, he understood their habits well enough to predict some of their behavior. In his view, they could not have traveled far and were most likely hiding somewhere nearby, either waiting for another chance to act or searching for a way to escape. He also believed the spirits he had gathered were especially valuable in situations like this, and that finding their base before anything else would give him a major advantage. Soon, he entered a house and called out for Victor, announcing that he had arrived. Instead, Athene greeted him with a sarcastic smile and remarked that he had kept the person who summoned him waiting, deducting 10 points from his score. Damien quickly explained that it had been his first visit to the Imperial Palace, and that the trip had taken longer than expected before apologizing. Athene praised him for immediately admitting his mistake and apologizing, then promptly returned the 10 points she had deducted. She also admitted that she had been surprised someone had come from the Imperial Palace, since she had assumed the wedding would take place there instead. At that moment, Agnes walked over and told Athene to stop playing her scoring game, pointing out that she herself had only just arrived. Athene scoffed and asked whether a weakling was really talking back to her, immediately deducting another 20 points. Agnes angrily demanded to know who Athene was calling weak, and Athene teasingly replied by asking who else she could possibly be referring to. Damien smiled faintly as he silently assessed the situation. He realized that every one of his companions was a masterclass fighter, making it clear that he still needed to prepare himself completely. Although he believed the treasures received from the Emperor would make him much stronger, he knew they would not be enough on their own. He then thought about Agnes, a first-class paladin who had awakened her stigmata. Irritated, Agnes remarked that things would have turned out differently if they had fought properly before. Athene merely smiled and suggested that they should have another match someday. Damien also considered Athene Hopper, the future mercenary king and daughter of the Grandmaster Mercenary King. After weighing everything, he concluded that even masterclass opponents would have difficulty facing a team like theirs. While the two girls continued bickering with one another, elsewhere Joshua screamed in agony as he called out for his father. The demon residing within him continued to rage, laughing maniacally while demanding possession of his body. Around him, the mages desperately struggled to maintain the magic formation, warning that the demonization had advanced too far and that if it progressed any further, everything would collapse. Another mage, overwhelmed by the mounting pressure, shouted for everyone to suppress it immediately, warning that otherwise they would all die. Behind them, Joshua's father watched in silence. As Joshua continued screaming in agony, he suddenly noticed the mirror beside him react, and moments later the weapon master appeared within its surface. Remaining calm, the weapon master stated that assassinating the Emperor had been an impossible mission from the start, just as he had expected, and that he was not disappointed because he had never expected much in the first place. Trembling uncontrollably, Joshua's father dropped to his knees, pulled his son close, and begged the weapon master to save him, explaining that the demonization would not stop. The weapon master reproached him, saying that even if the attempt on the Emperor's life had failed, the enhancement of the demon's sword should at least have been completed. Instead, that objective had also been rendered useless because the demonization had spiraled out of control. The man insisted that his son had done everything he possibly could. As Joshua's condition continued worsening and his body shook violently from the pain, his father desperately reminded the weapon master that he was the master of all demon swords and weapons, pleading once more for him to halt the demonization. The weapon master coldly answered that such a thing was impossible. He explained that his authority extended only to armaments, whereas Joshua had already become the incarnation of a demon itself, something entirely outside his control. Hearing his son described that way, the man's face turned pale. With a trembling voice, he asked whether that meant Joshua was no longer human, then wondered aloud whether that person might still be able to save him. The moment those words were spoken, the weapon master flew into a rage and warned Joshua's father not to exceed his place by bringing up that person for such selfish reasons. An overwhelming pressure burst forth instantly, forcing the man to lower his head. Terrified by the immense power pouring through the communication mirror, he hurriedly apologized. The weapon master then warned that matters would become troublesome if the demon went berserk, since the Empire could eventually trace everything back to them. Before Joshua completed his transformation, he ordered the man to dispose of him and remain hidden until further contact was made. All the while, Joshua continued, trembling in agony, as the weapon master's image gradually faded from the mirror. Unable to believe what he had heard, the man tightly embraced his son before finally releasing a scream filled with fury and despair. The roar carried such immense power that the nearby mages shrank back in fear, wondering how a single shout could contain that much pressure. He then ordered them to restore his son's human form by whatever means were necessary. One of the mages stared at him in shock, trembling as he asked how such a thing could possibly be done. But the man fixed him with a glare and declared that failure would mean death. Frightened by the threat, the mages immediately agreed and resumed their work while continuing to maintain the magical formation. Joshua continued screaming in agony, while the man refused to accept the idea of abandoning him. Though he acknowledged that they were no longer capable of suppressing the demonization, he remained convinced that a solution still existed if they could find that person. In his mind, presenting the Emperor's head would be enough to obtain the wish he desired. Clinging to that belief, he urged his son to hold on a little longer, promising that he would save him and make everything right. Meanwhile, later that night, Athene, Agnes, and Damien arrived at the Imperial sewers. Athene stated that the only reason she had joined them was because she wanted a chance to fight a masterclass opponent. Agnes then asked how Damien had managed to figure out that their enemies were hiding beneath the Empire in the sewers. As Damien kicked the door open, he answered that he had a trustworthy informant. Internally, however, he knew he could hardly reveal that it was his familiar who had tracked them down. Agnes then questioned whether it was really acceptable for only the three of them to carry out the raid. Athene immediately ridiculed her, accusing her of being scared of the enemy and announcing that 10 points will be deducted from her score. Agnes responded by asking whether she even had any points left that could still be deducted. Athene casually replied that Agnes was free to sit the mission out since she alone was more than capable of covering her share. Agnes firmly declared that a paladin would never flee from dark mages. As they continued forward, Damien reflected on Pandemonium, the organization that wielded demon swords. If the individual waiting inside truly was their leader, then he already knew exactly who that person was. Silently, he decided that this was the ideal opportunity to hunt them down and eliminate them completely. A mischievous smirk spread across his face as he called out to his beloved party members to begin the raid, and the three of them immediately charged inside. Meanwhile, deep within the Imperial sewers, the demonization consuming Joshua's body continued relentlessly as he groaned in pain. His father asked whether they had found a solution yet. Exhausted, one of the mages explained that, for now, the best they could do was maintain Joshua's current condition. His father sternly ordered them to do whatever was necessary to restore him to human form, regardless of cost. The mage replied that there was a limit to what could be achieved using the mana and life force of ordinary civilians. To proceed any further, they needed higher quality sacrifices, at least individuals possessing the strength of knights. Calmly, the father told them not to concern themselves with that requirement. Confused, the mage asked what he meant. The man explained that he could already sense the sacrifices approaching. At that exact moment, Damien and his companions smashed through the entrance and burst into the hall. Damien smiled mockingly and declared that they had come to clean out the sewers. Openly cursing the enemy, he announced that he and his team were there to wipe them out. Joshua's father commented that he had felt someone drawing near, yet the last person he expected to see was Damien, and he found it hard to believe Damien was still alive after taking that attack. Enraged, he demanded to know how Damien had discovered their hideout, but Damien calmly answered that he had his own ways of finding it. At the same moment, Agnes and Athene charged forward to attack. The enemy mages, equally furious, released their mana and fired their spells at the two girls, but Athene sprang ahead and casually intercepted the assault, declaring that opponents of this level were not even worth points. A massive explosion erupted immediately afterward. Turning toward Agnes, Athene called out and mockingly asked whether she had somehow died already, joking that if Agnes was really that weak, she should have remained at home, then even questioned whether dying would cost her the chance to become a concubine. At the same time, Agnes defended herself against the incoming attacks before driving a crushing punch straight into one of the enemy mages, setting off another violent explosion. Seeing the result, Athene was caught off guard as Agnes stood confidently amid the aftermath, radiating a powerful aura after wiping out the mages. Agnes shot back by asking who exactly was supposed to be dead. Athene casually replied that, just as she expected, Agnes had been hiding a trick all along. She then awarded her more than 50 points, adding that she liked the look on Agnes's face. Irritated, Agnes immediately told her to pay attention to the battle instead. Right then, Damien suddenly shouted for both of them to get down as Joshua's father swung his sword and instantly released an aura blade toward them. The three barely managed to evade the strike, yet Agnes felt that the attack had actually been something else. Damien explained that it was an invisible sword, a technique that launched a shapeless blade at tremendous speed. He then realized that this was the very same attack that had followed the aura blade during their previous encounter. Joshua's father acknowledged that, despite being only a high-class fighter, Damien had managed to see through his technique, and he admitted that he respected that. Agnes then glanced toward Joshua, who was in the middle of demonization, and asked Damien if this was the person he had spoken about earlier. Athene recognized him at once and remarked that he was Joshua, the tournament runner-up, or at least he certainly appeared to be. Agnes noted that the demon seemed strangely unable to fight for some reason. Damien answered that this was actually a good thing, because it would have been troublesome if the demon had gone berserk and entered the battle as well. He then told them to take him out while they still had the chance. Joshua's father sternly stated that they had come without bringing a single Imperial Knight, which proved they had no understanding of their own place. He declared that no matter how many high-class fighters gathered together, they could never stand on the same level as a master-class fighter, then warned that their arrogance would ultimately lead them to their deaths. In response, Damien firmly announced that he was moving in and told the others to follow the plan exactly as he had explained earlier. Athene immediately caught on and asked if the idea was to first observe his mana flow and track the path of his sword. The old man coldly answered that simply being able to see those things did not mean they could react to them, and he instantly unleashed multiple sword strikes aimed directly at the group. Without hesitation, all three rushed forward to meet him, weaving through the relentless attacks and narrowly avoiding each strike. Seeing this, the old man was genuinely shocked that fighters at the high-class level were actually managing to respond to his assaults. Athene charged in and confidently pointed out that his invisible sword was useless once the fight entered close range. The old man blocked her attack, angrily calling her insolent, as he demanded to know whether they truly believed high-class fighters were capable of defeating him. He immediately launched another strike at her, but before it could connect, Damien stepped in and intercepted it, declaring that they were not ordinary high-class fighters. The man continued driving them back while cursing in frustration, but the three suddenly coordinated their movements and attacked at the same time. Taking advantage of the opening, Agnes struck from behind and successfully landed a blow. The old man groaned in pain, furious as blood spilled from his mouth. Damien and Athene immediately followed up, leaping forward together and launching a combined assault. Realizing the danger, the old man hastily shifted aside and narrowly avoided the devastating attack. Breathing heavily, he was stunned by the realization that the three of them had already exceeded the standard level of high-class fighters. Athene then released Holy Flame, Annihilating Strike, while Agnes unleashed Thunder Dragon, Extinguishing Breath. The old man stared at the fierce attacks rushing toward him before glancing back at Joshua, who stood directly behind him. Gathering himself, he released his aura and declared that he would never allow them to lay even a single finger on his son. In the next instant, he erected an aura barrier and personally withstood the combined attack. The moment Athene heard him call Joshua his son, she immediately remembered Joshua's rapid sword technique and realized how closely it resembled the old man's invisible sword. Only then did she fully understand that the two of them were father and son. At the same time, Damien looked toward Joshua and wondered if the old man had sealed his own son because he could not bear the possibility of losing him. Without wasting a moment, Damien rushed straight at the old man, fully intending to send both father and son off together. The old man noticed him closing in and cursed inwardly as he realized the lightning attack had only succeeded in paralyzing his body rather than finishing him off. A moment later, Damien appeared right in front of him and moved to deliver the final blow. Faced with the overwhelming pressure of the attack, Joshua's father visibly tensed. However, just before the strike could connect, Damien's sword suddenly shattered, leaving both him and his companion stunned. The one who had stopped the attack was Joshua. Having broken the seal placed on himself, he stepped in and intercepted the strike by clamping down on the sword with his teeth and crushing it. Seeing this, his father immediately called out to him, clearly alarmed and deeply concerned about his condition. Joshua slowly began to regain awareness and saw his father standing before him, shielding him from danger. His body still felt heavy and exhausted, and he could barely remember what had happened after the incident in the arena. His thoughts were muddled, with much of what had recently occurred feeling distant and unclear. Looking ahead, he noticed the attack his father had just blocked for his sake, and then he heard him firmly declare that he would never allow anyone to lay a finger on him. Those words struck Joshua deeply. He could not bear the thought of his father being harmed because of him. More than anything, he wanted to do something, anything, to help. At that very moment, when Damien launched another attack, Joshua somehow stepped in and shattered Damien's sword. His father looked at him and asked whether he had finally come back to his senses, wondering if he had somehow escaped the state of demonization. Joshua called out to his father, but by then the demon had already taken possession of him. Watching the scene unfold, Damien arrived at a realization. He concluded that Joshua might have gone beyond simple demonization and had willingly chosen to become a demon's sword himself. Joshua pleaded with his father not to die, and in the next instant his body transformed into a sword before entering his father's hands. Damien immediately understood how dangerous the situation had become. The tragedy shared between the father and son had caused the surrounding dark mana to swell to an alarming level. If a masterclass warrior acquired a demon sword under circumstances like these, they would be placed in an extremely advantageous position while their opponents would face a severe disadvantage. Recognizing the threat, Damien ordered his companions to continue attacking without hesitation. Tears filled Joshua's father's eyes as he gripped the sword. Damien shouted that it was already too late and warned everyone to defend themselves. Before any of them could properly respond, Joshua's father unleashed his attack. The strike carried such overwhelming power that none of them could endure it head-on. Joshua's father cursed them, cursed the emperor, and swore that he would kill every one of them. He even vowed to destroy the entire world. Consumed by boundless fury and hatred, he advanced while wielding the sword. Meanwhile, Damien slowly pushed himself back to his feet while coughing heavily. Looking down at himself, he saw that his shirt had been completely torn apart, yet the armor beneath it had preserved his life. He immediately realized that without that armor, the attack would have torn him to pieces. The armor was a precious treasure bestowed upon Damien by the emperor. Along with it, he had received Hemira, a divine artifact capable of absorbing all impact. He also still carried the magic armor Dorgo had given him during the time when he was a Death Knight. Damien cursed his opponent as he realized that his 1,000-mile sword had already been destroyed by the old man. He quickly checked the condition of his companions. Agnes was a paladin who had awakened to stigmata, so she should have survived. Athene carried dragon blood within her, meaning she had most likely only lost consciousness rather than died. Even so, both of them were completely unable to continue fighting, leaving Damien as the only combatant still standing. Although he was not yet fully proficient in using the second ring, He no longer had the luxury of choosing another option. Declaring that he would settle everything within a single minute, he steeled his resolve, activated the third ring, and instantly appeared behind Joshua's father. The old man reacted immediately and blocked the incoming attacks. A fierce battle erupted between them as the old man fought with his sword while Damien wielded a spear. Neither side showed any sign of retreating. They attacked, evaded, defended, and charged at one another again and again. Their relentless exchange continuing without pause as both warriors forced themselves beyond their limits. After an extended and grueling clash, Damien began to wonder whether even all of this still was not enough. Then, without warning, the old man seized him by the neck. In that moment, Damien realized he had never even seen Dorgo's face. Yet no matter what happened, he could not afford to die here. Suddenly, everything around him changed. He found himself somewhere entirely different and immediately questioned where he was. As he examined his surroundings, he realized the place felt strangely familiar. Then he noticed a sword. It was a rebos. Damien wondered whether the sword itself had summoned him there. He even considered if the armor possessed some kind of ability that had caused this. For a moment, he thought the sword might have come to protect him. He could clearly feel its will reaching out, urging him to take hold of it. The power contained within it felt immensely strong and dangerously overwhelming, which was exactly why he had always avoided relying on it. But this was no longer the time to hesitate. Damien reached out and grasped a rebos, resolving that he would borrow its power and nothing more. In the very next instant, he delivered a fatal strike to the old man. At the same time, the old man's appearance began to change. Damien, too, had changed the moment he took up that sword. Damien had cut off the old man's arm. Yet the limb regenerated almost immediately, and despite suffering that wound, the old man rushed at him again. This time, however, Damien was vastly stronger, and the instant the old man drew near, Damien began erasing him. The power at work was Black Collapse, an ability capable of reducing anything it cut to the molecular level. Damien thought it was exactly what he would expect from a rebos. Even with only its hilt remaining, it continued to operate flawlessly. Convinced that the immediate danger had finally passed, Damien ordered a rebos to return, but an unexpected problem arose when a rebos suddenly slipped beyond his control. He wondered whether it had gone berserk, and at this rate, he felt it might collapse the entire surrounding area and destroy everything nearby. Without hesitation, he called out to Agnes and Athene while repeatedly ordering Erebos to stop. He was no longer the Death Knight who existed solely for destruction and chaos. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, Erebos came to a halt. Damien could not determine the exact cause, but he suspected that the time limit of the third ring had finally expired. At the same time, he sensed a change within his authority, and for a brief instant, he considered whether his second authority had awakened. The next day, acting on Damien's report, the Empire conducted a thorough search of the Imperial sewers and successfully eliminated the remaining enemies along with their hidden base. Thanks to the surrounding evidence and the mana traces left behind, the accomplishments of Damien's party were officially acknowledged. The Emperor was extremely pleased that 3 high-class individuals had achieved such an extraordinary result. In recognition of his service and accomplishments, Damien was granted the title of Heavenly Sword. At the same time, the Haxon Viscounty was elevated to Haxon County. As a result, the name Damien Haxon spread across the continent, reaching countless regions and drawing significant attention. Later, Damien informed his companions that the lockdown had finally been lifted and asked whether they should resume their journey. Agnes answered that they should, though she added that she had recently realized Firewood Beater Victor was clearly no ordinary mage. Athene agreed, saying she still found it hard to believe that he had dealt with a masterclass opponent who had caused them so much trouble, only to vanish immediately afterward. The man carrying the luggage joined the discussion and commented that they were talking about Victor again, then informed them that Victor had apparently been taken away by Count Lionbloom. Athene replied that, setting that issue aside, she would soon be leaving. Agnes asked if something urgent had come up, and Athene explained that she had accepted a mercenary request nearby, though it was in a different direction from the route they planned to take. Damien then told her that since he had broken her spear, he intended to buy her a replacement. Athene remarked that he was unexpectedly thoughtful and seemed to be looking out for her. She reminded him that he had already given her 10 points and added that, as far as weapons were concerned, they already had more than enough in storage. Even so, she teased him by saying that if he was planning to present it as a dowry, she would happily accept it. The moment Agnes heard that remark, she became irritated. Athene then turned away and prepared to depart, saying that they would meet again someday, whether for a request or for a marriage. Damien merely smiled, thinking to himself that Dragonkin were truly peculiar people. Meanwhile, the man carrying the luggage thought that no matter who eventually became the young master's bride, he would support it wholeheartedly as long as the young master got married someday. That night, the group made camp in a forest and rested around a campfire. Everyone else had already fallen asleep, but Damien remained awake, somewhat relieved that none of his companions appeared to suffer from insomnia. Suddenly, he sensed a magical presence rising behind him. The aura slowly gathered and took on a human form. Immediately, Damien stated that they needed to have a serious discussion. The person who appeared was the old man Damien had killed with the sword. He had now become Damien's familiar. The old man remarked that Damien's true identity seemed to be that of a dark mage who controlled a strange familiar while hunting other dark mages. He addressed him as both Firewood Beater Victor and Damien Haxon. Damien admitted that the old man had understood the situation surprisingly well. Without wasting time, Damien ordered him to answer his questions. He warned that if the old man tried any tricks, even the destruction of his soul would be made unbearably painful. Damien then demanded to know the whereabouts of the weapon master in Dorgo. The old man asked how Damien had figured out that he was connected to them. Damien explained that Pandemonium was an organization involved with demon swords, and under Dorgo, only one group fit that description: the weapon master. Both the old man and his son had revealed themselves to be members of Pandemonium, as well as wielders of demon swords, so arriving at that conclusion had been a simple deduction. Damien went on to reveal that his ultimate objective was to remove Dorgo from the world entirely. Since Dorgo was the source of all evil, Damien intended to wipe out everything that existed under his command as well. The old man responded with ridicule, saying Damien should not make him laugh. In his eyes, a mere cursed individual like Damien daring to claim he would kill Lord Dorgo was absurd. To the old man, Dorgo was a benefactor who had helped his son become stronger, and for his son's sake, he intended to keep silent. Damien thought that he had originally hoped to resolve the matter the easy way, but it seemed that would no longer be possible. He pointed out that the old man clearly did not understand his situation. There were no longer any restrictions placed upon the old man's soul. Damien could simply read through his memories directly and erase him afterward. At the same time, he felt that completely destroying the soul of someone of the old man's caliber would be a waste. He also found it amusing that the old man continued displaying such loyalty without realizing he had merely been used as a disposable tool and eventually discarded. In the end, Damien changed his approach completely. Instead of destroying him, he decided to preserve his memories and turn him into a puppet that would obey only Damien's commands. As soon as the old man noticed Damien casting magic, he immediately asked what he was planning to do. Damien calmly replied that he was going to take away that loyalty. He then declared that the old man would become his Spectre Knight. Furthermore, Damien would replace the old man's lost body with his own dark mana. As long as Damien remained alive, the old man would never truly die. While carrying out the transformation, Damien realized that he had never even asked for the old man's name. Since that was the case, he decided he would simply choose one himself. After briefly considering a simple and fitting name, he announced that the old man would be called Domenico. From that moment forward, Domenico would serve as the Spectre Knight devoted to Damien. Domenico admitted that he had already known Damien was far from an ordinary knight, but even then, this outcome had exceeded every expectation he had. At that exact moment, a cloaked figure suddenly appeared and called out the name Damien Haxon. Damien instantly became vigilant. Even putting aside the fact that he had been caught using dark magic, he had not sensed the person approaching at all, and that alone was enough to make the situation dangerous. Then he heard the voice more clearly and felt that it sounded strangely familiar. As Damien searched his memory and finally recognized where he had heard the voice before, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. He could not help but wonder whether it was truly that person.